remaining.
Fire in the hole! Grenade!
One enemy remaining.
Go, go, go!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Precision kill.
One enemy remaining.
Nowhere to run!
Oh!
Last player standing. One.
My territory! My brutal strength! Next!
Last player standing.
Next! It's a... One by one!
Defeated.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Fire in the hole! Grenade!
One enemy remaining.
Go, go, go!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Precision kill.
One enemy remaining.
Nowhere to run!
Oh!
Last player standing. One.
My territory! My brutal strength! Next!
Last player standing.
Next! It's a... One by one!
Defeated.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Fire in the hole! Grenade!
One enemy remaining.
Go, go, go!
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Precision kill.
One enemy remaining.
Nowhere to run!
Oh!
Last player standing. One.
My territory! My brutal strength! Next!
Last player standing.
Next! It's a... One by one!
Defeated.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. remaining. One enemy remaining.
Precision kill.
One enemy remaining.
Nowhere to run!
Welcome back, gamers. Welcome back to Miami. We are live once again with our first round of Championship Sunday. My name is Upman, joined here by Tenric once again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for joining us. We have a great best of three ahead of us right now. We have Jackpot facing off against the Dictators. The Dictators, full of familiar names. Jackpot, not so much, but here locally, they have been making an impact.
100%, yeah. Jackpot has been on a great tournament run so far, and against Dictators in this first map, they put up a really impressive display, but Dictators able to pull it back, especially on that second half, going 13-9, feeling really confident on those approaches, and I imagine it'll be no different when we head to Ascent.
Yes, that map of Sunset is a little bit of a scrappy one, but if you want scrappy, Ascent is the place to go, ladies and gentlemen. So we have a little bit of a showcase to say the very least, and if in the last map I was already looking for a bit of a spotlight on the two duelists, and I mean, of course, you always want to spotlight two duelists, right? You always want to spotlight the people who get the kills, but it's very unorthodox. You're talking about Waylay alongside Neon. With the Waylay, you have to be a little bit more telegraphed. You have to be working off of somebody else, and the Neon, of course, you can just dash in and out. Literally, didn't you say that he literally plays?
Yeah.
Like, he physically plays Neon?
He might be the most physical player I think I've ever seen in this game. Watching him play with Jackpot yesterday while he's on Neon, he's like a Lucio main rolling out, or like IRL dodging flashes. He is just he's strafing along with his character. It's like he's embodying it, embracing it. He is Neon personified, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been really fun to watch. I'm
Ascent
curious
should be a
if
good
we
map
will
for them,
continue to see, that on Ascent. Because just Waylay and Neon are neither of them
Yeah,
are like the
yeah,
most
yeah.
optimized picks for this map. We normally tend to see stuff like the Jet and the Phoenix first when it comes to those duelists. But that being said, it also makes me curious as to what Screwface is going to end up picking. Normally, that's been the KJ so far on this map, but that does disallow him from scoping a little bit. So both teams having a very different approach to this map.
Right, and it's not like, again, we don't have the backup options for Dictators in terms of the aim, because that's realistically what we've seen. They're going to be fine. They're going to be fine. So, yeah, Screwface, this is the type of team where he can take a little bit of a backseat. No issues whatsoever when it comes to the roles. But, again, it is just going to be Ascent. Both teams, they kind of need to get off to the right foot here. In that last map, we ended up seeing a little bit of a warming up period. I guess you could maybe contribute it to the late night yesterday, but you didn't exactly see a quippy team, a very quick reacting team in terms of the Dictators at the very beginning. They would see util, they would get a tell. It wasn't immediate. But now again, on this Ascent map where the rotations do need to be a little bit quicker, it would be nice to see a better start here from Dictators.
Well, Twigs, yeah, I mean, we'll definitely see those two duelists from Jackpot switch things up. Twigs going to go for the Sage and Huff on that Jet. That's to be expected if you want to see Huff continue to op, especially if Jackpot chose to start on the defense. Dictators were the ones that chose this map. Darkest is actually not going to be on that deadlock this time. He'll stick on the KO instead and let Screwface take that singular Sentinel on the KJ. I do like this comp a little bit more than the deadlock one, as much as I would have loved to see that some more.
Right, yeah, the Sage is so important on this map right now, or at least if you're starting off on the defensive side, you can definitely get a lot of mileage off of the Sage, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're going to have a full half to utilize a Sage. But to me, Dictators, again, this is very classic, a very classic mentality for Ascent. I love the KO. I was mentioning it yesterday a little bit, how it's home. It's very comfortable on that A site. But in the hands of Darkest, the way that he's playing right now, the way that he's a little bit more mobile right now, he was playing on Deadlock. He was playing on somebody that you kind of can't stay comfortable, even though you do have utility around yourself. KO, you don't establish utility, but you still are extremely mobile. You should be seeing Darkest play in a very similar fashion to the last game. Here comes the approach, finally, from Dictators going into short. It is going to be two players from the defensive side going and running away. Riker on the front side looking for a couple of headshots. The paranoia is right on him, and staying alive, looking for a couple of more. Dictators still stomping through. The defenders are already here. However, here comes KHS with a wide open angle, and we reset it at 3-3.
Yeah, they'll take a full back step, but Dictator's going to use that and immediately get up top. Darkest taking that jump up and grabbing another pick on the way down as the door falls.
It's going to be real slow here for Jackpot. Two players disconnected.
One enemy remaining.
And there you go. Screwface bouncing in a couple of bullets. Ends up finding a headshot onto KHS through the floor. What a flash. That was a
Yeah,
self
that
flash.
was so
a
sick.
self break and self flash from Darkest. Love that.
Amazing synergy to get that pop flash in with basically no time to react. Beautiful stuff to seal away that pistol with a whole lot of room to spare. Darkest
That wasn't a self break.
trying to go halfway. Yeah, had the extra bullet to break it down as it was thrown, but really impressive stuff. And seeing him get all the way up there as well to get that second, able to spray down KHS to a crumb that Screwface can finish off with the wall bang. And yeah, I mean, look at this, man. This is so clean by them. Oh, never mind. So we'll watch the next round now
We have more
instead.
important plays that
Yeah.
are actually happening right now, live on our screen. Screwface. Oh, my sweet goodness. KHS is able to take him away, rip him away. We still have Raccoon. Bit of an awkward spot, trying to rotate back into spawn. The Marshal is going to help out. Looking for a second. And that was a real risky peek coming out from the Jet, or at least staying there. Beautiful movement going back to the main. And A is being left alone here by Jackpot. It's a little tough to see, but again, you did need a little bit of an immediate response coming out from Jackpot, just the pistols. But this was looking quite worthy for this team.
One enemy remaining.
Still getting a frag.
Spike
Plenty of
planted.
damage. All right, well, why not? Putting out a couple of bullets.
Yeah.
Ends up facing on Darkest, which had the full HP, so that's a little bit unlucky. But this is good. 2 kills going the way of Jackpot. A little bit of a reinvestment from Dictators.
Well, that round just goes to show that Jackpot, you know, will always be able to provide a threat, able to quickly counter Screwface on that approach. So still a couple of kinks for Dictators to work out. Let's see how they approach this bonus round with a slightly worse buy.
To be useful, we're going to smoke cat. We're going to the cat smoke Nanners. We're going into the cat smoke if you want to stop tar mid. We're
This
sending
guy
our jet
must
up
die
mid.
for how he just played last round.
Yeah, that's
You
fine. Do your
understand,
thing. We're sending our jet up mid. Riker, you can do your thing into market, whatever you want to do.
guy? I'm gonna timing
Smoke
like
the floor.
a.
Smoke the floor.
Yeah, yeah.
They start. They start.
They stay slow to. One way stay slow. I agree with that.
In the cat smoke, you said.
Heard.
Put it back up.
Can you go in first since you have a little
Or-
singer? Go wide. I'm going. You can keep going. I'll play off you.
Run the line. Bet A. You find it both. They're in B main right now.
I'm
to be
leaning.
mid.
I'm leaning. I'm leaning. We're
Can
gonna
you-
go.
can you
blue.
go-
Pump peak,
yeah,
pump
sure,
peak.
I'm coming
Garden,
mid.
garden.
Oh, he's out market. It's out market.
Spike down mid.
I'm on you, Kill Raker.
He's
He's
droning.
droning pizza.
He doesn't know you're there, Riker. Peek.
Your fault.
Last player
I
standing.
got the spike.
– 30 seconds left.
Nice shot.
This guy's a
Alright,
retard.
We're gonna turn the main.
So, Dictators, you see the idea coming through there for the bonus attempt, and with the double initiator, they have a lot of potential to gain intel. You can see that's what they were trying to do with the lower buy, looking for that info on where they could push into, but Jackpot recognizes that level of slowdown that can be reached by the attack, and they strike a little bit early on. Shadow Riker for getting all the way back into CT, the snake almost working, but kind of hitting a crossroads to where Jackpot still owned that mid space, so still gets the kills to make it work at the end of the day.
Now at this point, there's no pressure for any kills early on. Jackpot staying completely disconnected right now, basically sitting in the second step of any approach that Dictators could make. First step over towards Cat would be breaking out of mid and then breaking into Cat itself. Sage is going to be there. Over in A main, the Omen holding a little close. He's going to have 2 or 3 targets coming up soon. Chillin'. He was thinking about backing up for a quick second, but this is beautiful too. He can just TP right in. Wonderfully done from Chillin', even with the paranoia. Sage coming up with the wall just to hold off Cat if anybody does opt into that area. And indeed, there is going to be somebody coming in from Cat, and there goes Twigs. Twigs ripping away the first. There's a 3-man crossfire on this site now. Dictators, if they opt to go into A, yeah, they're making the worst decision possible. Over towards B, they have somebody.
So tough to bust this down. Raccoon trying to get that spray with the Odin for some extra pick,
Oh, no.
and yeah, now getting caught with the setup in mid. Jackpot are able to continue getting the drop on this defense, then no telling how far they can go. KHS is looking crisp. 2, finding the last 2 to get to 3 and make it a flawless round for Jackpot. That's low-key all the setup they need to get the ball really rolling on this defensive half.
It was a little individual, to say the least, with the fact that you have somebody so deep into wine and being so efficient. But okay, I mean, you'll take it. At the end of the day, it was relatively safe, or at least there was a fail-safe there with Chillin having his TP going back into main. And otherwise, again, you just had kind of a scaling pressure from this defensive side. Little by little, these players just monitoring the areas that they need. If they find a pixel, they aim onto it. Disconnected in B, not so disconnected in A. Threw off Dictators. I mean, overall, again, it's a very comprehensive round of Valorant. Love to see that from Jackpot, but in this round, they do keep things very different over towards Cat. The Sage used to posturing themselves over into sight. Now the Sage wall up close and personal in Cat. Now Dark is breaking it down with a knife and definitely calling in a whole lot of attention, a whole lot of presence. Breaking down two spots of the barrier too with just one knife.
They're going to clock this trap wire. Oh, but Huff is able to set the trap. Aqua's done a great job at switching up the positions of these wires every round. That mid one was on A main last time, so that slowdown wasn't considered this time. And there's no consistent place for Raccoon to lob these shock darts in order to clear them out quickly. So they have to play this so slow.
Yeah, there's no consistency, period. Over towards Heaven, Screwface, this is a little bit tough. Chillin had a lot to deal with there. But he ends up finding Screwface. Screwface just not able to finish off the frag. This is an interesting round for Jackpot to switch up their approach here. It is flawless at the end of the day, but Dictators didn't have enough of an investment to really say that that was an important round to really stop Dictators. They're still going to have a bye this time, and they have a semblance of an idea of how Jackpot wants to approach things. But again, that's just one of the many variations that Jackpot has shown. Now they could just keep branching. Now they could just keep conditioning.
So tough to know which Sentinel you would rather push in any of these situations, because it's so clear Twigs is going to set up traps with the barrier orb to have those high-low setups for crossfires, but at the same time, why would you ever want to push into the Cypher util on Ascent?
They're still going right into the trap wires, though. Cypher's not going to be anywhere here. Somebody could knock this away through the wall, but no way! How does Screwface get a second there? That's ridiculous! Jackpot now, 3 players remaining. You gotta be joking me, Screwface. He's having fun. He's having fun. Let's call it that. He's having fun. And here comes now an opportunity for Jackpot to really get back into this because they do have a revive. They just need the body for it. Everyone from Dictators is disconnected right now, Tenric.
Cage to get Twigs in. No proper space to set up the res, so they have to find Nanners first, and he's already managed to skate through one. The lane setup is decent, though, and threatening the res. Twigs is able to somehow turn it into a 2v1. Now finding Raccoon. Hunter's Fury and Odin available. Has to stay down, stay tanked, and find the 2, swing on the spray. Oh, but Jackpot might just group up for them! Almost the spray on 1, Recon dart in the smoke, swings into Raccoon's sights! No Hunter's Fury necessary, a clutch and some disrespect to tie us up.
There's no way that you would get a Hunter's Fury that close either. Raccoon, he needed to do that, and he ends up absolutely grinding away in the middle of sight. Love to see that from Raccoon, but that's what you see from Raccoon. Raccoon is, he's a weird player. He's a weird player.
He's weird.
That's
just
what he is.
He doesn't fit in.
He's a weird dude.
You ever see him without that stupid hat on? That's weird.
I love that about him. I love how weird Mr. Raccoon is. And again, you're going to continue to run into this guy at least 3-4 times in a game. You are going to be annoyed. You are going to be petrified by what this man is trying. And Raccoon, he does it again. Beautifully done from the creative Raccoon. And now, Huff. Almost able to get a good shot in there, but it was only a leg shot. That is a little awkward, but here comes Aqua stepping up to the plate, able to take down one, but it's KHS with the Hunter's Fury. 2 more remaining here for Dictators, and this round is basically over. You do have a TP. If a kill or 2 comes in, Dictators can still chip away at a result in this round. They're even going to get an ult sword, and that gets a lockdown. Interesting setup here again, but it is basically thrown to the wayside. They need the frags here in KHS. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, bro's feeling himself that round. Perfect position to set up the Hunter's Fury to cause some chaos on that main line where everyone from Dictators was coming from. Just a great read. And Aqua actually daring to step into it and play in that field of fire causes even more chaos, and Dictators are just not ready for it. And then KHS raps. He goes past that wire. He's
raps.
like, wait a minute, I'm pretty chill right now. I'm probably not gonna get threatened here. Why don't I just start walking?
I think.
He's just a chill guy.
That's the only reason why he made that play.
Yeah. He's my new favorite character.
Yeah, there's a chill factor now. There's a chill stat. What's your chill stat? What's your...
My chill stat?
Yeah.
Come on, man. 0. It's negative.
Oh, wow. Okay. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. As we go into the 0 chill exec, it's all KHS, and you even have a little bit of an SD, a little bit of a self-kill.
It's the second time Screws died to his own Nanoswarm. What's going on today, bro?
I'm trying to hear this trash talk, because this trash talk has been pretty consistent throughout this game. It's just we haven't heard it. It exists. It's out there.
Trust me, it's happening for sure.
Happening.
These guys are yappers to both each other and their opponents.
If it's actually like hitting the other team, if it's actually affecting the other team, that's another topic
well,
entirely.
I think they're like standing up and looking down at who they're trashing. Like, I don't think there's a choice.
Oh,
Big shot from KHS. Look at that damage, bro.
The joys of land. This is Huff needing to back on away. Yes, the shot does come in, but at the end of the day, this side's going to be completely empty. Lockdown coming in, Hunter's Fury at the same time. Hunter's Fury from Raccoon is so huge. Love the combination coming up from Dictators to really stomp their way into sight. And Riker is able to rip away at 2. 1 right through the smoke. Interesting little call here from Jackpot, as at the end of the day, they had all 5 players surrounding this site, but Dictators, no chance in hell. They had 3 players watching this outside area. Jackpot, no way that they could just step out. Aqua's able to get 2. That's all I was saying. There was no way that they could just step. They needed to get a contact first. They needed to wait for a mistake from Dictators before making that step potentially. And here we go. Aqua.
Last player
On into side,
standing.
there's only going to be a single person here. Nanners is going to take advantage. Dang. A big roaming Aqua. 5-4.
Quick TTK from the boathouse there for Nairner's last 2 kills. That was really solid. But Dictators, I think, had a great read on how Jackpot are prepping to fight going into a lot of these rounds. The lockdown is set up, and then they take a couple seconds to make sure the rest of Jackpot actually gets there, because they know that they're simply going to wait on backside for that thing to expire so that they can re-entry right when it's over. They don't care how deep they are into planning the spike. They don't care where everyone else is at. They're just going to go in and start taking fights. That's how instinctive Jackpot is by nature. But that's when Rack launches that Hunter's Fury and is able to just clear that board up again, get a couple free bits, get a couple free bits of damage. Really great stuff from Dictators. A lot of good zoning that you can't really do every round, though. So still having to find another way to get a word in edgewise on what is supposedly their weaker side.
Yeah, without that Hunter's Fury, easily the outside of B becomes an absolute war. Easily Jackpot can step up, get 1 or 2 trades. You know, it would still be a little bit chaotic, but at the end of the day, the Hunter's Fury pushes back and back and back, allowed Dictators to take up that outside area of the B site. At this point here, Dictators, they don't have a clear idea just yet. They have been exposed here by a neural theft. There is a kill going out towards the mid side. Jackpot, they're not getting too antsy, but Huff is hunting for info.
Bit of an early neural theft there. Dictators aren't under pressure, so they have time to reset, and yet they won't. Darkest has been the one that's the most stalked, and yet he's still spear tipping. And he's somehow able to make sure Huff is the one that gets off of his ankle with that operator. But still, the pivot's tough, because the Sentinels are waiting. Oh, but the knife, no barrier to slow.
Twigs already used that barrier. They used that barrier immediately at the beginning of the round, but it's Chillin. Chillin alone in the middle of A is able to take away 2, and here comes a show. Wow, okay. Well, fully paranoid, fully blind. There goes at least 1 kill for Nanners, and there goes another one onto Huff. They know about Chillin. They know the threat from Chillin, but Chillin's still trying to make even more of an impact. But out of nowhere, a 5v2 has been flipped over into a 2v2. Riker with a beautiful angle, looking up for the cage. The cage allowing for a red carpet for the Cypher to head over to sight. Riker has a 1-on-2. He's dancing, finds KHS, and he gets the kill. 5-5 Dictators already with a comeback.
I buy it down to you, Riker. So good on that scope. And Screw was just talking about how he and him are like fighting over it. Like, give me the controller. It's my turn to play. And they both are so good at it that it's tough to know who should actually stick on it. But with that dash in tow, Riker definitely makes it look stylish for sure. That's a fantastic way to just continue burrowing into that A site, understanding that you are technically still maintaining advantage from the angle they took after they were able to cut so deep into mid. Darkest able to apply that pressure such a long time.
Now the response from Jackpot is a little bit of additional pressure. You do have two players peeking out over towards A main, the Sage helping out. The last round you ended up having the Sage, or the last couple of rounds really, Sage just posted up over towards Cat. They fully dedicated with the wall extremely early in the round. Same thing. Just about 4 rounds ago. Again, this A setup here isn't exactly a full setup. They can't exactly have too many responses, too many set options here. And indeed, that's what happens. The Sage waits out any sort of contact from this A main area. About 20 seconds, 30 seconds into the round, finally goes out the barrier. It's going to be B though. Riker stepping up to the blade, has a couple of contacts. One person right in front of him, bouncing in a couple of bullets, but it's not even him that gets the kill. It's KHS all the way on site, continuing to get frags, continuing to mow forward, and Screwface finally takes him out. 3v2 with a reset.
And Nanners is already on site here thanks to TPing on. Now going to try and get that early setup so Screw can get back in, and he will succeed. So, having to take some damage from Screwface. Screwface has done more damage to his teammates and himself than to his opponents with the Nano Swarm. Nanners finding Huff off rip here, so now it's just the market entry. You have much less policing to do at this point. If you're Dictators, and Screwface chilling in the boathouse, getting the alarm bot on lane to pick out the early one, and then Nanners is basically invincible from these steps, has all the time in the world to just wait for Screwface to confirm the 2, and he don't even need the help! That's 2 on the pistol, 2 on the up for this KJ, bro. Screw is so lit this tournament.
Unbelievable. Yeah, he said it. That it is word for word what he said. 6-5, and it's been 4 rounds out of the last 6 for Dictators to make this mini comeback happen. And again, this has been a little comprehensive here for Dictators. They have been able to step forward and continuously make adaptations, continuously be able to breathe, change what they think, change how they approach. Dictators, wonderful, wonderful pathing here for them so far on this map, so far on this attack side. On the defensive side here for Jackpot, though, there's only so much they can do with this composition. Not a lot of stopping power. It relies a little bit on the transition. The shots just need to get hit, ladies and gentlemen. These one-on-ones need to work out here for Jackpot. Can they execute here now? Riker is looking for a dash, but he has an operator. Might want to stay alive for a little bit longer. Screwface is sneaking on. Should be a cheeky kill at some point, but here comes the battle of A. One Sage in the back line already. One person over towards Heaven, and Heaven is down. Screwface already sneaks in, getting one, potentially getting a second, but it doesn't happen. Twigs is still alive. Twigs is still fighting, and Twigs is finally down. So much damage being done, though, by Twigs. 2 players down to just about 10 HP. KHS, this is a massive chance and a massive clutch. The Shock Dart's gonna get 1. Can he get 2 more? 1 player hiding his Raccoon, totally low. Darkest tucks the tail, and these 2 now are gonna play time.
As much as they can. Recon's art out from KHS to catch the wine presence, but Raccoon can just wait out the tick, and yet KHS has the discipline to wait. But it's all a guessing game on the last angle, and Darkest just barely manages to win the swing out. It'll be a 7-5 half for Dictators attack. What a start for them.
Yeah, what a turnaround from Dictators. Again, continuously, they have an idea. They have an idea at the beginning of the round. They commit as much as they can to it, and there is just a very linear point where the communication kicks in for this team, and they're able to branch on out. Again, there isn't a lot of risk, though. You did see Screwface on the Killjoy over towards that mid side, but it took so much time for them to do so. It was a full walk up that mid side. Not a lot of util for that to happen. That's the scary part, but still, at the end of the day, this Dictators team has been able to establish at the beginning of rounds and still been able to find decent ideas after that. Jackpot, we only saw them actually be able to succeed once they get a pick or 2 at the beginning of these rounds. It's been a bit of a tug of war that's only gone the way of Dictators for the last about 10 minutes now.
Yeah. Big tempo shift that has to continue for Dictators if they want to get this drop quickly, but the pistol already not going super well. The mid-control fight going Jackpot's way. Dark is going to try and save base by this B fight, but Aqua takes that too.
Dictators is already gone. That's incredible. A lot of investment into that mid side, and it was just a missed dash from Riker. To see it. Could have easily been a 4-on-5 instead, with a little bit less risk being taken over on B. A quick rotation to the mid side. So again, coulda, woulda, shoulda. But Jackpot is going to take that all the way to the bank. A flawless round to kick off the second.
Definitely the right way to start if you're Jackpot. recognize that that aggression, if you're able to guess right, works out so well in your favor with the composition you have. Gotta be watching Twigs, for sure, when it comes to this approach. The barrier and slow, so important to making sure that Dictators is not able to interrupt them at the right time. KHS with a 20 bomb, by the way, already. That is
incredible.
Yeesh. Legend.
Dairy. I only watched like 1 or 2 episodes. Back at it once again. Here comes Dictators again with so much investment into A main. And it's just, again, it's expected. They only had the pistols. They had to combine their efforts somehow. Ends up working out for just a singular frag. Now Jackpot again, just trying to catch some wind in their sails, trying to catch some economy. That's exactly what happens. 4 players stay alive. This is the big one here for Dictators, ladies and gentlemen. Jackpot is setting up for a little bit of a momentum shift. Let's see how Jackpot approaches this round.
I think we should do. Wait, Huff, can you buy me? I think we should do something similar to what we did on pistol, but I want you guys to swing cat. I want you guys to get ready to insta hold with my cam in case they want to break it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do that normal cam. I just want you to punish him if he shoots it.
We're just holding with the cam.
We'll just double swing for
Double
cam.
double swing.
Okay.
Just double swing right away. Double swing
Get
right
close, I'll
away.
hold
So
back.
insert 3, 2, 1.
One way they main.
Holding now.
It's the broke door. They're challenging your main. They're challenging your main.
We should
Bam
face
one.
mid 1 now.
Lefty
We're
main as well.
contacting, right?
Cat,
Ready?
cat,
3,
cat.
2, 1. Pizza.
I don't care, Killjoy.
3, 2, 1.
Holding.
Go ahead, B.
BM1. Nice shot.
I'm locked.
BM1 still. I misclicked.
That might have been.
Can you guys come B? Can you guys reset? Reset.
Walk mid. Oh, like.
You can leave one insert cat if you want, and then I want you guys to I want us to rewalk B behind me. I want to go first.
There's 5 man.
We're too far. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me go first. Just make sure you guys are in good spots to trade, okay?
What?
I'm reactively blinding if they're.
Good stuff.
trapped.
There's a Killjoy turret. I made a step. Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm just gonna break the
I'm
turret.
gonna double
Just
slow.
let me solo fake first. Let me solo fake.
I'm holding your market.
Yep, same.
Cage triggered. This goes here.
Okay.
In the open. I'm facing face.
Yeah, I'm slowing someone.
Okay, dropping smokes.
Mark it.
Down.
Logs.
Last player standing.
That's your offer.
Wow.
Oh, we should have won that round.
Were you able to come out of the smoke faster?
Really good starting idea for Jackpot to try to find something there, but they still run into that brick wall B site, and now with the better guns and Raccoon with that back step, they have more than enough position to take over. Screwface with that 11th kill actually now leads the entire tournament in total kills. Of course, Dictators has played the most rounds by far, but even still, impressive stuff from him.
Yeah, a little bit interesting to say the least, too, from Jackpot. They did have the Cypher setup. The Cypher tripwire did go into logs, trying to find Screwface, but Screwface ended up dropping in a little late.
Yeah.
That's the hurt. That's the pain coming in there from Jackpot at the end. They really did have every option covered there. You know, they really did think that piece of utility covered up logs. Until the kills came in from logs, things were going pretty well there for Jackpot. But back at it again. Dictators, they change up the approach here from Darkest. For Darkest, finally with some guns, can stay a little bit more mobile over towards Cat. He takes on the first contact, just pulls out a frag. For now, Jackpot have been completely isolated back over towards mid, but Dictators, they do not really want to approach. They don't want to aggress.
You can just tell Dictators, among all of these other teams, have been so conditioned to react to a push at the drop of a hat, so you see all of this preventative stuff like the flash, like the fragment coming out a little earlier than normal. But with this much noise being made, with this much potential for these hyper-aggressive teams, not even just with Jackpot across the entire top 6, reason to be nervy. Darkest with the flash in just to get back onto the site, the knife to confirm the positions in tree, and he can't even really fully do that.
30
Doesn't reach
seconds
the
left.
entirety of it, so Jackpot have that rush in with a lot of util available. 2 back from the flank, 1 on Heaven. They could choose to fight this now, but it looks like they'll wait for the pinch until everyone's ready to go. Screwface does get on top.
Yeah, Darkest is looking for his own piece. Same thing with Screwface. Screwface finally gets found, and same thing with Darkest. One more player right behind him. Nanners, okay. It's going to be interesting here for Nanners. What is his plan? How does he approach out? There goes the TP, and Twigs is there. One person swinging out. It's going to be Raccoon completely on his own. That is a major round there for Jackpot. Finally getting a little bit of confidence in this second half, something that, to me, they were pretty desperate for. Those first 2 rounds, it went by a little fast. But Dictators, the the way that they won that defensive round, Jackpot just wasn't able to get anything done.
So tough to figure out where Darkest and when Darkest is supposed to put this knife down. In positions like that where he's reacting to the A push, Jackpot can once again just step back into Cat or even into the back of Tree Room and completely dodge it if he's placing it to prevent the immediacy of the push. But again, if Dictators is constantly preparing for that, they have a reason to. Jackpot can go in really whenever they decide to and set the pace. Dictators is trying to maintain that position, that tempo setting control for as long as possible. Now in the eco round, they'll try to get something cheeky going. Everybody gonna come up with some fun ideas here, I'm sure, but it's clear that Jackpot does have an itinerary for this attack side that Dictators have reason to fear, and they're trying to nip every threat in the bud the second they catch wind of it. It's just not hitting every time.
That was so interesting, though. The jump spot of mid?
Yeah.
That is awesome. The amount of discipline for that was pretty impressive. And now here, Dictators are definitely getting a second chance here, to say the least. KHS blind, and the TP goes in right behind him. KHS still able to read that one out. Well done. Well done from Jackpot. Again, just preventing as many little situations as possible.
Yeah, playing extremely smart, extremely practiced, very drilled. Just knowing how to handle every individual situation in the middle of all of this great team play.
Or at least having the patience rather than actually having the drilling, you know what I mean?
True. Some level of discipline.
Yes. At this point, Jackpot, they're going to be leaving a lot of individuals at this point. Now the discipline may not be on the complete team itself. It may be on the individuals. One person stepping forward into A. And the only thing he's trying to do is trying to take away a couple of contacts from the A side. The Omen being a little bit of a nuisance. Same thing over towards B. All right, Coon swinging in. Can he find two here? Almost. Still plenty of space here for Jackpot to work with. Nobody from Dictators is pushing this situation except for over in A main. The two Omens are looking for a bit of a battle, but that's about it. Oh, no way.
That's huge, man. They're really, and that's the kind of thing they're looking for, because now B is so free. Nothing can catch them. His KJ Util is not going to do a thing against the Jet, can just fly over it all. And Raccoon opting to use that Hunter's Fury from CT just to try to get a tag, and they won't. It's Darkest that'll get the first frag, catching the lurk from Chillin', which means no smokes for the post plant. But beyond that, Jackpot have the space that, once again, they've been craving.
I mean, with the Hunter's Fury, you have a chance of taking away these ultimates out of nowhere. The biggest one, of course, is just going to be the other Hunter's Fury. Hunter's Fury for Hunter's Fury coming in. Now, the Hunter's Fury comes in a little early. I mean, you would say early. It's breaking apart a potential Killjoy lockdown, but the lockdown comes in immediately after the Hunter's Fury. This is so much pressure. There goes the break, but it doesn't break. Still alive. Here comes the approach for the attackers. They're forced to go in. The defenders have more than enough time. The lockdown was the winning option the entire time, but once the Hunter's Fury came out from Jackpot, Dictators, they had the win conditions set and not nullified.
And yet they place it so far in front of the hut, Screwface realizes how much space he's gotten thanks to that Hunter's Fury having to play distraction. Dictators move past it as it's getting procced, and it takes a slow orb to even get the back of that pack. By that point, Screwface is already in. He's got puppy guards galore on top of that neutral space, and they can just wait things out. The onus is on Jackpot to push again. You don't get those kinds of opportunities on a map like Ascent unless you have the lockdown and the other team doesn't have a Hunter's Fury.
And
That's
both
just
teams
great
wasted their
recognition of the
Hunter's Fury.
opportunity.
Realistically,
Absolutely,
that's
yeah,
incredible.
100%, yeah. Totally. It was absolutely too proactive, which is, again, something we keep seeing from every team so far this tournament. Everyone just wants to get that first... people recognize how important that first bit of power is, that first bit of advantage in this LAN setting. So much morale is involved, so much momentum is involved. And at the end of the day, you are scared of this 5-stack just W-keying into you rather than the objective, because a lot of teams are still doing that. And so I can understand playing preventative at all costs to an extent, but for Jackpot, they had a lot more to balance there. Yeah, exactly. You have to find something to crack open. And Dictators, they're not going to make mistakes in a moment like that. They're going to be militant, and they're going to have the sense to understand when a win con is available to them. Screwface has used his lockdown to set up those sites a bajillion times, and you're telling me the Hunter's Fury was available that round, and they don't use it to counteract that ultimate? Are you kidding me? It's like Christmas for him.
Seriously. And again, and the way that they were locking out basically the entire site before the lockdown even went in, the Hunter's Fury was barely even necessary. They had the line lines of sight. They had accessibility to the entrances from Dictators. Again, a couple of questions here, but it's not like, again, Jackpot has this completely drilled. This is an opportunity here for Jackpot to breathe. Figure out where the kinks are in this roster with this, with these communications right now, with this approach. Let's see what happens at least in this round, folks. 3 players for the Dictator side covering up A. Jackpot is aiming for the site. They have the Cypher over towards the mid side. Wine is checked out. Chillin has Riker. Chillin was the one there the entire time, so of course he's going to be the one to check. But Raccoon, is he done and dusted? He's beyond the wall. Sprints out. Can he get more than one? He's able to get 2. Can he get a third? No, sir, but that's actually Darkest with a double. Dictators continuing to stop, and it's Darkest with the triple. 1 more remaining for Jackpot. KHS trying to burst out. Able to get a first. Almost clip of the tournament, but that would be a little ridiculous here. Jackpot 1 net. You're facing 3 very strong players, 3 hot players at the moment. 10-9 at the moment, Dictators. They're looking at a much easier round, a much more breathable round for them. They haven't really taken too many of these rounds kind of unseriously. Every single round we've seen a semblance of early pressure from Dictators. Jackpot, again, continuously switching up their approach. It's the same way that we saw them on the defense. It's just right now on attack, there has not been much replicable success. Jackpot, it feels like they're just running into a brick wall again and again and again.
So glad we got the POV of Raccoon from that last round, seeing the turn as the Paranoia was procced. He has been in that situation to intercept the push a million times, and that's exactly how it's gone every time. Weaponizing Jackpot's relative convention against them, showing the playbook only runs so deep. They gotta have 4 rounds in him in order to take this map back and get us to 3. Stay alive in this tournament.
Wow.
That's a good way to get it started. 4 ultis available this round. Raccoon spraying through as the barrier orb gets thrown up and managing to catch a pick on the way down.
That's so much damage right after that. This is just huge again for the 4-on-4. There goes the plant. There's going to be a big TP coming out from Jackpot. That could be a back out going into the back of site, going into main. But there goes Screwface with a kill onto Huff. Here comes a Neural Theft. Neural Theft revealing all of this information. 2 more players only remaining here for this team. But Aqua staying alive and continuing to frag away. This was for the 2 for Dictators, and Jackpot somehow staying alive.
I was wondering why on earth is Aqua using that Neural Theft when he has almost nothing to springboard off of. I guess he doesn't need anything to springboard off of. He just needs to know how far away everyone is so he can prio properly, and my god, he does. Understanding exactly who's going to fade into his sightline at what specific time and managing each and every one of those with ease. Dictators were not ready for the level of prep that he had on that site, despite the fact that it was already completely owned by Dictators. I gotta say, man, that poor Riker. 3rd round in a row where this operator hasn't done jack. And most of it isn't his fault. He's either forced against dry contact from triple swings, or he's forced to dive in with this operator with the help of a team that is already getting smothered by Aqua.
And he's doing the same thing this round. Op coming out for Riker. He's in a touchdown position here over towards Wine. He can dash out easily. Same thing with a bit of a TP. They can swap back and forth a little bit if they so choose. But this is a little bit ridiculous here. Jackpot, they might be facing the judge once again of Raccoon, but they prevent the danger. Raccoon going down to the jump spot. He faces a nasty, nasty, nasty surprise. 4 players on the other side of his screen by the time he's midair. Dictators now, they have to make a wild guess, a wild decision here, which is putting 3 over towards B right now, 3 over towards Market, and they're stepping up. Screwface, Darkest on the front side. Huff is able to take away Darkest. Do they know about Screwface? Do they know about the double approach? There goes the dash out, and Huff is able to get the frag. Dictators. Of course, this is a round where they just don't have a lot to work with, but they're going to be able to convert basically anything. 1 more player on site. Manners. Classic. Right click. Riker with his own kill off of the knives. But this is basically nigh impossible. 10-10 should be 11-10 for Jackpot.
Does have the rifle, so a little bit of variety in how he can play this out, but yeah, immediately found by Aqua as his attention is turned to that trap wire setup when Jackpot made that push. Very well taken for the anti-eco, making sure they can maintain as much as possible there. Reducing those defensive setups to 1s and still keeping most of their bank available. This res is definitely something you're paying attention to when it comes to Jackpot perhaps going for one of those more telegraphed pushes. As Dictators have done a good job of reading where the pack fight's going to end up being and meeting it head on. Just comes down to execution, and having an extra body to throw in the issue would be everything for Jackpot.
This is going to be a really awkward approach here for Jackpot if they are heading into A. Smoke's going to be in their face almost immediately. Screwface, if he goes down, however, totally different deal. This A site is wide open for the taking. Screwface is going to advise otherwise. Advise against it. He has 3 players over towards the mid side. This up could be able to sing. Screwface with the reaction, but no shot. Huff takes him away. The op is gone. A has been completely wide open. It's on the Omen now. That has moved quite a bit. Still in the back of sight. Nanners putting out a couple of bullets. He's going to get exposed here by Huff. TP's into the very back, into hell. And there's still a couple of wrecks coming out from Riker. Nanners is finally down, but the kills are in. Twigs can't get it done. He aims onto Riker first, and this round is over. Sova almost down, but Dictators somehow connecting with an 11th.
I think there's like 20 collective health among the members of Dictators that are still alive after that round's done. That's madness. But again, it's quickly reacting to that first blood that Jackpot's able to take against Screwface because he's so choked up into Cat that they're able to meet this threat yet again and win this fight out. The longevity of Nanners there as well after tossing the Paranoia out, getting the kill even after being flashed, and then managing to TP back into hell unpunished meant that the rest of Dictators have even more time to elongate this. And we're going to go all the way in regulation, that's a fact, but Dictators are on the verge of being able to take this in 2 maps and send Jackpot packing.
Thrown in, going to spot a very important spot. Hunter's Fury in. Well, early, but there's not much here for Jackpot to utilize in the early rounds to potentially get into these sites. Hunter's Fury doesn't get much, though, as Jackpot simply establish themselves here in B main. They're not allowing any other players to go lurking, to go hunting. They're just going to do this cheeky play here from Twigs.
Double on the barrier by the looks of it. Hunter's Fury on top of the swing up. That is gorgeous timing, man. You have no idea where you're looking.
Riker in the back, Riker in the back. Phantom up, but he looks away. This is everything for Jackpot. Steps away now from collecting a 12th round. Potentially a 13th. They somehow have reached 12th before Dictators. Dictators looking so solid on his half so far, but again, we have needed some hero plays from this Jackpot team. They've stepped up to the occasion.
Just such an impressive way to flip this script on what is normally such a controlled space by the defense. You do need that Hunter's Fury to be able to collapse, otherwise you're going to pay way too much attention to the barrier as you're hearing it get propped. That is a tragedy for Darkest. These guns are important for Dictators going into this last round. Nanner's still having a good amount of time that he has to waste before this spike will go boom. Might just walk into this next round with nothing. Be able to smack 2, and yeah, that'll be that, but Dictators definitely on the back foot for this last round on the defense. Wow, this buy's going to be trash, dude. Holy.
Oh, and they need to just rip it. What's the risk? How do they risk it this round? Because this is just what they're all about. Raccoon, what does he buy? Okay. Of course.
What do you think?
Of course, of course. Thank you. All right, my bad. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 12 to 11. This isn't worth everything. This is worth map number 3 for Jackpot. Let's see what happens up front. You do have Screwface with the first contact, and he has a Guardian. Reveals that. Turret's going to catch first contact. Second shock dart's going to come in a secondary angle. I thought it was going to go in from the same angle.
Yeah. Iraq is just reading the slow walk to check for the jump peak again.
They hear the owl drone.
They'll sell the 1 for it, too. So I wonder if they're trying to sell a cut 1-4 for A-Lean? That's the thing, is I don't think Dictators cares about that because the guns are so trash. Like, they'll keep this gamble stack until they get full wind of the bingo. Because Raccoon is the only one that's been sold on this B side so far. They're going to assume that Screw is here too, obviously. Big question is Darkest. Where is that knife?
And where's the util? It is going to be Darkest. Like,
I might fall too late, honestly.
Armbot in the middle of Boathouse once again. Answarm does come in, at least for one.
30
But more
seconds
importantly,
left.
Huff catching one completely off guard, completely on the open. Nanners is getting smoked out. This is a very slow approach, though. This is enough time for Nanners to pop out and pop off. Can he get more than one? Yes, he can. Head on a swivel. He's able to get two. Equalizes the round for a couple seconds. But this is Aqua. Aqua taking down Darkest. Only 2 more players remaining. Neural theft in, and Raccoon with no chance with the dodge. Screw face down. Jackpot continuing their Cinderella run. Second map is theirs. They have a map 3.
A fantastic job at being able to chip away at that. You kept seeing the protocols be enacted by Dictators, and yet Jackpot just kept breaking through those strategies. I saw a little bit of a switch up when it came to the approach from mid, especially by the end of that. They did a great job of continuing to play patient without letting Dictators kind of give away all of that space for the sake of a free trade later on. Nanners, what a turn to be able to counter that TP, but with that res available as well, you still have the personnel, and Aqua still has that A forwardness without the coverage available on the site in the first place. You take the space back, you take the final round, you take us to map 3 for the Dictators. This will be the 6th time that happens this tournament. They have been going the distance every single time and been playing, again, the most Valorant out of any team so far here. That is not going to be challenged anytime soon, with Jackpot now taking them the distance as well.
I mean, yeah, you can kind of tell with the amount of different ideas that this team keeps pulling round after round. It's not these crazy, in-your-face type ideas, but it is alternatives to what they continue to do. They're not switching up positions completely throughout the map like the way that we saw Jackpot do a whole lot. But at the end of the day, you are noticing a little bit of a certain fatigue where these ideas, again, they could be a little bit more comprehensive. They could be a little bit more multi-layered, but they're thin. It starts and it progresses for about 15 seconds into the round, 20 seconds into the round, and then after that, everyone just goes back to playing their own game. It is a little bit weird to say the least from Dictators, but that mentality does work. And whenever they are able to communicate together and adapt, of course it's going to come out okay. They have the IGLs to do it. They have 3 on this team. But at the end of the day, this is a Jackpot team that they have been forced to react, and they have reacted very, very well. Again, on that defensive side, or excuse me, on the attacking side, stayed in that buddy system. Not a lot of risk whatsoever, and we were asking them to make some more risks. Honestly, them staying as safe as they did, just trying to figure out the setups of the defense, was more than enough.
And now coming into this 3rd map, I mean, Jackpot having to fight the fake comeback as well as all that shit talk from the Dictators.
A lot.
They're going to be walking into this 3rd map pissed, ready to play for a part of that prize pool. They want that bigger part of the pie, and they are a little bit closer to getting it. I'm so excited to see how this team continues to adapt to this team of such experienced and trolly professionals, because we'll continue seeing some shenanigans from Dictators. That's not going to change. It's in their nature.
Yeah, some mind games to say the very least, ladies and gentlemen. We're watching a bit of a battle, a bit of a war,
A bit of a battle.
a bit of gaming, ladies and gentlemen. Thank y'all for watching once again. We will be back after the break with some more LAN.
Smooth since then.
Bro, look at this fucking scoreboard. Should I do any?
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last player
Silence.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Your fault.
Last player standing.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Out of no charge.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
Eyes down.
One enemy
My ult's
remaining.
ready.
Silence.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Your fault.
Last player.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Out of no charge.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
Eyes down.
One enemy
My ult's
remaining.
ready.
Silence.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
Welcome back, team. We are back on land once again. My name is Upmine, joined here by Tenric, and we got map 3. We got map Trey. Dictators, ladies and gentlemen, they have been playing long maps. They have been playing long series throughout this entire weekend, and this is yet another test for them. But here's the thing. Dictators, in the last 2 BO3s that they played, I mean, who did they end up playing? They ended up playing very strong teams. Division 1 at the very beginning, that should have already been the cutoff. Division 1 was looking for top 3 aspirations, and then at the very end of it, Dictators was still able to take it after a very long game, and it's the same thing after that.
Yeah, having to face off against Maryville right after that. I mean, such a tough losers bracket path for really all of these teams. It really can't be said enough how stiff the competition has been throughout this entire LAN setting, and it's not going to be different for whoever wins out this tournament. The hits just keep on coming. It'll only get more difficult from here. Nightblood Gaming winning the other side of this round of the losers bracket. The winner of this match will go on to face them, and the winner of that will be in our losers bracket finals, which we'll be watching after our winners finals later today. So a lot of Valorant still left to play for these teams. A potential 4-match day for one of these teams playing right now if they end up making it to Grands. So long day of Valorant ahead for maybe some of these people. Definitely at least a couple of gamers around.
For us. For us at bare minimum, will be a long day. Won't be a long day. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for bearing with us. Thank you for staying with us. Let's get a reminder here of our best of 3 where we're playing here in this series. The first 2 maps, again, scrappy type maps. Sunset it does allow for a little bit more telegraphing. Same thing with Ascent, but at the end of the day, these 2 teams were very proactive in the mains, very proactive in the choke points, cutting off a lot of that neutral space where those setups would be able to get placed. Now we might see a little bit more strategic focus. That's kind of what I'm feeling. But again, it's Dictators at the end of the day. This is a very aggressive team.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're still paying more attention to Dictators right now to see what they're able to come up with, just because the ideas from Jackpot tend to stick to what is the norm, the status quo right now for a lot of these Zoomer duelists. Just happens to be Jackpot's insanely good at it, and the synergy on top of it, it makes them creative as can be as well when it's outside of the macro. So the onus really is on Dictators to figure out some cheeky game plans to get the drop on this Jackpot team that is so intuitive, so smart on their own.
Yeah, I have been, again, impressed to see the resets, the mental resets continuously from Jackpot, because again, we saw so many rounds where it would just be disheartening. It would be disheartening. It would be a whole lot of communication for you to change, for you to completely change an approach in about 25 seconds to 30 seconds. Again, I keep remarking at these fundamental qualities that this Jackpot team has, because again, that is what is necessary to at least have those building blocks, make it into challengers, start to build from there. These players already have challengers experience. It's just trying to bring that together, trying to mesh that together as a group. They have had relative success, but again, there's a I guess you could say an echelon of team that they just can't break past, and we're kind of at that point once again for Jackpot. They are getting so ungodly close though, and again, Dictators, because the fact that they're not a long-standing roster, it is still more or less within Jackpot's echelon, within Jackpot's level. But again, where is that extra bit of attention to care from this team? It does come, but again, it does need a little bit more of that push. It needs, I guess you could say, a little bit more of an outstanding effort from an individual to make all of that communication happen.
A little more panache, a little more gusto, chutzpah. Word vomit. But coming into this Breeze matchup, Dictators have had a really consistent Breeze so far. They run a pretty traditional comp. Jackpot does things a little bit differently. I did see the ISO getting picked up. I do believe Jackpot might be the only team playing ISO at the moment, but they play a decent chunk of it at this tournament already, so I'm curious to see how they're able to utilize that with the help of this double controller. No hardware to be seen for either of these guys, so the sustain is going to be a little bit different, but I imagine aggression is going to be the main focus for both of these sides. Dictators starting out on the attack. This opening 12 is really going to set the standard for how this third map's going to go.
Yeah, Jackpot's going to have a much slower attack, to say the very least. This Neon is going to have to spark some very, very, very early takes here from this team. And definitely on Pistol, they need to close the gaps. They don't want to get in these long-range duels. They don't want to get stuck in a sort of weird neutral area. They get in immediately. Twigs is able to get a single frag, but here comes Riker, here comes Raccoon, here comes Screwface. 4 kills from the 3 as Dictators already have themselves the pistol, unless Chillin pulls off a bit of a miracle. 1v4, looking for a couple of headshots. Starts off right with 1. I can't find the second. Dictators with the first round.
Already a good start. I mean, we're going to be seeing those door pinches pretty damn often in order to negate the power of the toxic screen if they decide to set it that way. But either way, the double lane setup with the help of that Neon on top of the screen that Darkest will be able to set up makes it so Dictators can really zone out their own spot for these plants. So we're going to see a lot of speed runs if Dictators are able to get the drop and understand when a site is free. It's because of how expansive things are, how long it takes someone like ISO to get back. If you can sequence those fights, then Dictators can remain in advantage for like 90% of this half.
It's so difficult here to try to deal with this mid setup from Jackpot if Nanners actually does. I'll have to step forward.
3-stack on the boxes, bro? Man. This is committal, but I respect it for the sake of the pistol. Get her done.
Okay, yeah, there it is. And they actually push the situation immediately. They get that kill up real quick on the Nanners. Combine the pistols, combine the efforts, million paper cuts. But at this point, Dictators finding their home. I was wondering if they were looking for these long-range duels. Screwface is definitely thinking about it here as he continues to waver. Even the Viper a little bit too out in the open. Darkest. Gonna get covered up by Riker here. There goes the contact from Darkest. Doesn't need to fight too much. Again, the Vandal would be nice for him to save here, but it would be nice if they just get all of these players out safely, and that's exactly what happens. 4 players alive for Dictators.
Once again, things pretty well set there. Nanners being the willing one, setting things up from afar, and then just taking on the brunt of that aggression so that Dictators get the free sight. Bonus available to be taken now by Dictators after some dominant starts there. They got some good guns. Let's see how they take things on.
Your pillar, or it was mid doors. I'm smoking pillar. We're walking through top mid.
I'm darting him in.
Rex.
I'm buying you. Request. Okay. Wait, you want me to dart him in or join him in?
Drone in the mid.
Am I
round. I'll
smoking
call
mid
it.
door?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll call your drone. Hold on.
One way A, no second star. Viper to orb A.
Walk through this. Walk through this. You can start droning. Popping wall. Orbit's coming down. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Wide A. Tagged.
Walk up top mid. Wall's coming down.
Doors. You hold doors. Swap.
You have nest.
Yes.
Yeah, Viper A.
I stepped.
One jump spotted pillar, I think.
He's droning.
Can you break
I'm
dash,
deep.
break
Yeah,
dash?
I'll break. I'll break.
Push me, Astra.
Dude, close elbow. Top and shield.
I blinded him.
Went through.
Wide left.
No shield. 80. 120. Nice.
Astra there too. He went to fight with him.
Over half wall.
Spike down mid.
50.
Last player standing.
Viper.
Nice try.
Nice
Good
try.
damage. All good.
Okay.
Are you offing? I need to know.
Once again, Dictators trying to play patient when they're disadvantaged on the guns, looking for that open sight, and Jackpot understanding that narrative, not handing any of that intel over, playing for the long range, mid walk up, and then the extremities after the fact, all dealt with, all ISO'd, all well met. So the opening 3 has followed the script pretty rigidly to start things out here. I'm happy with how Twigs is approaching these fights with such a restricted agent, and as this half goes on, we'll get to see him take on a lot more of the fights that he wants to, especially with that double tap and ultimate. Dictators are going to have to level up.
Jackpot stepping forward, and Dictators again just not able to respond. Chillin and Huff able to get so much mileage off of just a single peek, and they're out of there. Look at the mid side though, ISO getting isolated, and there goes Nanners with a bit of an opportunity, but has to drop down to
enemy
55 HP. KHS with 2 kills at the exact same time in 2 very different ways. Darkest isolating the 1, has damage being done. This is actually beautiful here from Darkest. It is a semblance of a chance here, but he needs to take it real slow. 105. Whoa, the swing is there. Not the kill. Are you kidding me with the right click? KHS, how does he survive?
I'd be hella mad about that right click, I can't lie. Especially if I know how much
100%.
health he has left. Like, that is rough, man.
And how many battles he already got into? Come on.
But the damage was already done for the A intercept. They're too early to it, and Nanners' TP is clocked by the dart before he completes it, so he can't stick up there for even a second. Doesn't get any mileage out of it. And so Dictators have to crawl back out of the cave a second time in order to try to make that push work. Darkest doing his damnedest to let everyone extend, but you can only do so much when the damage has already been done. And now, double fold. Jackpot against another eco round. It's going to be a full mad dash by Dictators, and god damn it, that just might work.
Well, by golly. I'll take it.
Golly gee.
Gee willikers.
Great Scott.
Okay. Oh man, I guess what would a 60s era esports broadcast look like?
Jumpin' Jehoshaphat. That's what people would be saying on that.
Yeah, you got it. I don't. I really just don't. Here we go, Aqua. Stepping up forward. Oh no,
that
stepped
all?
right into the smoke, but the icing got it. Jackpot again.
Whoa!
He's down to the 1, and actually the kill comes in from the duel, and okay, Dictators. Probably the most awkward way to get in the site, probably the most awkward way to end the round.
Let's win and get out of here.
Cool.
Bro was in a shower drain for that gravity well. He was like swirling his body around and still landing it. That was perfect.
That was a
Oh,
swirly
man.
straight up.
You bro got bullied in the bathroom, bro.
Getting swirled
Dude.
on land. Oh.
The thrifty from Dictators to take it on. Yeah, just W key harder into A, Keck.
Right,
It's
yeah,
that
of
easy.
course. Ha ha ha.
Come on, bro. What are we doing?
It's just that easy.
Now you have the overdrive and the knives, so Dictators can be mobile if they really need to be, but they don't need to be. They can take their sweet time. They'll hop in the elbow default again. They've been trying to maintain this longer on with Screwface on that sniper. And it's a good damage trade either way, but obviously Aqua's going to be a little happier with it.
A little bit. Doesn't know, though.
No.
No idea how much damage was made. Really, just Screwface knows that he made some sort of impact. Raccoon on the 1.
You don't check this. You don't actually own a shotgun. Okay, he does, but Chillin still wins it.
Nah, he checks it just because he's Raccoon. He would do that.
I know. He's never going to let that go. He's like, I've been here tens of millions of times.
Haha, I do that. Thank you for laughing. I appreciate it. Here we go. This is Riker stepping up to the plate with one person coming in from spawn, but this is a total return. This is a total flip here from Jackpot. Lovely under Speary, but there's going to be three players coming out from B main. This is going to be so much pressure on these low HP Dictators, and they still don't have the plant down. This is an impossible round for these players to try to convert. This smoke is going to drop. This Nebula is going to drop any moment now. How did Darkest get that other kill? He got that through the smoke? What on earth was that? How is he doing this? This is ridiculous. Darkest. He flips this round entirely on his own. Dude, no. Okay, so the TP goes away, chilling, almost spotting it, and the double swing comes in, and somehow Dictators wins out the round. Heartbreaking for Jackpot.
That is pure plot armor coming out from Dictators. KHS has one of the coolest kills we've seen so far in this tournament. Chasing Riker's updraft with that Hunter's Fury, catching his feet or some bullshit, and then Dictators still managed to hold it down. Darkest with the spray transfer into the dink on main, and then sets up the pit, forcing the panic out of Chillin, who had done so much legwork to make that round possible. Like you said, a real heartbreaker for Jackpot, but just as always, exciting. Exciting
what is this?
for, oh yeah. Raccoon is like, good work, good job. Yes, more of this.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. Thank you, production, so much for what has been a fantastic event so far. Shout out to our observers, by the way. Actually, some of the cleanest observing I've seen online.
And they've been working even longer hours than we have. They started this when the stream was up during the group stages.
And still keeping up the same levels.
That's the pit gone, by the way. Chillin was holed up in
This is the round
most
gone.
default spot possible. Screwface just went in, ultied, clicked on one singular spot, and got an immediate kill. That is, again, ridiculous insight into just how conventional Jackpot is compared to a lot of these other approaches, and how many times Dictators have cleared these exact positions before.
Yeah, but you can't really do much against the knives, though. Riker, again, so quick. Dictators, very, very, very quick. Jackpot, they were the ones just kind of, again, just trying to make a brick wall, just trying to establish 3 on that front line, something that they just did not do before. They were looking for a very quick conversion off of that. If they don't get any contact within the first 5-10 seconds, we've seen it before, they back out immediately over into mid. But Jackpot, again, it just almost, they just didn't get ready, didn't actually get postured for an actual take. They just wanted to listen a little bit, if anything. Just go into a scrappy duel, confuse Dictators a little bit, but they were just in predictable positions. Back at it again. It's going to be an advantage here. We're in an opportunity here for Dictators to take a full advantage going into the second half. The eco is fully down for Jackpot.
And so Krusty will once again call a well-timed timeout to discuss things. Good time for, by the looks of it, Screwface to use the bathroom. Well, let's go. Yet another plot armor buff for the man. No, hold it in, dude. That's going to make you go stupid. But meantime, Jackpot talking about how to have a proper setup to intercept this attack from Dictators. Really tough to do, especially with this ISO. You're relying so heavily on Twigs to either take an opening fight if he's on the right side, or initiate the opening fight if he's on the wrong one. And when you have all of this smoke cover from the Omen and the Viper, and also Raccoon being really conservative with his util, to the point where he's able to save that drone and dart for the post plants a lot of the time after they get those free openers. And Jackpot doesn't have a proper flash to enter in. They have to rely solely on Aqua's ability to try to square themselves out of position, piece of real estate, when they do end up getting back on.
Get out of my way. Better luck next life.
Aqua again. Just able to pick out the first. This is so awkward.
Wow.
Dictator's not dedicating to anything.
What?
Not committing to anything. It's just one by one by one. And Aqua able to convert 3 out of that. That was ridiculous. That was so awkward.
I guess more of a mental reset than we expected for Dictators there. It's like we're back to base form. No conditioning has happened so far this game. What are you talking about?
Spike down mid.
Yeah, none of that worked. None of that work throughout this half mattered this round. It just did not.
I don't think Rack has to save here, though, with the build-up Dictators have. You would love to get rid of one more gun here, but obviously that means Huff is going to be the first one that goes in with these knives. Yeah, there you go. So that is a foothold that Jackpot needed for sure. Not going to say handed to them on a silver platter, but you could probably sell the platter for like a couple bucks at like a pawn shop or something. It's like a decently valuable platter. Once again, it's another multi-kill from Aqua, though. That's the linchpin for that, too. Just standing down the doorway. No Nebula, no Gravity Well, no Nova Pulse, no nothing. Just a guy who's very good at hitting his shots. And he has shown that from the Senti to the smokes.
It's going to be more or less the same opportunity here for Jackpot, too. Huff. Not exactly on that front line like we saw before, but still going to have a couple of pins to knock down. Here comes Huff once again, finds a gap, an easy gap at that. Nobody ready for him. KHS with another frag. This is just light work for Jackpot again. But Screwface able to find Huff. There goes. Kills for everybody. Nanners alongside Raccoon with the last 2. And Dictators able to take advantage of Jackpot literally just surrounding the site.
Yeah.
They just sat around.
It's just the personnel diff shining through. Jackpot don't have the neutral reset to extend back and let the cavalry come through in time. Such is the nature of attack on Breeze. It's just you are always walking into a man disadvantage if you are on the defense, and Dictators are taking full advantage of that. And just in the double duelist meta as well, like Screw especially, but Riker too, just feels so comfortable running it down and clearing as much room as possible, even if they die, even if they do jack for the rest of the rounds. Just getting that far is enough. That first blood was so early, and yet you carve out half the site with the Neon, you police the other half with Riker, everyone else just sets up shop. It's another day at the office.
Yeah, you can just branch out from there. It's almost kind of obvious. Again, Dictators, they just have a couple of marks, basically, a couple of achievements, checkpoints for them to go through. And there it goes. A little bit of an opportunity there from Dictators over towards the mid side, but that is Jackpot pushing out the situation, pushing through smokes, and able to get themselves 2 out of that situation. Not bad to say the least. Dictators, they have no other option here in A main other than to walk out. All they know is that maybe mid has already been taken up. Mid is controlled now, and Chillin just continues to frag away. Beautifully done from Chillin. 2 kills coming out from Chillin. There's now Darkest stuck in a 1-on-3, having to dance a little bit. And finds the first. That was out of nowhere. Twigs looking the other way. Darkest still slow. This is an opportunity fully for Darkest.
It'd have to be an ace.
Wow.
Nice, KHS. Ready for him to tap that. Good spray. And another fantastic read on the crowd by Aqua. Clocking exactly where Dictators is going to hit again. did really seem like it was about time for another door pinch, and Screw opting to go for that shorty. Does end up revealing the barrel a little bit early, which happens a second time through that toxic screen. Nanners letting that show. And Chillin holding the line. Another multi-kill from another controller on this team to set the pace once more.
The duel is still on these front sides. They have been making all of this space. Jackpot over towards the mid side. They had to rely on those duelists to even break up the first approach from Dictators to begin with. But right now, Dictators trying to get themselves into some prime positions right now, trying to get themselves to a doorstep of a site before making their burst out. Look at these smokes. Smoke in the bottom of mid to isolate the players over in double door. Smoke right in the face of KHS, right in the entrance of B. That allows KHS to run on in, but here comes the split into B. Only one person in the back line. It's going to be the Astra, but he has to dance, holding on, not making any noise. Aqua coming in. Screwface not ready for it. Huge kill from Aqua. Can he get a second? He's already equalized the round. Aqua's already done his job. Viper's Pit coming in. Aqua still looking. Aqua stepping off to the side where he has Twigs. Every single player from this Dictator side has been isolated to the Viper's Pit. They've been surrounded. Now Dictators needs to act. How do they dismount? Aqua down to the 1 HP. Diffuse not going in. Aqua still with another kill. Raccoon sparks up 2 and gets a 3rd.
Oh, and you can hear Rack talking it after that's said and done. And for good reason. That was Jackpot's round to lose. Aqua single-handedly, once again, owning that B site with every member of Dictators still on it. And then diving into the pit and still doing the same. It takes a village, an army, to deal with this Astra infecting the site, and yet it takes one bullet to deal with nearly the remainder of the squad. The pit did the work. Left those last 3 vulnerable and put Dictators in a prime spot to once again turn up the gas, but Chillin immediately with this stinger in front of the cave, landing 3. And we see another eco turnaround potentially.
This is Chillin at his finest. This is what he's done. Out of nowhere, he just pops up, holding his angles. And there goes Chillin for the ace, keeping Jackpot in this game. We have a ball game, 5-7 going into the second half.
Just yet another morale booster when it seems like every single chip is down for this team. And now hitting attack side, Jackpot look to set their own pace, which is still something that I find so in question. The double duelist with the ISO pick feels so stilted on paper, but everything else is up to snuff. Wondering how Jackpot is able to sequence these fights so that they still control the space at the end of the day. Because ultimately, Dictators can trailblaze a lot in whatever neutral space has not been contested by Jackpot. They can do a lot of clearing as that clock ticks down.
Yeah, these rotations are going to come in way faster than Jackpot. Mid space is going to be way more contested than before. Dictators is just going to be a different style, a much more in-your-face type style defense than what we saw before from Jackpot, even though we did see that fight was still literally in their face. That was literally in their face. However, let's see what happens here on the pistol. It is a little bit more disciplined. Raccoon, yet another jump spot. Not exactly getting exposed, but instead it's the attackers being left on an island. Everyone getting a frag. It's a flawless round for Dictators.
Alrighty. We certainly take those. Fish in a barrel for that one. Stuck in the elbow, unable to explode out after Rack gets the first, and nobody from Jackpot is willing to be the next guy to take that step. Little bit of nerves, a lot of bit of connection from Dictators. The pistol was definitely one of the most important ones to take here on the defense, the one you had the better shot at. Dictators have played and won more pistol rounds than any other team this tournament so far. Now the follow-up comes. Jackpot has been able to connect on a couple of these to take the momentum back, but feels so much more pertinent to do it now. With Screwface already, this lurk up. This is just something that Jackpot are not prepared for. They don't have the collateral to worry about it, but so they won't. They just keep on pressing forward, and Riker takes 2 to deal with him, but again, the collateral is still there. Way too much for Dictators to work with, and it's nearly flawless again. 9-5.
Of course. Pistols coming in from Jackpot, and this is such a long-range map. Like, for you to close down the angles, for you to actually make these long-range battles get close, you need so much coverage. Again, you do have the Astra. You do have the Viper. The possibilities are there for Jackpot, but you still need some really decent telegraphing to make that happen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get one more listen in with Jackpot on an important round.
Done, okay?
Yep. They could op.
Mid
He's
default,
5k.
mid default.
Two of them at
Mid
5k. They
default,
could be
mid
opping. Could op.
I blasting him.
It's the walled mid.
Oh, nothing B early.
Big crossing mid.
The Viper mollied elbow.
He smoked B.
Got a recall?
Orb's low. Orb's going down.
Gotta be ready for B here.
Be
I
down
think,
mid.
I think we should reclear A with drone with 3 maybe. Oh, wait, me and Jet, Sova, Viper go towards A and look for kill. Me and Ice will just hold space.
Bird.
You guys reclear.
Your one just stepped top, man. He just stepped here.
Could technically be hard left.
I'm gonna look for a kill A.
Just run here.
Drone? Yeah.
Deploying drone.
We can still end B later on.
Just hiding.
Is he
Is it op
opping?
or no?
No, Allah.
Oh, okay, can you guys cut?
Facing.
140,
Fine,
bro.
just cut. Can I think we should.
40 seconds.
I think we're hitting A here.
You guys gotta bait me.
I'm making
Jay.
this a B.
30 seconds.
Okay, so me and you are gonna both go towards mid here. You have to wait to go with them basically.
Give guard or
30
anything.
seconds left.
You guys have to run out
Alright.
together.
Yeah, just bait me.
They're all here, they're ready.
Go.
Hey, behind you, fast line, guys, thanks.
I'm going
Fast
mid
line.
site.
I'm pulling back plus smoke.
I'm blind.
Almost back site.
On my left. Can you wall down fight, guys. One
Wall
flank,
down.
one flank.
I'm stunned.
Back site. Back site. Yellow.
Main now. Working on main.
Yellow mid site main.
10
Mid
seconds
side.
player standing.
This side, left side.
One enemy remaining.
Punish.
One bullet.
Good shot,
Some
bro.
good shots, bro. We still got this. The damage is good.
Good shot.
And they still ended up getting the kills at the end. Aqua, well taken on the 1-on-2, and they had a track on that lurk the entire time. Oh, the flank comes in. Jackpot begins to panic a little bit. Most of their players, again, still postured to fight that battle. But again, Dictators, they make it chaotic enough, and they end up winning out the battle.
Yeah, really playing in panic mode because you just don't have as consistent of a flank check. Your duelists are plainly not as mobile, so you have to take the space you got. They kept trying to just move forward as that death ball while trying to maintain attention to everyone, and couldn't multitask that hard this round.
You want to find it?
Cosmic Divide coming in. Riker completely isolated, and Darkest is gone. Huge stuff from Jackpot. But like I was saying before, you really want to cut down this A site. You want to cut down these long angles, trying to make them short. It's exactly what the Cosmic Divide does. It's exactly what the Viper Wall does. Jackpot. But they utilize the Cosmic Divide literally just to make themselves a red carpet going into sight. Here it go, though. Dictator stepping onto site immediately after the Cosmic Divide goes down. Huff able to get 2. Raccoon with a bit of a spray down, but we're still down to a 3-on-3, making it a 2-on-3. Still in the advantage of Jackpot. Jackpot dwindling slightly. Aqua picks back a kill. Defuse is going to get stopped by the pull, by the grab well, and finally the kill goes out. A little bit awkward to say the least there from Nanners, but very clean at the very end from Jackpot.
Yeah, trying to stick it while cracked there. Unfortunate, you have a lot more freedom to spray this down. And that was a fantastic adjustment by Jackpot to reach the littlest bit of being unconventional. No shot is Dictators expecting 3 indoors for post plant. And
Yep.
Raccoon clears 2 and stops peeking because why on earth would a third be there? And that turns out to be the pinch that saves all of that space for Jackpot. Investing in the right spots is everything for this composition, especially when you don't have that Cosmic Divide to get those freer sites.
Riker in the mid side dealing already with the action over towards the mid side. He does have the Viper for the Molly. But he's just going to opt for the raw peek,
What?
and it's Huff all the way bottom and mid. Screwface with an incredible headshot. Still low on HP. Twigs might be looking out for him. Viper wall on his face, and he can't do much with it. Riker steps out, and it's actually a second. Raccoon goes in to try to save Riker, but instead, KHS with a double, still staying alive with 72 HP. One person running back all the way over towards A. There's nobody left now in the middle of B. Jackpot not even tempting B, not at all. Screwface. Weird opportunity now. He only has a sheriff once again. He had a gun earlier, ended up dropping it. And it's not going to be a long-range duel either. He's using his sheriff in a shotgun-type fashion. 40 seconds left. Jackpot, they have a player all the way in spawn.
God.
And that is beautiful. That is a beautiful one-off option. Spike is going to go down! And it's going to stay down!
No way.
No way! This is the round right here. Aqua. He had such an advantage here. There goes the flip around from Nanners. But Darkest has 20 seconds. All he has to do is run. Aqua physically does not have any time to take this spike into any of these sites.
Yeah, literally
13 seconds. He's gone.
It's a game of tag. He's just trying to avoid purely Aqua. Doesn't even have to worry about the site. You have to cross the entire map before the clock is done.
Horrible. Again, those 2 kills was everything. Again, they had to rely on Aqua for that, but that's all Darkest. Darkest won the round.
Yeah. After those challenges onto KHS went so awry, it really looked like Jackpot had that in the bag. But the slight disconnect because of how far Aqua had gotten into B site, they were so tempted to continue pressing onto A despite the presence there because they knew they could win on the fundies, but you have a better risk factor going onto the B site when it is open. You have that reset potential. These players have been trained to be able to work off of that better case scenario. And then Darkest catches them both on the transition. That is unbelievable stuff. Poor Spike getting stranded after all of that wrapping is done.
Now we have to reset. There's still going to be a massive battle going in for a new site now. B site finally getting cracked open a little bit here. Hunter's Fury for Hunter's Fury. Raccoon trying to collect at least one, but not going to happen for now. Jackpot nowhere near the middle of this B site. It's being locked out right now. Smoke in their face. 3 players in the back of sites. And Dictators, they even have a neutral option here over towards mid, waiting to see if Jackpot is going to be rotating over.
Swatch has been inconsistent from Riker so far. The knives are good for the 1, but again, quick on the trigger is Twigs to make sure that Jackpot is still good to go. And that ISO ulti available so you can catch an early frontliner, which Screwface and Nanners are both doing. Screwface checking all the way up to the window. I don't think Aqua's ready for this angle. Surely not. He is! The double jiggle peek, and then Screwface having to reset on the slide. Doesn't get out in time, so it's another refrag. And now comes that ulti onto Nanners. A free B site and
Huge.
a dead Nanners, not even needing Twigs to go down for that. Recon dart on top of the plant, so Jackpot is under that pressure, but KHS walks it all down and gets to 7-11.
I mean, you kind of said it. They walked it all down once again. Huge, huge, huge ultimate off of the ISO once again. But Jackpot, that round, the flow of that round, or at least the way that they finished over on B, that was exactly the way that the round previous should have ended there. Again, Jackpot, they had a red carpet over towards that B site. They were looking to establish themselves. They're not scared to be aggressive on that side either. Jackpot, it's not exactly clean, to say the least, on that site. There was still a little bit of scrappiness. It was still a couple of raw peaks, to say the least. But Dictators certainly caught off guard by how headstrong Jackpot was in the approach onto that site, especially for how long they were isolated in B main that round. Here comes Screwface over towards the mid side. He only has himself a pistol, has himself another teammate right around him. But at the end of the day, Dictators, they are going to be struggling this round. They did not invest almost anything this round.
Yeah, those Ecos have been pretty dangerous, though. And Riker left on a bit of an island with that hero rifle to intercept his ones. And then, in a perfect world, Dictators can take that toxic screen that Jackpot would play off of and collapse on top of that rifle so that more than one player could get some usage out of it. But we don't live in a perfect world, unfortunately, so Dictators are going to have to settle for what they get when they can get it. And Raccoon is probably going to be the first to meet it on top of this door angle. Doubled up and watching the cross. Nobody buckling just yet.
If we lived in a perfect world, Son of Car would be in VCT.
Don't get me pissed.
It's a long time coming, isn't it?
Too long.
Here we go once again. Over in B, again, a leftover option here for Jackpot, because again and again and again, they have been mashing A. They've been mashing the mid side. now they have found a bit of comfortability over on B. Here comes a step up, and they're going to be running into an Nanners that only has a Sheriff. He's not going to be able to do much whatsoever. Great approach once again from Jackpot. Was a bit scrappy. Would have been made a whole lot better with a rifle there in the same position from Nanners. So like I said, still some doubts when it comes to this. Jackpot, they're getting exposed. Again, this is just shocking. Screwface able to just get in and get himself two. Can he find two more? Chilling alongside Huff, waiting for an approach. These headshot shoulder peeks coming in, not nailing it just yet. Screwface out in the open. Defuse has been canceled. A couple shoulder peeks once again, but Screwface has the challenge in front of him and can't succeed. It is going to be Chillin to finish off the final kill, and it is 8-11.
That's Jackpot doing a great job of calling that opening bluff, understanding the double duelists have no proper sustain on top of the defusal. They can take their sweet time until they count to half and make sure that nothing's been tapped. They are correct in that assumption. And it's an anti-eco that they barely scrape out of. Remember the fact that Jackpot was up against only one rifle this round? Crazy, right? Dictators just need to find that one opening to launch themselves up to 12 and get those game points a-running. But with that overdrive gone, Screwface doesn't have that extra slide, so the rotations will once again be a bit slower. Jackpot going to take that as a sign to have their way with one of these sites before it can get sandwiched. But Dictators on the fast track back. You already have two outside of this Toxic Orb on main. That's set to expire soon. Riker waiting on the pyramid. Tough turns to it and is able to deal with that early presence. Now the spike will go down with impunity on top of a pit.
Makes so much damage through onto that ISO, but he's just fine. Again, there goes the Viper's Pit. This is huge from Screwface. Screwface chipping away. Now down to the 4-on-4. They know that there's going to be at least one person over towards main. What a cheeky little peek from Screwface, and he gets punished, of course, for it. Out in the open. It's Darkest now. Stepping through the dark. Stepping through the Shrouded Cloud, and still nothing doing for Darkest. 4-player remaining. For Jackpot, and this round has to be over. Dictators have ran out completely of credits. This is going to be a little bit of a reset, potentially a rebuy from these two players for the rest of the team. But Jackpot have finally found their wind here. Very awkward to say the least, but like I said before, Jackpot, they need to make these sites as small as possible. These are very expansive. These players on Dictators, they have been so sharp. They have been incredible on the long-range recon. Dictators, they have been shut out from their favorite option, and now they might have to go back to the old faithful. Pure chaos.
It's Darkest calling the timeout this time. And I 100% agree with you. I just think Dictators need to make Jackpot feel uncomfortable.
Yep, pure chaos.
That is where they have been their best. That is where they have been their most consistent. That's where they've felt okay. The fact is, though, Jackpot has too much setup for you to play unconventionally. They have the Cosmic Divide back up again because Aqua's been out of his mind this game. And they have the Hunter's Fury again because KHS has just been picking up 3Ks out of nowhere. You have so much sustain for the A site again. But you don't have to go A.
No.
This round if you're Jackpot. You do have that ability to switch things up and take that B because specifically of your ISO util. You have that wall set up so you can carve out either that left end of sight or you can make sure that elbow and shoulder have absolutely no chance of getting any ground until the spike is fully down. And with the screen reset on top of that Astra ulti, you have the potential to waste as much time as you need on that classic A tank.
Oh my gosh.
We'll speed the switch up. Yeah, they're going to go for it, man. Because you know Dictators are expecting at least that A start. Look at the lack of mid presence. They're so ready for this door pinch.
But this is better here. Dictators, they're going to be starting off. What? You had it. You had it. He's not going to go with the pit, okay? Maybe saving it for another round. Waiting for a contact. Has the Viper's Pit getting ready, but now it's just late. He has to back out. There goes the spray coming in from Nanners. Nanners, this is what I was saying before. This position from Nanners could be so good, and indeed it is now with a rifle. Nanners popping off, getting two, looking for a third. Gets a third! It's all Nanners. Jackpot have been left down to two. 2 players only here on Dictators, and only one of them had an impact, but it makes all the impact. It is the round going back to Dictators, and it is them being only 1 round away from the next round of playoffs.
Nanners was the one player on Dictators that we were questioning his ability to still read the room, read the situation. Hell, he's half retired already at this point. I would understand why, and yet he's telepathic this round, getting those opening 2 from such a fantastic position. situation, like you said. That Paranoia nailing all 3 online to open things up, understanding the time window he has to swing back, then following that third that skirted through as well. He has the sense to understand that he absolutely missed one on the way in and nails that kill too from an unoptimized angle, mind you. That is marvelous work. That is a provable way to get Dictators to 12. Nanner stepping up to the plate, getting the double digits off of that round, as is every member of Dictators on the precipice of taking this series.
Screwface is going to start pushing the situation. Pushing out Huff from the server, 12-9, surely turning into a 13-9 if Screwface continues to play that way. Big pick over in mid, but Twigs continues to take up this mid side. Has the double tap, but not going to be able to find a victim from it. Dictators now tucking in. They have one piece of aggression, but it's extremely safe. This Neon is in a one and done, and that's all that Dictators needs going forward. Ones and dones. Even if it's 1-for-1s, they're going to win the rest of the round just off of the trades. Screwface, such a risky position for him to be in with an operator, but he can make it count.
Yeah, nothing's going to be able to set up to catch him, so as long as Screwface gets the dash going off rip after that shot, he should be able to get out scot-free. Even if he doesn't get a kill, this is a good bit of slowdown to get that extra rotation in from Nanner. It's already a good weight, but Riker leaning over after Noise is cut, so
Owl Drone.
Jackpot might have their way into this.
Does Owl Drone actually catch Screwface, though? Yeah, well, of course.
Yeah.
It's gone immediately. Beautiful response coming up from Jackpot, ready to go with the Owl Drone. Nobody peeking with the Owl Drone. Waiting for the Owl Drone to spot first. Here comes Nanners on the back of sight once again, looking to hold it all down. Raccoon! It's not going to be all him. Again, Nanner's still alive. He's been a great defender. Can he continue to stomp? 2 kills in front of him potentially to get, but he can't get any of them. It's all on the youthful Riker, who can't get it done. 10-12, this game continues to go.
Nanner's going for that TP ulti, and I really like where he set it, understanding where that Nebula placement was going to be from Aqua, so he was completely cloaked away. The problem is he drains his entire kit the second he's out of that TP because he's still playing in relative panic mode with everybody already coming onto site. It's another late reactionary call onto another well-disciplined push by Jackpot. And like you said, a fantastic way to clear cave, make sure Screwface wasn't that choked up. He was. They get the kill. They get an easy A site. And again, this amount of space that Dictators have to still take up on the map, even for their slightly better comp for the situation, it is so tough to scale this gargantuan map.
And again, this isn't exactly difficult here from Dictators either. They only have a single step, a single person holding down that line, holding down main here on A, and that was just Riker real far away with the op, not able to get anything done. Huff with a massive kill. This is a red carpet for Jackpot to make it to the very end of this game. Dictators, how are they going to approach the rest of this? Are they going to be able to save?
Aqua's already made it all the way through B site. He's full on dashing if the bingo's been called. Outside of the Cosmic Divide, Dictators are only paying attention to one spot. Overdrive to slide in on top of the Paranoia. They clear out everything! And they're just waiting to see where Aqua is. But as the Cosmic Divide fades,
no
Aqua
way, no
might
way,
not
no
even
way,
have
no
a
way.
chance to get on top of that spike. They're not
He has to
prepped.
swing.
Gets the first, second on top of the cave. Has to find his way through the smoke, but the spike is fully defused just in time. Aqua microseconds away from elongating the game, the match, their tournament run just a little bit longer, but the Dictators remain on top. They reign supreme, and they are in the top 4.
Oh my God.
That is another heartbreaker, dude. Oh man.
The physical posture, the pure emotion just draining from these players, dude. Again, these players are right outside this door. It was pure emotion. It was noise for the last 3 hours. And ladies and gentlemen, all of that has just dissipated with just one quick play. If Aqua had just lost, earlier on in that 4v1, honestly, they might not be as devastated. But they see that they genuinely had a chance against some of North America's longest standing players, longest standing members, most consistent members at that. What a showcase from these two teams, showing the past, the present, and the future of North American Valorant. But by the very end of it, all the heads do it. Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby.
You can say that again, though. Jackpot is absolutely the future of North American Valorant. So reminiscent of Rankers, but with that extra level of discipline that's been learned since Rankers. We saw all the mistakes that Rankers were making in retrospect. They are that updated version of a team of players that are just so young, so hungry, so willing to be aggressive, and so willing to work and play with each other. They love this game, they love this team, and I want to see them continue to play together because the potential was shown. It was not only shown, it was fully enacted in this tournament. The results that they had are the best of these players' careers. And I mean, the amount of clips that they were able to get out of it, I'm sure they're going to be happy with that too. But seriously, the stocks of Jackpot are skyrocketing. They were since this tournament was beginning. They were since before the tournament was beginning. And they're going to continue to go up. So buy now, folks. Buy in while you can.
We are supposed to be seeing Jackpot in about half an hour from now in this winners finals. Yesterday, they were steps away from making it to the winners finals, and they came across an extremely difficult matchup in this lower bracket. This Jackpot team, we always see it in these Fun Haver tournaments. There's always a single team that is able to step up to the occasion on LAN, regardless of experience, regardless of their results past online, past other LANs. They come into these LANs ready to face on a certain challenge. It's just that with this roster right here, you can see semblances of future success. Where this team, again, they were so cool and calm in a lot of high-pressure situations where, again, a lot of these players, they would just rely on chaos, right? They would rely on just spraying out the mouse one or just relying on a little bit of a flick. But these players, they were able to dismount, able to communicate in situations where, again, youthful or at least more rookie players like this, they would just be not doing so. They would just rely on their ranked habits.
Yeah, but to speak to Jackpot's prowess, we also speak to their detriments, the walls that they have set up, and we'll cut the chillin' and talk some chalant, kids, because those dictators, they are going to continue being expressive, they're going to continue being emotive, and they're going to continue fragging out. For me, my money, my MVP has to be the IGL of this match, Darkest. Able to piece together exactly how to bust down the doors of this team, especially on the deadlock for this first map. But the Viper in this last one also did a tremendous job at finding the scaling, the moments to grab the multi-kills, and a couple clutches while he was at it.
Yeah, it was a little bit awkward too because Darkest, you could just tell that he had way too much on his plate to deal with, even as a Viper, but he was able to just hold it down. At the very end of the day, whenever his responsibilities were gone, whenever he didn't have to utilize that utility, he was able to stay cool, calm, collected, and keep his aim incredibly sharp. Again, an incredible game from Darkest on the front lines, and both Vipers really doing big jobs here in terms of defense. Shout outs to Chillin' there at the very end. But yeah, overall, expected result, more or less. Again, we both did say.
We did both
We literally
we're both
did
pretty good at our jobs, I would
2-1.
say. Wouldn't you?
Yeah,
based
right.
Off of that
Based
prediction
on
alone and
only
nothing
that.
else?
Right. Yeah, we totally do our jobs very well, ladies and gentlemen. But again, thank y'all for watching so far. This was, again, probably the most interesting BO3 of the weekend so far. But now things are a little bit more linear, a little bit more familiar. Ladies and gentlemen, some top teams are coming on and facing each other in our bracket. But coming up now, even then, now that I think about it, One Love, a team that not a lot of you might know, but we will be familiar with them very soon. It is Sad Esports versus One Love in the winners finals after the break.
Last player standing. One. Last player standing.
It's a...
Defeated.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Your fault.
Last player standing.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Unable. No charge.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
Eyes down.
One enemy
My ult's
remaining.
ready.
Silence.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Too easy. Too easy.
One enemy remaining.
You're welcome.
One enemy remaining. Strike down A. 10 seconds left. One enemy.
Neutral.
One enemy remaining. Remaining. One
Enemy punished.
last player standing. Last player standing. One. Last player standing.
Next. It's a.
Defeated.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Go, go, go.
remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Your fault.
Last player standing.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Honorable. No charge.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
Eyes down.
One enemy
My ult's
remaining.
ready.
Silence.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Too easy. Too easy.
One enemy remaining.
You're welcome.
One enemy remaining. Strike down A. 10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Neutral.
One enemy remaining. Remaining. One
Enemy punished.
last player standing. Last player standing. One
My turn. Next.
last player standing.
Next. It's a.
Defeated.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Your fault.
Last player standing.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
No charge.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
Eyes dead.
One enemy
My ult's
remaining.
ready.
Silence.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Too easy. Too easy.
One enemy remaining.
You're welcome.
One enemy remaining. Strike down A. 10 seconds left. One enemy
Neutral.
One enemy remaining. Remaining. One
Enemy punished.
last player standing. Last player standing. One last player standing.
Next. It's a.
Defeated.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Your fault.
Last player standing.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
No charge.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
Eyes down.
One enemy
My ult's
remaining.
ready.
Silence.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Ghost boy. Damn it.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Too easy. Too easy.
One enemy remaining.
You're welcome.
One enemy remaining. Strike down A. 10 seconds left. One enemy
Neutral.
One enemy remaining. Remaining. One
Enemy punished.
last player standing. Last player standing. One. Last player standing.
Next. It's a.
Defeated.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Your fault.
Last player standing.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
No charge.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
Eyes down.
One enemy
My ult's
remaining.
ready.
Silence.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Ghost point. Damn it.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Too easy. Too easy.
One enemy remaining.
You're welcome.
One enemy remaining. Strike down A. 10 seconds left. One enemy
Neutral.
One enemy remaining. Remaining. One
Enemy punished.
last player standing. Last player standing. One.
My territory. My brutal next.
Last player standing.
Next. It's a.
Defeated.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Your fault.
Last player standing.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
No charge.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
Eyes down.
One enemy
My ult's
remaining.
ready.
Silent.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Too easy. Too easy.
One enemy remaining.
You're welcome.
One enemy remaining. Strike down A. 10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Neutralize.
One enemy remaining. Remaining. One
Enemy punished.
last player standing. Last player standing. One. Last player standing.
Next. It's a.
Defeated.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Your fault.
Last player standing.
Headshot.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Unable. No charge.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
Eyes down.
One enemy
My ult's
remaining.
ready.
Silence.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Too easy. Too easy.
One enemy remaining.
You're welcome.
One enemy remaining. Strike down A. 10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Neutralize.
One enemy remaining. Remaining. One
Enemy punished.
last player standing. Last player standing. One. Last player standing.
Next. It's a.
Defeated.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 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 Last player standing.
Your fault.
Last player standing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back live once again from Miami. We are live with another little playoff game for y'all. $10,000 on the line, and one of these two teams will be making it to grand finals, guaranteeing themselves, what is it, $3,000 or $6,000? That's a whole lot of cash.
A lot of money.
That's a lot of money, ladies and gentlemen. So thank y'all for joining us once again. Welcome back to Wild West. My name is Upmind, joined here by Tenric. And yes, this best of three coming up is our winners finals. We have two teams with pretty different stories, to say the very least. On one side, ladies and gentlemen, we have Sad Esports, where they have a whole lot of experience, a whole lot of results. And One Love on the other side, not so much.
Yeah, certainly not. One Love, one of the pug stacks that entered this tournament, one of the teams that had a lot of players that had just built up points from these qualifiers, very similar to Barbecue Chicken, who we saw exit kind of recently in the tournament as well, one of the other big favorites in that department. But One Love managed to go the distance and is now in this upper finals, made it to that top three guaranteed. We will see them at least one more time today. Same goes for Sad, but one of them is going to fall to lowers in just a couple of hours.
Yes, like I said before, Sad Esports, they've been doing fine. They've been doing good. They got a couple third placements in this year's Challengers,
Yes,
especially with how stacked some of the teams can be in Challengers, them consistently getting that great. It's just, where is sort of the turnaround? They've had a little bit of a reset this year, had a little bit of a reset in the roster. Where does that leave them now?
Well, Welly is the only player remaining since Sad managed to make it to the semifinals of the last Fun Haverland they attended in Philadelphia. Since then, they've picked up some real aimers. Paint making his way back onto the team after perusing with M80 earlier on in the season, along with Vita, that star duelist that made himself known on YFP earlier this season, and Payne and Zaj being some absolutely incredible backups that have been able to tear apart these post plants and later bits of the rounds. They are just chock full of talent and skill, and they've been working really hard for this tournament. It's shown. They've only dropped a single map so far this tournament, and the map they dropped was to Dictators, a team that is also in this Final Four. So Sad is kicking it, doing just fine. They are heavy favorites so far this tournament.
Yeah, you mentioned Payne coming into this little project here. It's very difficult to kind of pinpoint where he's at in his career because he's had so many quote-unquote highs when you compare it to the rest of Tier 2. He's played for M80 just earlier this year. He had a full year with Shopify Rebellion. He had a stint. He had a full split and a half, a full split with Moist and Shopify. This guy, again, he has seen the upper echelon, and now he has to take a step back. M80 took away his opportunity, and he had a little bit of a crossroads. Do I recommit myself to a team like Sad? Do I have to lead? Or could I potentially fit myself into a system? This team needed a system, and they're building around players like Paint and Welly.
It was really tough for Paint to find a decent spot in the meta a lot of this year. He had a renaissance in the previous year on that Neon with Shopify Rebellion, having a wonderful season, but took a second to find his footing when he was trying to play initially mainly that Flash initiator with M80. Now back on the secondary duelist with Sad, Paint is lit yet again. He's got the most kills and damage per round out of anybody in this tournament so far. Always fragging, always flying out, always completing, and it shows in the numbers alone.
Yeah, a complete player when it comes to this tournament. Again, you need consistency when it comes to these lands. You have no idea sometimes who you are facing. There's just a complete lack of footage when it comes to a lot of these opponents. When it comes to Sad, that's the total opposite. Every team that's coming into this land, if they are a half respectable Valorant team, they should have the read, or they should at least have a half decent idea, a download on how Sad plays the game of Valorant. So, ladies and gentlemen, the other side in terms of One Love is exactly that factor that I was talking about. The fact that there just isn't that type of film for this team. One Love is a scrapped together lineup, but they have been able to scrap through this tournament so well. They made it to winners finals as I want to say the lowest seed I've seen make it to a Fun winners finals.
100%. They got that higher seeding thanks to the amount of points and the placement in the qualifier finals that they were able to execute. So they came into this with a bit of an inflated seed, but they did not let that go to waste in the slightest. These players have been absolutely cracked, and it really is a squad of total G's. Like they run stuff, man. They run that stage. There are a couple of old heads in there, a couple of new faces, and a couple of returning faces as well, namely Larry Banks, who returned to competitive play not a week ago for the first time in over a year and a half.
Yeah, Larry Banks. What a trajectory for this player. I mean, he was in the doldrums of tier 2.5, tier 2 about 3-4 years ago, and out of literally nowhere, this guy just gets picked up by FaZe Clan, gets an opportunity at a couple open quals, at a couple lands, and since then, he hasn't been able to kind of put together a run to really mark the legacy that he had before. He really had that sort of impressive next up name just about 3-4 years ago. It's been quite a while since then. It's been a lot of changes since then. But the good thing about Valorant is that for Larry Banks, his original character, his original agent, his original role hasn't changed all too much. He did rely a lot on the Sova, and he still does today. And he's still fragging at the end of the day. Sova allows you to be a little bit more disconnected, and he's been able to frag out just clicking mouse 1.
Well, for me, the player that I like paying the most attention to so far on this team has to be Enzo, a.k.a. Antigone, the anti-villain of this tournament. Done a tremendous job running it down since the beginning of these FunHaver qualifiers. The second highest point scorer out of the entire catalog of players to ever touch these Wild West qualifiers, second only to Amax, who is sadly not here. Enzo had a stint on Dynamo earlier on in Challengers this season, and while it wasn't all it panned out to be, that's mainly because half the roster had to get nuked right as they entered into Challengers in the first place. So not the proper stage to really let himself fly on something like this, a LAN stage with a bunch of players filled to the brim with experience from all sorts of parts of the game. It's going to be really exciting letting him work.
Yeah, this team, again, they have the structure to allow him to succeed. Shout out to Voryak, by the way. What a tournament he has been having as a support. And we do have our picks and bans. Haven being our first map, Lotus being our second, Sunset being our third. Again, it's not exactly unexpected, to say the very least. None of these comps, none of these map picks and bans have been too unexpected. But at the end of the day, we get to see the strengths of both of these teams. That's kind of what we want.
It's really funny, actually, seeing the dichotomy of Haven and Lotus. Haven is the map that's been picked by the most practiced teams more often, and Lotus is the map that's been picked by the less practiced teams more often, despite the fact that they're similar in nature with the triple site. The comps and the strategies and the amount of time that these teams have had differs wildly. Haven so much is replicable. Lotus, if you miss those crucial couple fights to start things out, you're kind of cooked. So a good idea for One Love to have that momentum carry into the second map, hopefully, but until then, they got to hold it down on Sad's pick.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough to kind of see, again, that scrappy mentality work out because Sad is that good.
Yeah.
That mechanically sound right now. So, again, whenever you do have these puggier teams, they try to force out situations so consistently. And on these two maps, it's so easy for you to do so. On Haven, you can just isolate. You can do 5v4 or 5v1, 5v2 execs pretty consistently. And it's just going to be a bit of an inundation. It's going to be pretty easy for One Love just to simply say, hey, let's commit to a site every single round. Every single round, just immediately starting off, just trying to inundate. But again, we are in a little bit of a mysterious position once again. Like I said before, there just isn't that sort of history for a team like One Love. Sad Esports, they're going to have to kind of take things a little bit more cautiously, go with the recon a little bit instead of starting off with the full confidence, I would like to think.
100%. This isn't necessarily a litmus test for One Love. It's way too far in the tournament for this to be a litmus. It's an on-screen showcase of what these players are capable of today and how they've managed to scrape things together as a team and how they will do it against what is, by all accounts, probably the favorite to win the tournament even still. Meanwhile, in that lower bracket, Nightblood is going to be facing off against Dictators to see who takes on the loser of this match in the lower finals, which we'll cover next. Another two teams that have had an illustrious history, both inside and outside FunHaver. Nightblood also semi-finalists in the last FunHaver LAN. In fact, they made it to Grands and lost to Legacy Kingdom in 3. So two teams looking on that revenge tour here in the FunHaver LAN. Two stacks that are more recent to the game looking to show out. I love how this story has developed in the bracket so far.
Dude, Nightblood Gaming, they have to be, again, they have to be legends when it comes to just FunHaver LANs. Nightblood Gaming has to be the name associated with FunHaver LANs because of how difficult all of these runs have been.
Yeah.
How solid they've been the entire time. Again, just this run It's been ridiculous. Almost every single series going the distance.
Yeah.
Them having to start in lowers, starting off yesterday, facing off against Maryville. No, 2 days ago, excuse me, against Maryville at the beginning of playoffs. That team has been through the absolute ringer. Nightblood Gaming, Dictators. That's going to be happening off stream, ladies and gentlemen. But here are the comps. Let's see if these are confirmed. Hold on.
Whoa!
Love that.
Wow, they're doing the whole
Love that.
process.
The
They're
whole
treating this
shebang.
like it's a VCT. Like this is rehearsal for
Wait,
them.
wait,
This
wait.
is rehearsal for the big stage.
You have 8-9. Oh, man, if we can get a camera on the other side. Oh, damn it.
Shout out the Bear as well. I know we haven't gotten nearly enough content farmed out of that, but Nick, the owner of SAT, has been working on shelling those out for a while, so you better make sure you know when you can get one, because they're going to fly off of the proverbial shelves really fast when they go. Look at that little guy. He's so cute.
Yeah, that little guy. I wonder how much he is.
Oh, too much for me.
Um,
I'll look at him and be like, what a cutie.
Free 99 if I go outside this room right now.
If I'm really quick and everyone else is really focused, then
Oh, yeah,
see
nobody
if we
would
can find the
notice.
gap.
Yeah, of course. What would you Indiana Jones it with?
Oh, dude.
What would you place instead?
Good question, man.
Can of Red Bull. They would
I
love
was gonna
that.
say, yeah, like a bag of like Neuroptima or something. I'm super excited to see how One Love handles this first map. It's gonna be a real test to how effectively they're able to handle such a stacked and practiced roster. One Love starting out on this attack, pretty conventional comp by the looks of things, nearly a mirror. In fact, the only difference is the big difference when it comes to Sad on Haven. Welly playing Fade. He's the only guy in the tournament left to be doing it on this map, and trust me, there's a good reason for that. He is so good on this agent here.
Yeah, I guess so. That attack side fade has to be so accurate. But again, this site or this map has so many high little spots, so many crevices. I guess the fade can work out. Willie, I'm very interested. I'm very excited to see what happens here, my friend. As again, One Love kicking off this BO3, not by pushing out any sort of situation here, not putting on any sort of pressure. They're approaching the extremities here, waiting to see if SAT Esports themselves are going aggressive.
I think SAT is going to be really comfortable consistently preparing for those ANs as long as noise is cut. With this double duelist, they're really comfortable walking into link, walking through the garage. They're notably really good at retaking C compared to other teams in North America right now. They have a foothold on it that not a lot of other teams do. That has been pressured immediately off of the beginning of this round, and now the pressure will end with the triple stack finalizing that. And with A cleared out, SAT can go for the full-blown pivot. But in doing so, they will inevitably hand One Love that C site to start. It will be a post-plant retake. We'll see how effective SAT is against this squad.
Yeah, I guess it's not that pivotal either with it just, quote-unquote, just being the Jet. The Jet would have been nice for a spear, but this is huge. Retake coming into B Garage. And there goes Larry Banks again. Sag from above is able to get the kill, but here comes Willie in a 1-on-3. Going to start it off with a big frag. Signy does have the peek on, and Welly can continue to dance, and Signy looking for the peek too. Mocha gone. Welly still has the lineup, has both pieces of information that he needs, but at the end of the day, still the win for One Love.
That's some great pulsing from Doves in the back once he's realized that the push is going to come from Garage to make sure that not all of the pressure is on Enzo there. But Larry Banks is obviously the main character of that round. The Garage presence and then sticking on the insert really threw off Sad and trying to go for that retake. A little bit rushed. Sad thinking that they can out-scrap One Love. Trust me, you cannot. It's going to have to be well-practiced, well-thought-out, cerebral gameplay coming from Sad if they want the leg up.
SAT Esports, they're going to push the situation. I said in the last round, no struggle, no pressure coming in from One Love, but SAT Esports, they're the one that's going to push the problem. There's going to be at least two coming out from Long. The Phoenix alongside the Cypher, and it's going to be a collateral real quick. Great headstrong coming out from Zaj. This is good space being made here by Payne. Bad has a lineup. Don't lose out too many guns now. Another Sheriff going down. 2v3. Payne. He's going to get called out by Larry Banks. Beautifully done.
Good hesitation coming from One Love, recognizing that Sad will try to go for the push and get away with those guns early on. Decent shots coming from Sad, but yeah, well done from One Love, just getting their way through it, trading it out and keeping three standing up here. Once again, the active Cypher is always something to praise when it comes to these newer teams. And putting Antigone on it here feels so right doesn't it? Just letting him work his magic. That's what he did all of these qualifiers, hopping from team to team and carrying most of them to a W.
I mean, yeah, once you put down that utility, you kind of just become a bit of a drone. You can just do whatever you want.
Yeah.
A Wanderer, a good one at that, has been Antigone, and he can basically do that now with the Spectre. It is a little bit tougher for him to only have a Spectre in this situation. He doesn't have any other support otherwise. But again, on the C side, he has free reign. How the rest of SAD Esports kind of counteracts and goes with it is up to them. They responded so early before a take even happens, but the spike is at the front door of this site. So many people are here for both SAD Esports and One Love, all 10 on this side of the map, and here comes the chaos. Vita taking down one, and Vita continuing to stomp away, but Pain now in a 1v3, not going to be able to do anything. Voryak would double at the very end. Good stuff from One Love, dismounting from the chaos.
And a bonus stolen away out the gate here for One Love after another beautiful little juke out there in Garage to once more set the tempo. Look at the reaction time onto Paint's curveball there as well. The second he tosses it in the smoke, he got 2 or 3 guys just counter-spraying that off rip. From there, Vita has to act a little too quickly, and the rest of SAD start to file in. The cracks form all too quickly. And this attack is already looking decent. Welly with the dink to get this next eco round started. But SAD certainly have an uphill battle cut out for them on this first half that One Love has chosen to start on.
I'll find you.
There's Welly. Very obvious hunt at that. But again, SAD Esports is a very desperate round, very desperate situation for them. They dedicate the 4 back over towards the mid side. One Love again. Pressuring all too much. They're allowing SAD Esports to overstep their reaction here. But again, at the same time, they're allowing space and time for One Love, or excuse me, for SAD Esports to get into the back of A to fortify this defense. There was a little bit of a flash and a little bit of information, but not enough for too much else. Larry Banks still with the second kill, regardless of the damage being made onto him. And Pain can't get anything else done. Antigone with the kill. 2 more players remaining here for the defensive side. Again, still fairly light and easy work from One Love. But very expertly taken A short, allowing SAD Esports to just fall into their bucket.
Last player standing.
The rest zoned out from there, and One Love able to pretty securely take a 4th. After that A take goes swimmingly. SAD. Once more, the presence not there. And that will call the first timeout, much to the pleasure of One Love's players. Very early call, as SAD are having trouble getting the ball rolling on this defense to start things out. One Love, obviously their W keying has a lot of power behind it, but even so, the backswings when it comes to taking that second tier of space has been very impressive coming from this Pug stack. They really embrace the name. Let's get together and feel all right.
Everything's okay.
You guys,
Hakuna Matata.
do you think any player on One Love actually smokes like that, or is this like a true bit to them?
I mean, they're so young. So
I was gonna say,
I would assume
like,
not, for the parents' sakes that are watching.
Yeah, I would like. This doesn't. It doesn't feel like the pure identity of this squad.
No, not at
definitely
all.
not high right now. That's
No.
for sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, irony at best. This is again not too bad of a map from SAD Esports 2. This is just shocking. Their retakes are what they really relied on to get them back into the game against Barbecue Chicken. They ended up winning out, I want to say, 4 defuses, 4 retakes after losing out 3-4 rounds in a row, also against Barbecue Chicken. So SAD Esports, they've faced this exact challenge before. In fact, the last time they played Haven, this is almost exactly how it went. Let's see if they can be a fairly similar result, as you do have the approach coming up from the attackers now. From above, you are going to have a couple bullets raining in, but still no kills. Vita dancing around, Hunter's Fury finally coming in. Phoenix not able to do much, and here comes the overdrive to try to sweep the rest of sight, but Antigone has the frag. Nothing more than that. Neural Theft coming in, and it's a 1-on-2. Voryak has the info. There it is. Knows where Zaj is still going to use an owl drone. He's still going to ping him out. Neural theft, info for info! And Zaj still peeks out before the download comes in. Bit of a shock, but it works out 1-4.
That was a real mental battle that time coming from Sad. Dubs was caught in the TP early on up to heaven, and the Haunt was able to spot it, but that doesn't really matter at the end of the day. When One Love is frontlining so aggressively, you obviously have your priorities set straight if you're Sad, but that doesn't mean One Love can't get the drop on you, and Voryak manages to do that again. And then Enzo waiting in main just that extra second as that overdrive pops, recuts that A site in half again. But Zaj playing with that neural theft after the Ditto did the same to force out that panic mode. And that is where the difference needs to lie for Sad. That one extra brainy step up. Be a nerd. That's how you beat these guys. One Love gonna keep the party going though. They got more than enough resources to go on as if that round was won. And they might just go for the next.
A random shot coming in from Bad too. But this is Sad Esports slowly sharking these extremities here, these exits here from One Love. They opt to go into Garage. There was a double hold there. Pain up close and personal over in B, but where is the util? It's gonna be a flash just right in his face. Pain has the kill. TP goes out. He's safe for now. Pain now with a running back. Can't get the shot in. Larry Banks able to take him back, but Pain takes him away. 4v2, Sad Esports. The creep works out for them, but here comes One Love. They still got a chance. Voryak, he's been one of the most solid utility players, one of the most solid fills for this entire tournament so far. But the support is not what's necessary. He needs to click mouse 1 and it won't work out. Zaj is there.
And it's once again Zaj having that sense that the rest of Sad, unfortunately, couldn't hold up all the way through. They cannot re-challenge those open spaces of the entries to site once noise is cut. One Love understands how to properly put a muzzle on it and fake out that potential pivot. And again, with the blazing speed we've seen across this entire tournament, teams are a little antsier than normal. They are peaking a little earlier than they should. And I think One Love are doing a fantastic job at going for those punishes, but Zaj managing that rotation, quickly able to intercept the two before the rest of the team even needs to make it back. And the foot is still in that door.
It's going to be a quick approach into Garage. Tripwire in the middle has already been taken away by the Odin. This is interesting now. Vita has a very, very quick option out of this. He's aiming down onto Garage, but in an instant, he can dash out, keep a stun in Garage, continue to help out the middle of C, and they even have the insurance option in terms of the Phoenix. This is starting to look strong, but Zaj needs a good start here so his teammates can follow up. What? Come on! Are you kidding me, Zaj? Zaj collects 3, knocks them all down. One Love has no chance.
How on earth does he manage to target all of that?
All of those backup options, all of the insurance options, we don't care.
That is purely
we
a
do not care.
diversion for that, for the double swing. They're relying on Zaj to properly target the double and just trade their way through the problem. And nobody gets out alive.
And he goes
Zaj
for more.
for another neural theft on the table here. Yeah. Screw a 4-round streak to start. Sad have all they need to get this going. And
oh my.
One Love with their own timeout after the slump begins for them. Heavy pendulum swinging to get this game started, Gus.
Oh, man, I mean, and this is one of those games where the mental battle has to come into effect. If before we were talking about inexperienced players, One Love here, yes, they've been to LAN. Yes, they've been playing online. Yes, they've been playing for years, but when I mean years, 2, maybe 3 years competitively.
Yeah.
Here on this Sad Esports rosters, we have seen these players, all 5 of them, individually be marked for VCT, be marked for pro play, be marked for players that deserve contracts, deserve to be salaried to play this video game. And again, this One Love team right now, they have to surpass all of those expectations. So again, regardless of these rounds, regardless of the results from these rounds, One Love, they cannot get in their own heads. They have to continue to remind themselves, we are facing a good team. I can make mistakes, but I have to learn from those mistakes and continue to listen to my teammates. They have to ignore what happens in the server during these rounds and have the brain of a goldfish. This is... well, the memory of a goldfish, excuse me. Sad Esports now, they can easily find their ground in this half. However, One Love, they're putting basically everything into this round. Next round, they're going to have a full buy, but they have quite a bit of artillery in this round.
Nobody policing B to start. A lot of singular control placed on Zaj, all the way from C to B, and with this stuff quickly broken, looks like Sad are going to heavily rely on the B retake for a round like this, and Nightfall is definitely going to help out. Again, very early, but it helps them track down the entire squad, which is so closely strung together. And you don't know how many from Sad are coming from the Link because of that deafening from the Nightfall. But 3 members snaking around through CT, extending this plant for One Love, letting them get back into spawn and outstretch.
It's an interesting round to say the least here from Sad Esports. Again, they just couldn't decide where to go. Vita quickly, scrappily taking away Garage. Mocha's going to be able to take away a Stinger. But again, because of these crappier guns from One Love, this is made a little bit easier here from Sad Esports. Is there a second shock dart here? TP from Pain. The high-low is there, but the Owl Drone is able to pop it out. Voriak still alive and still fragging away. Voriak, low HP. Can he stay alive? Recon bolt in. Voriak holding on with the Hunter's Fury. Gonna take once. Trying to take twice, but Pain has no chance. It doesn't get any easier than that. You click the Hunter's Fury, and the game is done. 5-3, Thrifty going the way of One Love.
It's not too often you can try to fake someone out without looking at them, but Pain gives it a go on that Hunter's Fury, assuming that Voriak is going to try to track his pathing off the spike for that second bit of the hold, which is why he sticks it just a little bit longer and then stays put momentarily there. One Love having a fantastic read as to how Sad can reapproach things. Those extra couple seconds did tip them off to the fact that that rotation was probably happening through Link. Welly did a good job of having that placement with the Odin still to go for the crunch, but by that point, the door presence was already there. One Love had backed in, and the post plant had been initiated. So tough to break through on B site, even if you're Sad.
Now Sad again, the only thing they're trying to do now is collect some info. That's a crazy stun. And Vita with no option right after, staying in the smoke. Just trying to shut down the running back. Beautifully done from Vita as he continues to skate around. Has a lot more work to do! What a kill from Vita! And he can continue to go! Vita with the third. This round is all his. One Love with only 2 players remaining, trying to chip their way into sight. Sad Esports have completely surrounded it. They still have the spike. They still have quite a bit of time. But oh my goodness, we are done and dusted. This is One Love gone. Sad Esports back on the board.
That slide reset is so good for Vita. I keep telling people, if a Neon's getting a 2K in this meta, it means the Neon is getting a 3K in this meta after they get that slide back up, and Vita able to re-clear so much of that lane space to give Sad all the confidence they need to focus solely on that spike when everything is said and done. Gotta shout out Welly, though, for that seize he was able to throw on Larry Banks' run it back down in the sewer, keeping him from gaining any space on what would normally be basically a free A. God, that slide was so clean from Vita, though. Loving seeing every member of SAD be able to show exactly why they are as proficient on these agents as they are, and Welly justifying that fade pick really well in this round in particular.
Oh, and look at Pains putting himself in the middle of the crossfire, immediately trying to find a battle, and he ends up finding 5 basically on his screen.
There.
Probably assuming the lurk from Antigone if One Love's going to play it slow with the worst guns, but
To
a
swing
good
all the
punish
way out
will
was
give
crazy.
One Love the gun. Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, it's paint. Like, that's just what he does.
Exactly.
He is a little cray-cray.
Those exact words?
Yeah, he said that to me personally.
Oh, got it. Okay.
It's Voriak to get the lurk kill, actually. Bad providing some help chaperoning. One Love is, in fact, taking their time, but Sad not really able to pile drive on it in any capacity.
And it's going to leave a bit of an awkward position here for One Love, where they just don't have the info options here. They have to get close here for Voriak to get in a good spot for this recon bolt. Either that, get into long and potentially expose yourself. Voriak's just stepping up. He's not trying to get anything done here on site. Again, this is just a raw look from everyone here on One Love. And Sad Esports, Again,
30
they
seconds
created
left.
such a difficult scenario back over towards the mid side. One Love with nothing to work with, except for the bodies, of course, except for the man advantage. Sad Esports, again, with 3 players, you have to spread yourselves really thin on this map. Vita now retrying this. Trying to get in with the Outlaw, with a player coming in from Heaven and a player coming in from Long. Beautifully done from Payne. Vita trying to do the same thing he did over towards Long, and instead Welly trying to help out, but ends up going down to the secondaries. Thrifty once again for One Love. It's 6-4.
Oh, Vita doesn't get to do his part on the link swing. He thought he still had both bullets in the Outlaw, so he clicks again after the first fire to adjust and then realizes he's got an empty clip. He's got to switch to the pistol, and by then, it's far too late. Payne's wrap onto the lane was absolutely perfect. It really looked like they had that space back, but One Love again, too easy a clear. Dove's getting to TP onto the blocks to make sure literally no inch on sight is covered by a member of SAD, and again, they take that and run with it. These takes on attack on Haven are so solid.
Payne's gonna sit perched. Trying to find a contact, but it's not gonna happen. Here comes Vita. Vita around the corner.
Wow.
Barrel to the head of Antigone. Love that from Vita. Real safe with the wall too, hugging the back cubby. Staying as safe as possible. No return frag able to be given, and he was in a beautiful position for some more frags. Back over here in C, however, we're fully kitted out. You have the Cypher with the tripwire in the middle of sight. Payne's with an opportunity to rein in some chaos from the back. One Love is going right towards the setup. Whoa.
It's a fun recon. But Vita still finds the exit from the garage. There's no safe way to go about this. One Love is so aware of how packed SAD is on top of this. But they also know that Welly's done such a good job of clearing the rest of A site after Vita was able to get that opening kill that that's also not an attractive option. So it's back to B again we go for One Love. And with that opening kill onto Vita in the early bits of it, and SAD once again taking just a little too long to restructure. One Love feel comfortable not only taking the B space, but snaking it all the way over to A. But that allows Payne the rotation. Voryak is ready. And it'll be a 3v3 post plant with about 15 on the clock.
Every single player from SAD, though, is coming in from A main. One Love, they are compensating for players coming in from spawn. Welly coming in, 2 players getting taken down by Bad. Bad has emerged, finally picking up 2. And now SAD Esports left now to only 1. Welly could potentially play some exits. He's going to try here with a bit of a peek potentially here on Bad. Bad alongside another teammate looking over towards the back of sight, and they have seen and now heard and now felt Welly. So now it's 6-4. It's going to turn into 7-4. One Love, a strong, strong start.
Oh, and One Love once again getting loud after Larry's able to find that final body. This has been a tremendous attack half from this stack, man. I am vividly impressed by everybody. And some of these players on One Love haven't had like the most perfect tournament runs. Like Bad had a couple underperformances I know he wasn't proud of in particular. And Dove's also not getting to really do a lot in the numbers department, but it's so clear how good he is at opening up the sights for the rest of these guys, and he's so willing to put his life on the line to make that happen. You can really feel the respect that the guys on this team have for each other, and it is wonderful to watch. With this neural theft available from Enzo as well, they can carry off of whatever first blood they find, which they found a lot, into whatever site is most open. But we gotta wait this second to do that because we got a deck pause.
We got a deck pause.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
We're going to keep going.
Facts.
That's what we're actually going to do because Tim has notified us that we're good to go, ladies and gentlemen.
That was quick.
Yeah, thank y'all for the patience. Yeah, no, this is, again, this is such an interesting game for One Love here because, again, it just feels as if they are taking every situation with a layer of disrespect. They are playing the way that they usually would be playing. You know, you would expect some level of hesitation. You would expect some level of overutil or, you know, even just less risks. One Love, you still have a couple of plays here, a couple of group pushes that, yeah, they're reducing the risk a little bit by approaching as a group. But at the end of the day, these guys are approaching the beginnings of these rounds with the pure objective of taking away a number or 2 from SAD Esports, making their job so much easier. think, again, it's weird to me that One Love, again, they continuously are resetting themselves and, you know, staying disciplined. I don't exactly think SAD Esports would be a team not to kind of readjust to it, would be a team to not kind of notice it. But for right now, One Love, they have been able to kind of go off in a group, like I said before, sort of with disrespect.
Well, with a bit of an unfortunate arsenal, SAD is going to have to rely pretty heavily on these double duelist ultis. Vita patrolling with this overdrive, looking, but One Love is so ready for that after he already gave himself away. What else are you going to do? One Love easily take care of that. Neural Theft now going to find Zaj as well. Will take care of Enzo and still get out before getting properly punished, but this space has already been so commanded by One Love that they have their pick of where to end up.
Yeah, I said before the disrespect was there as a group, but alone Antigone, that was crazy. To just put up a cage up in mid side. Sure, that wasn't obvious at all. That somebody would be.
30 seconds left.
Welly taking on a whole lot of pressure, but he has somebody right next to him for the support. Paint is able to frag out, but it has to be Welly. A couple of no-scopes could do him so well. Such little HP here on the players from One Love, and they just do not care. They continue to step forward. Zaj is down, and there goes One Love.
Switching sides.
With that stronger half now under their belts, only 5 out from taking this first map, being SAD's pick. You wonder how the script flips the other way. How well practiced is the SAD attack coming into the Wild West? And where on earth is One Love going to be posted? I am so... my eyes are going to be glued on Enzo for so much of this. How much is SAD going to want to challenge him? And how mobile is he going to end up getting by the end of this half? You know, he wants to provide this value to the team, even if he is so disconnected.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the attack side for SAD Esports. Just because, again, we have to see SAD, we have to see Vita, we have to see Welly sort of step up a little bit in terms of peeking out angles, clearing out different spaces. And again, the rest of SAD Esports, they don't exactly have the util to do so. And they're not going to have the pace with the Neon right behind them. But here we go once again. This is a little bit of a different look here coming out from One Love. This time on the defensive side, there's 2 players all the way deep into long. Cypher in the back of sight. Bad is able to get 1, make it a second, make it a third, 4 on the round. Bad sweeping up. And that's yet another flawless round coming up from One Love.
What can you say, man? First step out into garage for the first one, and then just such a genius walk up into the lane that SAD Esports is technically watching for, but kind of casually no longer should be the case after a spree like that. Outlaw with heavies in the pocket of Bad. Any lane that he's watching is an absolute no-go for SAD. And so, you get greedy on garage again, potentially. Dubs is about to watch out it for a second time. Try to pick up the quick anti.
This is going to be a nasty surprise here for SAD Esports. They're walking right into 3. Yeah, Larry Banks right behind Vita. Silva right behind too. Voriak able to get in a little bit of damage too, but it's all on Antigone with a Spectre. So many pistols surrounding this, and even his teammate is down! Antigone continuing to frag. Are you kidding me? Getting another one, and there goes One Love. This was looking like the prime opportunity for SAD Esports, but they cleaned up. SAD Esports, this has to be it. I mean, there's just no way that they can't wake up right now. SAD Esports, I mean, to just be real, if they lose out on this round, the confidence has to be sky high for One Love.
Yeah, so much relying on if SAD is able to clear the crowd and how many guns they can keep standing. Any rifle lost here is a 5th of a death sentence. That build-up going to start being scary. This is still a gap that is not unattainable, especially by a team like SAD on a half that can become so explosive, but post pistols. And now bonus. Opportunities are slimming. Checking to see Garage peek first. Zaj Continuing to play it patient. Rest of Sad waiting to see if anybody peeks out into the extremities for A. One Love is 4 stacked with this worst buy, though, down the B door. Total lack of intel, especially from the Sova, surely means that cleared A. Sad have to be keen, right? They'll just do a little bit of homework and then go in. Are they prepared, though, for a 5-man backstab?
Yeah, Cypher in the back. No, Util posted up, so he has to stay with the raw clear. Zadge, let's see what he can pull. He pulls off the first. It's 1 by 1, so he can just keep tapping heads. Zadge, with an easy 2. Just gonna have to come down. To the exits potentially here. 4 at the deep one. Are you kidding me? There's still kills going by. Why? How? Are you kidding me? They decide to fight the back. Pain is now the only one. Dancing now in a one-on-one. Low HP on the last Omen. Unless he gets pumped in the head. This has got to be it for Pain. Pain pulling off a 1v3. Pretty unnecessary 1v3 to say the least, but a 1v3 regardless.
Yeah, Pain farming some clutch stats like always. Absolutely the man when it comes to making sure that a round can be wrapped up, but losing 4 rifles there is frankly inexcusable. That link take was so beyond sloppy, and Enzo got all the value in the world off of it. Now we'll listen to how Sad can try to pick up off of that with this slightly worse buy. Let's listen in.
Yeah, I can Guardian you if you want.
Alright, yo, just care. Yo, we're gonna do. I want to do this smoke and go through it. By the way.
Heard.
Just care for Trip. He always trips garage. Don't get spammed off it. Spamming garage. Nothing from mid, bro. Yeah, dude.
2, 1.
Keeping close. And garage.
Rush.
Tether.
I'll block this. Yeah.
My blind
chill,
fight.
freeze,
We're good. We're fine. Yeah, we're fine.
Freeze. Just leave.
There's just 3 here,
Walk
guys.
away. We can
Walk
regroup
away.
C long. On
Cypher's
top
here as
there.
well, I'm pretty sure.
Bear does drop.
They use their
Everything
smokes.
clear. I know, bro.
They're turning from B right now,
Can we go
boys.
C? Can we go
Yeah,
C?
there's one on the A1. There's gonna be stack C. There's one on the A1.
No,
It's always running
we
B.
can just contact, bro.
They could be
Wait.
walking down.
Y'all
I have a
can
judge.
go.
I need someone else to do that shit.
Alright, ready?
Yeah, let's peek him. Alright,
3,
3, 2, 1.
KP's gonna take garage.
Walk up and
They just flash
camp
garage.
pause.
That's all.
I'm pumping.
He's on.
He's going.
Yeah, just pay me, Tommy. Yeah.
He's smoke.
Wait for me,
I'm
boys.
blind,
I'm blind,
I'm blind, I
I'm
can't go.
Freeze. Yep, freeze. Go, get me out.
That boy.
Spike down, C.
At the Cypher, he was close, guys. He was cubby.
I'm a blind, okay? Blind.
Go.
Close to me.
Okay.
Okay.
Bro, let's just go.
I don't know how you remain composed when the opponents who just absolutely trashed you are like standing up and then screaming directly down in your face. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Sad are questioning that at this point. A C take that was so stunted, allowed for One Love to very easily rotate over and have the stack. Sad call it out, try to retreat, and then can't. They get bottled up in the cubby and absolutely throttled. This has been a real decimation so far. Even those 5 rounds that Sad have on the board feel like a consolation prize. This has been all One Love all the time.
They get confident to say the very least, with Bad and Larry Banks with some deep angles over towards mid. Trying to frag away now is Bad, but with the Guardian not able to find any taps. It's a little bit better here from Sad Esports. Oh my sweet goodness. Bad is just fragging away again. 2 shots coming in. Is that all through smoke? Are you kidding me? Pain now needs to step up, and he's gone immediately. What is this One Love? What are we watching?
And another phone in on the attack, recognizing the stack is there and then still thinking that you can blister through it, but you have no armor, you have a smoke in front of you, you have how many people? They don't know, and Bat has no reason not to just start clicking on the Guardian. That's 50 free damage every other second that Sad is just wasting standing around waiting for this site to open up for them, and it's just the initiative, there is no ambition, there is no passion, there is no aggression. But seriously, 7 rounds over of game point. This is easily the worst result Sad has had already. Their 1 map loss so far against Dictators was an 11-13. They got as close to victory as possible when they didn't get victory. Bad hitting Spike in the back. This is a proxy clutch now, according to Welly, but Bad's not done. 3 on the blades, and Vita has to bottle that up, but can't do more than that. One Love, 1 team on top to start out. What another insane, impossible performance from this squad.
And just look at how drained Sad looks right now. They need a reset. Holy goodness. Okay.
Yeah,
I guess
Jaws
this
on
is the video
floor,
game that
bro.
we're watching.
That is absolutely unbelievable. I have almost no notes for One Love as well. I think everyone executed what they needed to do just about perfectly. Everyone stayed insanely disciplined. And I think they did a very good job at calling out the blatant mistakes that SAD were making. Just watching them fall apart in front of them and eating up on every little one of those scraps. You can tell these guys recognize when there are holes in the plan, even of such an established, well-placed team.
It's just so difficult to see, again, all of those overextensions, especially on defense, especially some of the early kills that came in the middle of these executions, just so unnecessary to say the least. And again, it was a slow start. You got to give it that, at least to SAD Esports. But once you get over to that second half, there is such an importance, there is such a priority on starting off on that right foot, on just securing the rounds that are given to you. And on that attack side, they overextended on the single post plant that they ended up having. And otherwise, again, they just did not have a confident start on any of these second half rounds. Very well and truthfully, One Love, they were really having their way with every single one of these rounds in that second half.
So crazy to see because the fundies that SAD showed to get them to the rounds that they won were absolutely insane. Zaj, Vita, Paint, Welly, and Pain, they are all locked. They're all warm. Their aim has been fantastic so far. The TTK, when they do manage to catch bodies, is sublime. And when they're in the prime positions, they're trading positively most of the time. The issue is, Zaj just isn't doing that enough. They're doing bullshit like this where they give Enzo 2 free kills through C-Link. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. A free flash after the stun in the slide. Both duelists choke that. That is unacceptable if you're SAD. This kind of result shouldn't happen against a challengers team, let alone a team that formed, what, 2 weeks ago? This is unreal stuff coming from this team of absolute demons. All the credit in the world to One Love for picking up on all of those mistakes and finding some creative moments themselves. I, for one, am so glad we get to watch Antigone, aka Enzo, actually get to play in the LAN setting. I was so excited to see what he had to show for himself after this season for him, and he's done absolutely amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a banger. This is One Love pulling off the upset for now. Let's see if this winner side Cinderella run can continue to go on here for One Love. Second map coming up in just a little bit.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. I'm out of here.
Revealing area.
Last player standing. It is. One enemy remaining.
Carter, can you hear me?
One enemy remaining.
Carter?
Yeah, I'm gonna join Discord with Mikey real quick.
Trick shots.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Give me the enemy remaining. Player standing. So stay down. One enemy.
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. Yo. Yeah, he is.
I can't hear him. Hold up.
One enemy remaining.
Wait, what? Hello? What's good? Yeah.
Spike down A. I'm out of here.
Revealing
Yeah, we're like semi, like we're semi-fine. I guess it's like some minor shit.
Player
Like,
standing. It is. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
trick shots.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Give me the enemy remaining. Player standing. So stay down.
User disconnected from your channel. I know exactly.
One enemy remaining.
User joined your channel.
Wow, let's go.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. I'm out of here.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
It is.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Trick shots.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Give me the enemy remaining. Player standing. So stay down. One
I know exactly.
one enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. I'm out of here.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
It is.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Trick shots.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Give me the enemy remaining. Player standing. So stay down. One enemy.
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining.
We return to the winners finals in the Wild West land here in the Rock Esports Center in Miami. Upminded 10 Rec here, taking you through map number 2 between Sad and One Love after One Love have an incredible showing on Haven. The best performance against Sad so far from anyone in this tournament, 13-5 on that opener. Gus, it was a slow start from Sad.
Real slow start from Sad. We did not see any sort of fight in the first 4 or 5 rounds coming out from Sad. But again, you can't contribute that to Sad making those big mistakes. The big mistakes from Sad came a little bit later on in the game. We just saw, again, already a stellar start from this One Love team. Again, it is very impressive to see these players doing what they do. I haven't seen many of these players, period. If I have, I've seen them in a group stage before of a Nerd Street Gamers. I've
like
seen
First
them,
Strike, you know?
Exactly. I seen him. I met him last year doing karaoke. You know what I mean? These are players that they're not even used to even playing on Sundays. And out of nowhere now, One Love making their names known.
Yeah, so Sad coming into this against what will be the pick of One Love being Lotus. Sad have to prove that they are still good at that level of convention, that they can still play at the caliber that we know they are capable of. These guys have been absolute demons throughout the tournament. Pate and Vita have been the best spear tips out of anybody here. And I mean, you look at the aim that these players had, even in that opening map, the kind of clips that Zaj was hitting, the kind of slides that Vita was I don't know why I keep saying, I put Vita and Paint together because they are so buddy, especially with this current system of SAD. I'm really impressed by how this double duelist is able to shuffle off of each other.
Yes, it is. It is a little weird to say the least because, again, they are very grounded duelists to say the least. Yeah. So they really just have to be in constant awareness of what each other are doing. And, again, that's just good play. It's just good, natural Valorant play. You don't need to worry about too much other utility. Again, it's keeping it as simple as possible for players who kind of need to keep it simple. You know what I mean? So, again, it's good to see One Love continuing to play up to their strengths. They continue to play as a team just so individually they don't need to do too much. They don't need to make as many mistakes. And if they do make mistakes, their teammates are there to potentially fill in those gaps.
Well, with One Love, with the potential to make it all the way to the grand finals after this map, we got a chance to speak with Paint earlier on in the tournament to see how the team is feeling as a whole walking into this season. Let's hear from him.
Hi, my name is Paint. I'm on SAD Esports, and for tomorrow's dissertations, I'm very excited. I'm very hopeful. The entirety of this tournament has been like kind of a test for our team because we've been honestly, after split 3, we kind of were like, damn, there's nothing left for us now. We didn't make it. So we really decided to just you know what, let's try and get to this land. You know, it was very quick. You know, some people didn't even want to go at first. But we got all together, and now we're getting ready to play upper finals into grands tomorrow, hopefully. So, I mean, it's all in all just been a really great experience for the team in general. Everyone's having a lot of fun. There wasn't like crazy expectations in the sense of we need to win the entire event, like we have to, just more or less just have fun first, because that's something that we kind of were struggling with. But all in all, everything's been pretty smooth for us. I think for teams that we want to face, probably this honestly any team would do for us. We just want to generally play the best teams we can. We're really excited to play Team of Victrix first, for today, and then into Barbecue Chicken because those are our friends and we really work with them for the most part. For the most part, I will say that for the most part. But I think give me hopefully a sneaky Maryville or maybe even MBG or Team of Victrix again to rematch for upper or grand finals, you know, after we face whoever it is for our opponent for uppers tomorrow. Yeah. I think honestly, I think that's about it, honestly. Yeah. That's the best I can say.
Man, better get chalant quick, brother, because you're meeting a new opponent in those winners finals, man. It was great seeing these other teams, like he mentioned, Victrix and Nightblood and SAD, all making it as far as they did. But here SAD stands on the back foot, on the precipice of heading down to those lower finals to play whoever wins between Nightblood and Dictators, who are playing right now. And again, Gus, coming into this being One Love's pick, a map that you don't necessarily have to have as practiced. You have those conventional takes that you can replicate over and over again. And then, like we said about the mechs of One Love, they can really rely on those as far as we've seen so far. SAD, really, the benchmark needs to be set by them to be able to prove that they can hold a candle.
It's simple as that. I mean, we just didn't even see moments of what we even know them to be. Yeah. Again, a lot of the moments where, again, they would be confident, they would just be executing together. We saw a lot of players still just having a little bit too much individuality, still missing on a few pieces of utility, still making, again, just a couple of moves that weren't exactly communicated, weren't probably practiced, weren't something that they were pulling up in scrims.
I mean, he was mentioning that the team was a little bit discouraged coming out of stage 3, right? Maybe a little less practice, a little less scrimming coming into things, 100%. Knowing that you have a long while to wait before you even know what exactly you're going to be doing for 2027. So preparing for this LAN was definitely a little more short notice for a team like SAD that normally has a lot of preparation time to be able to do exactly what they want to do. But that doesn't mean that this team has completely lost who they are or what the identity is. That's why they're still together in the first place.
See, that's what I'm saying. So if these players, again, they are just kept comfortable. It really just depends on how we're going to be starting off the second map. If we are going to be seeing this team on defense, we just get a whole mental reset for this team because it was on defense that we ended up seeing this team really start to break. So if they can at least catch some wind in their sails, catch a little bit more confidence on that side at least, you can already start to see the individuals start to calm a little bit more, start to feel a little bit more loose, just so once they already go over towards that attack side where they need to be the ones pushing the situation, they need to be the ones communicating everything that they see and reacting at the same time, less mistakes in that case. So again, I'm just hoping again for some simplified version here of SAD Esports. They're going to be on an attack, but they're playing on a map again where you can limit yourself a little bit. You can keep your teammates on a bit of a buddy system, even though that's a little bit advised against. Having splits on this map are very impressive. SAD Esports, things might get a little bit chaotic in the comms department. Let's see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. One Love has one of the best teams in grassroots Valorant up against the ropes.
Root extension to start things out from SAD. It's another A rubble fight like we've seen so many times this tournament. The default answer for a lot of teams trying to figure out exactly where they stand when it comes to the mechs. And so far, so good for SAD. Some shreds of damage taken, though, and as the blue door is broken, One Love can explode back onto the pinch, but SAD managing both ends of the situation has their pick of the litter on where they can end up for a 4v1 post plan.
So all 4 players approaching together, but in that case, SAD Esports, they needed some pretty difficult pathing there. Players coming out from rubble needed to go around that half wall, and you needed a second pick coming out from the mid side, but still it ended up working out. Zaj, beautiful, beautiful split coming out from the mid side, and it works out fundamentally speaking for the SAD Esports team. No real drama, not real complicated whatsoever. We can just move on to the next.
You hear it's nice and loud from SAD 2 out the gate. They need to get that energy up quick, need to get their heads back in gear and get their foot to the floor and make sure that that morale does not get dropped for another second for the rest of this series, regardless of what impediments befall them.
And again, I mentioned the mental battle a little bit earlier, but I only mentioned it how it could be affecting a team like One Love. For SAD Esports, it's obvious. If you're losing to a team that you feel as if you should be winning against, there's so many emotions that come with that. It's doubt, it's regret. It's so many different options here or so many different little moments here that you can go back, that you can think about. But again, it is that goldfish memory that I was talking about. This SAD Esports team, let's see if again, they could just ignore everything with just a couple of wins and a couple of kills. They were looking to go as a group going into C. But it looks like this is going to be a theme for this team, SAD Esports. Always keeping somebody on the lurk. This time it's going to be Pain all the way over towards A with their own Viper Wall, but the Viper Wall was never called out by One Love anyways. SAD Esports is going to have a clear A site to go into.
Yeah, really great path up just to make sure that there's no real threat for a round like this. Good chance One Love will just play for the spike to go boom. Now that they've guessed wrong. Gotta have that harder prep, but Paint is gonna make sure that no one can creep up from the outskirts. This flank from C will eventually cut him down. That'll hand a Marshall over on the flank, and all of a sudden you're tempted to take this again. The sheer does force a TP out from Dubs, but that's all it'll take. All right. I mean, let's see if One Love can do something with this. You certainly know that they're capable of it, but it comes down to that Marshall more than anything else, and the proper prio for the rest of the pistols to hit their mark. SAD gonna go ahead and head up to the zip, understanding how exactly this is configured, all the bodies, flipping this site on its head. Oh, dipping out heavy. Yeah, they're playing fully for the exits.
SAD Esports trying to escape Larry Banks, but so many guns being taken away. Larry Banks still trying to take away yet another one, but that's more than enough. 3 guns being taken away from SAD Esports. This has just made this next round so pivotal. Finally, the economy is a little bit affected here for SAD Esports, to say the least. This is important, so let's listen into SAD.
What you guys want to do? Open A?
Let's open A. Let's open A. I'm gonna double switch across, Jake go root, and Gary to blunt, bro. Smoke barrier though. After you go root.
After or before?
Before.
You want me double TPing or TPing across?
Normal. No, it's one root TP. Root TP.
Flashing low, flashing low.
Yeah, bird.
Another nade.
Drop low.
Three.
Well done. Yeah. Take it through.
Spike down
3, 2.
A.
Well, you dead.
Yeah, nice.
One more. Hey, take goalie.
Low.
Nice. 1v1, Kippy. He's NBC player.
Remaining.
Fast flank, fast hobbit. Got it. You have orb.
Toxin screen down. Planted. Toxins going up.
Nice try.
Bro.
Nice try.
Good
It's all
damage,
good,
bro.
bro.
Good damage,
That was the perfect round. We just need to yeah, that was really good. Vibes are good right now.
Yeah, we're good.
No,
Bro.
my
Let's
vibes are.
Antigone brings just pure agony there at the end. Oh my goodness. The jump spot was perfect. Pain had it. Yeah, he was doubting himself a little bit. Yes, he was taking too much time there on the plant, but Antigone does get the headshot at the end, does get the round. But the way that started was so fundamental there from One Love. I mean, there's no better way to kind of describe it. One Love created an absolute war out of the outside of A. They stacked so many bodies. They made it confusing. They made it chaotic for SAD Esports. But by the end of it, it was a 1v1, and Payne just couldn't step up.
SAD still happy with dropping 4 bodies there, it being the bonus, putting One Love kind of on the back foot. And as they mentioned, right after the round was done, the vibes are still good. So SAD, I think they're still on the right path for the moment. They just need to make it count on this attack half for going forward.
Prowler just to clear out the link. There's only going to be a single player in the back of A, but already a little bit of noise being made. Rotation's not coming in, though. They're going to maintain 2 in the back of C. SAD Esports, they're doing a good job of conditioning C. They haven't touched C at all so far in this half.
So comfortable with this rubble into the courtyard. They just know One Love is going to put some extra bodies over on the C mound because of how strong this composition is at taking that site. They don't want to let that one go first. They're more confident in the retake.
It's going to be a little bit of a while before we see the D-pop. Here comes the orb. That's an opportunity for Larry Banks. Larry Banks stepping out. Showstopper in. Going to take out Larry. No! Larry gets taken out by Payne instead. 3 more players remaining here for the defensive side trying to take over. A lot of damage onto Payne, and Payne is finally gone. Mocha, extremely low, somehow needs to make something out of his life. But instead, it's Antigone in a 1-on-3, not the 1-on-1 like before. Real tough. Whoa, whoa, whoa. And he has time. Antigone's going in. No. Antigone runs away. We did glitch out for a second, but all good. This is Welly alive here to stay 3-on-1. Perhaps we're going to see something up towards the mid side. But yes, SAD Esports, they run into yet another little stack here. One Love, they needed a very strong rotation to come in. But it was, yet another easier take into the A site.
Payne with a really solid spot from the rubble as well to make sure that you couldn't entry, but even then, you had Paint ready with that showstopper just in case. Old Cycle's ready to go. SAD have reason to keep this going, and so many reasons to not keep on peeking once they have those safe spots, because Enzo is going to do that to you every time and continue to make these buys dicey. That being said, One Love fully sent back to the drawing board economically, so the advantage is still held by the attackers, which is why you'll see that early stack up mound really heavy this time. The 4-1, in fact, as SAD once again peruses to make sure A is clear. The Vice Util selling that idea that it's not. As the smoke dissipates, Bad is the only one extended, and that's the easiest double of Zaj's life. Now the blast pack out from Larry ain't optimal, but Voryak will be able to trade it. See how much more One Love is able to get now that he has that rifle picked up. Doesn't look like it'll be anything.
One Love 2 disconnected. Antigone trying to make something out of this right now, but again, good stuff from SAD Esports. Again, you do like to see One Love continuing to shake things up a little bit. Again, you're not seeing SAD Esports touch B. You're not seeing SAD Esports really touch C. So, I mean, once you make that 3-man approach, you can start to go into a crazy rotation, a crazy flank into spawn, into A. But for the first time in this half, 5 rounds in, SAD Esports dedicates players to the other side of the map, but dedicates a watch, dedicates some presence. And now Antigone, left on an island, suffers the 4-1.
So now with everything back as it should be, and One Love with a hell of a lot of ultimates to call their own. Does SAD switch up the neutral at all? Do they slow things down and see if they go for this secondary push? As One Love hasn't super aggro fought for the rubble unless they have that gun advantage like they did in the bonus. Other than that, the pack fights kind of spread until they confirm where the spike is at. And SAD has been a little ahead of the game there. Naturally the case with attack on Lotus though. Let's keep this going. Back to A we go. Paint shells out as Larry will find his way to the pocket. Big dash from Bad to get that extra space up, and this double duelist is making things terrifying. Down go 2 members of SAD.
And just with a single smoke too, it completely chokes away SAD Esports. No line of sight, no way to see where all of this chaos is coming in from One Love. SAD Esports now left on an island. There goes a garden. And Mocha does get caught a little bit, but it doesn't matter. At this point, One Love, they have the 2-man advantage. They can breathe. They can regroup. Payne and the rest of SAD Esports are the ones that need to act. 2-on-4. Payne stepping up. Zaj on the other side. This is so awkward here. Voryak and Bad, they don't want to approach whatsoever. They're waiting for Sad Esports to potentially make a mistake approach on a rotation. That's exactly what happens. Sad Esports pushing the situation, gets pushed back. Zaj in a 1-on-4. Beautiful stuff from One Love. Again, it was just sparked by a singular smoke. A very fast positioning. Of course, if anybody does end up going over towards a half wall, that's a different story. But just a smoke breaks it all off.
Once again, it's dry walks into these stack setups that Sad has read pretty consistently that are leading to these punishes and not preparing for Dubs to stick around on top of that steel garden long enough for Welly to get hit. But with the Vines, you have no reason to leave until after you find yourself without that rifle. You have plenty of players there to cover the blows, keep the personnel advantage. Another A fight here, another dash for Bad, purely for scouting, this time on top of the shells. This time, it'll be a bit more reclined. Dubs in the pocket, found by the Prowler out the gate here. Paint trying to get that distance to make it up. Just barely makes it after the short sight.
Paint!
And can find Larry Banks to post-saturate. Bad finally refrags, but the damage is done. It is too late. Sad are here and dominating.
Yeah, the 2 kills already coming out from Paint allows a 3-man swing from Sad Esports on the rest of the players. Here on A, it was just made so much more difficult for One Love that was fully in a transition. Sad Esports, good stuff. But again, that comes down to One Love deciding to go in at that exact moment. Could have easily been a little bit of patience and a retake, but instead Sad Esports, perfectly fine on the transition in.
Now a questionable buy with the economy that One Love has left. They can't really fully buy into themselves. Yeah, Dubs is going to be left on a stinger here while the rest of the team is able to set up shop. Still 3 ults after those openers were used, but Sad has so many different tools to play with this. They can slow things down and they can switch it up like they will now with the mound neutral. 4 stacked for One Love for the Rubble fight, trying to take it in the most dominant fashion, and Sad are completely ignoring it.
Antigone has all this util in front of him, but it's not going to be too necessary here. Paint, oh, that's huge still. It still catches Paint. Paint just trying to find some sort of angle, some sort of pixel to blast off this showstopper, but beautifully done by the Vice of One Love. But the Viper's Pit is here to cover the extremities.
Whoa.
It almost covers the back hall, but it only covers Link. Voryak is looking for a Nightfall to potentially expose the Viper that could be inside. Nightfall, a perfect counter. Now they gotta go hunting. Here we go. Mocha dancing around the attackers again. Fully comfortable on site. The defenders, all they're doing right now is surrounding this site. They have full angle here on the spike itself. This is so weird. Voryak coming around, gets taken out by Paint. These attackers are completely disconnected, just waiting for the defenders to fall into the mousetrap. And that's exactly what happens. Beautifully done by Vita, tucking himself in before absolutely necessary.
And that's Vita with that natural duelist initiative to be able to take that high ground when Paint was unable to with that showstopper. It's a wonderful arc rose placed just in time on top of the vines so that Paint cannot get far at all. But with that TP out from Vita, he's able to still take those boxes and have that conventional setup. That Viper's Pit was really weird. One Love was not sure how to react to it. Voryak had a good Nightfall that caught a lot of the pack, but then reconsidered pressing in from that front line, knowing that he could get counter-sprayed. And so One Love takes way too long to reapproach the bench. Sad has all the time in the world to both gain their hearing back and also put themselves in better spots.
Launching thorns. Thorns down.
But this approach is a totally different look. Sad Esports going way more for defaults here, but they're not approaching. They're keeping a player over towards the mid side, 2 players postured over towards C, 1 player deeper over in A. Every single side of this map is being covered by Sad Esports right now. They're just depending on an approach here from One Love.
Yeah. With that muzzle put back on for One Love with no real win cons under the tool belt for this round. Sad is looking for the gold mine of players. I guess more of a fool's gold mine because it's an intended trap. Which means Seaside is probably the more reliable option. Sheer is such a consistent stopper that Enzo will have the best chance of being able to counter this immediately, but that's a good bait on the Sheer to make sure that nobody's endangered. And the Rose is going to fall emptily. Big rotation coming from One Love already here. You got to take that risk with these guns. And that'll let Zaj get the catch.
Zash going for it again. Yet another opportunity for him in the middle of that site, but he gets taken away by Voryak. That is almost unnecessary at this point with how much control SAD Esports has. But again, One Love, they just don't have that sort of structure this round. They are going to be able to pick up potentially a rifle in mid just to save up. This is interesting too, just in case there was something a little bit deeper here. The Prowler could be able to isolate a 1v1 for this team. But One Love stepping up. There goes Larry Banks. Another kill. No, sir. And wow, that is such an interesting combo. Voryak getting pulled, or excuse me, his teammate Larry Banks getting pulled. Voryak all the way in the back. But still a couple of kills coming out from One Love. Still plenty of Valorant to be played. I want to say 3 rounds left in this half, so still technically a chance to break through that eco, but SAD Esports is looking good.
Seeing Pain shift from the Omen to the Viper for Lotus has made their river control somehow even better. Welly is one of the best C's users in this region, if not the world. And on this map in particular, for these post-plant setups, he just finds the nicest little pockets to sneak in and grab those really easy crosses. Get completely nullified. Buyback up for One Love now. Not as hyper-aggressive with SAD having this insane presence on top of the screen. Not as much confidence this time around. Re-engage with Tree in case somebody's posted there, but not just yet. SAD waiting outside the orb for a moment until they confirm more. In response, Larry and Bad can find their picks, and One Love can stack here. SAD are starting to spend too much time without grabbing kills. So thank goodness Vita has made his wraparound and started to spear tip. He's going to keep going right into Voryak's LOS, and the rest of the defensive hold is there. SAD, guess wrong, play their own fight, and One Love happily take it.
Yeah, One Love again, it's more or less those same guesses that we saw earlier on in this half, where again, One Love, they're putting 3-4 over towards that A site, and SAD, it just comes down to a war. It just comes down to a bit of a battle, and that time again, SAD Esports, they just weren't able to catch every single piece of contact, catch every pixel on that site. One Love too, they did play a little bit more hastily. They did play a little bit safer this round in comparison to some of the other defenses that we've seen. Of course, with a whole lot more attention back over towards Connector, but this is much better. Voryak catching 2 in the back with you know, a whole lot of bullets just to kind of spray out. No issues whatsoever. This now for SAD Esports, this is a lot more disciplined, conservative to say the very least. Looking out for each pole of the map, creating a contact to on each one of those sides. Except here on B, they do end up popping the shear. A bit of a trade going out in the switch, and Tigany looking for an opportunity for yet another frag, but instead it's Vita that gets the door closed. How is Vita there? Vita stays, and he ends up taking out Larry Banks. That's unbelievable. Voryak still with another kill onto Vita. This round still continues, 3v3.
That sheer now tripped SAD. Only have the Rose and the Thorns to fear, but that is a decent bit to worry about. Zaj with one of his own to field out the waterfall presence, but this double is still looking strong, and SAD is still going to go in on the toxic orb. Voryak just sprays the second that orb is proc, gets the freebie, and launch that Nightfall onto the river to deal with the remaining 2.
They missed.
Completely. They're still chilling here.
The info is there. No, Welly did get spotted. They know that one is there. Great Nightfall. Zaj does catch the frag. There goes the second. Voryak goes down, and it's all Antigone. They have no idea where he is, though, and Antigone is just going to assume that the rotation came in, and he's making the perfectly right call. Getting the plant behind the half wall. This needs to be the swing from Antigone. Zaj has time. Is this a headshot? No, it's not. Beautifully done from Antigone and beautifully done from One Love.
Really close one, but it's once again SAD. Like door-to-door salesman continuing to knock on a door with a no trespassing sign on it. And they continue to find punishment against them every single time. One Love is attuned to those procs, and what they mean, they're not going to let these crosses go unpunished. You have to meet the threats head on, and Zaj does that beautifully here to give SAD a chance at the round, but with such a limited clock at that point, after all was said and done, he had to snake to B rather than A and stick that spike just in case he was getting faked out. Laundry list of if-thens that SAD are played against to take us to 7-4. This half starting to look dicey again. When One Love flips the script, it's going to get dangerous.
team coming on, still taking on Antigone. Antigone has so much util here, but he has so much help. Does it actually work out here for One Love? There goes a showstopper that doesn't do anything. The defenders have been dwindled down to 3, but there's still 2 over here on C. But the backup from Sad Esports is coming in. Well done again from Sad Esports. But again, it was just One Love pushing the situation. The only thing Sad Esports really needed to do there was react, and they did that well.
Staying cloaked by the smokes. Payne's made his way up, but can't adjust in time. And that's all that distance gone again. Sad have to work off of the front half of the site and use the Steel Garden with it. Voriak missing his shorty shot on the approach interrupt. I respect the attempt. But now Sad can do all the zoning out they need to. One Love boxed away for at least a couple more seconds thanks to that Garden. Now back down, and Larry Banks already fielded out by 3. Easy swarm down, and Sad Esports can make mincemeat of this last round. It'll be an 8-4 half here for the attacking side as we swap things up.
Sad Esports, a much more confident side to say the very least, but again, One Love, they just weren't able to get their footing. On a 3-side map like this, I mean, you did see on Haven their defensive side just start off with a little bit more fuego, to say the least. But again, this was just a little bit of a different deal. Sad Esports, they ran immediately into a 3-4-man stack, and they already took that away. They were already able to catch a little bit of confidence just off of that alone. One Love, they just didn't have that automatic capability of just being like, hey, I'm going to get into a duel, and I'm going to win. Sad Esports, at least adding that layer of hesitation to this game.
Once again, the pistol round's very deterministic of how this game is going to lean. One Love were able to use them to gain so much momentum on Haven. Sad can do the very same here. Looking much more awake, much more alive, much more prepared. One-way smoke on the creep. 3-man stack on mound, and they've guessed correctly as to where the initial aggression is, and Vita avoids the Prowler. Do they check this? Surely they do.
And
they
can
have
he
to
do
know.
anything with this? Vita.
Okay.
Oh no.
No, they got it. The rest of them got
No,
it.
they sure do. Wow, okay. Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I meant, oh, yes. Sad Esports going to be able to get 9 if you're a fan of One Love. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, still crazy. Sad Esports got all that information early on and still decided to respond. They didn't decide to just leave C as the chaos grounds. Love that.
Yeah, Vita happy with dying there if it means the rest of Sad is able to have enough time to outstretch and do their thing. Pistol very quickly taken up. So how does the tempo shift now for One Love? Feels like you just deathball into whatever side has the least players from what you can piece together. You do have the fade to do that. Rose will get shot down by Paint. Once again, the presence from him and Vita. Always a threat, but that Haunt with the early catch does make things a little more interesting. Poison Orb will cause some slowdown. Both sides just kind of saying their piece here on the entry. Seeing who can get away with what. So far, nothing doing, but as the door opens up, the convergence occurs. Both ways looked, and Sad Esports, so far so clean. Nobody getting greedy, nobody getting crazy. Pain with the shotgun is good for 2, and Willie gets the other.
Nice. Very good. One Love. Oh, man, you can't really do much in that round, to say the very least. It's going to be so hard for them to try to crack through Sad Esports. They are starting to get confident. They are starting to get a little bit cheeky, a little bit creative, to say the very least, which is just something that we just did not see in Haven. The individual pushes coming out from this team just weren't facilitated, weren't there. But it wasn't just pushes. It's putting players in deep off angles, adding layers to the approaches from the attackers. And again, it's just making it a little bit more difficult, allowing for the other team to just make a couple more mistakes. And yeah, it is pretty obvious with this one. Again, you are looking at the pistols. But Sad Esports still playing with a little bit different of an angle here in comparison to what we saw when it was crunch time in Haven. Here comes Bat, trying to get that information early once again, and this time it is going to be the information and the kill coming up from Enzo. 4v4, immediate rotation coming in. It's the Viper over in C. What can he do?
Just hoping they're not checking for the rush down against that Poison Orb. It's possible, and the Prowler once again not catching this. All the potential in the world for it to mean everything for Pain! 3 on the shotgun! And the momentum has fully shifted the way of Sad thanks to that taken up.
Yeah, there you go. Again, Sad Esports, they just needed to capitalize again. It hurts to say the least, but it is shotguns, it is cheeky angles that is taking Sad Esports into this series.
Voriac's cats got to get their eyes checked, bro. They can't see shit. That's like the third corner in a row. Voriac's checked with the Prowler, and he's like, well, nothing here. Let's go, guys. Tragic. Tragic stuff.
Truly. He was right there. Just the worst spot to have a shotgun. And again, you have a little bit of recon, but it's just not enough. It's not like One Love. It's not like they're taking these in. It's not like they're not taking the right steps with these interactions. It's almost the same thing with the first map. Now Sad Esports, they're taking advantage of potentially some mistakes, some errors coming out from One Love, and it's making it into a pretty clear-cut Valorant game. Again, it's 11-4. There's really not many glimpses that we can give over for One Love right now.
Yeah, at this pace, Sad are on the verge of having a more decisive break point than One Love did previously. Both teams getting juiced for the series. Sad's got to complete. You can feel the energy from both sides. Every single round, that room outside us gets louder and louder. And I want us to maintain that energy all day. As hard for some of these spectators and players it'll be.
We'll make it through, I promise.
We're gonna be okay.
We're gonna be okay. There will be Valorant. There will be gaming. Fun will be had.
Let's go gaming.
As per usual. Here we go once again, ladies and gentlemen. This time, Sad Esports, their defense has a couple more layers to it than just a single shotgun. Zaj on the front side with a Vice utility, already pulling up the vines. Larry Banks witnesses his teammate go down right in front of him. Sad Esports are still going to maintain 3 players here surrounding A. Viper coming up B. The options are getting smothered right now. 4-1 Love and Paint. Finding the headshots on his own, going hunting. A flawless round for Sad Esports, and Sad Esports is just preventing any extra time in the server right now. They want to make it to that next map. They want to make it to the next round, to the grand finals as quickly as possible.
Let's get this done. Get this map out of the way and take us home. Sad Esports want to prove that loss is a mere blemish for what is still one of the best teams in North America. Still a long way to go, but one more round, and you get that moment of respite. You get that last reset available to you. You get another chance at that ticket to Grands. Showstopper available for Paint thanks to that multi-kill in the previous round. And he is in the right spot to deliver it. Does One Love know it?
Just how much can Paint do? It's going to be the satchels. The Vice utility is going to slow things down. But it doesn't matter. Again, Showstopper there! And it blows it all up. Paint, he didn't even wait for a contact. He just went in. Paint finds the gap, finds One Love. 2 players remaining here for One Love. One of these players totally disconnected on the other side of the map, and this is just going to delay this game from ending. Antigone in a 1v4. No way in hell Antigone can take this one back. I mean, he might as well try, but 40 seconds left. Antigone's chances are dwindling, and his head is gone. Sad Esports with map number 2.
And that was a perfect call at the end of that last round, getting the Rose up just as they managed to pack up in front of that orb site. Paint and Zaj's timing for that approach is absolutely perfect. That's the kind of practice, the kind of discipline, the kind of Sad Esports we are used to and would like to see for the rest of today.
Yeah, again, the defense, stellar, no mistakes. That's all that matters to us once again, where these players, they're in advantageous positions. They didn't even need to move like that. They just have the anchoring positions. There's so many corners for you to check here on this map, and if you just don't have the recon to be able to clear that out, it's going to have to come down to raw peaks. It's going to have to come down to a lot more patience from potentially an impatient team like One Love. And then once again, ladies and gentlemen, Sad Esports, we have to say it, they truly woke up this map. They were simply shooting way better than they did in the first map.
Miles better, for sure. Everyone looking so clean, so ready to go. Very happy that those couple rounds that they did drop in the process didn't slow them down either. They kept the vibes up, they kept everybody chill, and that synergy is looking so clean. Everybody's so aware of their own responsibility. How about Vita on this Omen? So used to seeing him on that Duelist, but on such an active controller. He actually looks remarkable with the pacing and setup. The smoke timing has been marvelous as well. Has something on cycle pretty consistently. Really impressed by his ability to flex like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was just going to say, Vita was doing a fine job just in terms of the fragging department this game. But yeah, absolutely. The smokes is just a little bit extra of a layer. It does require an extra 5 to 10 seconds for you to be lining those up. If not, another 5 to 10 seconds that you're really not in the battle. But Vita still able to capitalize off of the fact that, again, the rest of his team was mounting pressure, still a threat that entire game. So there was going to be multiple times where Vita, he was going to be able to follow up and actually be able to do something. Shout out to him to actually be able to click mouse one this time.
Yeah, look, we saw everybody get lit in the kill feed that time around for SAD. They're patting some stats a little bit harder, and for good reason. They haven't played that much Valorant compared to a lot of these other teams, so they got to play catch-up in the total numbers department to try to make some of these leaderboards we made for them. They look really nice. I would appreciate y'all trying to get on the aesthetic. But I'm hoping that we see both these teams in full form coming into map number 3. It would be the banger we were all hoping for when we came to this match. We will see if that is the case after just a couple minutes. Map 3 is coming at y'all after this.
One enemy remaining. Nice. 30 seconds left. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Fire in the hole. One enemy remaining. Wait for me. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Nice. 30 seconds left. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Fire in the hole. One enemy remaining. Wait for me. On A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Nice. 30 seconds left. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Fire in the hole. One enemy remaining. Wait for me. On
One last map here in the winners finals of our Wild West Funhaver LAN tournament. 10rec and Upmind here in the Rock Esports Center. We are ready to watch this go all the way. Sad versus One Love. Gus, it has been a wild back and forth between these two teams.
It has been. These two maps have shown very different looks from both of these two teams. Sad Esports very clearly a little rusty. You know, they didn't play this morning, you know.
This wasn't the Sad, I know. This isn't, we were like, this isn't you.
This isn't you. It's me. It's not you. No, but yeah, no. Sad Esports, again, in that first map, I'm not going to take away from One Love whatsoever. They pushed that team so far off the edge. And ladies and gentlemen, we still have a bit of a weird look from Sad Esports again, where on the defensive side, they were so dominant that we didn't even get to see where their dynamic really comes in on the retakes. You know, where the team kind of is right now, where the pressure really is stacked on right now. So I guess good for them that they were able to take advantage of the first context, take advantage of those first angles, but they might be kind of relieved from that.
For sure, yeah, it's definitely going to take a bit of a switch up in order to attack Sad coming into map number 3. It's clear that the synergy is definitely there. The comms are much cleaner than they were previously, and they're just taking a lot less risks in general against this team, letting the problem come to them first. There is so much open space to toy with when you have all of this util to throw and slow things down, especially in a setting where things are so like pressure free a lot of the time, where everyone is kind of just playing for the sake of playing at the end of the day. Sure, there is money on the line, there's glory on the line. Tim is going to get really upset with you if you don't put on a good show, but at the end of the day, these guys are here to have a good time, and hopefully that is the case for everybody.
Yeah, at least when it comes to One Love, this team, they showed that prowess in the first map, but in the second map, there literally just was not a highlight for the same. I guess Antigone bad. They still did have some really good moments throughout that map. So I guess can't complain too much. But again, we are heading over towards Sunset, where this time again we are going to see that reliance on the Neon, some longer lanes once again. This time though, these two teams are opting to go a little bit different with their flash setups.
Yeah, you have Paint on this KO that he's been picking up and learning to don't talk to me. That he's been picking up and learning to play a lot more. Sorry, bro. I'm gulping for air every 5 seconds for this. He's been really getting better on this robot lately. The flash drives in particular has been amazing. It makes it so you don't have to use the Phoenix as often, which Paint was relying pretty heavily on when he was initially playing that secondary. And then, of course, Welly on that trademark fade, man. He will not let that go, and I'm not going to stop him because he's so good on that agent, man. It's so fun to watch. Such good seizes. Decent haunts enough, and yeah, I'm excited to see how he's able to rotate these Nightfalls, because that's going to be a big part of these takebacks for me here on Sunset.
The Prowler's not so much. That was a little bit painful.
Prowler's on both sides.
For both sides. Yeah, a little bit tough. But no, you were absolutely right. Welly on the defensive side, when it came to the seizes, that you so good. On the attack side too, catching off individuals in their little cubbies and little anks. Good stuff from Welly. Ladies and gentlemen, map number 3 of Winners Finals. We are on a little bit of a pause. We might be coming back in just a couple seconds. But yes, map number 3, starting off in just a quick second. We had predictions earlier. We had predictions for our first series.
We did.
If we had to have predictions for this game, I would have said Sad 2-0.
As would I have. Based on everything we had seen so far, Sad were undeniable, unstoppable, and One Love came up against a couple more hurdles, even though they were still looking very clean. They had to come back a lot more often in the games that we saw them play in the bracket, even in the games that we saw them play off stream.
Maybe a little bit luckier with the run too. They faced Jackpot in the semis.
Mayhaps. That's well, to be fair, Jackpot also looked absolutely unreal. Like there were some really good teams that just came out of the woodwork, and One Love just happened to be the best among them. Making it this far in the tournament is no fluke, right? They have made it this far for some reason, some untold reason. Like they have that X factor that makes it work.
Yeah, I mean, let's actually be honest here, right? This tournament has about 5 challengers teams, 4 or 5 challengers teams.
Yeah, and a couple like remaining cores that are kind of floating around. Yeah.
So again, for a team that is made up of players that might have a little bit of challengers experience, touching challengers level, to get about top 8, to get about top 6, to get about top 7, that's about expected. But to be on the winner side for that, that's the big difference. Jackpot, they were on the winner side, while Maryville were in the lower bracket, while NBG were in the lower bracket, while Division 1 were in the lower bracket, while Evictix was in the lower bracket. So yeah, this is interesting, a very interesting one. That One Love you would like to think they would want to take advantage of. They made it all the way to winners finals. Again, only one map away from making it to grand finals, from guaranteeing cash, probably more cash than these guys do have in terms of winnings. So, guys, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, one love. If there's ever a time to just pull out the creativity, pull out the BS, pull out the individuality, right now, please.
Moral of the story: lock in, Kappa.
Lock in.
That's how we do it. I want to talk more about the potential going forward for this bracket, because as we play through this winners finals, we also have our lower semis going on at the same time. Nightblood, I believe, is on the verge of taking Dictators to map number 3. They're still in the process of finalizing the second, but it's pretty close to a W. I'm not going to sign it off just yet. Dictators could bring it back, but they're still playing through that. Winner of that will face off against the loser of this basically right after this series, so whoever takes the L is going to have to bounce back pretty quickly regardless.
Yeah, NBG, what an interesting year. Very similar to SAD Esports in a sense, where, again, they were able to find success in challengers, but still had some restructuring to do throughout the year. Still able to land themselves in this tournament with basically the whole lineup that they had online, and they came in with a couple of bumps. Like, dude, they went down to lower bracket immediately when playoffs started. So NBG, when it came to the playoffs during challengers, that was the big, like, oh man, like, what happened to us? We were doing just fine in groups. Now we're running into these big teams. They literally just faced the team that they lost to in that series, right? In challengers. And again, it seems like that whole mixture of circumstances has kind of reawakened that team a little bit. They're probably the most exciting to me at the current moment.
100%. Yeah, I really want to see them continue that run. It would be a shame for Dictators to be the ones to go, but that does mean we get Screwface on the desk if that happens. So we would love.
Hold on.
Listen, we're not. Listen, I'm not going to get too ahead of myself, because if Dictators do win, then we are alone here forever.
They're probably.
But yeah, I agree. Nightblood is such an exciting team to watch for me. I've always loved watching them this season, and it's great to see them continue to perform in yet another Fun Haver land. They are such an entertaining team. Shout out to the owners, Nomad and Aurora, who are usually following this team around like lost puppies most of the time, because they just love the org that they own so much. But they're low-key having a baby right now.
Low-key.
Just a tad bit busy.
Shout outs to Baby, yo.
Shout out Baby Nightblood, future member of the VCLNA. Surely, spot is locked. Yeah. Oh, dude. Prod just called him Nightblood Blood.
Oh.
Gonna have to steal that.
I'll give that to y'all. But yes, we do have the bracket that we were talking about on our screens. Congratulations, MBG Duo. Yeah, this is... Again, we've come down to the top 4. Money is in the top 3, by the way. So Dictators and NBG, that is currently kind of what they're playing for right now. It would just basically compensate the travel, if we're being real, right? But still, this is, say that one more time. They are on map 2.
They are up on map 2 right
so
now
up on map 2,
so.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it's still 11-6 going over towards the side of NBG at the moment. But the one thing that I do want to highlight, because we didn't get to see it too much yesterday on the mainstream, lower round 2, lower round 3, so many emotions coming out of that side. Maryville University losing out to Dictators. I mean, again, Dictators, you heard it from Screwface a little bit earlier on. Dictators is a team of players who they didn't have any expectations out of this weekend. There's even a player that is so jaded from this game that he might not even be playing this video game post this weekend. And that's not even a joke. That's what he said.
That's how he feels.
So to have a result like that, you would like to think revitalize them going into today.
100%. Same goes for so many of these teams whose stories we unfortunately don't get to continue telling at this LAN event. Evictix falling so early on in the bracket. We were so excited to see that Rich Pug stack come together. Winter, our 16-year-old player, that is just just such an interesting story. I can't wait to watch him, because we definitely will in the future.
Yeah.
Same goes for Division 1, who had to fall early after a really tough seeding for them. They were so passionate about this tournament. You could tell they wanted to win this so bad. Seeing them go home early was a real heartbreaker too. This tournament has been filled with upsets, and us being upset by seeing some of our besties go home nice and early. But somebody's got to go. We got to narrow this down, and we're going to do so a little bit more with this top 4.
Yeah.
And by the end of today, you will have a Wild West champion on the Wild East Coast.
Yes, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from Miami, by the way. Shout-outs to Raiders of Knights, right?
Shout out Miami.
Shout-outs to
Shout
Miami.
out Miami. Shout out
to
Knights.
Miami. This has been an amazing venue and amazing staff to us throughout this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. If y'all are in the Miami area, if y'all are ever in Florida, check them out, please, and give them some business on accordance of us, please.
Pull up. They're open till 2 a.m. every day. It's
Every
insane.
day. Crazy.
It's crazy.
But, ladies and gentlemen, yes, this is a little bit of an explainer for y'all. Of course, we are waiting for this game to come back. We are in the middle of a tech timeout. It is for a PC reset. So, we're waiting for a little while. If I'm not mistaken, Prod, break? All right.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be going over to a break in just a little moment. Thank you all for watching once again. Go follow up on everything happening throughout the tournament. Again, NBG is playing off stream right now. You guys can go over
too,
to
as well. You can watch all of these drafted
Oh yeah, that's
teams.
happening.
Yeah, they're having a snake draft with all of the players that were out of the last tournament that still wanted to get some time in. So you're seeing some completely new pug stacks try and win a little extra bit of cash on the side there. So if you're here in the Rocky Sports Center, definitely go check that out too.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, go check all of that information out. There should be a link down below. What is it? Like mfh.gg or
FunHaver.gg.
FunHaver.gg. FunHaver.gg. Go check that out for all the results. Currently, ladies and gentlemen, for all the updates while we're off camera. We'll be right back with map number 3.
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining.
We're back. We're in the server, ladies and gentlemen, and we are jumping live. Sad Esports versus One Love. Winner goes to grand finals here on LAN. $10,000 on the line in the biggest grassroots North American Valorant LAN. Now we've had in this little Q2, Q1 to say the very least.
Yeah.
We haven't had many. That's to say the least. So welcome on in, folks. Larry Banks on the front side going to be able to not get anything. Instead, it's paid with a double, with a triple. How did that happen? Sad Esports still heading into sight. Zaj and Vita getting the kills. But the biggest moment from that round did not happen in the server, happened away from the server. An explosion of emotion from Sad Esports after that round was over.
I love listening to these guys get excited. You can tell how much they care about each and every one of these moments. Paint and Welly with a beautiful bit of synergy thanks to that flash drive and C's able to catch so much of the stack that they knew was potentially creeping up. That's the kind of risks they were trying to let take on across this entire series, understanding that these stacks will be close to the front line so often. They just stepped a little too close to the sun too often.
Oh no, Zaj, I guess. I was gonna say, I guess.
He's got the bandit. He's cool leaving that be.
No, yeah, cool.
He's distracted everyone else.
I'll take a single kill, but like you said, close to the sun, Zaj was doing exactly that, just leaving One Love to think that they have everything ahead of them. In front of them, no shirt. Sad Esports over on the other side over towards B. It's gonna be One Love with just a couple of pistols. But yeah, it's been a weird series of Valorant. It hasn't been as fundamental as we've seen before. The way that these rounds have been went out has exactly been fundamental. It's been fairly basic. But again, we want to see so much more attention onto these retakes, onto these post rounds. But what is happening? One Love able to get 2 kills back with a couple of pistols. Payne has to go off with this Vandal, and indeed is able to do so. Picks himself too, but Welly is there for the trade back. Antigone is gone, but so many guns have been taken away again. This happened in the last map to Sad Esports, but Sad Esports was able to win, was able to convert this third round. Let's see what happens here, ladies and gentlemen. There is going to be a buy still technically here from Sad Esports, but they're holding back.
Yeah, it ain't much, but it's honest work. I'll maintain the rifles that they did manage to pick up and not really invest any heavier than that so that their fourth can be really strong. But, I mean, cutting down any rifle here on One Love side is really decent after having such a strong, flawless pistol. They did enough work economically to make this a dangerous bonus for One Love. Have to play as conservative as a team like this can, which is decently so to start. Paint gonna throw that knife over into the market to confirm the position of Doves, who is chilling on 10s. Rest of this mostly in top mid, waiting for that fight to be sprung by Sad in the close quarters, but I have a feeling they're going to rely a little bit on those rifles to fork open this A side again.
It's all on Bad. They're all just relying on a skill check here, basically, from Bad. Vita on the front lines. Guardians going in and not able to get anything. Sad Esports cleanly into sight. There's going to be nobody here to stop this plant. Sad Esports in safely. KO Ultimate 2. The Null command in. No stop too much here. It's not like One Love. They have an insane amount of utility on this composition period. It would just be the Cypher util that would go down, but look at all those kills going out. Pain with a double. Pain's going to get the last. 3v0 at the very end of things, 3-0 on the scoreline, and once again, the explosion of emotion in the LAN Center. Sad Esports, they are hyped about winning this one out.
Pain is once again the MVP for me there. Seeing the flash drive come in on top of Zash to catch the flank the second that trap wire is sprung. The null command to stop anybody else from being able to come in on that defensive side in the first place. And then that last kill to send things home. He has been really training on this KO. You can tell he's been putting the hours in, and it's looking absolutely gorgeous. The second you realize that either that paranoia or curveball isn't an option that can stop you in your tracks, you know at least one of those paths on A side is open, and especially on the bonus like this, Sad are going to take that and run with it. They're so happy to have Bad be the only guy on the site at that point in time, and Vito with a perfectly timed slide dash to be able to make sure that they can't even get the opener on that trade away. Tremendous space gained off of that because it's Sunset, because it is the Sunset composition, but off of that, Sad are able to still win out their fights and keep everybody sated when it comes to util control. Paint helping out Zaj, Welly helping out Vita, and yeah, this is a really Pain being Pain and just holding it down on his own. He don't need the help.
No, he doesn't. It's what he's done so well. Again, he stays planted. He's able to stay at least a little mobile, you know, in terms of just having high ground off the Omen. But again, it's just what you do best. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. One more listen in from Sad Esports.
Oh, yo, I'm gonna dog close B.
That was sneaky.
3 mid.
Yeah, guys,
Let's go. Let's speed up, bro. Speed up. Down. Yeah, just leave, Tommy. Leave. Yo, ignore. Just cut off their rotates, boys. Ignore backhaul.
Heard.
I'm going up into the site.
I'm holding smoke. They're fighting
backhaul,
guys.
clear backhaul,
Heavy
Jake.
tiles, like 3. They're coming flank right now. You bind it?
Binding.
Binded. Two more. Nice, one more. Fight together. One more. Solo, you can get my gun, Jake. Just chill.
No, I'm off you.
You guys should fight lane.
I'm not with you, Jake.
Okay.
He peeked.
He's running back.
Bingo.
I heard. Can you come backhaul?
It should not be go. It's only Cypher. Bingo now. They don't know about you, Carter.
Only Cypher.
They have low time, bro. They have to stick. You have dog for bomb.
I have smoke for bomb.
Yeah, they do. You have eye and 5.
One enemy
Off.
Bring them down.
Dog's gonna latch. He's off. He's on.
Where are
Nice! Let's go!
Come on, Carter, man.
Oh, hey.
Yo,
Hey!
Hey! Love that. Sad Esports feeling the energy at the very end of that round. It was a difficult way to get into sight. That was for dang sure. But post that, Sad Esports, they started to really fight that down. One Love. We had a couple of pistols. They had a couple of individuals coming back, but still Sad Esports. They had to use the bodies really to win it out.
Yeah, Paint's again the MVP for me there, calling out the entire stack and eventually the bingo. He's right about it all, and he's able to get that catch. So well executed.
I'm out of here.
It's still going to be Vita with a little bit of a chance here. If he spots a bit of a pixel there, that's an instant stun coming out from him. They don't exactly have information back over towards mid, but they're still going to be stepping in anyways. Voriak facing on all of this pressure. There's still going to be a player coming out from B main, but this is a good hold potentially here from One Love. They haven't taken, he's still in the back site. He puts up his own cage, and he's still able to take out Vita. Well, he's still with a kill, but that's good enough, at least to keep things a little more even. 3v4.
Still a mutant kill by Antigone there to get at least some sort of ball rolling, but that was a completely smothered market thanks to the Prowler and Paranoia. So well taken. This run it back from Larry Banks is supposedly supposed to bring the most value out of things. Payne immediately putting a stopper on that lineup, so Larry is starting to lose time, but starting to get those kills. But Payne, through it all, dodges all of it, and lands the first off of Larry's respawn. They know exactly where this Phoenix is, and it's right back to stalling post-plan in the 2v1, plus the TP. Infinite options, infinite potential to get this round down as the spike continues to tick. Larry's got a speed on it, and the foot are running slow. Payne, the pocket's all it takes. And all that's left after it's done, SAD are up 5-0, still skin of teeth, but still their rounds.
I mean, just a pure war, though. SAD Esports, they're able to just stomp their way through B pretty easily. Like you said, just a unicorn kill coming out in the back of sight. But after that, SAD Esports, the response is to just ram. It's to just keep going. It's to just collide with the rotation coming in from the defensive side. And man, oh man, it ended up being so dangerous. Larry Banks, he was continuing to frag, had an opportunity, and one of the most insane clutches this tournament so far. But yes, 5-0, still fairly predictable in comparison to how the round ended up started. And now we have yet another approach from SAD Esports going towards A to start the rounds. Nobody from One Love is going for any sort of info grab early on. They're staying very disconnected at the moment.
Antigone once again close to this. Same overwhelming util combo. Same swing, same kill, same success. Larry Banks only able to trade his way through it. Market and B has once again taken SAD, rinsing and repeating.
Look at Payne. Payne in a beautiful touchdown position. Nobody from One Love is going into that mid side. Could be a flank coming in real late. But again, One Love, they do have an approach, a semblance of an approach. 3 players on. They have 2 rifles at the bare minimum. But this spot from Payne is almost everything here. One Love, whatever they bought in this round is just going to go completely away. Payne takes him away again. 4v2. That's still trying here. Might as well. The defender's still converging on. Voriak waiting for Payne to pop out once again. And that's 6-0. No guns being saved.
Still no timeout called by One Love yet. Starting to wonder when exactly they realize that the problems are growing to be too large. SAD have a flow chart. We haven't even scratched the surface, really, of what plans they have. It's just One Love don't do much to deny plan A and just hope they can get enough kills to make that refight work. They are so mechanically gifted that that's almost the case a lot of the time. But the fact is, SAD have been ahead of the mental this whole way through. No immediate recycling of the game plan this time. We're back on A main, where One Love once again will stack pretty heavily. Scoping out the competition. Vita with the slide in off the trade for the one-way. Larry Banks will get away just scathed. Bad the same though, but well, he's spraying through the blocks. Has to use that Hunter's Fury to try to clear the crowd. Is bad. Will be able to have an audience. Voriak grabbing that double kill on the Hunter's Fury. And that'll be the board cleared of the goose egg. One Love, no doubt, on the board. Nice shot.
Yeah, no doubt at this point. 70 HP on Welly, turns into 43. And he's still fragging away. Able to just get a headshot onto a person that was just trying to find him. But yes, no, a little different to say the very least here from One Love with the amount of fight that they put into A short. Again, they have just been used to being so disconnected, or at least playing a little safely, just conservatively throughout this first half so far. But it's been 6 rounds in a row where One Love has relied on that sort of mentality. The only aggression that we possibly could have seen would have been back over towards elbow, maybe. No B main, no mid. If anything, One Love finally turning it on, but it's just surprising SAD Esports here. This is not a difficult adjustment whatsoever for SAD Esports going forward. But they are going to have a massive chance. There is still a Nightfall here for Welly.
Oh boy.
He has a little space and time. He's going to be setting up. Wow, this is going to be real tough. Here we go. Picks out one. Can he pick out a second? Double swing in. But it had to be the Odin. It had to be the gun that can shred through walls to take away Welly in a 1v4. Oh my goodness.
As close to victory as you can get without getting there. The rare times that has happened to Sad this tournament show again for this round. Welly not even needing the Nightfall to almost make that work. Voriak thanking his lucky stars he's got such a heavy gun for that situation. 9 ults on the table. Full arsenals across the board for this next round. Save for Bad, who will have that overdrive available anyway. A myriad of ways to take this on if you are Sad. A myriad of ways to play with the clock, force One Love to make their own calls, but Welly will make his own. It's the Nightfall, it's the Prowlers, it's a hunting ground for Vita. The overdrive on the wrap turns into the easiest pinch of his life. Fly free, my friend. You have wings of steel.
Free Vita. Oh my goodness. How does he continue to just stomp forward that easily? Again, there's just still so much chaos, but he just didn't care. He just didn't care for a single second. That's what you have to do as a Neon. We love to see it. Antigone taking on this pressure, and ladies and gentlemen, this round is even.
That turn was insane. Able to adjust right back to it. Knee jerk there. Neural Theft gone now, so both sides back on that neutral, playing from the spawn. Opening himself up is Welly to get the first. Still closed off. The Shock Dart trying to catch him. First jump peek gone after the Voriak tap, and now he's going to approach it with the wallbang on the Odin. The chamber is running low, but he's got just enough to make it work. Oh, but he doesn't have it!
What? The convergence from the orb doesn't come in time, and it's 7-1. My heart, my soul, 7-1. I don't want to say it out loud, but it is. Sad Esports. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sad Esports. A massive, massive round as One Love again allowing the gap in the middle of mid. Sad Esports, they have not been touching mid whatsoever. They haven't done a B split whatsoever. They shocked the system here with a Neon just rushing in, a singular player picking up all 3 frags. But again, Welly, yet another round where he was able to potentially hold it all the way down, but an Odin shreds him through the wall. And the trash talk. Again, you have to remember, ladies and gentlemen, the other team is literally inches away. They're on the other side of the table.
And Welly is notably one of the most vocal players in the region, both for and against his own team. Vita also taking care of the Ditto for Bad. This eco is already cooked. Sad Esports making it a triviality. And no doubt an 8-1 half. Unless Voriak goes as crazy with this Sheriff as he has been on this Odin. He doesn't have nearly as many bullets to finish the job, though. And Sad really taking advantage of the drop you get from that open site. Just managing the 3-2s beautifully, not really worrying about how linear it is. Okay, brother. Oh my god.
7-1.
Chris Paul makes a huge 3 to cut the lead down.
Neymar taunts goalkeeper while being down 2-1.
That was so funny, bro.
No, it wasn't funny.
So
it wasn't
washed.
funny. No, he's not washed. That wasn't funny. God. Why are you so mean?
Just hunting Voriak at this point to see if they can get away with that extra. Well, that barrel's almost spotted. Come on! Okay. Good kill, Voriak. Hey, get away with what he can.
Cool.
Yeah. Still locked. He's been one of the fraggiest players at this tournament across the board.
100%.
Definitely not just enabling, but just taking on the front line once those duelists go down.
By the end of this tournament, he's going to be at least top 15, I want to say.
Totally. Yeah, no doubt. With ults about to come into play here for One Love, once again, with the guns back. This is one of the few opportunities they have left to recover this defensive half to some degree. Obviously, we expect them to do a lot better when we switch sides, but, you know, having more than one round on any half would be nice.
Thanks. Correct. I would assume so, unless you're me playing Valorant. Here we go once again, ladies and gentlemen. It is Larry Banks with the lineup over towards the mid side. Bad has it all. I mean, there was so much utility dumped into A main. One Love
It's all a distraction again.
It is just a distraction. Again, it was nice. It was nice for just a quick second, but One Love, they have no way to have an immediate response. They do have one person in the middle of B right now to potentially avoid things, and Antigone coming in too to try to help out. This is going to be so awkward in the backside for the Omen. Zaj still making the flank come in, still having this lurk be successful, but there's the burst. Double kill in the middle of sight. Zaj is now the last one remaining, and like you said, more than one round. That's a good thing.
Yeah, pressure being applied a lot better this time around. And while Vita does a good job distracting, it isn't nearly long enough for SAD to gain the space they need to take the other side. It's a good setup that One Love can leave B the moment they deal with that Neon, the second they hear the rest of those steps. And while Zaj has an amazing creep up top mid, nice and quick,
30 seconds left.
he's not able to make something of it if no one else on site can actually get anywhere. This time, that will be the case. And in a position where a lot of these gun rounds that SAD has won have been kind of close. With a couple rounds left in the half, he will have to save this. Let One Love get off of their feet and put some more boots on the ground. Much better opportunity at making this an 8-4 half now. They haven't been using the run it back for much so far. The one time that Larry did have it so far this game, it was to go for the retakes.
Yeah.
The few times that we've seen Larry have it, it's to go for retakes, but nearly every single time he's been caught by something that Welly has tossed. He always has a haunt or a seize ready for it, and I have no doubt that'll be the case again here. He's about to get another Nightfall, bro.
About to get another Nightfall, and Larry Banks is putting himself in a touchdown position. You mentioned the run it back not being utilized in the early rounds. Why not at this point? Larry Banks getting so dangerously close. Could easily pop the run it back around the corner, but that's if SAD Esports, of course, make that approach into A, and instead they'd have fully taken mid. One Love again, they have stayed so disconnected from this mid side, sticking onto their poles, sticking onto the sights. Antigone dancing now, backing up into sight. Pain with a flash in his face, and he's still not able to get the kill. Vita around the corner gets it. 1 HP remaining on Vita. It's unfortunate for now, but this is definitely possible for One Love. Run it back coming in for yet another retake. Larry Banks gets exposed, and the Nightfall comes in to break open One Love once again. 2 players remaining. In SAD Esports, they made that look so easy. But again, One Love, they basically facilitated that again and again and again. Nobody touching the mid side for this team, and they get punished for it once again.
And we're here.
They're screaming while the round is still going.
That kind of round, when you're able to get the read that hard on how One Love is going to be set up to the point where, yet again, they don't have anybody posted top mid against your eco, you get a free top mid and market crunch, that like never happens. Vita and Paint are able to just evade bad rechecking the other side of top mid to the point where they get all the way into Boba before anyone on One Love even sees them. And Antigone doesn't get a kill, Larry isn't able to get a kill, Dubs isn't able to get a kill. It is all falling flat again on the defense for One Love. SAD find a way to pull it apart just in time for them to return to that A site, and Vita will win the Ditto.
Bad gone. Nobody else is here to cover up the site. There's still going to be a little bit of a rotation, but Voriak has to wait. He's going to try to make a hero play, and that was almost successful to say the very least. Zaj, he heard somebody in that cage, and he still wasn't ready for it. He was able to back up at the same time. One Love, 4 players basically coming in from the same angle in the back of the site. There's so much attention here from SAD Esports to this one angle.
That Omen spot from Pain not given away. I don't know if the Paranoia caught it either. Oh, it sure didn't. He's able to rise up from on top of the boxes and get the easy one. Larry Banks standing alone for a moment, but now Voriak is able to come and clutch from behind the boxes. Antigone has to try to skirt this, but Welly is able to find 2 on the way down. Voriak on the off angle gives himself away with the frag on Paint. Sova V fade, and Welly is able to take it again! And you know he's gonna let him know that.
Welly has been going through the ringer this entire map so far, but 14 kills leaves him on top going into the second half for good reason. Welly finally able to pop off at the very end of a round, and that is SAD Esports putting their stamp of approval on double digits going into a second half. And again, SAD Esports made it look so easy. This was one of those maps where SAD Esports, they chose a site and they were able to get there every single time. I mean, One Love, the only time that they were able to ever stop a take, I want to say, was once. Only a single time were they actually able to stop a choke point out of that entire half.
Yeah, that's what led to the save round a couple ago. Other than that, SAD were able to get where they wanted to go every single round. But that's been One Love's trademark across this entire tournament, is that they do what they want and it works. A long ways to go, but on Attack Sunset, anything is possible. Pain watching first on the fast lane as it's set up. Conventional pistol take as can be. SAD will quickly adjust to it, and a paranoia won't even slow them down. Larry, no flash. They're just going to keep on walking this down. Firepower breeds the confidence. Enough personnel will breed the site being taken, and One Love have easy access. Zash here early, going to try and continue interrupting. Voriak with a good jump to confirm that he's still in that easy spot to hit with the ricocheting shock dart. Flex on him, brother.
That was incredible, Voriak. The reaction for the shock dart was sick, but here comes now Paint. It's a tall task to say the least, and he's going to start it off facing on one of the sharpest shooters in the server right now in terms of bad, but Paint is going to be gone soon. He has to give up this round. This is 10-3 going over towards the side of One Love, but SAD being on this defensive side, you can always give some sort of credence off of SMGs, off of potentially pistols. Some off angles are realistically all that SAD needs right now. One Love, they are not going to feel safe. They're not going to feel any sort of comfort. The same sort of confidence that they felt in map number 1 feels like a whole different lifetime.
They're going to buy heavy into this for sure. Wondering if there's anybody they want to use it as a distraction a la Vita to get them a free 4-1. But no, it looks like everyone's just going to ball out. I respect it, especially if you're going to stay packed. It means that SAD won't be able to punish and pick up your guns. Zaj on the 1-4.
And it's going to go towards the 4 for now. Welly alongside 3 others with that first angle, but this is still going to be very difficult here for One Love.
Go.
Have the KO on this side too. At any point the knife could come in, not only just reveal, but take away all of this utility that One Love could react with. Larry Banks stepping up, no util to break him in, and a Prowler. Coming out a little early too. This is gonna be Vita and Welly, are you kidding me? They catch him completely off guard. One Love, they're the ones with the guns, not SAD Esports. How is that how it works? How? SAD Esports make it look so easy. 11-3, 2 rounds away from Grands.
That timing was as cursed as it gets, man. Bad caught with his pants down, and Vita and Welly converge at the perfect time with those pistols, able to convert that so quickly and pounce down when they realize it's the full stack. Everyone is unaware. Everyone isn't ready. And you find that lack of confidence start to materialize instantly when you get in their faces. SAD, once again, have all the power, all of that maintenance. And a knife to confirm Antigone's spot, too, even. Step out on the flash. Easy take for the 1. Vita's controlling it all, and he's going to keep going. Ballsy, buddy.
Yeah, and he ends up getting very punished by Bad. The overextension does leave a whole lot of space here for One Love to walk into to potentially try to retake. But SAD Esports, we have quite a bit of attention back over towards mid anyways. 3 people surrounding this choke point. There goes the spray from Welly, Pain, and Zaj. And it works out for a 12th round for SAD Esports. 1 away from Grand Finals.
And if you needed any other proof that that first map from SAD was nothing short of a fluke, then you gotta be blind, deaf, 4 years old, both legs gone, unnamed, orphaned.
What else?
Under a rock.
That sounds
in
really
the water,
tough.
in the ocean, in a trench.
You can do. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't like those other ones. I wouldn't do that.
Well, you don't have to because you know.
I know.
That this is no fluke. This is Sad Esports through and through. This is the real Sad.
Oh, okay.
But One Love, having that cut down B main, this is the first time Sad's challenged it this early on. Slide in from Bad is not aptly supported, so Pain will get away scot-free on top of the smoke. He sets up, double back to get the second, just as Voryak can counter spray on top of the neural theft. Welly still manages to skate out after the second proc of that ultimate goes through. But on a current HP, has to wait for Zaj on this crunch. Are they prepared for this early on?
Oh, they are.
They don't have to be. Yeah, they're stuck on the back side. He's not even going to get a look.
Yeah, and at this point, any peek towards the front of sight is going to catch him anyways. Welly, 21 HP. He needs to be sharp on the head. That's why he's holding such a tight angle. But still, Zash has the front of sight, has the full HP, and needs to fight. But the high-low is beautiful from One Love.
Yeah.
Welly needs to run away, so plenty of rounds for Sad Esports to take in as a cushion.
The only potential stabilizing round left for One Love is the one that is taken. And one of several last chances afforded to One Love to remain in this winner's bracket. Remember, the team that loses this still is not done, still is not out of this tournament. They just have, you know, a tougher road, a lot more game to play right after this, too.
Another best of 3 against a team who also is playing a long time, too.
Yeah, it's true.
But, man, like, in comparison to One Love and their run, again, they made it through winners. Their run was relatively short, not as much Valorant being played. Yesterday was an easy day for them. But, oh my goodness, NBG and Dictators, they are so warm right now. One Love, watch out, there are demons all over the bracket, and this is Pain, bringing the pain. This is Sad Esports continuing to stop, proving why they really are the future here for North American Valorant. They move on to Grand Finals. They have secured top 2.
More pissed at themselves than the other team by the end of that. Because of that 13-5, they realized we cannot let something like that happen again. Just to prove to themselves that they're better than they thought they were after that first one, they go ahead and have even more dominant showings in the following 2 maps. Twin 13-4s to close things out, and your favorites continue to be so. Welcome your first grand finalists to the table, folks. Sad Esports have made it the furthest they ever have at a Fun Haverland event.
Which is crazy to say because, again, Sad Esports, they've been consistently competing. They've been near the top of challenges. When it comes to the teams that aren't, you know, the branded names, your NRGs, your M80s, Sad has always been there, has always been competitive. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's been runs like these where they lose to pug teams. They lose to random teams on LAN. They'll run into the challengers teams, and they will have a massive problem ahead of them. Ladies and gentlemen, this Sad Esports has been revitalized. For the first time ever in a Fun Haver, for the first time ever on a LAN, they have made it to a Grand Finals, but we have seen Sad so much at these tournaments. It is great to see Welly continuing with this project and finding his home here with these other 4.
Oh, absolutely. You can tell he feels right at home. It took him a moment to figure out how it is, but he is no stranger to fostering new talent and helping to shape old ones too. This squad of ragtag gamers has been amazing from year in to year out to today in the offseason. You got to remember, Pate was saying, this team wasn't even sure if they wanted to come here. They thought their year was done. They thought their careers were on pause, but something like this is just too tempting to pass up when you are this goddamn good at the game. Everybody from this team showing out. Shout out the One Love players for having those amazing moments in maps 2 and 3 and an amazing first map to show us what they're really capable of. We'll see them on the lower finals very shortly take on whoever wins that other matchup. So not done with them just yet, but yeah, Sad waiting in the wings, having some time to chill and warm up themselves. They're probably going to go do some TDMs right after this, honestly, knowing them.
Yeah, it was mainly just sound Valorant. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It didn't come down to a lot of those big calls. It didn't come down to the strats, but whenever you did see One Love come down to just the aim duels, they put 3-4 players in the same situation, and it's just one big war. They still did a dance. They still did a thing at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But on the first map, I want to say that it came down to the pace a little bit. One Love, they were that really abhorrent. They were really making sure that Sad Esports, they were feeling some sort of pressure at all times. And you can kind of contribute that to the fact that on that map, there is a little bit more that you can do at all times, really. Coming in from mid, you do have a little bit more of a link in terms of util. And I really don't see exactly why SAD Esports here in that first map weren't able to kind of wake up. You know, during those timeouts, you did see sort of, you know, a nervous look from this team, an anxious look, when in reality, I don't think they really had any reason to be nervous.
They absolutely did not. I'll tell you who wasn't anxious from the beginning of the match, though. Our MVP for SAD, Zaj, the Senti player for this team. Definitely the most consistent out of anybody across all 3 of those maps. Had some of the coolest shots I've ever seen on this first map, despite getting absolutely dominated. This clip is going to live in my head rent-free, dog. Absolutely unreal stuff coming onto this clip in. But even after that, his role, despite taking a bit more of a backseat thanks to everyone else waking the hell up, was so solid. He played a very well active Senti when it came to Lotus. I think he did a really solid job at making sure that those backends were limited, and he did a great job of intercepting the stacks whenever he was on the 1 for the 1-4, which being Zaj, he is very often. And then we switch things up to Sunset, where as Pain has to take that enabling role on the flashing initiator, Zaj sort of takes a secondary duelist role, playing that buddy system with Vita that he's so used to having someone else for, and he did so beautifully on the crunches that they executed.
Yeah, and again, it is awesome to see that variety coming in, and Zaj still being able to play more or less the same play style the whole time. Again, once he gets rid of all that util, and once the responsibility is off his back, the mouse one was strong. Good for Zaj at the bare minimum, because again, there was a lot of moments coming in from that second map where again, they just weren't in that same mentality that they should have been throughout this entire tournament. Map number 1, they changed. Map number 2, it was Zaj near the beginning of the game to already spark up that team.
Well, SAD does have a little bit of time to take away, as do we, as we prepare for our penultimate matchup of the night, the tournament. Oh man, One Love, waiting to see who will take them on, as are we, as are you. Sorry, no choice, we don't make the rules. We will go to break though, we'll see you in a minute.
Spike down A. I'm out of here.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
It is.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Trick shots.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Give me the enemy remaining. Down A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Pinpoint. My ultimate. Too slow. One enemy remaining. Nice. 30 seconds left. My ultimate's ready. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. You die. Fire in the hole! One enemy remaining. Wait for me. One enemy remaining. Go, go, go. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy down. That makes 3. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Player standing. Stay down. One
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining.
Fires out.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. I'm out of here.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
It is.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Trick shots.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Give me the enemy remaining. Zone A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. My ultimate. Too slow. One enemy remaining. Nice. 30 seconds left. My ultimate's ready. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. You done. Fire in the hole. One enemy remaining. Wait for me. One enemy remaining. Go, go. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy down. Death makes 3. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Where is it?
One enemy remaining. Get out. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Player standing. So. Stay down. One enemy.
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining.
Fires out.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Give me the enemy remaining. On A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Pinpoint. My ultimate. One enemy remaining. Nice. 30 seconds left. My ultimate's ready. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. 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 Enemy down. Death makes 3. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone?
One enemy remaining. Get back. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Player standing. So. Stay down. One.
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. I'm out of here.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
It is.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Trick shots.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Give me the enemy remaining. On A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Pinpoint. My ultimate. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Go, go. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy down. Death makes 3. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Where is
One enemy remaining. Get back. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Player standing. So stay down. One
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. I'm out of here.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
It is.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Trick shots.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Give me the enemy remaining. On A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Where is
One enemy remaining. Get back. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Player standing. So stay down. One
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. I'm out of here.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
It is.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Trick shots.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Give me the enemy remaining. Down A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Pinpoint. My ulti. One enemy remaining. Nice. 30 seconds left. Three ultimates ready. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. You die. Fire in the hole. One enemy remaining. Wait for me. One enemy remaining. Go, go, go. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy down. Death makes 3. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Where is
One enemy remaining. remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Give me the enemy remaining. A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Pinpoint. My ultimate. Too slow. One enemy remaining. Nice. 30 seconds left. My ultimate's ready. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. You done. Fire in the hole. One enemy remaining. Great for me. One enemy remaining. Go, go. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy down. Death makes three. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Where is
One enemy remaining. Get back. One enemy remain. One enemy remaining. Thirsty. One enemy remaining. Player standing. Stay down. One enemy.
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining. makes 3. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Where is
One enemy remaining. Get back. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Player standing. So. Stay down. One enemy.
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. I'm out of here.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
It is.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Trick shots.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Give me the enemy remaining. On A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Pinpoint. My ultimate. Too slow. One enemy remaining. Nice. 30 seconds left. 3 ultimates ready. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. You die. Fire in this hole! One enemy remaining. Wait for me. One enemy remaining. Go, go. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy down. That makes 3. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Where is
One enemy remaining. Get by. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Player standing. So stay down. One enemy.
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. I'm out of here.
Revealing area.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Trick shots.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Give me the enemy remaining. Down A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Pinpoint. My ult- Too slow. One enemy remaining. Nice. 30 seconds left. Three ultimates ready. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Go, go, go. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy down. Death makes three. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Where is
One enemy remaining. Get back. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Player standing. So stay down. One enemy.
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining.
Foolish. Fires out.
One enemy remaining. Spike
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
It is.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Trick shots.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down mid. Give me the enemy remaining. Down A. Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Pinpoint. My ultimate. Too slow. One enemy remaining. Nice. 30 seconds left. My ultimate's ready. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. You done. Fire in the hole. One enemy remaining. Free for me. One enemy remaining. Go, go, go. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy down. Death makes three. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Away, run!
Where is
One enemy remaining. Get back. One enemy remain. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining. Player standing. So. Stay down. One enemy.
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. I'm out of here.
Revealing area.
One enemy remaining. Pinpoint. My ultimate. Too slow. One enemy remaining. Nice. 30 seconds left. Three ultimates ready. Last player standing. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. You done. Fire in the hole. One enemy remaining. Wait for me. One enemy remaining. Go, go, go. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy down. That makes three. One enemy remaining.
Where is everyone hiding?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Where is
One enemy remaining. Give out. One enemy remain. One enemy remaining. Thirsty. One enemy remaining. Player standing. Stay down. One enemy.
I know exactly.
One enemy remaining.
Fire's out.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. I'm out of here.
Revealing area.
Last player standing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to Miami. We are live with $10,000 on the line. Top 3. We made it, ladies and gentlemen. We started off the weekend with, what, 24, 26 teams?
26?
26 teams, ladies and gentlemen. We started off at the very beginning of the weekend just about 3 days ago, and now we are down to 3. We've made it down to the losers finals, and ladies and gentlemen, this is far from a losers bracket. Let's call it lower bracket. I feel like that's a little bit lighter. That's a more brand-friendly
no
term.
Losers in a fun haver
No,
lane.
not
We're
at all.
just here to have a good time.
We're all having fun, guys. Am I right or am I right? So One Love again, we did actually just see them lose in that top half of the bracket. They are going to go down to Nightblood Gaming, a team that has been here since the very beginning of the lower bracket. They have now played, what, 5 best of 3s in the lowers or 6 now?
Yeah, it is definitely up there. Nightblood got sent down bright and early and had to make one hell of a climb back through a tough bracket to make it even this far back to the podium, but they still want more. This revenge tour for Son of Kar and this debut on land for the rest of Nightblood has been amazing to watch, but also it's been very emotionally jarring. A lot of moments where you question if these guys are still going, if the endurance test will be succeeded, and so far, so good for Nightblood, coming out on top in another 3-map banger against Dictators.
Yeah, Dictators, again, such a strong team. We saw them on stream, but again, when it comes to the prowess of Nightblood Gaming, when it comes to I guess putting the brains together, just mashing them together and just being able to win a video game, ladies and gentlemen, Nightblood Gaming, they've been able to do so off the back of potentially not so much strategy as so much the son of Carr, the one and only Carson, ladies and gentlemen. He has been one of the brightest prospects in North American grassroots Valorant for the last 2 to 3 years. And again, for very, very good reason. He is one of the most consistent duelists that we have seen at this level of the game internationally. And he is continuing to show that prowess here at this tournament.
Yeah, a couple teammates that have been on the come up lately that have decided to join him. This Nightblood Gaming roster has been in transition all year. But Tuzi has been one of the players that's been alongside it since the beginning of the season. Let's chat with him and how he's feeling.
The tournament's been great so far. I've enjoyed the landing experience. I think it's something that a lot of players don't really get to have when they start competing. So just having all the landing experience has been great in general. I guess our upcoming opponents, I don't know who exactly it's going to be, but I think we feel good going into it. We usually start slow. Usually we go 3 maps on the first series of the day because we don't usually play this early, but I think it's been pretty easy for us today. So I feel like we're a lot more alive. So I think we're going to do good, and I'm excited.
So Tuzi, he does kind of establish exactly what we've seen from Nightblood this entire weekend. Slow starts to their days, and they've kind of done that exactly again. Full BO3s to start off their runs. But again, they had so many good teams ahead of them in that lower bracket. So lower starts or slower starts, I guess you could say, is sort of expected, I guess. Tuzi's definitely kind of he's overdoing it a little bit by saying, "Oh, we're known for our slower starts." Like, come on, it happens.
Well, it is natural for Nightblood Gaming to be hard on themselves as well. That hasn't changed a bit since the beginning of the season. So it's good to see them. It is purely an excuse to just try to get better for these players. They want to visualize themselves at their absolute best, and they know that it is better than what they're showing so far today. We'll see if they get any closer to it. As we head to our pick bans, we'll be starting on Lotus as picked by Nightblood. One Love will be opting to the Haven pick that they so dominated with in the previous series against SAD.
Yeah, that Haven pick was so dominating once again, but it all really did come down to that defense prowess once again. The angles were good. The first interactions were good. Haven, let's see what actually happens if that first barrier is taken down, if those first few interactions are taken down. Again, the individuals on that map specifically were insane. You didn't exactly need like a full set game plan to make that one work.
100%, yeah. I don't think that that'll be the case this series for sure. Nightblood Gaming have that prep work coming into this entire series, and with One Love choosing to start out on the attacking side for this first map up,
okay.
I'm curious to see if that'll lead to any bit more momentum for that squad coming into this next half, because we didn't really get to see them get their feet off the ground last time they tried to get aggressive on this map.
Yeah, if anything, again, you have to have consistency, because every single round, again, they were tempting that outside area. They were tempting a little bit of that rebel control, but at the end of the day, they never actually had the good system, the 2 players to actually be on that front line. They were relying so much on that duelist to make any sort of noise made. But again, if you are trying to pressure out Nightblood Gaming a little bit on that back end, they're still going to have so many options on this map to be able to kind of leave out. Again, it is a little weird to say that Lotus is, as even as or as easy as just you go up and you just pressure on in the early round. But that is sort of what happened. They gave up so many interactions just over towards Rebel.
It's true. I think that One Love is going to be able to find those same ways to pick apart Nightblood Gaming, where the individual prowess means so much to this team on paper that it might cloud their judgment when it comes to figuring out how to synergize properly for reactions. I feel like if One Love have the same kind of death volley style that we saw beforehand, where these pack fights that they initiate are really well timed, then they might be able to get a drop on a couple of players from this NBG squad and start some personnel advantages nice and early in the match.
Yeah, we'll see at this point, because again, NBG to me is such a sharp team. So again, getting the drop on a team like this, dude, they are well drilled. Again, we are on day 4 of nonstop Valorant. We have seen at least for these 2 teams, in terms of just pure gameplay, we've seen at least 6-8 hours of pure gameplay this entire weekend, each and every day. So again, if there's any doubts of the setups, like I've talked to the players, you know, they might have had a thing or two to say about the setups. Not anymore. Like, I'm serious. Today, they were all just like, oh, at this point, it just feels like I'm at home.
Yeah.
So, again, if there's any doubts at this point, it's not LAN.
No, there are no excuses at this point. There is no more breathing room. We're in lower finals for a reason. It is sudden death, and it is do or die for both of these teams to keep on going. Your comfort zone should be here. Your absolute best should be now. Nightblood, One Love, starting on Lotus. So excited to see how these teams match up against each other. It is going to be an explosive start to things to see who takes us to Grands to face off against SAD.
Yeah, and earlier again, we did have the predictions officially up for us, but I guess we could just kind of lay out the ground for this lower finals on our own. I'll start off. I'll let you think.
Please.
I'll let you think a little bit. I see this one being Nightblood Gaming 2-0. Again, it's purely because I haven't seen enough One Love. As simple as that. I am downing One Love right now. From what I saw on that first map, they have the potential. They have the mechanical prowess. And again, if they are simply confident in how they approach, at the end of the day, again, as long as you can click mouse one, as long as you can connect towards heads, again, this is a tactical FPS for a reason, and this team has that prowess. But again, we are talking about Nightblood. We are talking about an incredibly drilled team. We're talking about a team that has one of the best IGLs in North America, period, in terms of stellar. Yeah, this game is going to be way beyond mouse one.
Yeah. For me, I'll allow a little more slack because I think that at least one of these maps will be close. I'll say it goes to One Love, so I'm going to go with NBG 2-1. Going into this series, I have some faith that these guys are still some cracked aimers, but it is still NBG for me for sure. Was that? Oh, it's because it's white. It's white on white. Bro, yeah, we're predicting a big old red line through the middle of this match.
No one's winning.
Cross it out. No one's winning. But no, I do think that ultimately, you know, NBG obviously have more proof of concept, proof of power, proof of dominance, and all they have to do is prove it one more time, and we'll get ourselves a good old-fashioned Challengers matchup in Grand Finals, man.
Yeah, at least hopefully, right? Because, again, we had so many Challengers teams throughout this tournament. We thought this top four, this top five was basically just going to be a mini Challengers land.
Yeah.
So a little bit stunted, to say the least, by these newer teams. But that is exactly what's going to be happening next year to the Valorant scene in general. We are going to be seeing local teams, local players potentially blowing up tournaments, blowing up storylines, blowing up all these players' trajectories that would have been quote-unquote said, or, you know, they have super teams that they're hoping to just keep on dragging them forward. But ladies and gentlemen, again, with the open qualifiers coming up next year, any of these players that is playing in this building right now, or any of y'all at home, could be able to make an impact like we've seen from teams like One Love and from Jackpot this weekend.
It could happen to you! It could be you! But I couldn't agree more. I think that this kind of setting where those Challengers teams with the branding, with the backing, with the namesake, with the logos, with the the media packages, with the camera people, with the managers, with all of that, it pales in comparison to people being good at the game for a 3-month period of time starting in 2027. And I would love to see a free agent Pug stack go all the way, or at least some distance tomorrow, to show just how powerful the open circuit can be.
Yeah, no. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you all again for supporting Grassroots North American Valorant. I mean, again, this is one of many Mr. Funhaver tournaments as of this point. But every single time that one of these tournaments happen, I feel like y'all already know what I'm about to say. Tim always has this whole thing of just like, will I, won't I, will I, won't I. Tenric, should it instead of will it?
Sorry, you're asking me if Funhaver should continue?
Yes,
you're
of
asking
course.
me if
what
greatest Grassroots LAN events in North America should not go on?
Mm-hmm.
No, I think we should. No, we could do this again if y'all are down.
Yeah, do it again and keep expanding it and keep platforming it and keep, again, sharing these stories, because again, we haven't seen too many of these players have platforms, have spotlights away from Mr. Funhaver tournaments, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
I mean, as somebody, again, who does come purely from the Challenger scene from these last 2 years and aiming towards VCT, the one thing that I just have not seen whatsoever is attention from content, is attention from branding, is attention overall from the scene to the grassroots, even though almost every single time that a rookie does make it to VCT, that player ends up being one of the most interacted, one of the most followed, and one of the most curious cases when it comes to international Valorant. The thing about this next year, ladies and gentlemen, all of that is going to change. So again, very happy to be here in the driver's seat for this next one, ladies and gentlemen, because again, it is two very different stories for this game. The same thing with the winners finals. You have NBG, Nightblood Gaming, that has been on a trajectory, that has been trying, that has been mashing into a brick wall for the past 4 years in North American Valorant to grab titles, to make it to VCT, while over on the other side, One Love, it's been simply a pipe dream for them to find success within Valorant. And now, out of nowhere, they have their opportunity. Again, this is a little weird here. It isn't exactly the highest stakes in terms of just what we have here at this event. But going forward, in terms of the motivation, in terms of the confidence, this game here and the next two BO3s that we have here at this LAN, it is massive potentially for these individuals.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. For these One Love players, it is a big reach to even get this far, and they should totally be proud of where they stand already. But you know they want more. You know they are hungry for more. You know they want to win. It's all anybody in this entire venue always wants to do. It's what makes this community so goddamn beautiful, and I cannot wait to see how these teams clash together. On the PCs, as you said, that these guys are getting real comfortable with. Shout out Zowie for hooking the ROK venue up with everything and letting us be able to have such a seamless event and such seamless games.
Shout outs to Red Bull, too, for providing refreshments and all that. Shout outs to ROK for hosting us for the weekend and providing not only, of course, the venue itself, but the support throughout this entire weekend. Shout outs to y'all at home for tuning in. If you guys want to support us here at Mr. Funhaver, please, the only thing you need to do is follow us. Continue to share, continue to support the events that we host here, ladies and gentlemen, because the future of Grassroots Valorant, it is extremely bright, and the center of Grassroots Valorant in North America is right here at MFH, ladies and gentlemen. So let's keep dragging. Again, like you said, the PCs, they're on pause. They're on pause at the moment. You know, they're staying cool. And ladies and gentlemen, I think, if I'm not mistaken, after a quick breather, Agent Select is starting extremely soon. So we can start to dial back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. Thank y'all for the patience. Thank y'all for bearing through the yappage. So once again here, Henry, if you were to just look at the One Love roster again, say 4 days ago, what would have been your expectations?
Definitely something solid at the very least, purely off of seeding. You know, watching Antigone just absolutely dominate in the Funhaver qualifiers throughout this entire offseason. As I should mention again, he is the second highest point scorer out of anybody who played in those qualifiers, second only to Amax, who did not come to this tournament. I think that he has had a wonderful series already against SAD where he got to tear it up, and I think that One Love is a great place where he's able to execute that. He's going to be back on that Vice for this Lotus, and Bad now on the Waylay again on top of this Larry Banks Raze. Nightblood Gaming doing what we are very used to seeing them do for this map. Stellar also on that Vice. Son of Car going to go with that solo Raze while you have the double controller from Stunna and Tuzi. Really love seeing Stunna, similar to Vita on a map like this, decide to take that active smoker role to be able to provide that extra bit of slowdown instead of just purely running it down on the double duelist.
Right, and at least for this One Love team, again, that double duelist, it's going to be so chaotic anytime that it's in effect, because again, the Fade util is going to be a little bit off. Doves' util is going to be a little bit off too. Larry Banks, or slow, that is. Larry Banks and Bad, whenever they do get into the early interactions that we know they like to on defense, it has to be chaotic. It has to be in their face. Of course, with the Raze, with the explosivity, sure. But at the end of the day, Bad is going to be the one making the space on the defensive side. You're going to have the cleanup from Larry Banks right after that, or vice versa. Same thing. For Nightblood Gaming, again, it is sort of what we expect for this map. I love Stunna's play. Stunna in general, he is a little bit more fly. Again, plenty of communication, plenty of map for him to be throwing off his smoke. So a little bit of distraction to say the least. But at the end of the day, this map has so many high lows. He's able to take full advantage of that. We've seen plenty of good plays from him already today, just on Lotus. We made it, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for the patience once again. Lower finals for us live from LAN, live in Miami. Nightblood Gaming face off against One Love. It is going to be a bit of a split approach. It is going to be two going over towards A, taking it nice and easy at this point, waiting to see if Nightblood Gaming can make an early mistake, make an early approach. But for right now, One Love, they're running into an empty C mound.
Vice util on both sides. This C side is always going to be contentious and low-key slowed down. with the sheer bat is going to be the only one available to get in and only has the refract thanks to the pistol going with the ghost. But Son of Kar is the one to strike first, and it's a collat shot on the Sheriff, grabbing 2 off rip. Nightblood immediately throw the stone wall up on the C site, and One Love are at the very least forced to tap that door to apply some fake pressure. But without a face popping out of that door in a couple seconds, Nightblood Gaming aren't fooled for a second. Now it's Tuzi that'll grab first contact, trying not to lose that health pool. Has some help on the high-low, and it's another kill for Nightblood. A pistol that's already getting started off well, but with 3 players still low, Nightblood's got to play this calculated.
Yeah, there's barely a dismount for them. They have to take this as slow as they did at the beginning of the round. Can stop fully in their tracks.
30 seconds left.
The only thing he can probably do here is go for a couple picks, and at this point, A is impossible. No time to make that wrap all the way over. If they decide to go all the way over into B, it's not exactly a bad option, only a single player there, but they have no idea. They're just going to go into this dry, and again, no complaints. What a hold at the beginning there from Nightblood.
That is a stunning start coming from Nightblood. Son of Kar with a crucial opening shot to gut the tempo of One Love's approach onto that C site, even when they were getting on top of that sheer quicker than expected. From there, Nightblood can set up shop, lickety-split, and One Love have absolutely no room to rotate. Usually not the craving to either. Very natural ending to that round. One Love just forced back to the recovery. A great start on this defense. And you know that One Love is so desperately trying to get their foot off the floor as quickly as possible. Make sure that they can show themselves that they are still in this match, because after those last 2 maps, you're kind of holding out for that silver lining somewhere.
This is a difficult situation in general now. Over towards B. Viper backing out. He had the molly to potentially hold this out. I was going to say, because Nightblood Gaming was taking on a bit of a contact over towards A long, if they had kept at least one person here to keep these 2 rotators from Nightblood and A, that Viper would have had a little bit of a tough time. But Stunna now feels the prowler coming in. Son of Kar already has quite an easy shot in Stunna, even easier, with 2 shots to the side of the head to both Voryak and one more. So Larry Banks going to go down to 1, and Tigany, same thing. Double kill from the Viper. Nightblood Gaming up 2-0.
Flawless fashion, too. So already a fantastic start from this NBG squad. Keeping a solid eco out the gate. Making this bonus one that is beyond threatening. With Son of Kar on this Outlaw, he'll be able to one-shot only one member in Voryak. Everyone else making sure they get the heavies after seeing that sniper. And Stellar, yeah, considering the rifle buy, but it'll just make sure they're suited for next. Son of Kar going to be given the stinger. Wonder where he's going to get posted up.
They already are set. They're set for life at this point. Son of Kar stepping up close. He's not stunned. He's not flashed. Around the corner is Enzo. Enzo biding his time, not going for any TPs. They know that it's an omen around that corner anyways. But with these smokes, it could be anywhere around that same area. One Love totally stopped in their tracks. They're not facing any pressure back over towards mid anyways. It has to be One Love to push the situation now. 3 over towards Mound. Not a lot of information to be grabbed. Fade now does have to reload the haunt here.
Good patience taken by One Love to start, making sure they can't get crunched by that stack on Mound. But Son of Kar has made it to that spot that Tuzi kind of set him up for.
The switch gets triggered. Here comes Stunna trying to find a couple headshots, but Bad already has his teammate. Oh my goodness, Son of Kar popping in and grabbing 2. Are you kidding me? I was going to say the back was a little bit scary there, but now Tuzi taking on all of that pressure, snagging 3. Son of Kar, what a great watch on the 180 back over towards Mound. And Tuzi, he was facing that pressure just a round before, and I was feeling a little bit of doubt, but never mind. Tuzi standing strong.
I think that was a walkout coming from Son of Kar as well from the Mount. He went into the spawn area and found 2 on the lineup in mere milliseconds. That is another insanely quick double kill that completely nullifies the momentum of One Love. And then from there, they're so bottlenecked after all the time that's wasted from chilling around waiting for Nightblood to do something that they have to duck into B main, where that toxic screen is ready to make them all vulnerable to that Spectre shot that Tuzi is taking beautifully. What a 1-2 uppercut to start us out here on Lotus.
No, and I love the play, too, coming out from the Omen. He did have a little bit of an opportunity at those 3 players coming in from Switch. But again, the only way that he was able to kind of stay alive there was because of the mount. He had to stay perfectly on a line so his head would not be popping from the mount and, of course, allow the Rays to be able to get that frag. Again, fundamental things. These aren't exactly complicated, to say the least, but it is more than enough to at least throw off your opponents and to now find yourself at a heavy economic advantage. One Love down in the depths now, down in the dirt. They're going to do something a little aggressive, to say the least. Jumping right on into A, had one person going into the half wall. Bad is going to be able to get a singular frag. Whole lot of assists coming out off the util, but it is Zeke to pick up 2 more. Voriak trying to run away, trying to make the most out of this round, trying to take away a couple of guns. It's not exactly doing half bad. 55 HP, need to reload a little bit. Double Prowlers, oh my goodness. Double Prowler, Molly on top of him with the knife. Nightblood Gaming, oh, what is this?
Yeah.
What is this?
If this is what we're seeing, I am terrified of the next 8, brother. Nightblood Gaming. You see the longevity there from Son of Kar, even though he's on 1 HP from the decay. He still sticks around that extra bit with the jump peak to distract the root presence long enough for Stunna and Stellar to once again get the kills that he couldn't. The support system so far from Nightblood is exactly what the vision intended it to be since day 1 of the season. It's all coming together so far on defense for NBG, but that 4 is not enough. Although Odin from Stellar on high. We're getting weird already.
Yeah, no scope in either. Dude's just starting to turn around, starting to shift around, but what a sight to be able to hold on that Omen. This is one of the maps where Brock made himself very, very famous. And is able to kind of skirt around that centralized choke point. If there's any pixel that comes out there from One Love, they should get absolutely shredded. The Odins are beginning to sing. But again, nothing happening at the moment. One Love, yet to show any face.
This is ultimately the dream for One Love to finish A again after being able to swing the stack, but Stunna still standing tall on Rubble. Now the Paranoia tossed out to split the board again and doesn't win the next 1v1 against Bad. But One Love's got to gun it if they won't meet another threat head on. It's already too late for that. Showstopper from Son of Kar. Buddy, you're a little late to the party. One Love's turn and tail again. And now they'll double back to that C site a second time now that they've once again going for the juke out.
There is util here. Yeah. Vice is coming back. Stepping through the smoke now. Prowler out. Enzo threw off the TP. Waylay in. Still nothing from Stellar. Stellar not able to find a pixel just yet. Needing to shift around. Able to find Bad. Still staying alive. But Voriak able to find a single bullet through a wall. And only a 1v3. Now make it a 1v2. Zeke is gone. There is One Love finally sprouting up.
But it takes almost the entire clock and a little bit of luck to get back on there. That is with pretty minimal intel a majority of the time. I mean, trust me, Voriak's trying his best to be able to figure out where exactly these NBG members are sitting, but they are not really giving over too much just yet. Have that double smoke to be able to chill out most of the time here. Stunna not getting 2 on the way down there is low-key kind of everything, because then One Love might have been forced to funnel into that A side a little bit quicker, but instead they can go for the double juke and take that better risk.
Son of Kar, he is stepping up, has plenty of support around him. No Prowlers coming out just yet. And no approach from One Love. Again, continuously here, One Love at the beginnings of these rounds, they're waiting for aggression coming out from Nightblood Gaming, but Nightblood Gaming, they do have a slight bit of aggression, but there's always a hard cutoff for this team. They're not trying to show face by any means.
They also don't want to give anything away for free. When it comes to the bank, they always want to grab value out of it, and they will again off the Prowler. Stunna going to stay on this high ground, try and dodge the Rose, but they're not going to proc it. Instead, the paint shells out from Son of Kar will play purely preventatively, to the point where One Love are convinced to once again leave that A side alone.
There's going to be 2 strong players here with a whole lot of utility around them to try to take advantage. Not only that, but in the back too, you're going to have so many mollies, so much aggressive util on him, but what the hell is that? Tuzi. No molly to stop him out, but it's the TPs. It is the dashes helping out Nightblood Gaming, or excuse me, helping out One Love getting into sight. Zeke, no chance, not able to get anything more than a couple body shots through the wall onto Larry Banks. And this is the round already. One Love surely snagging this one away unless Stunna is able to pull off some sort of miracle here, but it's not going to happen. Zeke, same thing. Zeke is gone. One Love is up.
Yeah, guns still available to spare for Nightblood Gaming, and I mean, this is the kind of aggression that you're expecting to see from One Love. The kind of overwhelming attack presence. And with NBG starting to get a little pulled apart now on that defense, it means that One Love can continue to try to slow this down. They have fallen prey to the clock a couple of times now. I think that's definitely possible, but as long as they continue winning positionally, even if they do lose to the clock, I don't think they're going to be pressed as long as they get a decent half, which they are kind of running out of time to do. They've got to get this streak and continue it now.
Quick connect here from Bad, trying to find the angle onto Son of Car. Son of Car going away. Stunna is actually going to be able to find a kill. Out of nowhere here onto Enzo. Enzo, that was a ridiculous spot to TP on. And the fact that Stunna's already there is also actually as ridiculous. Here is the control of Tree with Nightblood Gaming getting pushed all the way back into the back lane, into platform. Stunna in drop. Waiting for some sort of pixel to come out. Nightblood Gaming, they are pretty hasty to make their way onto A. There's two players still in the back of B. There's a Viper still waiting to even commit to this rotation in, but there's still plenty of utility. The Hero Prowler going by. Stunna with the one-way, peeking with it. Beautifully done from Stunna. He's continuing to tap away. Foriak in the middle of sight is going to stick with the plant. Larry Banks through the smoke, finding Stunna, and now we're back to only a man advantage for NBG.
And Tuzi with the shotgun isn't going to be able to make a distance himself. He has to wait on the rest of Nightblood Gaming to activate, and Son of Car has already used, I believe, one of those blast packs. That being said, with Tuzi getting this Viper's Pit up, the Steel Garden won't really be able to cut that hard.
But he doesn't have the shotgun. He only has a pistol to use. He's shifting around, but he's going to allow Stellar to do all the work. Antigone takes out Stellar. This is still real difficult. Nobody from One Love is looking to step into this Viper's Pit, but instead Tuzi pushes at the situation. They needed to find One Love. One Love did not need to find Nightblood, and that is the round from One Love.
You respect the attempt at denial there, but ultimately it's once again a little too enthusiastic, and that has always bitten One Love's opponents in the ass. Full economic reset now on the horizon for NBG. They're trying to find their next level of being able to meet the threats so that they can still take the advantage in this half, which would really be nice to have when their own attack half is just so clean and consistent. They can make a much better runaway with that happen, but they need a little bit of fodder in order to make sure that they can send it home.
Lands to the slaughter.
Yeah, this round probably.
Shame.
Antigone around the corner, rips away at Stunna. A couple more opportunities to take away some hope here from Nightblood Gaming, holding on to this lead. Antigone, he's just going to continue to frag away. Potentially recharge his ultimate here all alone. Antigone picking up one.
One enemy remaining.
Another target for his teammate, Tuzi. Pretty far at this point. But One Love, they made it look easy to say the least. 4 straight rounds from One Love. After finally being able to figure out C and A at the same time. Both sites, I mean, really, they haven't been able to get anything done in this series or in this map so far, so I guess I can't proclaim too much. But at the end of the day, One Love being able to find their gaps in C and A.
Curious how Nightblood want to freeze going forward from here, because they've done a good job at cloaking their inserts that net them some decent kills. The conversion rate is just not as good as it should be when Nightblood is taking those calculated risks. It's not purely a mechanics thing, but it definitely helps if they're able to just swing onto that second head a little bit quicker. And again, that's part of what's getting warm for these teams. Nightblood fresh off of that best of 3 against Dictators. This LAN is an endurance test through and through. I want to see if Nightblood is still able to adapt, still able to change. So late, so tired, so exhausted into this tournament.
At any point, it could just be easy to throw your hands up and go home. You already got the cash, but here we go. Son of Gar stepping up. There's no way at this point. You already made it so far. Stunna going away. Trying to get behind the wall, trying to get behind the smokes, trying to make it past these barriers. Got One Love. They tried shooting past, but that's actually just Zeke. Zeke alone. Bursting out of the connector, going down. And now Stunna, an opportunity for two, but he's only going to be able to get one. Nightblood Gaming completely neutered in this round. 2 players far, far away from the site. One Love.
Toxins going up.
Actually going to give a bit of a chance here potentially for NBG. 2Z stepping up. That's Enzo taking him away.
30 seconds left.
One remaining. Stellar starts it off right. He is going to pick up with a singular frag. He's potentially waiting here for somebody like Antigone. It's peek out from the mid side. He is showing a shoulder right now. Stellar. Take your time, my friend. Stellar trying to bait out a couple of pixels. But Larry Banks is able to take him away. One Love, 5 rounds in a row, and now they're in the lead.
That'll be another episode of Nightblood Gaming walking into the wall of bullets. That is One Love. Just moving forward and shooting anything in that open sight. Approaching things the right way while minimizing how much util you have to use to actually scare these guys off. And really, I mean, any open space that was walked into against One Love has been punished by One Love, no matter who you are. It really is that important to find an angle that these guys are just not prepared for. And that is beyond possible with the rookie experience that a lot of these guys have. We saw it against SAD. There are a lot of game plans and set plays and protocols that they are super and plainly not prepared for. But it comes down to scoping that out. And especially on the defensive side where you're kind of waiting for that wall to come to you, you do have to cradle it at some point. You do have to intercept.
Yes.
And that is a calculated risk in itself that NBG has been willing to take. Been losing it a little more often in the past couple rounds. One Love might be getting heated up again as well. Would be perfect to see another banger series come out of this lower finals as Nightblood trying to get that lead back on what is projected to be their weaker side.
And it was a fairly creative start coming up from Nightblood too. When you talk about the outside A, when you're talking about Rubble, when you're talking about Mount. And now Nightblood Gaming, we have not seen the same. Yes, we have seen a couple of pushes back over towards Rubble at this point, but One Love, they've been able to navigate those with relative ease. Nightblood Gaming, they have switched things up slightly. They have pushed people over towards the mid side. No more pushes over in C. Nightblood Gaming again, once they changed their ideas, once they were already in the lead, the tides have changed. They've definitely hit here on the server. 5 rounds since then for One Love. At this point, One Love again, still staying disciplined. Again, they're waiting once again for yet another contact from Nightblood Gaming. Again, inching their way forward, going as safely as possible.
I mean, they still have reason to believe one will come, no? We've got all the time in the world to see if they try and get greedy again. And they eventually will, but it'll work. Antigone getting hit by that flank watch.
It's only the one, and again, there's no hard info that comes from that. It's just a single person back in spawn. And now finally, most of this One Love team is being spotted, but by the time that they are contacted, they're already in the middle of a site. Son of Gar has a bit of an angle. Not going to be able to follow up on it, but Nightblood Gaming, for once, are going to have potentially an opportunity here to get into a retake. Larry Banks on the outside against Zeke. This could all get shut down immediately, and there it is, Son of Gar. Going down to Larry Banks, and there goes Zeke to take down Larry Banks. Back to a 3-on-3. Zeke gets all of that information and can continue to frag now, but it's bad! No way! Bad completely on his own, lining up two. One Love again. This feels like deja vu.
Yeah, more of the same. And that is only seconds after Stellar pops that Steel Guard and doesn't even really manage to hit the perimeter that it's supposed to there for the rest of the team to push in properly. And man, a miracle that Larry Banks manages to find that Ditto win against Carson. Now Showstopper's ready on both sides. One of the few times Nightblood Gaming has a little bit of choice as to how quick the heartbeat of this round is, but One Love is still the conductors.
Cautionary TP coming in from Enzo, potentially being able to find a spot all the way in the back of from spawn at that point. Larry Banks with the showstopper. Bang! He is still able to get Zeke with it. And backs out from the link, backs out from connector. Still one more player rotating completely on his own. Nightblood Gaming. Their coordination is being thrown completely off right now. And again, they're just not approaching with that same full systematic, attention to detail. This team now looking a little scrappy right now. And One Love taking full advantage of that. This round, they did not do any of that cautionary look, any of that searching that they do at the beginning of the round. They committed to a site, took C almost immediately.
Does allow a 3-man save for this last round because of how decisive it was, which means Nightblood will still have a decent economy to try to get a 5th on the board. But this streak from One Love is undeniably impressive, able to really dig into the weak points of especially that C site and scope out when exactly they can press. Not too much distraction from A site needed, but seems like that's at least where we'll start this time around. Carson still having that showstopper after Larry Banks managed to grab one in Narnia after that activation, but his spacing definitely has to be different. Not bad. Maybe just listening for the steps up to see if the hyper-aggression is worth catching with a convergent paths. It isn't.
Nothing from Nightblood. No need for any sort of aggression right now with the site, with the type of setup they have. Again, they're staying so safe. Keeping Tuzi back over in B. He's going to have himself the orb. Also going to have himself the wall right in front of him. Molly potentially to hold off or rotate. So not exactly difficult here for Nightblood Gaming to start things off. One Love, they're not pushing any situations. Waiting for an opportunity, and they're making an opportunity right now. 4 people stepping up into A.
TP on the rubble, so you have the double. And One Love will start making the trek. Toxic screen available just in time. And Son of Card is going to fire blindly, forcing the light speed out from Bad to escape. Relative slowdown, but One Love are undeterred. They'll tap the door and start making some space. Son of Card thrown away by the paint shells, able to re-aggress as soon as this Prowler heads by and catches Zeke. He's the one that'll get swarmed and killed. Now the funnel into blue, and Bad takes care of Son of Car in an instant. Double up on the steps now, triple, but a huge paranoia lets another opportunity go One Love's way. 3 stable at the end of it all, and it's an 8-4 half. That is another 8-4 half for One Love. We've seen so many of those already from them this today.
Right, ridiculous how that ended up happening once again. Again, Nightblood Gaming, they didn't have much of a watch over in B, but again, One Love continuing to push and push and push and fight and fight and fight into connector. Again, whenever they had some sort of an idea where Nightblood was coming from, One Love, they showed unadulterated confidence there at the very end of that half. That's, I guess that's warranted for a team that just won 8 rounds in a row. One Love, this just feels like deja vu for the fact that we already saw the story in the very first map of One Love's run today.
Yeah, same script, at least so far. But Nightblood now on that attacking side themselves. Pistol round means a lot, evidently, as to how good Nightblood can be at chipping away at this themselves. This Vice setup on C has been such a pain to deal with. Antigone has been so good at these roses to stop the push in. Son of Car should expect to be blind jumping in here. Still waiting, Stellar on the lurk. And Tuzi over on Rubble distracting the other 3. Might have an angle timing. Oh, watched. Chips. Almost gone. Yep. Takes care of Voriak. Still has 2 on him, and that's a quick trade away. But meanwhile, Stunna has managed to find Dubs. And B-site now opened up thanks to that extra attention paid.
Bring them down.
And Stunna flank watching, too. Ready for these other 2 to try to cut in. Larry gives himself away first. Door is going to get tapped, so that'll be a second player confirmed coming from flank.
Now it's everyone coming here from that exact same area. Stunna needing to back on away. And there goes the paranoia. They still have a little bit more utility too, just to cover up this gap. Again, they're not seeing, they're not feeling any sort of pressure anywhere else. It's all coming from here. There goes Stellar taking down Bad, and there goes yet another wash at the very end of one of these rounds for the attacking side. But it's Nightblood Gaming this time on the attack.
So far, 2 for 2 in the pistols this series, but still have to get far more of a streak than that going if they want to prove their superiority on what they chose to be their map pick after seeing One Love fall to Sad before. Son of Car back on the Outlaw, this time on the attacking side. Stunna going to be picking up that Vandal too after picking up that opener. So a lot of tools available, but Nightblood can't afford to give them away. And they're going right into the belly of the beast here on A.
Opting to back on out after so much pressure. Two pieces of util coming in immediately that are fairly inundating. A smoke right in your face alongside a C's. Tuzi just wants to catch a couple ult orbs. Wants to get a couple kills potentially. But what is an incredibly important ultimate to head your way into a C site into B to cover up A completely. This is an even 5-on-5. Certainly a chance here for One Love to make something out of this round. Most of the players are actually spinning off towards mid, so this Spectre might be able to sing. There's going to be 2 players here to potentially crossfire here, but Tuzi has all 3. Like I said, he's just trying to farm the ult orbs. That's exactly what he just did. 3 kills going his way. Flawless round going for Nightblood Gaming. No rebuys going into the next round. And this is big now for One Love. Are they going to hold on to the lead? This is realistically the round to kind of hold on to it. Nightblood Gaming, let's see if they can keep on stomping forward. Here's a listening.
You throw this smoke and then fake TP with I, and we walk out A. Yeah, let's do it. After the util.
Money is super shitty on 2 of them.
Yeah.
Yo, he's gonna have a judge. He's gonna have a judge. I'm orbing, yeah.
Alright, you might TP up with the judge, don't go through tree then. We're not gonna go through tree. Just be careful.
I'll find you.
Yeah, where they dash?
Dash up.
Yo, nothing C. It's only 1 C right now.
I still think we rewalk A. Well, you probably have to util it. He's there. He's committed. He can't recall.
We just walk out behind his smoke. Fuck it.
I bit his wall C. This is good. I bit his wall C, guys. This is good. Nice, bro. Nice. I think you guys just go. Just go.
Yeah.
Thorns activated.
Yeah. I'm a nade drop right now.
Running back side.
I'll nade backside. Nade backside.
I have your stairs. Okay, I have stairs.
Good.
Is Hobbit open, Tony?
Money for the open.
Yes.
Could be dropping.
One wing heaven.
I've drop. Nade
Yo.
heaven.
Don't be little stairs.
I'm clean drop. We should clear
it.
Be clear.
It's clear. Just stairs. I'm under you, Tony. I'm holding stairs. Like, walk up, man.
No.
I'm jiggling main right now. Okay? I'm jiggling main right now.
What? Look, yo.
One way's gone.
I've heaven.
One more main, okay, guys?
One heaven dead.
Yeah. Stairs.
One enemy
Tether.
Cross in on orb.
Tether.
Oh, what the fuck? This is the biggest fucking
yes.
I've ever seen.
Let's fucking go, bro.
10 feet away from the fucking tether.
Let's go, boys. Nice trade.
Oh, only complaining, guys. Come on. Keeping 4 up on the bonus? Calm down.
Yeah, nothing good happened in that round at all.
So disappointed in that round. Great patience. Great adjustment there from Zeke from the root, able to head down to that lower angle from the blue approach, made it no longer a pinch. That's some great patience coming out from Nightblood after they're able to set up. And that's the eco again from One Love off rip here, turning it back to a potential 8-8. I mean, this is exactly what you would have wanted if you're Nightblood.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, Nightblood going over towards that attack side, I mean, realistically speaking, they just wanted to get off of defense as quickly as possible. They didn't get a single retake going, and now they're the ones that can dictate the pace. It is possible for a defensive side to dictate pace, but you have to do so much to kind of do so. Nightblood Gaming, they're the ones that pressure out every single situation that could possibly happen or that we have seen happen. One Love or Nightblood Gaming, we haven't seen push spawn too much. Push period, really. But here we go. Enzo needed to run away. TP over into heaven. Nightblood Gaming, they should have sight perfectly fine. Nobody from One Love launching out any sort of utility. They're waiting for the smoke to go down for them to eventually end up making their approach.
Bit of an overly safe taking of sight. They don't have as much util as I'd like them to for a retake like this. OneLove could be in a stellar position, but Stellar no longer in any position. Oh, Dubs. TTK is not great, but has the high-low now with the help of Auriac, and Dubs is going to start improving that TTK out the gate. The Seas and the Prowler able to provide just a little bit of extra fodder against Zeke, who launches the Haunt on top of the spike to confirm the plant position, but he is pinched after it's all said and done. And indeed, Nightblood don't have enough to stave off that re-entry from OneLove, making it 9-7 off of the Thrifty.
I guess it's something OneLove, again, they just inundated that top area, the heaven area, right before that smoke ended up dropping, and still a little bit weird to say the least. It was 1-by-1. 2 players over in heaven while somebody over in drop coming out at the same time, but realistically speaking, with the angles, this attacking side should have been able to kind of navigate things, and there you go. Tuzi, no head on a swivel there. Stunna not able to lock in on a single frag. Zeke, same thing. Nightblood Gaming caught in some really unfortunate situations, but OneLove certainly the ones that kind of pressured Nightblood Gaming into making those mistakes. Not bad.
Yeah. Big decision for me there with Stunna using that Paranoia to try to clear out the site. Totally could use that for the post plan on the lineup, and they don't have that. Without that, you have basically just the Rose if you want to throw anybody off. Auriac's just going to absorb the Nightfall, expecting people to collapse in immediately off of it. Good idea. That's definitely what they normally do, but Nightblood understand they can't do what they normally do if they want to beat OneLove. Back to the A site we go. Decent aggression, decent stack, decent rotation coming in from OneLove, though. They'll be able to meet this early and interrupt Antigone yet again. Able to get his on the way down, and now once again has help. Dubs is getting lit here on the extension. Everyone here for the party, and it's another smattering from OneLove.
Yeah, OneLove this time. All they had to really do was actually have the man presence. Once again, 3-4 players in the back of sight. They did have a Paranoia in the middle there, but still good stuff coming out from basically everyone that was able to stay on. Still very mobile there was Dubs, but otherwise, OneLove able to just follow up on what is expected out of them. If you have 4 players in the back of A, surely you have a good chance.
Yeah, the proper placement meaning so much there. But Nightblood do have this buy coming into this next one. They'll approach the mound. Yet again, OneLove correctly guessing where that initial fight is going to be. But how do they set up shop? First shot out from Bad, second out from Dubs. That'll give away 2, so Nightblood will reconsider immediately. Sunapar absorbing the Paranoia and the setup with the high-low. And it's another Paranoia into open territory that goes nowhere. Nightblood don't have to do anything that time. A reclined, kicked back round win that'll restabilize.
Yeah, OneLove, they were incredibly cautious this entire half. And 5 rounds in, they're just like, you know what? We're winning. Why don't we change that? So 3 players swinging out of C, 2 players swinging out of B. Is what it is. Hey, listen, if they can change then, I'm sure they can change now.
Antigone is going to come into this next round with the Steel Garden, and that meant everything in the previous round. Yeah, it's another situation where it's just like that piece of Omen utility is so important to this composition, you need to save it for something better. I would prefer you take a fight just about anywhere else. But now we're back to convention, the neutral for the mound, everyone's favorite game. The one-way and the two-way set up on the mound entry. Nightblood gonna use that Prowler to skate through. But of course, the Vice Util is the biggest boundary. Antigone set up beyond the boxes. Nothing to go against that due to the Waylay not being on this composition. And with Bad on the cross, can't enter dry either. Bit of a free contact pick, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, very much so. No follow-up coming in from Nightblood either. Nothing to support it.
Miscommunique, maybe?
Yeah, potentially. With only the single piece of presence potentially on site, bad columns. But still, Nightblood Gaming. They have a step up over in B, and they have a big chance potentially here onto Voriak. Voriak was shoulder peeking with the knife. He ends up going back, allowing the Waylay instead. Let's recoup the site and reposition from Fade going into Heaven instead. Nightblood Gaming, they're not being too creative here. This was just a little bit of a honeypot for them to eventually go into C, Showstopper's here, but in his face is Antigone. Antigone with a stinger and a secondary, able to make a little bit of damage, but not enough to finish this off. Bad instead from behind, looking to clean it up all the way. Bad with a couple of bullets in, and that's going to be it. Voriak gets the kill onto the spike holder. 2Z is the last one remaining with no time remaining. One Love, they're able to make it work. Nightblood Gaming, yes, a little bit of a gift at the very beginning, but the two players able to hold things back. One player over in Link, hustling back as quickly as possible. One Love. These rounds that they've won, they've had extreme presence on these sites.
Yeah, I'm so curious, even if, you know, that presence is clocked by the attacking side so much more often than not. I'm so curious why so many of the teams we've seen in this tournament are so dedicated to still trying to battering ram their way onto their first choice of site. It feels like NBG had more than enough time, maybe 30, 35 seconds to go for that pivot, or even a snake on to B, tap the door to at least force a double up or something. You have so much attacking pressure, you have so much neutral pressure that you can use, but they wanted to try to get the drop on a One Love that may not have been fully set up. They weren't prepped for Antigone being on top of the boxes. They figured that Bad might have been the only one there, and it was another 1-1-3, but that necessitates Son of Car being traded off of, and he just wasn't. River control was never there for NBG, and that's what they need in order to survive. From there, 5 seconds to go, and everybody from One Love available, so that kind of thing can't happen again. You got to go for the rotation. You got to make the quicker call on who is where, or at least go for that calculated risk that you may walk into, that you have a lower chance at least of walking into the stack instead.
It's just everyone's role on that exec was a little bit weird, to say the very least. Nobody had a dedicated angle to be checking, which isn't really usual. But again, if you have 4 players coming in and you have 2 angles basically to be checking, you can dedicate 2 to the low, 2 to the high. And yeah, no, Nightblood Gaming, just a little bit extra attention to detail there. Might have given them a gap, but One Love once again executing on their positions very well on that in that situation. Let's see again Nightblood Gaming as they do approach C slightly, putting in a little bit of attention, trying to see if there is a strong response coming out from One Love. But One Love instead, they put up a smoke, waiting to see if NBG themselves respond with a little bit of utility. They back up over into A. There's heavy presence once again on this site. One Love have been doing a fantastic job of reading this team.
Yeah, not buckling at all. Just waiting for that screen to cycle.
Here.
Seeing if they can find a gap. Doves on the raise angle. Set up the smoke for the potential crosses. Prowler will catch out Doves, but Carson actually able to find Larry in the site. Doves walking through the smoke. I love that risk taken, but 2Z's able to nip it in the bud, and everybody from Nightblood is able to land their shots this time around. No hyper-aggression really necessary either. Everyone just kind of sauntering in and taking the fights properly.
Yeah, you can't exactly complain about the result there for Nightblood Gaming. So much investment between A and B. Just hurts again. One Love was caught a little bit in transition there as Nightblood Gaming were heading into site. If they are playing it a little bit more, Nightblood Gaming, they have been constantly falling into traps, constantly missing out on crossfires during these takes. But let's go once again. Antigone is going to be holding on to an ultimate. We're still going to have a little bit of a weird situation for One Love going into this next round. Their economy is slightly affected. But here we go once again. 11-9 going over towards One Love. Like I said before, it is awkward for One Love this round. Their economy is restricted down to just about 1.52K. They are going to be able to buy quite a bit, to say the very least. It's just, where do they restrict themselves? Are they going to go for a little bit more of a half buy? Yes, they are. They are going to dedicate 2 rifles, however. 2 Phantoms coming out, a couple of Sheriffs in. A difficult decision, to say the least, from One Love, but that also might come with a little bit of an alternative approach to the round. 4 players stepping up into a rubble for this One Love team. Oh my goodness, it's pure chaos if Nightblood Gaming ends up stepping on. But One Love, they're going to maintain 4 players here on the outside. And Nightblood, they might have a red carpet all the way over towards C.
But they still have to get through this Vice util. It'll afford them a tiny bit of slowdown. Only 2 members allowed in. Whoever breaks the shear and the TP. Oh, but Antigone is already here from the waterfall, and he's going to pop that Steel Garden. As Zeke is stranded beyond the shear, he's going to get left alone and cleared away nice and quick. Now you're forced to duck in with the help of this spike, and Larry Banks on the showstopper immediately stopped by Stunna. Going to get refragged. No, Tuzi can turn back to it and crack open 2 more. Now Tuzi in that duel against the one in Doves. As Antigone is able to deal with Stunna, it'll be a 1v1. As Tuzi has to break back open here. Antigone on the reposition.
Whoa.
It's well read, but Antigone is well practiced. And a Thrifty will get 1 love to 12.
Match point.
Just unbelievable again. Nightblood Gaming falling right into yet another waterfall of players from One Love constantly. This has been the theme for One Love on this defensive side. Every single time Nightblood Gaming make an approach, there is a healthy amount of One Love players to collect them and to welcome them with very open arms. Nightblood Gaming stunted once again in a round where One Love, again, it was mostly a Thrifty. Only 2 rifles for this team that round. Only 2 guns, period, for this team that round. Back at it again. Nightblood Gaming getting shut out of A outside, but it wasn't their objective that time. Only a single player sitting over in C right now for One Love.
But Antigone's been so capable on his own here. Steel Garden forced into this site where one stands alone. One Love don't even have to wait to run down the rest of this site. They'll hold some respect for the potential B pivot before the spike is committed to on the C side. Antigone can take a sweet time for this spike to dissipate. And
No
as the rest
way.
of Util gets set up, Boriak can spray down onto Zeke.
Now the spike in the back of sight, the smoke in the back of sight. It might expose the spike here, but he is able to go right into ramp. Larry Banks still with a kill onto Stunna, and this Viper's Pit is so necessary. This is huge here for Nightblood. A 2v5, but oh my goodness. One Love just mow over every single option that Nightblood Gaming had, and One Love have done it again. Yet another upset on the map here, this time a Lotus. One Love currently 1 up on a challenger's team.
Despite such short notice, this just goes to show how much of a team game the highest level of this community is supposed to be. The pack is so much stronger than the individual when it comes to One Love. When they coalesce, they are nigh on unstoppable. Playing sardines sometimes, it seems. Instead of like calling out when you find who's hiding, you just hide with him instead. And it slowly starts to pile up into this stack that has somehow met NBG time after time after time. And NBG, they've been willing to scrap it out sometimes. They want to duke it out. They want to prove that they can be better. And the fact is, you are taking that inherent risk by doing so much more often. In One Love, they love when you take more risks because it lets them find the mistakes, the chinks in the armor, the little cracks in the crevices that allow them to get these insane moments alive. And again, it was done together as a squad, as a team.
And that's, again, I have been saying this, I have been singing the praises of teams that have done exactly that. They have fundamentals down to a T. And this team, when it comes to at least reminding each other of those fundamentals, reminding each other of what are the priorities to these rounds, it is to stay together, it is to play your life as much as you can, or to make your life as valuable as possible. And we saw that so many times on the attacking side, and especially on the defending side, where every single player subscribed to the idea that was called in that round. If you are called to go to C, you are going to C. It does not matter if there's already 4 players there. You are coming to help the team. And indeed, every single one of those players was more than necessary to hold back NBG. Again, we have to emphasize, this was a ridiculous amount of reads, a ridiculous amount of just pure hard prep, easy done prep, hard answers from One Love against NBG on their defensive side.
This is the kind of thing that you have to do when you can't necessarily punish Nightblood as often. In the early parts of the game, we saw the same weaknesses that affected Sad when it came to those approaches, getting just a little bit too greedy, stepping into the outskirts to go for the hyper extensions, the potential wraps. But the fact is, One Love know how much time they have to be allowed to wait for those things and couple them with their own pack fights, turn it into their own territory, and make it an absolute breeding ground for kills on their side. side. The fact is, though, Nightblood Gaming did learn to avoid that by the tail end of Lotus, so I feel like on Haven, we'll need to see more of that extraordinary team play coming from One Love if they want to take this in 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, Haven is the map that One Love already has an upset today on another Challengers team that just so happens to be in Grand Finals, by the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, One Love, if you haven't heard of them before, well, map number 2, that is certainly the chance to potentially see a shining showcase for this young roster. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back with some more Wild West live from Miami. Thank y'all for joining us so far.
Redundant. Sense going up. Enemy down. Bam. One enemy. Woo! One enemy. Listen up. One enemy remaining. Player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Redundant. Sense going up. Enemy down. Bam. One enemy. Woo! One enemy. Listen up. One enemy remaining. Player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, gamers. Welcome back to the most gamerous gamers out there. Welcome on in once again. This is Wild West, ladies and gentlemen, and this is indeed some high-caliber gaming. Live here from Miami, live from ROK, and we have $10,000 on the line, my friend. This is Tenric. My name is Upmind, and let's keep talking more Valorant. We have map number 2 of our lower finals live right now, ladies and gentlemen. Live in just a little second. Of course, we're not missing out on anything. One Love, a team that me personally didn't hear about too much before this weekend. I have hung out with some individuals from this team, but I will tell you that much. The only reason why I've hung out with players from this team is because they were available for karaoke on Sundays and Saturday nights. So by this point of the weekend, ladies and gentlemen, I am not used to seeing these players from One Love, and what a fantastic, what a pleasant surprise so far.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. They have come out strong in both of these first maps of the series that we've watched them play. They have been absolutely incredible on the punish game, and they were still really good at mounting that aggression when it came time to actually show that you didn't need to take advantage of mistakes to still win things out. So One Love very set up to potentially take this in a 2-0 fashion, especially returning to the map that they won the first time around we saw them today, Haven.
Yes, Haven, ladies and gentlemen, what a stomp out once again, and we are going to see One Love step up with the Phoenix alongside the Jets. Of course, we're not going to be changing anything. Antigone once again on the Cypher. He can basically just be a third duelist. Let's just be so for real.
Yeah.
The way that he plays on defense, at least, he does turn into a bit of a third duelist. Once he just lets go of that util, he just can kind of float. Voriak also, he has been incredible throughout this tournament, but we have not seen his impact all too much in this sort of series and in the winners finals. Voriak, to me, again, off of the Sova, this is the sort of agent that shouldn't be as proactive in the post plants, and back over on this map, that's almost exactly what we saw. Voriak was completely unleashed in the post plants.
Yeah, I want to see that continuous force be available for Voriak, because on the previous map, you're right, he didn't necessarily show up in the numbers department, but the intangibles were really where he lied. He had this constant hail of bullets, usually with that Odin that was available to punish anybody who stepped out, and just provide a decent distraction for anybody actually entering. I think on Haven, you can absolutely continue to do that if you're Voriak. Just find a right spot and start letting bullets fly so the rest of your team can get in. Provides more than enough of a stage for these incredibly cracked aimers to go crazy, go stupid. That being said, you're playing against Nightblood Gaming. It is still as tough as it gets, and for Nightblood, they are going to be fighting like hell to stay alive, and once again take us to 3 here today. It's Haven. It might just be the last map of the lower finals, but it's going to be a good one regardless. One Love on the attack to start things out. Nightblood opting to start out on this defensive half. Curious exactly what that means for this double duelist core of Sun and Carson.
Nightblood Gaming, they already started off by playing defense on a 3-sided map, and they were not able to retake a single time. Nightblood Gaming, this is already a bit of a test for them, as we see One Love beginning to make their first approach. Again, if Nightblood Gaming don't get into a single retake, that's not a problem either. If they just win out every single round immediately, just like this, if they're able to approach these shorts, approach these choke points, get their kill, back out, stay safe, then this isn't exactly a bad move here from Nightblood Gaming. This isn't exactly a bad look. Son of Car already with 3, make it a 4th. Son of Car is about to be unstoppable for these first 3 rounds. This overdrive is about to come online. The attacker hasn't been spotted just yet. Antigone looking for contact, and Son of Car is going to be looking for him. Tuzi's letting him get it, letting him get his ultimate, but it's not going to happen. Oh, come on, come on. Son of Car, you could kill someone flying. You could kill someone in a car. You could kill someone going 100 miles per hour. You could kill somebody upside down, but you can't kill somebody that literally is not looking at you and is literally blind. All right, Son of Car, I love you.
It's not as beautiful if it's forced, right? Carson's got to feel it. It's a vibe for him. But man, oh man, the pistols have been no trouble for him at all. So easily able to deal with these head taps when there is not nearly as much in your face on that Neon. He can fly free. And now, with that Outlaw, he definitely does need a chaperone to make sure that the gun isn't easily given away, but that A lane is likely a no-go. That being said, Doves is going to at least apply some potential pressure with the help of this TP through sewer. Carson won't fall victim to it. Instead, that title will fall to Zeke. He might actually get backstabbed pretty early on here. I don't think he's prepped. No, he sure isn't. But Stunna, in the meantime, is able to police Garage, make sure no one else can bust through that. So 4v4, but a free A site now. Oh, and Doves has already made it all the way to heaven. They have, like, no space, dude. What?
Yeah, One Love. Perfectly established. Tuzi, he backed out of here a long time ago. Everyone else from Nightblood Gaming has been totally disconnected here. But once again, there was already an early frag here for Nightblood Gaming. The fact that no attention was put on here might be intentional. Let's see Son of Car. He might immediately have an opportunity. He didn't even spot the player over in heaven. And Tuzi, there you go, is able to take down Doves. 2 more players remaining here for One Love. Disaster avoided here as Nightblood Gaming able to pick up the round with 4 players alive, keeping all of their guns basically.
Yeah, crisis averted here for Nightblood. Feels like they're forgoing the potential economy battle in favor of just grabbing the rounds and keeping bodies alive, because only losing the 1 here does provide some decent stability for the bonus now. Look at Carson. Man's got an overdrive. Round 3. I am not surprised. That kid's insane.
See, that's what I was saying. This guy is going to be unstoppable going forward because they need something like an overdrive. Again, Son of Car, he's going to maintain an Outlaw, but an Outlaw on this map, there's so many long angles where Son of Car can be productive. And of course, once that gap begins to shorten up a little bit, Son of Car can always just pull out the overdrive. Here we go once again. This is Nightblood Gaming already with a little bit of aggression in the early portion. Aggression in the mid side. Aggression over towards A. One Love being pushed back into their own spawn literally completely at this point.
Couple of random Guardian bullets through a smoke. Yeah, sure. Go ahead and waste that hot hands. And then Larry Banks is finally back to full, but bad. Yeah, finding that early duel against Son of Car is a good way to start window shopping. Zeke still around here, and it feels like One Love knows that this Sova is going to be babysitting the Neon a lot. After the bolts are launched, they will have that confirmation, try to hunt it down, but after the swift backup, One Love has to risk going into this stack now. Nightblood providing help to Zeke now that Son of Car is gone. Cyber Cage up to potentially field the cross or at least bluff it. Flash out from Larry Banks so that One Love gets the lane for free. And now Zeke considering the Owl Drone in quick retaliation, but One Love's pace is too quickly set for him to justify it. Instead, the noise is cut on both sides, and One Love are going to choose that C side instead.
Yes, so much information denial happening over towards A with just a Phoenix and a Cypher. Here comes One Love, however, needing to make a very quick decision. Their intention this entire time was to go over towards C. Stellar is the one that needs to act. He has himself his pistol. He does have himself the better pistol, but the Bandit's not going to be able to get anything. 3 players remaining here for Nightblood Gaming. Again, they were just trying to put on a bit of a miracle run going into this round, going in without many guns, but they're still making it work a little bit here. Here we go. Flash in the face of 1, 2 in the front of sight. The SMGs are beautiful in this sort of range. Bad can't do anything. 1 more player remaining. Antigone! He's gone! gone. Nightblood Gaming, they scratch, they claw, and they dig right through the C site for a retake. That is the first retake we've seen from Nightblood in this series.
They're once again so inexplicably comfortable on what is the toughest map to retake in the game right now. And yet they make it look so easy they don't even need the overdrive with Carson gone. Instead, they rely on Stunna so heavily, saving both of his flashes and the blaze to cut back into that C side after the smokes dissipate. Dove's choosing not to get over-aggressive into the link. Honestly, I think he should have stepped into his own smoke to potentially have that extra leg up. But Stellar segmenting with the blaze, getting the flashes out, on top of the paranoia too from Tuzi, well thrown to keep away Doves from getting any further up. And from there, you cut things in half, you slowly press forward, they're forced back into the lane, it's not optimized, it's not clean, it's not a bonus for One Love. Son of Kar able to hold on to that Outlaw for this buy, but will quickly lose it again after getting once more first blooded. Now you have to split things up even heavier. Likely the 1-2-1, letting Stellar alone on the island again until they reduce that C neutrality. But Stellar's going to get rid of this trap wire, I think, just to give off the idea that there could be that wrap coming in. One Love, though, they're already at this garage, so it might not even matter to him. Going to shoot down that wire. In goes Tuzi off of another beautiful paranoia, and that's an easy one to start.
Off of the one that was well earned from One Love over towards A2. So this is at least Nightblood Gaming. Again, fighting to keep things even, but over on A, things are going to be far from even. It's only going to be a single person here. Zeke, he does have a Hunter's Fury. He does have an angle to potentially catch a first frag, and he peeks out one more time too. Still risking the spam, but this Hunter's Fury is huge. He's not going to delay time for his teammates. He's not going to utilize the Hunter's Fury immediately either. Nightblood Gaming surely taking their time here a little bit. Coming out from the mid side, Zeke. Just a cautionary owl drone, just trying to get some early info, is able to get one person. I don't think he was able to spot the second. Stunna, all going through. Here comes the Hunter's Fury to clear out the bottom. Gets one on the Boriak, and they're able to clear out the other one. Systematically now, One Love is getting picked apart. Nightblood Gaming again. They wait for the Hunter's Fury. They have pure patience. Nightblood Gaming, with this same pace, fell so flat on Lotus. But on Haven, it is facilitating them to get right on the doorstep and burst it down. One Love down again.
That Hunter's Fury didn't do all of the work either. He was able to clip into Hell, but he couldn't find both the bodies, so Nightblood still have the decency to check when they rotate in. And the pinch is still free, so Stunna uses that Blaze to once again cut the site in half. It is a beautiful way to stall out the rest of One Love, all scared to press through that Blaze because they have no idea what they're walking into. It takes waiting for it to fade away for Bad to get started. And as always, the players on One Love, once they have that open space, they're gonna get kills. They are they're ready to get those shots. They are so locked in, but if you waste enough time, you take enough space, it doesn't matter. You set the fights that you want to take. That's how Nightblood needs to take this series.
My eyes are down.
And now a reset. Just an owl drone. Just to pop out a short just to get a little bit of information here, but One Love. How do they readjust here? They haven't had too much attention back over towards B. Also, A hasn't exactly been a problem for them. Anytime that they have approached this A site, they have made it a very competitive round, to say the very least. But here comes One Love. An uncontested garage is going to lead them right into the open hands here of Stellar alongside one more. Stunna in the back. He's having an incredible game. Can he continue to stomp forward? Run it back still alive. Stellar with a kill. That does take down Stunna. And this is an absolute mow-over from One Love. They're able to get 3 kills in very quick succession, but here comes Son of Kar. Stunna still staying alive and still getting another frag. Bad with the knives. Bad with the knives is able to get 3, and Larry Banks finishes it off. One Love, they invade a C site, and they're able to establish themselves.
That's one of Bad's best rounds so far on stream. So much responsibility placed on Larry Banks to door bust onto the logs and eventually makes it work, but that entire other side of the approach, it is on Bad and those blades to be able to carry through and dominate, and indeed, he does. Altitude be damned. Utility be damned. That man is chilling. And now, sitting with that gun again, One Love have the reset that they were looking for. They have the ult rotation that they were looking for. And they have reason to continue believing they can take this half and win it. Now stepping out. One level, try this C-side again with Larry Banks' own ultimate. When Stunna used his last time, it was pretty swiftly dealt with. Same goes this time for Tuzi, just taking care of that body. But he'll step out, stay respectful of the take until everything here is drained. Hot hands on the link to prevent the step in. And Stellar, not necessarily taking no for an answer, and Bad gonna punish it.
There was so much utility being utilized there for One Love. Nightblood Gaming getting completely drowned out. But again, they have been unrelentless on these retakes. Regardless of a man advantage, they have continued to go. Stunna at 28 HP getting revealed, and this has to be the round. 2 players remaining now. Antigone does get a big kill. However, Voriak, Antigone, just going to be playing for the cage here. Stunna takes this. Owl Drone coming in, going to reveal his position. And there goes Stunna leaving the site. This is the round once again here for One Love. Stunna, try as he may, wasn't going to be able to do anything off of a very, very inundated C site, a very inundated Nightblood Gaming that, again, they just could not even get past the back line of C.
Still a little closer than one may expect with a C take that dominant. But yeah, Nightblood can't completely rest on their ability to step back into it, especially when you're working with less resources, which is once again the case with this worst buy. Feels like One Love understand as long as they are able to play keep away long enough on the sites, then it doesn't matter how good Nightblood's retake game is, there isn't enough time or space to be able to conquer to make it matter. Only that TP available for One Love for probably the next 2 rounds, so I want to make sure that Nightblood can't get away with anything cheeky. So it's back to formula. C-site again with a pretty standard and well thought out dive.
Commitment's fully there, but Nightblood Gaming, again, they just don't have any of their more aggressive agents over towards C. Only the Cypher staying on and bouncing out. Nightblood Gaming down to 5 at this point. And they might not be giving up any ult orbs at this point. I think they also kind of realize that economy, but let's see what happens. Nightblood Gaming, they could be getting into some pretty late interactions here. Going into garage, they're looking to pop 4 out of this area. There goes Bad, finally gets taken down from the pistol. Now they're isolating a couple. Stinger trying to get a couple of kills, not able to get much. Voriak trying to take down Stunna. Stunna's finally gone. Everyone dead for Nightblood Gaming. 2 guns taken away from One Love. But yeah, no, the ult's continuing to climb a little bit here for One Love, as they are going to face a very difficult round soon from Nightblood Gaming. The Hunter's Fury is going to be coming on live fairly soon.
As is the Neural Theft, so Nightblood don't have to do any guesswork when it comes to taking apart a site again. They can retain that confidence in the retake that they did before, as long as they find a body on the way in. But that's the thing, One Love, they aren't 1-4ing, they aren't having anybody lurk. Antigone's mostly playing with the team. So it's hard to find that extra body unless you have Stellar go all the way down and find C4, but that's so much time wasted when you could be taking a site. Wow, look at this quick rotation after Dubs goes for the TP, and he's going to stick this, has the shotgun. Oh, this could be really dangerous.
No.
Oh, timing! Oh, but not the immediate head tap. Stunna still has to fight this out. He uses both curveballs to deal with it, and he will. But the rest of the side has been taken already by One Love.
One Love's established. Bad has a really good angle here. Same thing with Voriak. These 3-man crossfire here into the back of sight can get broken up here by Nightblood. They do have a smoke still remaining here off the Omen. Cages aren't going to be able to do much. This Owl Drone is everything and does mark the player in the corner, but that is only a job here for Stunna if he's able to get an angle. 2 players coming from above. 3 here from below for Nightblood Gaming. Everyone's still alive for this team. They slide in. Voriak and Bad able to hold back the line. That's 3 kills coming back for Love. We're even now, and there's only one to line up the frags. Tuzi had both players in his line of sight, lined up for him, and he just could not capitalize. Ladies and gentlemen, it has happened again. Nightblood Gaming win out the first 4 in One Love on Haven, able to take back 4 in a row immediately.
And it's a combination of Nightblood Gaming not matching the TTK of One Love, not optimizing that positional placement like Stunna missing the shot on the drop, with One Love actually bolstering their own take with some util themselves. Larry Banks taking a page out of Stunna's book and being able to use that blaze so late in the post plant to be able to carve away that site and stall even longer. And Son of Car forced to divvy up that fast lane, can't press in with it. You have almost no pushing tools after that's done. He uses the relay bolt to get in, but from there, everyone else is pretty vulnerable. So Nightblood stuck on the tie game. So many ults in the bank now, though. not really any guns, so a tough position where they're still desperately looking for a way in now, but realistically, they'll have to wait until next.
Unless the Omen somehow can do something. He's still tempting this run in the front line, blasting over a couple bullets from the Sheriff. Zeke trying to do the same thing, but it's not going to work out. Run it back still coming in, and it's actually from Nightblood Gaming. Stunna just gets absolutely denied from it. That is fairly crucial ultimate, to say the very least. There's not so many rounds left in this half, only 4 left. It'll be hard to get that run it back. Here goes Antigone once again in a one-on-one against Son of Car. Son of Car is eventually going to go down. A flawless round for One Love. Their economy is going to be flawless for the rest of this half now.
I feel like Stun is purely using that ultimate because he knows he can get it back by the end of things. Just take 6 orbs, you can slow things down and have him invade C lane instead of Stellar if you really need it that bad.
Okay.
But I mean, obviously, it's not, you know, perfect for me. I would also prefer him wait until next round so that Nightblood can just get the streak going.
That's
but
fair.
I think Stunna was just trying to get rid of some guns because One Love's eco is still a little bit concerning. Now it definitely isn't, though. They have basically everybody up, Hunter's Fury and Run It Back available, so you can re-up on basically whatever site you choose. Hell, One Love can go back to trying to juke him out again. They haven't really been doing that lately.
Yeah, again, One Love, they have been kind of just succeeding wherever they go. I mean, they just won 5 rounds in a row. I really don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just...
Color this tough guy.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. No, you can't. You can't. Like, yeah, One Love at this point, they're playing with pure confidence whenever it does come to their first approach. Can't exactly complain too much because, again, here on Haven, there's so many backup options for them that One Love eventually, whenever they do need to make that pivot, whenever C is no longer that option for them, whenever A doesn't work out for them, well, yeah, One Love, they still can just maintain a little bit of proactivity. They still can maintain the players that they've had over towards mid, over towards C. It's not like One Love, they're dedicating all 4, all 5 of these players towards a single push all the time. Again, One Love, they still are maintaining full attention for the full map right now. Nightblood Gaming, they are just falling victim to the retakes once again, though. At least they have the 4 rounds from the defensive half. Something that they would have desperately wanted on the last map. Here comes Larry Banks going up and is going to go down to Zeke.
Pretty early ultimate from Larry Banks. Might have been panic after hearing that shock dart, but it'll still hit base form, so not really anything changing other than Nightblood Gaming having a quick adjustment onto the B site. The TP in from Dubs is going to get committed to a plant, even though Zeke has been letting this Hunter's Fury go. Desperately looking for a lineup, but just can't seem to crack one open. Dubs gets away unscathed.
And he's still looking for more, too, getting real greedy. Getting ticked away now with the Owl Drone.
BMing the Owl Drone, by the way.
Taking a selfie with it. Diffuse right in their face, but where was the wall? Where's anything? Should have came in a little bit earlier, but they were looking for a 50-50, and there goes the kills coming out from One Love. Yeah, Nightblood Gaming, they weren't going for the safe options, and there were plenty of pieces of util for One Love to potentially avoid that plant, or avoid the defuse, excuse me. Nightblood Gaming, once again, losing out on 6 in a row, and they basically are following the exact same fate that they've had for the last 6 rounds. Again, pistols online and eco online for this Nightblood Gaming team. It's been tough, to say the very least. The holds aren't working, the retakes aren't working. One Love, this is just purely theirs right now. The same thing happened for One Love against Sad, also on Haven.
I don't think I could tell you a single ultimate that's gained value from Nightblood Gaming this half. Like, none of them have.
Overdrive round 3.
Oh, true. Okay, other than that.
Right.
Well, Son of Car will at the very least get his and allow Stunna to trade off of him. That buddy system coming in clutch this round with what is, by all accounts, a pretty trashy buy for the penultimate round of the half. Stunna getting out scot-free, forcing the drone away, and a freeze from One Love. A good amount of time wasted, but still plenty on the clock. Smoke out onto B main just to force the proxy split of the map. 2-0-2. That One Love are going to try and dip into garage for risk it for the biscuit on a C site that's doubly occupied.
This is still going to be so difficult here for 2Z, but with him being so tucked in, or at least in a position where he can tuck himself in, he can get a first contact and end up TPing out. Stunna is the one taking the pressure. Doesn't get ticked from the Owl Drone. He's going to stay back. He's going to avoid it. 2Z. 2Z's in the middle of a smoke. He's looking to act. He's using to use the Sheriff like a shotgun here, and oh my goodness, they're faking the plant. They're waiting for a push onto the smoke. Tuzi still waiting. Tuzi finally firing off a couple of bullets. Stun is able to find his, and there's the info. The neural theft is up. In One Love, they get completely drowned out. Finally, a round for Nightblood Gaming after losing 6 in a row to One Love.
And even there, they like didn't look fully confident in their positions. Stunna was like middle school dancing there, just kind of wandering aimlessly and still landing the headshots, just chilling in the right spot. And that's all you need, because otherwise, all One Love can do is try to egg you on. Stunna didn't fall for the rage bait for a moment on those spike tabs, knowing the second he dives past those boxes, he is in no man's land. He is unhelpable from the rest of the team. Completely cut off.
Same thing with Tuzi. Again, Nightblood Gaming, they all kind of subscribe to the same idea there. Ends up working out. Here comes One Love. That he was looking for a dash in the middle of sight, but long range overdrive from Son of Car going absolutely nuts. 7 HP. I mean, yeah, they had to dedicate a Hunter's Fury to get him down, so that's not exactly too bad. Stunna looking for an angle, looking for, whoa. Antigone popping out from the top of market to take out Tuzi. I mean, my perception is just not there. I had no idea. No idea. The Cypher was coming in, and now instead it's 2-on-4. Nightblood Gaming up against the ropes once again. This is the last round of the half. I guess that's the silver lining here for Nightblood Gaming. Another defensive half is ending for them. At least they've had 5 so far, but Stellar now needing to dance. There's one person over towards short, everyone else isolated in long, so this isn't exactly impossible here for Stellar and Stunna. But Stunna is going to go down, run it back live in the back of sight. Doves gets his frag, and that's 7-5. One Love winning out the first half, and if they can repeat that result, they are in grand finals, beating out an ECL team.
End of that round, it's just another case of Nightblood Gaming getting too excited to find the pack and punish. And they do a decent job to start, but One Love has way too much room to rotate, and Doves can TP over to that vacated site because of how committal that defensive rotation was. And honestly, I think Enzo would be flattered if you mentioned you didn't notice him. That's what he's meant to do, man. He's meant to slip through and get right behind you. So, doing his due diligence, doing his job.
Was it Antigone or Enzo?
It's both.
Ah, very nice.
Yeah. Love gamer tags, dude. Love him. Shout out the Hammer. I'm about to get the hammered after this game. No, after today. No. We have a grand finals.
You'll be all right. Here comes Stunna, ladies and gentlemen, on the front side is the only person to hold off the double doors. And this is going to be a very difficult approach coming out from the defender's side. They have so many players dedicated over towards mid. This is going to have to be a retake going into A.
Well, Nightblood are 3 for 3 on pistols, so I expect nothing from greatness here. Stunna, that creep is going to net him at least the 1 and the force reposition from One Love, but they will have a decent stretch of time to set things up. Spike has already begun to tick away, and without that jet, it is pretty tough to retake unless you rely basically solely on Larry Banks to do all of the clearing work, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Tuzi manages to slip into Graffiti and can't land the shots. The rest of Nightblood Gaming, though, starting to shuffle up and managing to find their own ISOs. Son of Car, 1 for 1. Now Voriak managing to track down Zeke, and Stellar's not there to help him. All of a sudden, a 1v2. With Antigone low, though, Stellar just needs to breathe on this Cypher, and there is no obfuscation to stop him from getting that early one. Still, though, Voriak was able to hold for half, and with the tap, Stellar is daring to call the bluff. Not twice over, though, and that will lose it. Voriak doesn't have time. And Nightblood Gaming once again take the pistol. Balls of steel from the old head.
That's classic. Again, Stellar just knows what's important in that situation. Of course, the objective. But wow, the navigating to do so. He was able to isolate the one player. He has to get a little bit lucky that the one player that he has an angle on is the one that's low. But Stellar, well done. Able to hold off yet another One Love victory. I mean, oh my goodness, it was 7 out of 8 rounds, 1 in a row by this team. But once again, going over towards the attack side for Nightblood Gaming has been a crucial refresher for this team. Stunna now taking on a whole lot of pressure, trying to capture the orb. There's now One Love. might need to pull off something a little weird here, to say the very least. They have the pistols, Nightblood Gaming with the SMGs. And this is I guess this is the weirdness that I was looking for. 3 players surrounding C right now for One Love. 4 players, actually, if they have the quick rotation.
What's crazy is that this isn't even, like, abnormal for One Love in their group stage and previous bracket games. They were one of the worst teams in this tournament when it came to pistol rounds, which is, again, a testament to how absolutely ribbed they are everywhere else if they're losing a free 2 to 4 rounds every game. This follow-up from Nightblood, it's got to be clean. I mean, if you lose here, then the runaway is so close. Making sure nobody collapses. One Love is not even close to this. Honestly, they might just play for the boom. I don't even know if they want to give a chance to hand over these orbs, especially to someone like Carson, where that overdrive has so much more potential to be able to actually get to where Carson needs to go instead of just trying to snipe from the back of the lane, from Narnia towards the beginning of lane.
Yeah, very different effects on the attacking side, to say the very least. Again, that overdrive unlocks length, unlocks range for Nightblood Gaming, unlocks areas that they aren't exactly used to being in, and within 5 seconds, 10 seconds of a round starting. And now One Love up against the ropes against Stunna, and now it's Stunna instead. Stunna has a run it back now, which I don't know. You could argue which one is more valuable, the overdrive or the run it back. But regardless, it is a duelist ultimate online now for Nightblood Gaming that could be a win condition type moment for this team. One Love, they're putting everything into this round 2, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get one last listen in for this series. Let's listen to Nightblood.
Yo, let's just sort of Insta. Is that chill?
Yeah, I'm posting garage.
Do whatever.
Yeah, do you want to molly?
They walk down B on their fucking bonus situation.
Yo,
they deserve it.
Ollie, take my outlaw.
We're blank.
For the flash or no?
I'm like running up blinding garage. It's ulting.
Yeah.
We'll just camp fucking mid or Insta. Stop playing. Blinding. He just shocked. That's it.
I broke one trap. Top C, top C, top C.
Stop playing. You can B right now. He darted cross map. Careful for C dart.
I think pot.
Backside.
3, guys, 3.
They know I'm in. I'm blinding.
Dude. Just holding
Heavy
C.
C-Link, heavy C-Link.
There's 3 or 4.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm not holding A-Link, brother. I'm not holding A-Link, brother.
I'm just
not really.
I'm pushing on A-Link.
Holding A-Link.
Stun.
Go over to fight C.
I'm gonna push on A-Link with my outlaw.
I just wanna all-fight C, and then I just fight A-Link.
I'm posting A-Link.
One more dinked. 80 Phoenix window. 80 on Phoenix.
You guys are doubling the link? We can't all true D back.
I'm playing.
Okay. Right. I'm holding A-Link. RC Link now.
He's left side, right side.
From B. 80 Phoenix.
And one C-Link, I think.
Low time.
Low
time.
Can't break that.
In.
Smoke bomb.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Off.
Yeah! Let's fucking go!
Just get the fuck in there.
Oh shit.
Let's go.
I love that!
Let's go.
Oh, they love that, but us here on the desk, we were a little stressed, to say the very least. Nightblood Gaming, they were given a couple gifts, to say the very least. One Love, they were extremely proactive in that post plant, showing pixel after pixel after pixel. In Nightblood Gaming, we're kind of able to take advantage.
Yeah, I respect their ability to swivel back and be aware of where they could be entering. They know the speed that One Love can travel at. They're ready for that door peek as soon as it comes, and then they're able to slightly adjust their position so that the post plant remains strong from the beginning to end of the round. Impressive stuff that nets Nightblood a really important bonus, getting the lead back in this game and setting the pace for the attack again. Zeke going to take a big chunk of damage after that is going to get nice and close. This threatens Sewer pretty heavily, but no one's occupying. Instead, you got the close setup on Garage by Antigone. Hasn't touched that in a century. I wonder if anybody's going to fall for it. Instead, head to see Link. Ever seen this one before? Doves with the shotgun, though, in the smoke. This is cheeky, isn't it? Might be able to find something if he catches a barrel. Oh, no, he catches a body. Stunna, though. Just running right past it. Antigone, behind the box, he's managing to make his way into Garage. Only good for the round, and then Son of Car. Yeah, there he is. He's got the rest. Don't worry about him. He will be just fine. 9-7 now. Another overdrive active and ready to go for, I don't know, maybe another C take? Who knows? I mean, Nightblood, this is attack on Haven. You can do whatever you want. I don't care.
Right.
Probably C, though, with the Hunter's Fury and the Overdrive active. It feels like that's where they can end pretty consistently.
And Stun is going to get a run it back.
Well, you assume that happens every 3 rounds.
I guess so.
You have to, dude, they got to make it 7 orbs. I'm going to crash out. What was it? I think Durka, there was a match of VCT EMEA recently where Durka got like 6 Phoenix ultimates in 1 game.
In 1 game or 1 half?
In one singular game.
Because that makes sense, you know.
I think 4 of them were in 1 half, though. I don't, it might be more.
I'm just thinking about it logically because 12 rounds per half, you maybe get an ultimate every
3 rounds.
3 rounds?
Yeah, like
4
so
rounds?
maybe like 8, it's just like
with 6 orbs,
so
I feel like
you
that's
get an
possible.
extra body every other round. Like that is so ridiculous. And Stunna and Larry are using that to the fullest advantage. But now comes this overdrive from Carson to scope out the front half. They'll use the cages, One Love, to try to protect themselves temporarily. But the Hunter's Fury is meant for that. That'll clear Larry Banks' body. And now
there he is!
Can fully breach. Let that overdrive fully sink. Has plenty of fuel left after the kills, but Bad can eventually take care of that. Larry having to heal up after taking the brunt of that damage. Still a 3v2 for Nightblood, but Stellar's quite low.
Stellar's going to be in a little headshot position here, but he's also going to be lined up potentially for a spam through the smoke.
Hit him with the foot.
Anything. It's a little tough here to say the very least. He should not be playing a high-low setup right now. Any random bullet could get him out. And oh my goodness, it's Zeke that saves it. Oh my goodness. Nightblood Gaming. At the end of the day, my criticism is what ended up being their glory because Stellar being still alive on top of logs, not a single bullet hitting him. Those 2 players from One Love still had their reticles aimed towards Stellar, desperate to get rid of that kill. And Zeke was able to get 2 players who were looking completely away from him. That's circumstantial. How did a single bullet not hit Stellar there? He was fully flashed.
Yeah.
So that's a little unfortunate to say the very least. One Love, they're going to look back at that VOD and they might be a little bit devastated to say the very least. But this is finally Nightblood Gaming catching some confidence here on the attacking side.
That's such a ridiculous amount of responsibility to hand Zeke in that instant, but with Stellar fidgeting like that, he has the time. Now back to the pistols for One Love, but doesn't mean this round lacks threat. Hell of a lot of thrifties have been played in this tournament already. None short of one. Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, buddy.
No, no, I like that. No, I do. No, I was gonna say I don't like that. No, I like that. Good job, Carson.
Has the sense. It's I can't describe it. He's just so good. Dash, I think that was heard by Dubs, so the A pivot is probably gonna get calmed. Zeke though, he'll also get heard by this, and I think he'll get picked off. That is an awkward angle to take. Yeah, Antigone's gonna be able to slice it. Oh.
Fancy for a teammate.
Bad heading up to heaven, nice and early. Into the back. So it's going to have to be a drop-down pinch, and you do have the flashes for Larry, so this is pretty by the book even though it has the pistols. Maybe you play for exits at this point? It doesn't feel worth it to take, especially the drive. Oh, I guess you are. Cool. Why not?
Yeah.
Do they want to see him ult too?
Yeah, with like I'm just not going to lie, with Phantom, I mean, yeah, why not? Just play the exit. Easily could just lose your life. Select to spike instead. Son of Car. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Okay, they do
yeah,
want
it's
to get
happening.
another
It's
overdrive,
seriously.
dude.
Son of Car took overdrive back. That was awesome. 2 people down and out to just Son of Car. He goes hunting for him. 11-7, and Son of Car again 1 away from that ultimate. Zeke, Tuzi, Stellar also 2 away from their ulti.
So overdrive is just such a big factor in forcing One Love to util dump proactively on their own accord to take the territory back.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, for this round, though, it'll be the run it back again, now that Stunna has that. Cyber Cage to get them in. Carson just playing the distraction dance, but an Odin doesn't care about any of that. Stunna's just going to let this go. The second he gets down into sewers, and the Recon Bolt does a lot of work to help him get some information, but the Paranoia is going to slow Stunna down very heavily here still. The run it back affords enough space for the rest of Nightblood to slowly but surely get inside. There are 3 members here, including Bat on that operator, and that'll let them first. Has to dash back, though, and that is the go button for Nightblood to get in. Now, though, Dubs and Antigone have managed to snap in, and Zeke is cut off by the Cyber Cage, segmented into this 1v3, and he'll only get the one. One Love restabilize and find their 8th.
Dude, Doves had to be so lucky there. That random shot through the smoke. Yes, he knew that at least one person was there, but to get the second, that was ridiculous. One Love. Like I said before, if they watch back the VOD, they might think that they might be a little bit unlucky, but in that situation, absolutely lucky. Good for One Love, though. The pressure, the absolute hustle. They had full surrounding of that A site by the time Nightblood Gaming were emerging from the smokes, by the time Nightblood Gaming even wanted to get comfortable on that site. One Love now. This is a massive round still. They invest so much back into this. Operator still in the hands of their players, but Nightblood Gaming, they start to stomp up C, and they go down through the smoke.
And yet they still press. This is what has gotten Nightblood Gaming smoked in the previous rounds. And it's going to happen again, Larry. No reason not to just keep firing. A second kill through the smoke. And that might already be a done deal with 70 seconds to go, but you know they have to keep perusing for some opportunity with that much time left. And so many ults to try to drain from this well. That being said, I mean, if you don't save this now, then you run the risk of the 11-11 basically immediately. They want to see if somebody else gets greedy. I don't think that's going to happen.
No, I don't think it should happen at all. There's still a tripwire over towards Garage too, which got taken away.
I love these just-in-case sprays from One Love. Just understanding the conditions that are set.
Understanding timing.
Knowing how much they have left in their mag reserve.
Again, understanding the spacing for One Love here. It has been a very impressive sort of showing from them just in terms of individual understanding of not only these maps, but also how a player of Nightblood's caliber, of the Challenger's caliber, does actually play. Their tendency on the swings.
It does turn out to be a save from Nightblood in the neutral, just seeing if you find any, I guess, their version of exit frags for something like that.
Right.
They will not. So 11-9 with 3 rifles still on the table. Nightblood can maintain that economy going forward thanks to it. So ultimately, the right play, I think, coming out of that round. That being said, One Love have infinite tools at their disposal starting now, thanks to that 2-round pickup after the slump. And they only need 2 more to equalize all the way.
What's in that? What is in that jar?
I don't want to speculate.
Have you seen
It's missing a certain, yeah.
I don't like that hue. Son of Car, that was an unhealthy move. Son of Car going in. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm sick. I am sick. Get me out of here. I'm going nuts. Son of Car, stop blowing my mind. This is yet another big round coming out from Nightblood. Yet another dominated round coming out from Nightblood. And it's Son of Car doing his dance.
Take off the other 9 players off the stage. I only need to see one. He's all you need to put on a show, man. My God. That is alien, bro. Straight bonkers.
Could say that again.
Straight bonkers.
Save for Antigone now. It'll be a 12-9 resurgence attempt for One Love to try to take this in 2.
But you have so much if you're Nightblood now. The overdrive back online. Neural Theft in case you want to confirm the stack that you want Carson to dive into. And Tuzi can even go for a TP to get a proxy pinch on if they find the right catapult. Still, I mean, One Love's got 5 ultis and all the guns they could need. As long as they keep winning, that'll remain the case too. But man, and just finds the on the drop. Dude, shout out Tuzi for the timing on that as well.
Dude, and look at the placement on the crosshair. The crosshair's on his knees.
I don't even know if the bloom was like finished expiring.
No, not at all. That's why he kept shooting. What a goat. Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. One Love facing the pressure. Here comes Son of Car. Yet another overdrive as he's trying to find a couple of pixels, but he gets found by Voriak. Look at this position from Tuzi, though.
It's a bluff.
All of this attention over towards A, and indeed it's a bluff. You see Son of Car, and you just assume that it's going to be the take. But bad at it again. Bad has been a constant effect on this game so far, and here he goes again. 3 kills from out of nowhere, or excuse me, 2 kills from out of nowhere on the round, and now Larry Banks continuing to step forward. 2 players remaining here for Nightblood Gaming, only one in the middle of the site. Zeke is going to be able to take away the run it back, but there's still so much work to do. Plant going in, Zeke has a chance now to join up with his teammate. His teammate is so far away, they have no idea where he is. If somehow Zeke can stay alive, this round could still be Nightblood's. This map could still be Nightblood's. But how are they watching the flank? And Stellar still picks up 2. Zeke has to stay alive. Zeke has to dance. Here we go. He wastes time, and Stellar's here, joins him up, and now it's a 1-on-2. Has to come down to the one and only Larry Banks. Larry Banks continuing to dance. Goes behind the blaze wall, waits up for the Sova, picks up the first! But Stellar takes him away, and we have more Valorant. Map 3 coming up.
Vintage Stellar on that rap. Nobody but him believed in that ability to get the backstab, except One Love. They're still watching for that with all the time Zeke is wasting. It don't matter. Stellar still dips. Stellar still wins. Nightblood taking it 13-9. We're going to 3 for a 3rd time today. Every single one of these matches is going all the way. It is the perfect LAN environment. It's the perfect game setting.
Oh my goodness.
I am loving this back and forth from these teams, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you love competition, this is the tournament for you. Take a moment right now. Go to VLRGG. Go to funhaver.gg. Go and look at that bracket, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the amount of 2-to-1s, 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 2-to-1s. It doesn't matter which teams are playing. It doesn't matter if it's players who have taken years off of this game. They're still showing up to this LAN at a high caliber, still coordinated out of their minds. This $10,000 could not be more valuable to these players, but again, you can tell when LAN is rare. LAN is a rare opportunity for these players, and they are showing up in every single round, in every single situation, putting forth that determination, putting forth that communication, and at least in this map, we saw a pure showcase of that. Back at it again, though, talking about this map in general, this was that effect from One Love where they started to farm. They started to get back into the game again. The 4-to-4 came in, and Nightblood Gaming, they were able to find some miracles at the end of that first half.
Sometimes so confused by this One Love team as well. You really see the moments, and again, I have to call out the reactive sprays in particular are very impressive from these One Love members. Seeing something like a smoke or a drone or that blaze setup, understanding the timing behind the entries on those pieces of util and turning it into finding bodies without having to really look for them at all. And with these really tight lanes and chokes, you have a lot of freedom to be able to do that, but you also have so much freedom to be able to cause those explosions. And as we saw with Stellar in the very last round, a couple of cheeky flanks and wraps. Little combination of everything to get Nightblood Gaming over the line. Exactly the kind of thing you want to see to get that morale booster back, and exactly the kind of thing you want to see if you want to see more Valorant, because we will go to map 3 for these lower finals to determine our final grand finalist.
Yes, correct. Ladies and gentlemen.
It didn't sound good. It was right. It just didn't sound good.
Yeah, it's okay. Grand finalist. I even said grands a little bit earlier on. That didn't sound right.
What are you talking
I like
grands?
yeah,
That's
grands.
that's
No,
more
I like grand finals. I don't know. Let's go to break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you on a little bit. Map number 3 coming up in a bit.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Watch your eyes. Ultimate ready.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Flash.
Last player standing. Take it. My ult's ready. remaining. Last player standing. One enemy. Drop. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
No, you. Oh, you ain't. You're out.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Watch your eyes. Ultimate ready.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Flash.
Last player standing. Take it. My ult's ready. Give me those back. Give me those back. Trick shots. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy.
Watch your eyes.
Drop. One enemy remaining.
Watch your eyes.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Flash. No, you. Oh, you ain't. You're out.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Watch your eyes. Ultimate ready.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Flash.
Last player standing. Take it. My ult's ready. Give me those back. Give me those back. Trick shots. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy.
Watch your eyes.
Drop. One enemy remaining.
Watch your eyes.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Flash. No, you. Oh, you ain't. You're out.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Watch your eyes. Ultimate ready.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Flash.
Last player standing. Take it. remaining. Last player standing. One enemy.
Watch your eyes!
Drop. One enemy remaining.
Watch your eyes!
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Flash! No, you. Oh, you ain't.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to Wild West. We are live once again here from Miami. We are live once again here from ROK, and we are in the middle of a high-caliber matchup, ladies and gentlemen, lower finals for us. My name is Upmine, joined here by Tenric once again. And, yeah, let's talk some Valorant, ladies and gentlemen. One Love, they were the team that kind of caught us by surprise, to say the very least, in terms of how far they made it, in terms of where they made it. And, ladies and gentlemen, they don't seem to be stopping anytime soon. That map number 2 was still hotly contested, even though Nightblood Gaming took it away.
Yeah, real trailblazers on both sides. You really saw the power of how Phoenix can contest sites even without the help of that secondary duelist, but even then, those secondary duelists really started to shred, man. Bad and Carson both having some real pop-off moments. End of the day, though, Nightblood Gaming had more firepower-heavy moments, more solid plays, more cerebral ideas, just enough to get over the line, and that's going to have to stay the case when we head to map 3. This is for all those marbles. Again, no best of 5s across this series, so your map pool can stay narrow, but damn, it has to be good, bro. It's got to be so clean and solid. And on Split, it feels like you've got to maintain that attitude, too, keeping that energy, especially this late into the tournament on a map that can be so tough on you mentally. It's going to be a real challenge for both sides.
Yeah, there's going to be players on this map that are going to have to step up individually that haven't exactly needed to do so before. To me, it has to be Tuzi potentially on this map, right?
Agreed.
Because Tuzi, again, we just haven't seen that effect from him. In the past, I have only seen glimpses of hope, glimpses of success when it comes to the mechanical prowess of Tuzi, but when it comes to the util, he's been doing just fine.
Yeah.
When it comes to the shooting, however, he is going to stand on his own a lot.
Yes.
When it comes to this map, he is going to literally stand on his own on an island. He has to be able to be a nuisance. He has to be able to be annoying through his fragging. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, Split is a little bit more traditional of a map, but still a question mark for both of these two teams. How this is going to go down, where are the comps, where's the comfortability? This is still, at least for MBG, not so much a question, but for One Love, they could still certainly pull off some surprises.
100%, absolutely, especially on such a defensively sided map. I want to see how quickly either of these teams can get the operator online, particularly obviously it being Son of Car's weapon of choice more often than not on a map, especially like this. It's just hard to save up enough money consistently to do that, especially on the attacking side, where you know Son of Car wants to place that lane pressure on A or B main more often than not, or head up to the vents sometimes, because those ramp controls can be really solid to clean up with a Neon as well. So much versatility in this agent on this map that Carson has to come through with once again, and you have to get him to that point where he can do that much work in order for it all actually to be worth it.
Yeah, but the good thing is about Carson, he's a very mobile opper, and this map does require for you to be sort of that mobile opper. You can't exactly find good early positions immediately that you could just hold. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see here a very, very, very competitive map, to say the very least. We are waiting for our comps, but at least going back to potentially our predictions. From what you've seen so far in this series, where do you see Split going?
It's really tough to say, but just on how attack-heavy all of these games have been, both on and off stream, just how good aggression goes, both in North America in general and in this particular event, just because of the setting that we're placed in, the time crunch that a lot of these teams were on. I think some teams are going to try to slow this attack down even more than they normally do and try to set the tone from that side. It is so tough to do. Oftentimes on Split, you kind of just relegate yourself to playing at the tempo that is set by the map as a whole.
Yes.
But if you're attacking and able to pinprick at these ISOs, especially the ones that One Love will be forced to set off of this one, like with Antigone on this Viper, like with Bad, no doubt, on that Operator maybe having some help, then they may be able to pick this clean. Nightblood Gaming having Stunna on the Phoenix and Son of Car on the Raze again, though. That will be a bit of a different zoning idea here. I'm curious if Carson is going to maintain that Operator because of that slight agent swap, or if he's going to go more for that flush-out style that tends to work with that other agent.
I'm trying to see the last time they even played Split during this tournament, because they haven't played Split during playoffs. if it has popped up during this tournament, it would have been sometime in the group stage, if anything. Let's do one last cautionary check, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go into the map. But again, one last little check of these stats. Let's see the last composition that these guys ended up pulling out. Against Clovers, it was exactly the same. They do not play Neon on this map, or at least they have not played Neon on this map in over a month and a half. That is a composition they have. They did Neon Raze at that time.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they have stuck together with the double duelist usually. So Son of Kar, Stunna, still able to provide a very heavy spear for this team. And we're back at it once again, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 3, winner goes to grand finals in one of the biggest grassroots tournaments that North America has to provide. Son of Kar able to take down Larry Banks. There goes yet another nade. And here is Nightblood Gaming already establishing themselves in the middle of this A site. Zeke is looking for a contact. 2 people over in ramp. There's already been 3 kills going by. Voriak, Antigone, the last 2 remaining. And this round's basically done. Antigone is gone. Nightblood Gaming basically flawless.
That is 5 for 5 on Nightblood Gaming's pistol rounds. Like an unskippable cutscene sometimes. When you see Carson just start lighting up that kill feed, it's almost a certainty at this point. You say, well, of course he's going to be the first and second and third guy to get those pickoffs. He's just in the right place at the right time. That is the essence of Son of Kar. I'm starting to get a little deity worshipping territory.
Right, seriously.
Honestly, I don't care, Carson. There will be shrines in your name one day.
Oh.
I swear. And
blasphemy. You will be the one building the shrines. You will have one in your house and in your town square. Yes, you will. Here we go once again, ladies and gentlemen. Nightblood Gaming. They are honestly on a bit of an edgy situation here. Stellar is going to be the only solid defender here in the middle of the site. Yes, Son of Kar can try to hold off, but with an Outlaw, he isn't exactly in too great of a position. He's still able to get one. That was ridiculous. Son of Kar still able to take down Larry Banks.
And we take those, but now you hand that Outlaw over to Bad, who is just as proficient on it, and you have the ramps control now, too, if you're One Love, so you can actually slow this back down with the help of the Toxic Screen. That's exactly what they'll do, considering the pivot, not even through sewers, all the way back through T. And with a minute to go, they can do that freely. Being said, the cut noise, though, will have Nightblood Gaming throw one Prowler out, only the one? Yeah. I want it to be only the one.
Only the one.
Yeah, now they'll turn.
Yeah, only the one. Nobody else even peeking deep into A either, but they're going to trust. One Love. They're going to run into something fairly nasty, to say the very least. Okay, no, still 30 seconds left.
30 seconds left.
Thank you.
Just playing sardines again.
Appreciate it.
Instead of finding the people who hide and calling it out, you just go hide with them. Nightblood saying, this spot's cool. Let's tuck up.
Like, why'd you guys leave us, man? I thought we were friends.
We're playing, guys. Come on.
Seriously, come play with me.
Hot hands.
Here comes Enzo.
They're already in.
Or Dubs, excuse me. Dubs coming out.
Ooh, Tuzi able to nail. Okay, all right. Well, there you go.
Light work.
Yeah, I like the restriction of the space there, but Tuzi placing the own smoke on the backside means that Nightblood Gaming just immediately make it their own. They'll set up their little hovel there. They're fine with the slight close range with the Spectres. And Son of Kar will get that Outlaw back thanks to it. All heavies, though, One Love is going to be carrying, so tough to say where exactly he'll plan himself to get that impact.
This was God. All right.
Hit his pinky toe.
That's enough. If somebody hits me in the pinky toe with an Outlaw, I think I would be pretty hurt.
I'd like somersault.
And I would flop, and I would flop specifically in the exact same way. 2 hands out, just whoa.
Oh man, I would kill to have ragdoll physics in this game.
Oh
dude.
My God, you're telling me, dude.
If like the mobility duelists get caught mid snipe,
that would be so
just
good.
Zooming. Oh. Hey, there you go. Yeah, only the important things.
Only the best. Only top
observer,
quality
bro.
here, ladies and gentlemen. Look at my observer, bruh. Son. Oh, here we go once again. Zeke with the first contact over in the mid side. FaZe banks himself. FaZe Larry Banks stepping up, taking down Stunna. You still have a chance, a semblance of a chance here for Nightblood Gaming in the middle of the site. And yeah, nope, that chance is coming to fruition a little bit. Tuzi able to get a single frag. Same thing with a pistol over in the middle of site, but that man is down. Stellar is coming up from behind, also in B main. Do they expect the second, or are they going to allow the Omen to just go on a recon mission? No, Stellar is checking. Stellar is going to go with him. Surely a double. Tuzi not able to follow up on the second. Still an opportunity here for the attacker to try to get something back. Dove's beginning to dance. He's been seized. Tuzi knows it. Stellar knows it. He's stuck and he can't peek the defuse. This was a massive opportunity for One Love to get back into this game, but Nightblood Gaming are able to hold down B.
Great double up to get into Garage and just take that space back after it's decided by One Love. Wanting to see Voryak be able to use these birds a little bit more to open up the space, but Nightblood is getting in front of it too quickly. It's funny, it's what ended up screwing them in the earlier maps, but here, feels like getting a little too close to the problem is exactly what Split's about. So you can rest easy on what One Love were previously punishing, at least for now. Nightblood can start to build this economy up, and by the looks of it, Son of Car does indeed want to go for that operator at some point. Oh, but he might not be able to use it this round. Stellar just doing some just-in-case spraying right back through that toxic screen.
Eliminate. Beautiful stuff. And now the noise completely dies down. One Love. They had Doves a little bit on an extremity there from the ramp area, and he still ended up getting caught by Son of Car of a very risky peek. He still has that exact same outlaw from 2 rounds ago. It's round number 4, and he's going to hold on to it as long as he doesn't need it. There you go, or as long as he doesn't need a rifle, that is, an upgraded rifle. This is still more kills coming up for Son of Car. As a showstopper, this next round is going to be so huge for Son of Car.
That was fun.
As Nightblood Gaming completes indeed a very fun round.
For the 3rd map in a row, Nightblood Gaming has won the first 4 rounds against One Love. And yet, previously, they have gone such different ways.
Correct. The last one, the 4-0, ended up in 4-4.
And 8-4 by the end of the half, bro.
Yes, correct.
It was a streak the other way, double fold.
I mean, it was kind of the exact same way for One Love when they were playing Haven against SAD Esports. It was literally 4 rounds in a row coming out from SAD, and then they proceeded to win 7 out of the next 8 rounds.
True.
Which was awesome, which was great, fantastic to watch. But back at it again, ladies and gentlemen. This is One Love, mostly grouping themselves back over towards the mid side. Nightblood Gaming, they have a bit of a read to say the least. They have 4 players kind of coasted, postured towards B at the moment. Zeke. Oh no.
Early as hell, bro. What?
Then not a single contact too. They knew that people were here, but One Love, you have got to be kidding me with that sort of move. You make so much noise in the mid side and then you back out immediately. That's just lucky to say the least against that showstopper. But again, calculated now that One Love has seen that showstopper, and now they're re-aggressing now with 5 people going back into the mid side. They could catch somebody off guard in a transition, such as that Omen. You had an opportunity there to potentially take away 1, but things are still very much even strength. 3 people on B.
Daring to breach this toxic orb. It doesn't seem like anybody's keen to it, but Tuzi's going to watch anyway. Bird ready for Voryak, though. Has 2 of them to fully clear the tower out. Paranoia out from Tuzi as well, very early on. Just going to go for the drop on the zip and force this pinch a little bit further down. They're starting to encroach, and Bad will make himself known outside of Garage. Now the pinch fully comes through, and it's looking really good. Everybody from One Love landing their shots. Nobody on Nightblood able to find a proper position to post up. They just keep giving space away, and One Love are happy to take it. Son of Car now on the way back from the tower, able to find the 1 post plant, but they still are on a time crunch, and now the people are getting crunched yet again. Antigone might just do both. Dang. Zeke, I feel like you save if you can get out here, but Zeke is under the assumption that he can't get out. Too much tower presence. And he's probably right, so might as well give a couple kills the old college try with One Love still trying to fight for an economy that they can call their own this half.
Yeah, and again, in the fashion that they ended up doing it, One Love, they were pushing Nightblood Gaming back and back and back and back into their own extremity. And ultimately, again, Nightblood Gaming, you said it, they just weren't able to really catch a footing on that site. One Love staggering their timing coming out of heaven. Very little utility coming out, but the most essential utility to do so. Amazing that they have a Sky on this map, by the way. It's almost the perfect initiator to have for that sort of exec. Same thing, of course, with the Omen. But One Love, like you said, finally catching a little bit of momentum. Getting themselves in this game at the moment. It all had to be sparked by a very weird interaction back over towards mid, though. Again, remember, the showstopper coming out. These players from One Love left mid entirely, re-execed as 5. Surely not a replicable decision, but at least the way that they exect in that mid side is something to inspire One Love here.
Mid presence worked so good.
But not the A presence.
Yeah. Ain't touching that with a 10-foot pole. Rule number 1, do not walk into Carson. I keep that in mind wherever I go, especially split.
Bring them down.
Stunna has this run it back again, so Nightblood can stay confident on the retake game compared to the previous round. As long as they maintain bodies, they can't corner themselves. Dog just making sure nobody's close. Carson staying hidden. Yeah, they're not going to peek this. They just want to keep him here.
And these players from Nightblood Gaming, it's not like they have a reason to back out. Phoenix still watching over the mid side. Stunna has quite a few options too. To run it back, not exactly pertinent, but he still has a molly. He still has a flash. There goes the molly.
30 seconds left.
Nobody's going to walk up through it. Stunna not getting flashed. There goes Stunna in the run it back. Stunna's just going to act like a human turret. He can't allow people to walk over, though. Stunna is finally going to go down. They're trying to surround him as much as they can. Zeke is going to go down. Here comes Stunna. Stunna is gone. The whole plan has been broken apart here by One Love onto Nightblood Gaming. Spike is finally down. Stellar still try as he may. Can't make it through. 4-2. One Love have their way through.
And internally there, I'm begging Stunna not to use the run it back there.
100%.
I was scared he was going to use it even closer to the tower to try to regress the stack off rip. But then he started dropping. I said, okay, it looks like they're going to segment this and take this for the retake if they lose bodies. But no, he uses that run it back from right below the high ground to try to stop everybody without knowledge of how many are coming. And turns out it's way too many from the tower. Such a strong spot for that B take. And handing it over is justified on a map like this, just so you can reassemble properly. But the targeting there from One Love is so solid. Everyone managing a specific space to make sure nobody is able to refrag more than for themselves. Understandable why the timeout would be called at this point. You need to find another way to break the doors back down, because at this point, One Love are finding ways to rototiller through. They can just keep investing in tower until Nightblood have a way to counteract it, because as long as they keep feeding bodies towards those initial fights that One Love keeps winning, then there's no real point in going for the retake at that point if you're Nightblood. You can just start forcing them to save in Cascade. You do have the economy still built up, though. And Son of Car retaining this operator, now watching vents, so slightly more dangerous mid-peak now. Wondering if because of that timeout, One Love are privy to it. That's why they're now scoping out a main once more. Yeah, wow, they smoke out vents immediately. Oh, but
nice.
It doesn't matter!
Son of Car picks apart Bat in the middle of the air.
Oh, Larry, that's a burn showstopper, and Stunna keeps spraying!
Are you kidding me? He picks up a second there, and Son of Car and Stunna have done the exact same thing, picking down clay pigeons. Nobody on the ground or in the air is allowed in for One Love.
That round alone would boom me, dude.
That was stupid.
What?
That was, yeah. Wow.
That's as the smoke is proccing in vents. I'm not even sure if Carson has full sight for the first. And Stunna definitely doesn't have full sight for the second. And then Carson makes it back in record time to police, who did manage to cross when Stunna couldn't catch who was getting through the screen. Ray's ult gone, mid-presence potential gone, fear of Carson reenacted, and One Love's back to the drawing board. Pit is the big win con now for them.
Exactly.
Getting on is, getting on has been the hard part for them, though. Like, staying on, once they have sight, it's been decided most times. So how do you place this in a way that can actually win you around without letting Nightblood play their way?
Min has technically been the most successful. They've already pulled this off in both of the rounds that they ended up winning. One Love stepping up into heaven once again. Place where they found the most success. It is Zeke. To hold off this angle at first, and this is cheeky here from Zeke to say the least. Is this expected from this lineup? There goes the satchel. Zeke showing a pixel. His teammate Phoenix pulling out the molly, but that might be a little bit too short. Still an opportunity for a drop here from the rest of the team. But this is good here. Nightblood Gaming maintaining these positions. 3 players surrounding this site right now. But One Love, this is everything. They're right on the doorstep, and all they need to do is waterfall, and that's even better. Stunna coming in and just getting himself a headshot and backing out, regrouping with the rest of his team, taking an advantage, and the defenders continue to cascade. 3 players remaining. Does Antigone have a chance? No, he does not. Nightblood Gaming, all 3 players on site going huge.
And the stall tactics that Nightblood Gaming uses there are supposedly replicable for them, which is why they still choose to corner themselves in these spots in which One Love has actually taken the rounds. Just because you have that stopping power for a couple seconds on this tiny-ass map, and Nightblood do have the personnel needed to actually react to the issue. Just like we saw there, the convergence was so quick, and Stunna, making it back there to help out Zeke was everything. Now you got 4 ultis on the board if you are Nightblood, so you have stopping power just about anywhere on this map from day 1. And, I mean, Zeke has started to feel really confident with this mid-presence on the Viper. Oh, what a walk from Larry right through the poison orb. Goodbye mid-control. Just stop it from Carson. Wow, off rip, finds Doves on the creep up and backs out just in time.
Well, they dashed into the nade. What? That was so unfortunate, and now Stunna continues to frag that jet. Pinch. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, that jet. And now everything else over in mid 2, One Love, they continue to just stomp forward, and Stunna ended up completely punishing. Beautifully done from Stunna. Carson hasn't given up this spot with the shorty. There's so much work here, and Stunna, oh my goodness. Even more damage being given. Curveball in, flash in, molly in, Stunna bouncing in even more bullets. Well done from Stunna, and well done from Nightblood Gaming once again. Halfway through now to their objective and making it to Grand Finals.
And look, it's not like Nightblood Gaming aren't taking full advantage of what they have, but it's just the frustrating thing about Split is that if you dig yourself in a 6-inch hole, you can't get out of it. You feel like a toddler sometimes on attack. You can't properly walk. You're still learning. It is so tough to find your time to actually move. Even if you get a first like that and you have so much room, you still can't extend. You can't move into the vents that quickly because Son of Car is still controlling with who knows what on top of the showstopper. And by the time you've made that call, Stunna is already looking at you from the other side. You have to be so quick when it comes to your decision making in these contentious territories. Look at this creeper, man. Antigone managed to get past the pit without getting spotted by Zeke. Already some clownery going on this round.
Yeah.
There's no way they're ready for this, dude. Stunna's cooked.
And he's in such a weird position for it, too. Here comes the take going into B, and Stunna, dude, he's living up to his name right now. He is absolutely stunned. Son of Car even coming up from behind, too. This is weird, too. Where does Son of Car come from? Here he comes.
Why isn't Antigone checking that?
And now the Viper's Pit is gone.
You should absolutely be looking behind him if One Love are taking this long to figure out where they're going.
Now, Son of
They're
Car,
putting another distraction up. They're trying to keep everybody here with another guy.
Son of Car might as well just have a showstopper in like a round or 2. Here we go. Oh, no! No! Oh, no, 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 no. Tragedy.
My coat's washed?
That is a... Stop it. That is a pure tragedy, though. What is happening? What is happening?
What are we watching right now, dude?
Okay. I'm told by professional commentators all the time, look at the radar, watch the radar, watch the radar. Who cares, old man? Okay, I care now. I get it. I get it. I do get it. Oh my God, what was that? Here we go again. 2 defenders coming out of the smoke. I am just speechless at this point.
Yeah.
3v1, ladies and gentlemen.
Bro, please.
Right.
Get us out of here.
Right. Stellar. I mean, maybe Stellar wants this round to keep going. How poetic would it be for a round like this? for One Love to just drop it after so much trial and tribulation.
That man is not winning this round.
Okay. No, there's no way. No, why not?
No shot.
Why not?
Oh, because of that, yeah. Come on, man.
Oh, come on, nothing. That's
What are
our
you
GOAT,
talking
dude. What? Hey! Dude, hey, if Stellar plays a major, are you cheering for the other team?
He's played 2.
Okay, so you're cheering for the other team if he plays another one? Microphone in face.
What do you mean?
Who are you cheering for? Who are you cheering for?
Questions?
Second microphone in face. Would you cheer for Stellar?
Okay. That was for. What do you? Of course, I would cheer for Stellar.
Thank you
That's
very
the
much.
homie.
Yes, okay, good.
No, but like, I don't even know. I don't even want to talk about this round, dude. Like, I was so.
We moved.
Yeah.
And that's going to be Son of Car.
Yes, okay. We're so bad. Yeah, okay. Back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Back at it once again, ladies and gentlemen. One Love has been locked out of the A site. There are 4 players for Nightblood Gaming surrounding this site at the moment. And or only 3, excuse me. One Love backing out of an elevated position. They're going to allow Antigone to go out completely on his own to try to get some sort of finds. He's had this Viper's Pit already, but it's only been for, I think, the last 2 rounds. Antigone was looking to use it potentially over towards A on his own solo look. Zeke facing on so much pressure. Now Trailblazer in front of him. He's going to have some support here. Son of Car, the best he can do here is a couple of satchels, and of course, be Son of Car and click mouse 1.
You say that like it's an easy thing to do. Do you realize how much that man carries on his back every day?
That's what I'm saying. Be him. Every single day, dude.
Bear whiff on Antigone's mid presence and the spray back! That was grimy!
I like that a lot. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, once again, as I'm going to keep on saying that again and again and again. One Love have themselves yet another reset of a round. We keep resetting and resetting the pace and the tempo. In Nightblood Gaming now, they have found themselves on the back foot. This is still 3-on-3 though. Tuzi taking one away, run it back, goes away, and Zeke is still able to get the frag onto Bad. Antigone needs to do it all. Antigone, not around for him to utilize that Viper's Pit. Would have been nice in this round, but instead they're really just saving it for the last round. Diffuse coming in, wall in their face, nobody spraying in. Oh, and it stopped! Diffuser is down! Here we go again. Antigone tries he make it. He spray again! And it's all Antigone!
Last round in the half.
Bullets on a homing beacon the second they get in a smoke when Antigone's firing them.
Oh my god.
Twice over on top of the defuse, brother. And that is not a narrow smoke at all. Could have toyed with that so much more. And between that, they played with the smokes beautifully. Bad, by the way, managed to take care of Stunners, run it back while fully flashed in the middle of that. So not nearly as much space gained. Yeah. Just, yeah, grit and grime and gunk and gleep and glorp and gloop and
yeah,
bleep and
yeah.
It's just.
I mean, that's what it
just,
feels like. We're consuming
bubble, toil, and trouble all around. Over here.
No, I don't like what. Okay, it feels like I'm consuming slop right now. Both. It just audio visually.
We're producing slop right now.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think
that's
more realistic.
Yeah, 100%. Let's talk about the video game a little bit. Yeah,
if we have to.
Yeah, it's just so weird. Just so weird these last couple of rounds. That was 2 rounds realistically where Nightblood Gaming had the advantage and had the posturing to completely win the round, and in both rounds, Son of Car going down tragically is what did it. Or at least sparked it. Of course, we're not going to say One Love going into A at the end of that round. Or yeah, that happening. Antigone doing his dance.
Yeah.
That was all on him. But yeah, both of these rounds, Son of Car going down early, One Love acting immediately on that.
I mean, you have infinite VODs of Nightblood Gaming losing solely because Son of Car is disallowed and you're seconds into the round. Like, that has been the key to so many teams being able to dethrone NBG from making it any farther. And that's not discredit to any of the other team members. It's just Son of Car is the linchpin when it comes to how Nightblood plays and aggresses. He is so crucial as the spear tip. Even if he goes a little later into the round, he's able to at least net that ground control for Nightblood Gaming that they can turn into those subsequent rounds. But getting murked off rip like that is just a death sentence to the team as a whole more often than not.
In situations where you would want to support a duelist, in some cases you allow Son of Car basically to go on his own. And in those cases, you would have somebody from Nightblood Gaming potentially in a better trade-off position. But Son of Car is kind of that dude, and you can trust him to do those kinds of things. But here we go again. Over towards Heaven, there is one, but in mid, 2 from Nightblood Gaming looking to burst. It's Son of Car down to 26 HP, backing out Zeke. A beautiful position, but not able to do much. And Shorty to the face, Antigone. Beautiful kill onto Son of Car. 2 players remaining, but this is a massive position in the back of B. Stunna has done it all in these sorts of positions, and he's all the way up high. He can download these positions real quick, but no, he's gonna stay high. He stays up high, and Bad is able to catch him all the way out in the open. Nightblood Gaming down to just a single player, and Stellar doesn't seem to be backing down. Last round of the half, and he's already at the doorstep.
Haunt available, too, to be able to scope out this garage presence. He'll go for the tower instead and just watch it. First tap is going to net the jump peek out from Larry, and probably see that a couple more times. Good paint shell placement actually on the drop back. Tap number 3, blast pack out from Larry to scare them away, and then the double swing to fully confirm. And One Love will end the half once again in impressive fashion, keeping it close. 5-7 as we swap. Not everybody's happy with 7 on attack here on Split, Gus. I gotta say, Nightblood not dropping the ball, but definitely hitting that slump once more to keep things contentious. That being said, pistol rounds have been the bread and butter, especially against One Love so far this series. 9-5 should absolutely be happening here. I know what I'm doing. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Considering how contentious, by the way, those last 3 rounds were of that half, easily we could see Nightblood in 9-3 territory, 10-2 territory. One Love, I mean, no matter what circumstances we talk about, whether it be luck or them literally grabbing the situation by the this is that type of situation here where One Love, they need to take advantage of the advantage giving to them. Here we go once again. This is Son of Car breaking through alongside the other duelists. They have the info, and they have the kills. Nightblood Gaming able to stomp all over One Love once again, and this is a difficult situation for these last 2 players.
But if there were any 2 players that could consequentially retake like this, it has to be Voryak and Bad. They're not on the same spot, though, so the birds have to be synced so well. And Bad is definitely going to have to do at least a little bit of contact. Luckily, though, Nightblood are once again converging and almost congesting.
Ooh!
And it lets Bad get that early peek
Look
out
at those
onto
shots!
Stellar.
That's a headshot!
He's ridiculous, man. He doesn't miss.
Bad able to get so many decent shots off, and that flash was almost so beautiful from Voryak. But instead, Nightblood Gaming, beautiful reaction to look away from the bird and to keep a head on the swivel. Beautiful from Zeke, at least to get that final kill over towards main. That is going to be Nightblood Gaming taking over that first round. We haven't seen a force buy in these second rounds at all. One Love. This might be a bit of a risky stack coming up from them in this next round, just to try to prevent Nightblood Gaming from building up even more.
Unreal how One Love is just willing to part with 4 rounds out of every single map most often, and they still win as much as they do. But, of course, Nightblood still does have to get that 4th. And even against the Ecos, that is proven to be difficult anywhere, anytime. Biggest disparity we'll likely see for a hot minute here, though. With One Love being able to restabilize after the fact, regardless of what happens here. Bad already taken a decent bit of chip against the 1 and the 1-4 that Nightblood have set up. One Love don't not expect this, though, so 2 right in front of the smoke that Dub set up, and Hanks actually wins the fight. Stepping in alone is Son of Car, and that'll get punished by Dubs, who gets away with a second as well. To 2v3 in the post plan here for Nightblood. Those are some beautiful spots set up by the members of One Love.
Yeah, fantastic, but that's what you have to do in a pistol round. You have to get close. You have to cheese a little bit, and especially at this point where these players, they haven't been going for weird tactics like that. Now would be the time. Pull off what's unexpected. Nightblood Gaming, again down to 2. With all 3 from One Love combining in the same angle. Are there any guns on the ground for them to collect? I do not think so. Stellar tucking in. Paint shells are going to tap him a little bit. And they are going to hard clear him up close and personal. What? That doesn't clear. Tuzi now has a great angle onto 1. Now they just isolated the 1. Larry Banks going up again, though. Totally out in the open. And Tuzi is able to take away Larry Banks. No time to go. 9-5 once again. But A lot of people going down there for Nightblood Gaming. They didn't over-invest, to say the least, but they still did invest. One Love chipping away as they now have the guns.
Yeah, bonus should definitely go One Love's way on the right side with the right guns. A real shame they don't fully check wood for Stellar there, so it's a real shame that they've been unable to clinch this out. That being said, yeah, Prod makes a good point. Nightblood are also perfect so far on thirds, too. It's ridiculous to say, but
Perfect
really tough to know if they'll be able to. I mean, this would easily be the most impressive one here.
Yeah, again, perfect on pistols, perfect on the second round after. But can they, again, even find an angle here on these defenders? I don't think many angles, many pixels are being given up right now. The Viper was looking for a bit of a peek, but Larry Banks looking for a safe off angle off the Phantom. This is really good here from One Love and Nightblood. They're going hunting.
And they really just want to get rid of the kills, try and find a gun somewhere. Stunna has only one flash left in the tank. Stellar to help him out. This double swing trade has to be good. Antigone already taking a bit of chip. That adaptive armor is going to get him back up to 95, but Nightblood will use that as an excuse to try to pinch this B site. Dubs caught by that paranoia from Tuzi, and that activity will actually work this time.
Wow.
But Antigone on top of the smoke proc, knowing that Stun is going to peek it, gets that perfect shot, and it's a 4v3 for the retake.
What a beautiful spot, though, over in heaven. How many victims are going to come around? There's going to be 3. Larry Banks alongside 2 others bursting on in. Here comes Stellar. He comes out a little early, but he's still able to put in his work. And a nightfall in the face of Boriak to take away his HP. That is disgusting. Antigone in a 1v3. And you have got to be kidding me there, Stellar. What situational awareness.
That is the perfect micro adjustment coming from the gaming brain of Stellar. Absolute genius tactics from him to hide away in mail. There hasn't been a single round I've seen One Love check that room for the tower retake. Takes advantage of it beautifully when they decide to, and still takes 2 with the Stinger. Perfect Nightfall timing, like you said, to get that decay in the easy third now that he has the pistol after that clip empties. Insane work from Nightblood to continue to be perfect on bonuses! It's insane! 3 rounds out from taking the series, y'all. Nightblood started this out from below, and they started this tournament out from below. 3 rounds out from a second Funhaver Land Grand Finals with the advantage in the economy coming into what would be their 11th.
It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Nightblood Gaming, they were given the unluckiest lowers run possible. Just beast after beast after beast after beast. Maryville, Division 1. Still, so many top-tier talents in the bottom of this bracket, and Nightblood Gaming has been able to go by every single one of them, and starting all the way at the very beginning of the lowers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a fairly important round here for One Love. Let's see how Nightblood Gaming counteracts it.
Yeah, fuck you can. Okay. You're just like chill mid, just
yeah.
You do you after that. Okay, don't get through it. Just clearing it. Be down mid. Just hold it. We should do this a little quicker in a sec. You guys could start walking up a little.
Hey, listen, they can jump spot my wall ramp, okay?
Yeah. Pick up on this corner.
Yeah, go.
Ready? 3, 2, 1.
My wall's down, okay?
I'm nading after, I'm nading after.
I'm inside. Yo, be going.
I'm double satching.
Alright, we should just go. Go.
I just say nothing.
Keep ramp. It's really nothing, yeah.
I'm going hell, Peter.
Yeah, go.
Dude, man.
I'm
going screen,
we need to fight.
Okay, I have 2 dogs, I have double dog. Well,
dog.
I'm gonna blind this. You're right.
One more close.
Close. 1 close left, maybe.
3 heaven, guys, 3 heaven.
Good timing.
Yeah, ball, Riley.
You missed up. Go. Keep fighting.
One more.
Enemy remains.
40 on this guy, 40. He's ramp.
Backing up.
Maybe he's still ramp, okay?
He's on ramp.
Could be heaven.
Just play bomb.
We have your main. Look heaven.
Look heaven. He's man.
Off Riley.
Wait on. I'm just going heaven to play bomb.
Yeah,
going heaven, ramp. Just peek him. Nice.
What
Let's go.
Hey. What is he doing, bro? I don't know.
Secondary plan working out really well there for Nightblood Gaming. Son of Car's wrap proving to be, once again, the linchpin in that whole game plan setup. Had a good read on where the positions were able to take A with near impunity, but Antigone does manage to snap one before the spike goes down, so they have to get a little active, they feel. They get punished a second time, and it really starts to look a little dire for NBG there, but the recovery after Son of Car makes it all the way through screens, has the confidence with Stellar behind him to trade away after he falls. And just like that, Heaven's retaken, so is the rest of A-Site. It's Nightblood's round, and now Son of Car has this showstopper to re-clear what is another vacant A-Site for the follow-up.
I was about to say, this is about to be an ungodly couple of rounds here for One Love versus Nightblood Gaming. These next 2 rounds, they have the guns now, and they're going to have almost full ultimates going into the next round. Almost everyone with only 2 orbs away. And as we go into the interaction itself, again, Nightblood Gaming finding a red carpet into A. They end up in full strength off of the pulse button. Again, this is 4-on-4. Larry Banks, alongside the rest of this team, fully taking their time right now on the extremities, and they're just going to run in to a pure crossfire. No information whatsoever, no hard clears. This is just One Love getting absolutely picked apart, and they put all of their money into this round. One Love up against the ropes. 1 round away from being eliminated. Nightblood Gaming, 1 round away from Grands.
And the run it back and stun his kid again. You could play basically any way you want to for the early spear tip. You could fake anywhere. You could stack anywhere. One Love will have a proper buy for this, but Antigone on this judge. 1 orb away from the pit. A question of how much risk he wants to take and being able to set that up now to try to stunt this at least a bit, but even after this round, they'll still have to face off the full buy. They'll still have to face off the cycle. It is no easy round from here for One Love.
Proactive defensive smoke coming out from One Love all the way over on A. This is stun all the way up in the front lines, off of the run it back. He also has a TP right in his front. But ladies and gentlemen, everyone from One Love has completely abandoned. This is a massive group of ultimates here. You are going to have the Seekers. You are going to have the showstopper coming up. Zeke. He might be the linchpin here, ladies and gentlemen, but Nightblood Gaming, they hunker down on site. Son of Car, he's waiting for that first contact. No way, no way! The showstopper skates on by. One Love down to 2. Larry Banks down so low, but can he somehow make something out of this round? How is he still alive? How does he still do anything there? The Omen, where is he? Tuzi, can he find an angle? Yes, he can! Finds Bariak, and now 1 more remaining. 1 more bullet is all that Tuzi needs. Down to half. Can this be the headshot? No, it can't! This is Nightblood Gaming finding their rightful place in Grand Finals.
One Love wanted all the smoke, and they blazed their way through a lot of this tournament. Some Challengers teams feel lucky to get 3rd place in this tournament, but One Love, a team of pug stacking absolute demons, managed to make it this far, but they only make it so far. Nightblood Gaming prove to hold on to the discipline and the firepower that we all know they have, and your Grand Finals will see a repeat matchup between Challengers teams, a repeat Grand Finalist making it back on that revenge tour. What a story.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, again, this was a game of different mentalities. This was a game of 2 sides when it comes to one side being desperate for a result, being desperate to make something out of what is a fantastic opportunity for them, and NBG just trying to battle out their brains there, whether or not they want to go aggressive and they want to stay confident, or they want to stay disciplined, stay listening to their teammates. Again, you saw some overheating slightly, but that was nipped in the bud super quickly by this team in multiple points throughout this game. And again, you did see multiple opportunities here where this defensive side just looked immortal. It happened in the first map, it happened in the second map, happened in the third map. Every single map of this series, we saw an absolutely stellar look, no pun intended, out of NBG. And again, they're heading into Grand Finals with what looks like a pretty complete map composition. But again, this game, they were pushed all the way up to the brink.
Yeah, once again, the same story as the winners finals matchup. One Love did a great job exposing some key weaknesses that some of the best teams in North America have trouble being able to do. The game sense sometimes shown by these individual players is absolutely unbelievable. Antigone being able to absolutely dominate these lobbies despite the fact that the team continues to fall short with such a big gap in rounds is a testament to his ability to control the singular space and how far he individually is going to go, how much room he has to fly in the NA space. Rest of the team behind him also able to do so much work. Loved watching Larry Banks find his footing in this tournament throughout these games. He did such a fantastic job at being singular when he needed to and then running back to the team. It's not often you see players who take that long of a break get right back on the leash when they're running duelists, but Larry Banks did just that. I am very impressed by this One Love squad. I think everyone here should be. They put on a great show.
Yeah, individually speaking and together as a squad, One Love has thoroughly impressed. And at this point, again, they have surpassed every single expectation set either by themselves or the people out there. They have to be happy. They have to be satisfied with how things went this weekend. But again, at the end of the day, it still wasn't grand finals. They lose out on the third map to 2 challengers teams. That is so ungodly close. Like, they might wake up tomorrow and they might remind themselves, like, again, it might not drop that is the caliber of team that they were able to push to the absolute brink. God, that's...
Yeah, that, oh, wait, I'm him moment comes to every good North American Valorant player at some point.
Happens
And this
to me
just
every
might
day.
be the wake-up call for these guys. I'm sure, buddy. I'm sure. But who is him? Come on. Who we gonna say? Who we know him? It's Son of Car. Dominating this whole series. I know he does. I know he will every single time. On that scope or off of it, he was just unstoppable when it came to the approaches. Any team, any pack of players, any group that dared get close to him were in the danger zone by default. It is so hard to find a player that sets a tone like Son of Car does, where when he just walks in any room that he's playing for, he becomes the biggest threat in it. But that is always the case with him. He is always the person you have to pay attention to first, not just because of the team structure, but because of the individual prowess. He really is just that good.
But that's it. This team has been built completely around Son of Car for a reason. This guy, whenever he is, quote-unquote, let off the leash, I don't think a leash fairly exists.
Yeah,
he keeps himself disciplined.
He's a free-range dog.
He makes his own decisions at that point, and again, he still is disciplined. But Son of Car, again, we see coolness under, a lot of calmness under so much chaos. And again, with Son of Car being as fast of a player as he is, you would think multiple times he's inundating himself. He's putting himself in very awkward situations. He's swinging too early. He's pulling out util too early. Again, it's just not that. He's over aiming. None of these things are happening with Son of Car. There aren't any questions in Son of Car's play right now. Right now, Son of Car, he is the most complete person in this building.
100%. Couldn't agree more. But that being said, no player is safe from the mental reset, and Nightblood Gaming have to take it and fast because they have to turn right around and take on a grand finals match with none other than what still are the favorites of the tournament. Nightblood Gaming and SAD Esports will be our grand final matchup of the tournament. One more series to determine who wins the Wild West Miami LAN. We will be right back with that match in just a moment.
Redundant. Sense going up. Enemy down. Bam. One enemy. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Player standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy.
Watch your eyes!
Drop. One enemy remaining.
Watch your eyes!
One enemy remaining. Last One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Watch your eyes. Ultimate ready.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Flash.
Last player standing. Take it. My ult's ready. Give me those back. Give me those. Trick shots. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Spike down A. One enemy. Flawless. Boom. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back once again, and ladies and gentlemen, after a very long wait, thank you all for being so patient. Grand Finals is here, live from Miami once again. My name is UpMind, joined here by Tenric. What's up, y'all? What's up? How we feeling? How you doing?
Oh, man. I mean, what can I say? It's so bittersweet to be at this point in the LAN, isn't it? We've had such an incredible weekend, filled to the brim with amazing talent, amazing games, and it all comes to an end here, but it's for a reason. We come to this to find a winner. We come to this to find the best, and it's about to be determined. Sad Esports taking on Nightblood Gaming, the latter of which just came out of the loser's bracket after a Cinderella run like no other, going all the way from round one of that lower bracket to make it all the way back up here, going through the gauntlet to get there.
Yeah, and what a run once again to do it. Top to bottom, this entire team needed to step up in a very different way. Son of Car needed to be the spear that this Nightblood Gaming team has been relying on and has been building upon for the last 6 months. No, way more than 6 months. Son of Car has been on this team for over a year at this point. Now NBG, they find themselves here in the Grand Finals, and all 5 players at this point, you can claim, are looking hot at the moment.
100%, yeah. These players are definitely in form. The chemistry is better than ever before. Stellar, the IGL, mentioned that for some of these players, this is the first time they're meeting in person, and that's the beauty of the LAN. You realize how much chemistry you have on its own metric when it comes to being in person. It is such a different world. But there is a team that is no stranger to that either. Sad Esports has a ton of players with that LAN experience, with Welly, the other player that is still from the squad that played in the Zero in LAN last year, joined by a couple of other absolutely goated professionals that have been tearing up this upper bracket, only dropping 2 maps across this entire tournament.
Oh my god, yeah, 2 maps this entire tournament, and they dropped an incredibly tragic one, though, to their opponents in One Love. Shoutouts to One Love, again, a pug mix team that made top 3 in this tournament that features 5, 6, Challengers caliber and Challengers levels teams. However, sad again, they have proven again and again and again, whenever they are connected, whenever they are synced together, this team is more or less unstoppable. I mean, those maps, they felt like sweeps. They felt like Sad was in control.
Well, the one thing I don't want to see is these maps be overly decisive, but there will be a winner figured out here. We're taking it to Summit for the first time today for map number 2 as picked by Nightblood Gaming. I'm excited to get to see these teams take that on, but Sunset will be where we head to first, is picked by Sad.
Is there any real different expectations here for Summit? Because again, we are looking at 2 teams that they don't exactly work on that Summit. Of course, we would like to think so, but going out of what we've seen, some really, really, really weird mid-lane interactions, some really weird like first contact interactions. Summit is a map where you have to fight to get into those mid areas, to get into those choke points. Again, even though, again, it's shorter choke points, you have to put in so much util sometimes, and it might be a little bit too much. Is this the sort of game where you're going to see 1 or 2 individuals here? Can you call out 1 or 2 individuals that are going to be able to control things on Summit?
Well, I mean, honestly, I could say the same thing about the same players for Summit and Sunset. They are so structurally similar. I know a lot of people are just calling Summit Sunset too, and honestly, I don't fully blame them. Like, the structure of this can be kind of copy-pasted from one map to the other, but we'll get to see the original template first off, taking it to Sunset. Both teams opting for the Neon on the primary Spirit Tip Duelist, but Paint back on this KO that he's been really workshopping lately. Meanwhile, you have Zeke on that classic Sova Initiator, while you have the Omen, you have the Cypher, and the difference, again, in Welly and that Fade, something so unique to specifically him that needs to continuously be pointed out because he really is on another level with that agent.
Ladies and gentlemen, you already see the energy on your screen. Sad Esports together. Oh, did you see that?
Wow.
Did you see that?
Wow.
That is some incredible disrespect. We won't see anything as nasty as that in the server. That is the biggest moment of the series right there and then, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't see it, you had a player in the middle of the table knock over the Sad Esports plushie.
Yeah, that might just be all the karma that's needed to determine this match. I can't even lie to you, but let's see if Sad can take that revenge.
Blasphemy.
And, have their get back for this bear. Nightblood Gaming, not new to this in the slightest. Grand finalists returning to face off against a team that lost to the very same opponent that won that same LAN. Miami, we are finally here. The Wild West has turned into this final standoff. Sunset, Summit, to start us out. Sad on the attack here, trying to activate off of this opening.
It's going to be a strong start. Again, we are waiting a little bit of a timeout. Sorry to be anticlimactic. But ladies and gentlemen, thank you all once again for tuning in. We've been going at it non-stop for the last 4 days straight. And once again, we've landed here on Sunset just to try to see, again, these two ECL teams finally put it down on the line, because I say that we have had so many top tier teams in this bracket and they just didn't face each other. They faced these new talents. They faced the talents that North America are yet to really reveal, and they struggled. They faced those brick walls, and even then, the lower bracket has still given us the two teams that are the most prepared and the most set. Here we go. Sunset between NBG and SAD.
Nightblood went 6 for 6 in pistols last series against One Love. We'll see if they maintain that consistency in the defense to start things out. But SAD had a lot of time to understand the control of A main and how it can affect the stretch into elbow, and Vita was absolutely the linchpin in that. Tuzi already getting chased down, needing that buddy system from Zeke, but he's too late. Welly will get the opening frag, but Zeke is able to hide behind this entire fast lane, and no one is checking him. First head tap, second, third on the backstab. Zeke getting 3, and Carson getting in on the action because of course he will. Nightblood do not stop the pistol streak, even against the grand finalists. As long as Saj doesn't have a say about it.
Oh my.
Oh no, he won't. Zeke with the 4K to get us started.
Hunter's Fury on this map is so crucial. Such a wide map, and you can stay so disconnected on these retakes. Still tight enough for this Hunter's Fury to really combine the score, combine the power. Again, Zeke collecting 4 to kick things off, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you have to expect from both of these two teams. You have a prosperous position such as Zeke's there in elbow, and ladies and gentlemen, you should expect some absolute fireworks. Back at it again. This is going to be SAD Esports going back down to the pistols and having to reset once again with a little bit of a default, go on the recon, try to see where Nightblood is setting up in these sorts of rounds. They should be setting up in a very similar way going into the round after this.
Immediate mid push from SAD Esports to try to get the ball rolling. Stellar just going to take that quick back step, having the help from Vita. Immediately, Son of Car with that outlaw, able to grab the first. But SAD want whatever cut they can get, and they'll refrag Stellar to start, meaning that lack of util is obvious. Plan will go down, and that's already the creds that SAD would have wanted for this round, but they'd love to skate by with a tad bit more. Thrown into the market to try to piece this through first out, but Welly and Zaj are able to find some picks on their own extensions. One from the steps, one from Boba, and Nightblood, the remaining duo, is taking far too long for this rotation. The 3v2 for SAD has guns to spare too, and now this extra presence from the back that has to be rechecked. Zaj has the perfect position on the secondary box to catch this backstab, while Tuzi is forced to check the remainder. It's an immediate reversal of the pistol as Zaj picks up his own multi-kill.
Again, this is what you expect. We're watching two top caliber teams face off, and in that moment now, you find a very slight gap coming out from mid, going into B. In the post-plant, SAD Esports, they had the safest possible setup. Zaj had the first contact, but was completely hidden away on the off angle. You do have an incredible follow-up there from SAD Esports, and now Nightblood Gaming. They're the ones left completely up against the ropes. A single Vandal to try to hold things off, but look at their setup in A. They have so many players here looking for immediate effect. There goes a smoke in the front line, looking to condition a little bit, looking to try to find a headshot angle. Zeke's on the front line, going to get exposed by a Prowler. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not going to work out immediately. Nightblood Gaming needs to go back into A.
Immediate hit by Son of Car has made his way into the tiles, at least able to crack open the one, but that'll just turn back into SAD outstretching to mid. Next step up will be Stellar, who manages to slip through and grab Pain as well, so still even Stevens in the kill feed, but that neutral position from Stellar is immediately endangered from the retreat after the smoke is set up. Pain isn't able to lock down that kill though. Stellar gets out about half HP.
It's so crucial. Staying alive, gonna keep his util up. He has a camera over in B at the moment. Stellar is kind of a linchpin at the moment, but there's not going to be a sharp response with that piece of information. It's still going to be quite the battle for Nightblood to be able to even have a chance in this round. And there goes a wall right in front of Stellar's face. He's just stepping up with it. Ooh, Pain.
Call it two.
One enemy
spots it out, and Zaj is able to follow up on that piece of information. 1v3.
30
Zeke,
seconds
he was the one who
left.
bought the Phantom.
Spike planted.
And so at that point, you might want to save it. Nightblood came into this with 0 armor
somebody else-
despite buying that hero gun.
Yeah, somebody else bought it, excuse me. But yes, Zeke still holding on to, again, the investment from Nightblood Gaming. I would like to think that NBG were thinking about the far future in case things do break apart, that they would want to save this potentially. But there you go. SAD Esports opting to go into A to begin this round. They spread back into the mid side, working things out, slowly working things out. Good stuff. Just a very quick example of the adaptation, the many adaptations that we have to see on this sort of map. It's a very high-paced map to get to that first wall, to get to that first choke point. But once you get there, it is so difficult for you to make it past these lanes, make it past these avenues. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see how SAD Esports opts to head into this round. Let's listen in.
Vandal, give me Vandal.
Okay, here, give it to her.
Oh,
I get a buy, Tommy?
Everyone outside A except Tommy and Amari. Everyone else outside A.
Yep.
We're doing the save or punish, boys. We're not opening, Jake. We're doing or punish, okay? Hide the dart, bro. I'm gonna like go into mid and off rip. I'm gonna like swing it, or I'm gonna like jump spot and then come back.
Yeah, so can top mid.
And just if they tap orb, we just do it.
Once they in, they one mid, one gone. Right from there.
They just close door, guys. It's 1-1-3. It's 1-1-3. They're heavy A. You already do it. I'm gonna agree to flash deep as well.
Yeah, one's leaving.
They didn't grab it.
I can
flash, you can flash,
You
you can
punish
flash.
elbow, bro. Just right here to punish elbow. Yeah, flash.
2, 1. Let's get down. He's close left.
Running up.
Holding right.
We're fine.
Hold now. Just freeze.
Get
They
orb,
smoke.
get orb. Yo,
Can we
peek
go
elbow,
back
get
on
orb.
his freeze? Yeah, I'm gonna get orb.
Guys, I don't have.
Let me get it, Carter. Let me get it. Carter, let me get it.
We peek this together. I'm gonna go wide. 3, 2, 1.
They have no op money, boys. There's one
One's lane,
close.
one's lane.
Yes.
Just keep holding, boys.
Listen, guys. Go back into a beast fight. They're fighting there.
Dude, Neon and Omen.
Guys, go back into a beast fight, guys, please.
All right, I'm down. Heard. There's 3 here right now. Yeah, heard.
All right, we're gonna run this. Once we get here, we're gonna run. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
50 seconds left.
Go.
You gotta expect
Yeah, we're
this.
good.
Go.
I'm so
It's
Jogging, bro. Care trip.
Give me sight. Yeah, heard. Keep going. There's gonna be sight.
They're about to come out spawn. They're gonna flood out spawn, boys.
Give me nose.
Fight left. Can we fight left?
Where's back sight? Give me nose.
Fighting left.
Default. Going
I'm
in.
buying.
Keep back side.
One more back right. Peek him. Please, base.
They're deep.
In the cage.
The cage. 2. One more. Headshot.
Oh, bingo. Hold.
Wait.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
Got it.
15 seconds, Kip.
One enemy remaining.
Nice try, bro. All good.
Really close, but no cigar there for SAD Esports. Loved seeing that approach and listening to how Paint and Welly change their rhythm and calling when it comes to this composition and map. That KO plays such a big role in facilitating the rotations and information for SAD that so much of what ends up happening for the macro relies on him doing that heavy lifting, that entrying. And now that he's been able to farm that null command, thanks to that extra bit of responsibility, that extra bit of trust that the team places in him, SAD is primed to be able to stay sharp. Despite losing the previous round, that is not a good start though. Wow, Carson.
Wow. Again, happening. Son of Car still able to get a little bit more, and he continues to farm. Vita looking to throw off Son of Car, and it just doesn't work. Are you kidding me, Son of Car? Slapping Willie in the forehead. That's going to be another one for Nightblood.
Just doesn't feel fair sometimes, man. He just stands there and wins. It's just stupid.
It's unfair.
But I ain't mad. I'm never mad about watching me some Son of Car, man. But immediately after that, the timeout. I mean, tell me another player that has that kind of power to make you just call the timeout like that. What do you even call? Hey, guys, don't walk into Son of Car. Yeah, man, we know.
Oh. A very complicated timeout at that. It just feels like it's a breather, to say the least. You know, SAD Esports sitting back after 2 extremely tough finishes, and it seemed like they had the right idea. Like you were saying before with the KO with Paint, again, it is impressive to see Paint being as vocal as he is. Again, he brings in so much experience to this team, but again, he wasn't exactly in positions with those teams to be a leader, to be someone who was as proactive. SAD Esports, they need somebody like Paint to lead this roster, as Nightblood Gaming needs somebody like Stellar to set examples. This is a Nightblood Gaming, at least right now, that if they can continue to rely on somebody like Son of Car, dude, everyone else can just continue to flourish. It's the same thing with Sad Esports, though. I like seeing Paint, but it's because Vita loves to just dash out. You don't need Paint to be in such an important spear position. You can give him a little bit of utility, and he can just facilitate instead, like you said.
Yeah, the great thing about that KO is that Paint can put himself in positions other than where Vita's at and still babysit with the flash drive. He can lob it. You know, I mean, we've been watching. Paint has a lot of lineups on this map. This is clearly something unique for him, and yet he has placed so much time and dedication into learning not only how to operate on this agent here on this map, but how to call with it too. Such a crazy amount of work done in the background that just goes to show on the field. But Nightblood Gaming are still up and still kicking. They still have that advantage, and now taking that back step, forcing Sad to do all of the burrowing with these worst guns, and it's going to net a trade going mostly Nightblood's way, nearly the whole thing, as long as Welly doesn't immediately get caught up here. Just going to see what he can get away with. Honestly, might just go for another orb or kill so we can have that Nightfall for next round.
Yeah, another orb over on the other side of the map would be nice. 55 seconds left. Yeah.
We got time.
Yeah, why not? Oh my goodness, we get to kick back a little bit, get to relax, so don't have to be so locked in. Oh, man.
What are you talking about, bro?
Man, I have to be locked in?
Absolutely. Are you kidding?
Oh, God.
This is the
Welly
most
peeking.
entertaining thing ever.
I mean, why not?
Look at that spike.
I mean, it can be.
That's one down with the Sheriff. Hey, every one of these kills actually really does matter heavy this early into the half. All right, as soon as I say that, forget it.
Epic moment compilation.
That's Overdrive 2, by the way, for next round. Huge stuff coming in, because now Nightblood can, again, slow things down, be willing to play for that retake instead of having those like solid post-ups like we've seen so far this first quarter.
Yep, null command coming in for Sad Esports potentially. A is a little bit difficult when it comes to the null commands. You do have some potentially disconnected players that could skate back into sight and could still utilize their utility just to cut off the berries, just to cut off the choke points and still allow their teammates to be able to rotate in. Still, Sad Esports, they are aiming towards that tighter A area immediately. They've been able to take this with a lot of success, to be honest, fairly consistently. Nightblood Gaming, whenever they do hold this area, they do end up backing out fairly immediately. They put up the KO up close and personal, and they end up pulling out that ultimate as deep as they can into sight. So there goes the null command, getting the most value that it possibly can. Stellar all the way in the back, doesn't have any util, but he's able to take down the KO for now. The revive in, Vita still trying to cover up the body, and this is good. Man advantage, two-man advantage for Sad Esports.
Really amazing seeing Paint just turn into a crash test dummy. The second his util well one's dry, you can play off of him so much easier when he's out in the open like that. Zeke finding an immediate follow-up too. Paint creeping into the back. He's back up again, and he's halfway to that null command already. Sad find that recovery round in an instant.
Ciphers are so difficult on that site. There's so many different angles for those boxes for him to be a little troll, to be honest. We do a little trolling. And Stellar, again, not able to do anything. The only thing he could do is just have himself a little bit of a raw look. And that could happen again and again and again, because Paint is just that sort of player. Fantastic that he's already midway, 3 orbs out of the possible 8. But this next round here, again, we're going to see Nightblood Gaming get turned online here. The overdrive potentially online for Son of Car. Stunna! Oh, in the mid side, he's going to get exposed.
Son of Car, though, has managed to get a mild insert for mid, but Sad's already too committed to A-site for that to matter. Nightblood's going to have to fully shift over. With a Neural Theft plus an Overdrive, Sad has to be prepared to fight from a disadvantage despite being in this 5v4. Make it a 5v3. Zaj able to pick off Zeke in the back. Already this presence going for the interruption. Son of Car able to get the opening, and now Nightblood has a buddy system ready to go. And Stellar has a body to ult off of. Sad have to start moving, scrambling, discombobulating, and Welly can turn that into a Son of Car kill as the fast lane dissipates. And Tuzi's left alone after Stellar has to reveal himself all the way onto Zaj. This pinch is inevitable, and Tuzi has so much to manually clear, but he doesn't do any of it. Goes for the smoke and then the immediate tap, trying to field in that opener, but Sad are staying patient as those sprays come through. Welly hopping into the smoke, and Tuzi turning to it. The bait worked at least once
Smoke's
over,
gonna be gone
but
soon.
he's got to hold for half at the very least, if not longer. And Pain has the sustain to keep that round alive. It's 4 up.
Fantastic from Pain. Sticking around, 2 kills. Plenty of damage going in from the edge of the smoke. But overall, again, what an absolute war that SAD Esports continued to push further and further and further to try to fight. Nightblood Gaming, they did provide a little bit of a gift at the very beginning of that round, but Nightblood Gaming simply used, or excuse me, SAD Esports simply used that as an opportunity to continue to just infect the entirety of A, get into the crevices of this A site. Surely extending way too much time before that approach ended up happening into the middle of sight. Good that Tuzi ended up making something out of it, but still, here we go once again. Another exec into the middle of B. Cypher watching the link, back over towards mid, and nobody else. Nightblood Gaming is giving up the site.
Just letting that go. Shock dart out from Zeke is going to not manage to tag anybody by the looks of it. And with the economy kind of fully busted, Nightblood don't have many ways of actually getting back in here now that overdrive is cut. So just got to converge. And main is taken pretty well by the looks of it. This double duelist has actually made up some fair ground, and the flash coming in at the perfect time there, able to net at least a little bit of ground, but the refrags are able to make their way through the front line, and now SAD has fully flipped the site, hanging out from the back. Well, he dared to step out pretty early, lands Stunna, the showstopper, and gets too brazen! Pain standing it back down! Ult burned, round and lead gone! SAD back on the onus!
Oh my goodness! Again! Totally restricted airspace in midair, totally gone in paint. Still head on a swivel, continuing to frag away. That's what we saw last map. I forget who exactly it was, but whoever it was that did that exact play, that man is a good player too. That was a very good play, and oh my goodness, we need a timeout.
This is exactly what I wanted the match to be, man. Just as back and forth as I would hope. This is the caliber that we're talking about.
This is what we expected.
Play for this, man. It's exactly what we hoped. I'm so happy about it. Both these teams given 125%, even after playing 12 hours a day, 4 days in a row. Not like they do that every day anyway. This is totally foreign to them.
It's the social interaction in between.
That's true, bro. Actually having to like mingle with people.
Yeah, it's different.
And fully like commit yourself to calming like a normal human being. It's tough.
Yeah, 100%. No, okay, yes, it is a totally different challenge for these two teams, even though we have seen Nightblood Gaming and SAD Esports near the top of Grassroots North American Valorant. We still have not seen these two teams consistently and constantly go to LANs like this. Yes, LANs do exist, so relatively speaking, they do have LAN experience, but when it comes to these rosters, when it comes to this level of team, when it comes to this level of coordination and preparation for their games and how they play, these two teams simply are not used to the process that they've been going through for these last 3 days, and more than likely, they will never go through a tournament like this ever again. This has been one of the most comprehensive and the longest tournaments that I've seen personally. And again, it still will not stop for a while. These two teams, if they continue to go back and forth, they are easily going to have their fourth 12-hour day, 13, 14-hour day. This is simply a marathon, a bout of survival, and it could not come down to two better teams.
Yeah, after all the matches we've seen already go to 3, if this one doesn't, I'm rioting. Something's gone wrong. Because truly, this should be an even tighter deadlock, the tightest one that we have seen all weekend. And you're really seeing this back and forth come through. Everybody already getting to do their thing. Son of Car and Paint leading the charge when it comes to the fragging department, but these teams able to facilitate so beautifully. And yet you also see the pressure affecting every single one of these players too, the nerves getting in the way, forcing stuff like those panic ults to come out from Stunna in order to try to get every advantage you can. Really, every inch of space counts.
Vita sliding out,
like
trying
this.
to take down Son of Car after already taking down 2, after already having basically the same main advantage. Didn't need to do that, and it ended up forcing yet another player to swing out after him. I completely hear what you're saying, because again, right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is still the bragging rights for both of these two teams, Nightblood Gaming and SAD Esports. They have the platform to be able to perform and have their careers flourish. Here on LAN, it is about respect. Here comes Vita, sliding out, does have the double walls to help himself out, but Tuzi already fragging away over towards the mid area. SAD Esports getting chipped apart. Only one death here in the middle of the site, and now it is just an absolute cascade of pain. Nightblood Gaming continue to frag away, but Vita instead connecting the dots in alone has flipped around the round. fight! What is happening? Vita, are you kidding me? 4 kill from out of nowhere from Vita. And now, Nightblood Gaming totally up against the ropes. And Vita is looking to finish off a perfect round. Headshot through the box. Through the wall, Zeke is all the way down to about 15, 20 HP.
Come on,
dancing again is Vita, playing with his food, playing with his prey, and Pain is the one that brings it away. 6-4, going for Sad.
Why don't we let Zeke why don't we let him get that one? After Zeke already got his, I feel like it's even.
2-on-1 on land. Nobody gets an ace in that case.
Look, I don't think Vita's going to be mad when I say this. I don't think he expected to get that second kill so fast, but it turned into the slide reset that immediately nails him another lineup down the stairs. Are we joking?
That was stupid.
Are we joking?
That was stupid.
That is dumb. I see the collateral. I see the collateral in my mind, and I totally deflate.
I love to see it, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you expect again out of these two incredibly talented Neons. Vita alongside Son of Car, two of the next-gen duelists here in North America, and you have Son of Car again over in top mid, trying to hold it all down. Pain taking away Son of Car, man advantage out of this massive group fight over towards the mid area, and Stellar continuing it. This is incredible. Again, these sort of battles, you would expect some sort of tail tuck, you would expect some sort of discipline, but once again, Sad Esports and Nightblood Gaming just having an absolute battle right now in every single one of these rounds.
It's stubbornness versus confidence, and no one really wins the argument because both sides are left completely in tatters. Gotta say, though, Nightblood Gaming was able to get that early edge. Sad, finding those refrags after the extreme commitment is impressive, but it does leave Welly on his own. He's certainly done this kind of thing before, and with both Prowlers still in the tank, he has a lot of ability to scope things out if he wants to extend early on top of this plant. And obviously that Haunt available to clear out something like Market or Boba with ease without having to do that extension leaves Welly as one of the most flexible players that could possibly clutch this out to get Sad over the halfway mark.
How does Welly approach this, though? With that plan, he does get his Nightfall back. Zeke, not going to have his Hunter's Fury, has double shocks at the moment. And the Cypher, not much he can do in this situation. He does have a cage that is a little bit of a different deal, but no, sir. Stellar is going to walk into this Raw, and this is just a very, very interesting situation here for Welly. Welly pulling out the Nightfall, but it's so close. Stellar just around the corner rips him away, and again, the fact that Welly left sight alone for so long, completely unmonitored. Yeah, I mean, the opportunity for somebody like Stellar to be in that sort of angle was certainly there.
Last round before
and that's a crucial ultimate burn coming into this last round of the half. Sad. Obviously, they have that null command and overdrive, so the aggressive firepower on this map is perfectly fine, but you would really love to have that ability to deafen if you don't have proper intel on these sites. So really paying attention to where Welly sticks this Haunt. It needs to have value. Otherwise, Sad will be forced to confidently push with admittedly a lot in their way into who knows. No command immediately here for Pain just to take command and control of A site. Nightblood Gaming see the writing on the wall and left it completely open, but they're staring into that open elbow. No smoke to cover things, and so Vita gets an easy first blood. Paint's just going to start extending out now as the spike goes down. Tuzi, the only available flank, and can grab the two hanging out in tiles, but Sad have already made it all the way to the back of this site. Hunter's Fury on top of the overdrive, and Zeke tracks down Vita before anybody else can go down, but Son of Car still has to take the blow for that. 2v2 with Paint on just 48 combined HP, holding down the spike, and Welly now on that elbow peak after Vita fell. A smoke to cover the ladder. So much on Paint right now, but he can do it all!
You gotta be kidding me, Paint. Standing tall this map. So far, I mean, again, every single one of these situations for Paint, it has to come in as a reaction. It has to come in as a bit of a scramble, and Paint has landed on his feet every single time. What a half from Paint. 7 assists, 11 kills coming up from him, similar to Vita. 6 assists, 11 kills from Vita. Sad Esports being absolutely stacked right now. All 5 players right now actually do have some really decent stats.
The level of development Paint has on this KO in the past month and a half truly can't be understated.
Did you just say month and a half?
Yeah, since Challengers ended. Paint was experimenting with the KO, obviously on M80 before, and then with Sad they were trying it a little bit, but he just always fared so much better on the flashing duelist. But this is ascended, man. He's got rollouts for years. His knife placement has been extraordinary. Like, it is a completely different Paint. Nightblood Gaming, though, more of the same here on the pistols, which they continue to be basically perfect at. I swear, Son of Card, I mean, just keep him on a ghost, and he'll absolutely clear a lobby.
So you're saying if Paint played in like 2021 VCT, he would be the tens killer, just playing Ascent, just being KO, just being an absolute beast? Man, Paint, you missed the boat, dude. Should have played KO years ago.
That's kind of propaganda I want to spread, bro.
Exactly. That's what we have to spread, by the way. It's
true.
It's not false information.
We're contractually
It's
obligated
truth.
to spread.
No, it is fully truths, by the way. That would happen. Zeke is going to have the first peek potentially here on the site. It's only one person so far. Welly slowly on the rotation in. This is a very passionate call coming in from Welly, but it is working out for now. Pain on that front side alongside Welly once again. And oh, it just doesn't come to fruition. Pain goes out without having much of an impact whatsoever. Sash dancing, able to pick up a little bit of damage onto one. Finally picking up the kill. 3 bullets, needs to reload, and Tuzi still gets him. What an awkward ending there. He had it.
100%, but we continue the perfect pistol streak from Nightblood Gaming regardless of how they get there, trading their way positively just enough until the post-plan action, and yet still, the elbow creep works out really well for Sad, for Sad there, when they try to get countered by that paranoia. So, ultimately, the creep up makes just enough time, and running out of bullets there is common tragedy in pistols, but Sad trying not to get discouraged after, like One Love, having to kind of sacrifice these 4 and still hold on to the game's power. But this attack side can snowball so fast, as can Nightblood Gaming. Every single one of the players on that team is hyper aware of how momentum-based they are. Drip or drown, and they haven't been under the water in months. Stellar getting this lurk pick, making sure Nightblood can police properly to have a vacant B site, which they will get indeed. All about making sure you don't drop anything extra that you wouldn't want to. Too Sad. Perhaps you throw one of your duelists at the issue to farm some kills, and even if you die, grab that extra orb. But in the meantime, Nightblood are likely going to set their sights on that bonus and retain all they can, just because of how consistently they've been able to steal them away. Sad flipped the previous follow-up to the pistol round, so already this increased level of stability has to be reassuring for NBG.
And to say the very least, and the fact that Sad, again, they aren't really pushing this situation. All of these guns are going to be able to be saved up here by Nightblood Gaming. I mean, they're perfectly fine with that.
Yeah.
Especially on the attack side like this. You're trying to close in gaps. You're not trying to keep the long-range duels. This is great. This is fine, at least for now. But again, Sad Esports. This is, again, where we can see the effect from players like Paint. This is where we have to see the lineups from somebody like Paint. This is where we can see the explosivity from a player like Vita to blow up XX early, to dash in, to stun up. And ladies and gentlemen, we are finally going to get ourselves a little bit of a listen in, this time, Nightblood Gaming.
I was gonna rage fight on B, not gonna lie, but not my problem.
Not yours at all.
You wanna run down left?
Yeah, I'm done. I'll wall.
Game bomb.
Come on and blend.
Cage right, cage right.
Good luck, yeah. I'm just gonna scale through cage. I'm gonna try to do like cam in the corner to clear this shit for you guys.
Don't be afraid to cancel.
I'm darting left.
If we have to, don't be afraid to cancel.
Yeah.
Not afraid, never afraid. I got knife.
I smoked.
Lane. KO.
Can we fight this kill? Can we fight this kill? Lane?
He's this one.
Okay. Never mind.
Elbow. Yo, I'm in blind as well, bro. In the corner, yo, elbow. One. Run jump, please. Dead.
No, stabilize.
Here,
I'm
Lane.
on. Two of us for one.
Link.
I'm facing Lane. Kiss spawn. I'll pick a spawn. Okay, Lane.
Just pick off me. Did he be up lane or no? I went back lane right now.
I'm just stuck there. When he walked up on me, looking lane.
Lane and where?
One.
I think he's on site now. Bro.
I was holding spawn.
Holding Cycros.
One enemy remaining.
I'm living,
Two ones. Beat it first. 1,
That's, I'm not
2,
back.
3, 4.
Last player
Off,
standing.
Not even
off.
2,
Off, he's off,
3.
he's off. I saw him off.
Okay. 1.
Off
Wait,
again.
off again.
Hello? He's off.
I'm out of here.
Ow!
I'm like, what is he doing?
Oh,
Ow! Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it.
A worthy sacrifice, Carson. Worry not.
Only happens on land. You feel the game.
Yeah, we got a ingenious 4D land going on.
Right.
They got little like spritzers that like launch the smell of the map.
Oh my god, I would
Yeah.
love that.
Yeah.
Oh man. What
Here
would
just
KO
smells-
smell
yeah,
like?
right now here it just smells like gamer.
Oh hell yeah. KO smells like nickels. Back at it
Prefer
again.
that.
Back at it.
That's a bonus stolen, by the way. That's Welly forced to
Totally.
save after getting psyched out on the taps. Not even because he was psyching them out, but because he wasn't properly tapping. He kept getting off and then being hurt on it.
Yeah, that was just ridiculous. Not a single reason for Son of Car to ever actually make that peak. Welly, again, that is mechanical mistake, and at least in this round now, Sad Esports, not much to work with. In Nightblood Gaming, they took a very safe, interesting path. I call it safe, but the way that they ended up doing it was safe. The buddy system going in, you would not expect 2-3 players to be over in top mid anyways. Nightblood Gaming going all around the world, clearing out crevice by crevice, going into this B site. Now it has to be all 4 from Nightblood Gaming, who was cooped up over on the A site to make this rotation in, to make this retake happen. Vita on the front side, not able to do more than just a single frag. Great reaction from Welly, but that is just it. It's 3 players alive.
And Stunna able to farm up that showstopper thanks to it. So now you have both the wall hacks and the insta-kill button. You can go hunting for any ISO you want to as soon as you find the first bodies. So Nightblood, once again, has all the room in the world to snowball whatever round they choose. Justifiably, Sad's going to call another timeout because of it and try to hash out how to take on this next rifle round that has so much consequence behind it. Not too many reactive tools that you can use at this point. Oh, it's a tech pause. Never. Oh, it is a timeout. Okay, I thought I thought I was tripping. But this is a talk that needs to happen, and it needs to happen now. There's not really a gap in the rounds left to be able to have this conversation again. So this is the right time to call it. It's just so tough to know exactly what to do because I think SAD have done a really good job at trailblazing their way to those backsites when they recognize they have the freedom to. And I think they're also doing a good job at extending out those tentacles when they realize they don't necessarily have that backside space. What comes short is purely the read. I think Welly is doing, both Welly and Paint are doing all they can to try to suss out where this presence is. But Nightblood are doing a fantastic job at staying mobile and active at all times. Especially the fact that you have the Neon, the Omen, and the Rays available to hop, skip, and jump kind of wherever they please, regardless of where they're found out. It's so hard to properly punish the right player instead of just any player, and targeting prio is so important when dealing with Nightblood.
A little bit. Again, you have to take away the mobility from this team, and if they don't have that, this team doesn't have any break-in option. It is so slow and it's so predictable. Sad Esports, again, they're trying to shut down some of these options early. Cypher wouldn't do too much, but Vita trying to slide away. Stunna, his showstopper doesn't work out, and Vita's still alive. That was ridiculous.
How did that not hit?
How did that not hit? Pain's still able to get that kill, and now Sad Esports, they should not be in an advantage right now. This should not be a 4v3, but we're here anyways.
Again, you take what you can get in these kinds of situations. Nightblood forced to freeze again to try to bust through mid, and that's not going to happen. They don't want to go into the fork. Instead, they'll touch top mid. Have that extra high-low coverage as Zeke hyper extends. It gets dangerous from there, though, and immediately as he turns back, Paint recognizes the timing and refrags it. 4v2 as Nightblood will be forced to attack an A site that will be handed to them at least momentarily. But with this neural theft, Sad Esports have confirmed that there's no one else they have to pay attention to. They can just gun it over here, and they might even stop the plan from happening and negate these creds. Yeah, Nightblood understands that they're right on their heels and gonna try and shoot through the cam. Wow, Stellar! Able to find a kill out of nowhere thanks to that camera setup. And Tuzi almost able to do the rest. Thank God Sad had 4 in that 4v2. Anybody left, and they would have been toast.
Hey, listen, you throw Payne's mouse across the room, and that round is totally possible. Totally possible.
That's all
so you
y'all
know
need to do.
That's the
so
counter
instead
strat.
of knocking over the bear,
You
I
knock
think we're
over
on the,
the
same
mouse.
page.
Yeah, 100%. So, yeah, no, Payne breaking that one open. Catches the jump spot, ends up catching very, very slight timing on the shoulder peak to be able to shut down the first contact onto Stellar, and then Tuzi still able to make that one possible. Payne knocks it all down. The approach at the very beginning, Nightblood Gaming, gosh, it was so unfortunate that, again, they just could not get that convergence onto a short. Sad Esports and continuing to stomp forward once again, but can they convert a second round in a row? Can they convert a streak? Nightblood Gaming, like you said before, the mobility is there, but they're not exactly shifting. They're just all over this mid side right now, and you can't exactly aim onto just a single target. They're planting themselves in the mid side.
That explosion off a top mid between Payne and Vita felt so weak when they recognized that Nightblood has already had heavy presence in mid. It feels like you're just giving Vita away there, and low-key they do. 5v4 is kind of free. Now Nightblood can slow things down heavily and even insert someone here on mid if they want to. Sad kind of can't touch this from here. They have to just guard from top. But Payne has crept up A main, managed to find the one, and it looks like Zeke is going to try to dip into this to go for a bluff to see if he can coax over the rest of Sad. Doing a decent job already without even showing himself, but out of the one way, Zeke will bust out the recon's art and scare him a little bit more.
Great situational awareness, by the way, on that aggression. Again, that they are a man down. He ends up getting the singular kill on a safe angle and ends up backing out immediately. But now, Nightblood Gaming lining up for a B-take. That Nightfall comes in and doesn't do much. That is going to be Son of Car with the immediate frag. There is one backup, though, going back into main, and that is still going to be the kills coming out for the attack side. Payne, Zaj, no chance. Nightblood Gaming, again, planting themselves in that mid side. They did run into a little bit of an obstacle over towards A, but they very, very, very quickly head into B, and now Paint forced into a 1v2. He already has one. Played some whack-a-mole, smacked the forehead of one. He doesn't have any utility to go now. 1v2. He's going to have to swing into a two-man contact. Around the corner, stun is there. Starting to get real scary, though. Zeke around the corner. Don't know if that would have been predicted, but that is still the 10th here for Nightblood.
That's an insane overinvestment of ultis coming from Sad there. The late Nightfall from Welly a second time this map, netting another easy kill, despite the fact that he recognized the push coming in. He saw the fast lane and everything. He should have totally read the pacing, but just slightly off leads to the easy kill, and nobody even able to collect off of that Nightfall. And then Payne goes for the TP in the main, too, and can't even win his 1-2 burned. Thank goodness Sad still have this cycle to go through with their two strongest ults to take back. So, if anything, I want to see a more reclined Sad coming into this round to try to hold on to the streak.
And we are just seeing a little bit of a theme here. It is a couple of mistakes from the Sad Esports team that is starting to mount, starting to add up to this gap here between Nightblood Gaming and Sad Esports. Welly, sitting over in the link, has two players in terms of a support, and look at how aggressive Sad Esports are, going all the way up into short with two players. But Nightblood Gaming continuously now taking control of that mid side, having some sort of a monitor over that area, and Sad Esports basically getting split apart on this map because of that one option. Nightblood Gaming very quickly can branch out from this spot to either one of these sites within a gap of about 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Not much reaction time here for Sad Esports.
And on the lesser guns, it feels like you're just playing for that initial spot. You're not going to have any luck calling bingo. Just take your fights you can. That's a fantastic haunt by Welly to confirm how much of a stack is here.
30 seconds
That'll give Sad the okay to go for the immediate pivot over to A. So Nightblood realize they're on a time crunch. They've got to go in. They've got to go in now. Double blast pack into the one side from short. And Tuzi, the lineup down onto the other two from elbow. Sad can't find any value off his ecos. Vita lightning fast to get his, but that's all that will come of it. Welly has to stand alone against the 4, and still with just this classic in hand, still manages to get one with that godlike aim. But Nightblood have far too much this round. Sad is going to conserve, and they'll need to come out packing in this next round thanks to the rifle buy.
This is going to be a methodical round here from Nightblood Gaming. They have the Neural Theft, they have the TP, they have the Hunter's Fury this round. However, Sad Esports in one fell swoop. You get a null command, you get an overdrive in. It's tough to find many responses from that with such an in-your-face type action there from SAD Esports. If they do opt to go for that combination, both of these two teams are looking at two very different looks. Even though Nightblood Gaming, they're on the attack side. They're not exactly looking for any sort of discipline. And SAD Esports, they're on the defensive side. They don't exactly need to push the situation like that. But both of these teams have that sort of opportunity potentially. The attack side, they are coasting over towards the A side at the moment, posturing there. While SAD Esports, the null command, at this point, it would either be used for a retake or to cover up this A site.
It feels like it has to be a structured retake mechanism, especially when you have that overdrive. They just synergize so well.
Correct.
And if anything, I would prefer to hold on to that null command because then otherwise Vita might get too antsy with the overdrive and use it to get over aggro.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I were Vita, I'm taking that null command and I'm taking that all the way down to the spawn.
Completely burned, dude. This is insane.
Vita can't get anything done. Zeke still bouncing in a couple of bolts off the Hunter's Fury, and Zaj somehow still alive. This is actually still converting here for SAD Esports just off of Zaj. 2Z giving his team a little bit of a chance, but Welly still takes back the frag. 2 players remaining here for Nightblood Gaming, and both of them are right next to each other. Zeke alongside Stellar. Zeke picks up the first, and plenty of chances here now for Zeke to walk around and get some forehead taps, but it's not going to happen. It is a win back for SAD.
Some really good market lane control coming from SAD there. Good freeze up to maintain what little territory they had control of in the transition over to the B site. So tough to nail that spot when you're actively protecting yourself from the pinch. But as long as Nightblood was disallowed from extending into Boba the other way, then you can hold yourself up there pretty consistently, and Nightblood are not really comfortable taking that position. It's an overextension with either of these duelists to them more often than not. Basically, the only time we've seen them head into that area is with an ultimate. So, the perfect time, the last possible time, SAD find the recovery again and have to maintain 4 more rounds over.
Move.
Null command still available now that Vita's burned that overdrive back in the pocket.
It is so
he'd
thin.
rather have that scope anyway, dog.
Of course, Vita just fine up towards that mid area. Again, if you did have the overdrive, you would be able to couple it up with the operator. But again, here comes SAD Esports, and like I said, it was looking like a thinner A hold right now.
Yeah.
But just because they don't have that deeper choke point, watch. These 2 players, they're fighting tooth and nail here just to keep this mid area of A, chip away at these numbers before Nightblood do eventually make it into A. It is, I don't know, you almost always get a spike plant whenever you do aim onto A, but how many players do you have left for the post plant? That's the question.
I mean, so many on SAD have already been given away, and yet Nightblood is sticking around for so long. And they're not even fully cutting noise, so there's no real reason for SAD to leave house. Now the noise is cut. 45 seconds to go, though. I feel like SAD are still going to read that they're here. And yeah, the knife is going to confirm it. You can't do that when you have intel that can poke through walls. Great discipline from SAD. Just now going into elbow to take that space back on the flash drive.
And the Prowler coming out so late. About 30 seconds left in the round, and Welly pulls it out.
Haunt back up now, too. Good cycling from him.
And now Vita, he's found himself in a golden position. Maybe these players have gotten a little bit too close, but Vita doesn't care. Great reaction, but the attackers continue to roll forward. Welly and Zeke, or Welly and one more, excuse me, going down. There's still going to be the kills coming out from Pain alongside Vita. This is all Zeke. 1-on-3. Whoa! Whoa! What a call from Zeke! You have got to be kidding me! Ascending to take down Zaj, who had no idea he was off the plant. He had more than enough time for the plant, but he opts to go for the spear to the dome. Are you kidding me?
Is it any clearer who's panicking more at this point? Because it should be now. Vita lands a 3K with that operator, and Zeke not only recovers the space, not only gets on site with just enough time to plant, but doesn't even plant! Pain's sitting there on all 4s! I don't even know if he had 4 seconds!
God.
But Zaj didn't, and he goes in panic mode! He stands there for 2 more seconds, and the game is still in SAD's hands. But Nightblood now have 3 rounds of game point, 4 ults on the table, all the guns they could ask for, and Stun and Showstopper already making a whole lot more room! Zaj gone, Cypher Util gone, Sad Presence gone! Nightfall again from Welly out, Hunter's Fury to intercept onto Boba. Zeke just gonna try and keep tapping this to waste some extra time, waste some extra space. Nightblood trying to extend any farther than they can. Neural Theft to confirm, so Vita's gotta go in. Box not checked, still not checked. This sandwich from Boba is looking to clean it all up. They'll run down this last member in pain, who has to duck back temporarily, but can't any longer. It's Drip or Drown, and Nightblood Gaming are not sweating. They are just so good. 13-9 to take this opener, and Nightblood have performed the 3rd map win over Sad for any team this tournament. Already a monumental task.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a marathon and not a sprint. We have seen these two teams go at it all weekend in Sad Esports alongside NBG right now. Well, I'm gonna be serious. These last 2 rounds is an absolute flip of momentum and energy for both of these two teams. For Nightblood Gaming, if they weren't awake before, they're able to go all night now just off of the energy they got from those last 2 rounds. And if I were Sad, all of that energy that you brought into that first map has been shut away. Sad Esports had a different aura coming into today. Only single map being taken away from them, and it had to come down to such a close score, coming down against players who has had so much experience. They've faced such talented players in the past and put up incredible fights. Sad Esports had that heightened feeling today. And potentially this map right here, these last 2 rounds, they need a long walk outside right now to reset.
Yeah, they definitely need to take a breather and step back. Recognize that this is a battle of nerves and not just skill, because on skill, they're going to be evenly matched 99.9% of the time. It comes down to the little things, the intangibles, the untouchables. And Nightblood managed to scrape through enough times with enough hero moments, enough trick plays, another out nonchalanting. God, I wish Cool Guys did look at Explosion so I could see how close that was. But man, what a banger to start things out. Sad with their own pop-offs. Paint having one of the best KO games I've seen from anybody ever. And the man has still like just been learning it. I am in awe of how much he was able to single-handedly manage.
Listen, Paint, he was in golden positions throughout this entire game and still had to break in and break in and break in, continuously making so much mileage off of his null command. And again, hands up in the air. He's playing with no hands. He did that clutch with no hands, dude. That's awesome. That's very impressive to say the least. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Grand Finals for a reason. These two teams battling it out on the server. Love to see it. Ladies and gentlemen, live from Miami once again, $10,000 on the line. We have map number 2 coming up in just a little bit. Folks, thank y'all so much for the company once again. Thank y'all for joining us this weekend so far. We are going to be going to a break, so come back in just a little second. Map number 2 in a bit.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. Kill. Gotta go. One enemy remaining. Grenade. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Gotta go. One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Last planted. One enemy remaining.
Cage trigger.
Seconds left. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Why destroy?
10 seconds left. Enemy remaining.
No more.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, for potentially the final time. We have made it to map number 2 of this best-of-3 grand finals. Live from Miami, my friends. This is Tenric. My name is UpMinds. And let's talk Valorant one more time, folks. We have 2 high-caliber teams fighting tooth and nail on the server to win this one out, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, lion's share of $10,000 on the line for this one. And again, Nightblood Gaming, excuse me. How could I possibly forget? This is the team that has made the finals of the last 2 LANs 2 years in a row now. Nightblood Gaming has proven themselves to be the worthiest team, one of the worthiest teams here on this LAN, here in this competition. Sad Esports, however, on the other side, getting a little too short in that first map, but that is not to say that, again, they put on still a fierce fight.
100%, yeah. A lot of the fights taken by Sad were also quite dominant, and so I definitely expect this next map to continue to be as close as the first one, especially since it's pretty similar in structure. We'll be heading to Summit to see how Sad take things on, and with a couple of slight changes here, Paint going to the Sage with Welly still on that fade, and then pretty standard for the rest of Sad from what we've seen. Meanwhile, Zeke back on that Sky. We don't see him on that too often nowadays, but that's a bit of a vintage pick coming from him. And then Stella maintaining this fade to have that double initiator on top of the Sage pick from Stunna as well. I'm really curious to see how Nightblood extends here.
Yeah, again, I like the fact that Nightblood Gaming, they like Tuzi on the Omen. Stunna still staying. He is somebody where if he gets planted, he's good. On Sage, that's basically kind of what you have to do. But again, looking over towards Sad Esports, Vita, just the 2 Neons in general, they are going to have such an important impact on the early rounds, right? Because of those shorter choke points, because of those shorter mains. Again, I am still really interested to see if these duelists are going to have basically the same effect from that last map, because again, they did. They broke open multiple times the mid area. They broke multiple times very early situations that, again, should not have happened purely because of the speed.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more. I'm getting word that Zaj is actually on the Chamber instead of the Cypher coming into this map too. So that is actually something different to pay attention to. I'm curious to see how Zaj positions himself to intercept these takes. I'm seeing some concern. Is that?
I guess so. Yes, but I guess just no Sentinel on this map is okay, right? The fact that they have any sort of recon here in Chamber, I guess it's not that bad, right? But Sad Esports starting off on the defense. You would like to think that they want to make the absolute most of a full defensive side. That's what a first half is. The second half usually is, not full. It doesn't actually give you the full 12 rounds. But back at it once again, Sad Esports, they set up very disciplined at the moment. They do take on a couple of bullets, to say the very least, in the early round, and things are still relatively shaky. B site open at the very moment, but Nightblood Gaming has no idea.
Really catch from Vita to
spike down.
Yeah, that's immediately stranded. Vita won't keep to it after the smoke will fall, but Sad can just take that as an excuse to reset. It's a fun barrier orb to get stunned on that high ground, but get caught nice and early.
Dedicating 400 credits to a boost. 300, excuse me.
I respect it, though. I like seeing Stunna have that ambition. You want to see that experimentation to see what you can get away with, especially this early on.
This is so silly. You have so many defenders on their own here, but not exactly the off angles. Welly sliding in, his shoulder showing immediately. Son of Car able to take down Vita, and that's Son of Car doing his thing. Vita with an open opportunity at the one-on-one. Unable to do much, and now Zaj. Alongside the Omen, half-decent position here. They don't expect Zaj. Zaj has a double. The Headhunter not able to find the last couple of shots. And he is a one-on-one going the way of the attackers.
Nightblood continue their perfect pistol streak since we saw them last match. And it's taken a completely different way. Son of Car just, again, doing all of that diligent heavy lifting to go for the entry onto the site regardless of that Sentinel presence. And able to nail 3 when it's all said and done. Zaj really making it scary. Already proving why that Headhunter is a good investment for him regardless of the round. Potential thrifties incoming from Sad more often thanks to that. I would certainly expect it.
Time to hunt.
goodness. That is Pain throwing himself into the Wolves, and that is Pain right behind him with the kill. Huge here, at least for Sad Esports, is now they need to dismount a little bit. They put on all of that pressure over towards A main, but they still have 2 players there. Nightblood Gaming dedicating all of these players back over towards the mid side instead. Sad Esports, they needed to dedicate themselves in the early portion of this round. And unfortunately now here, it is biting them back a little bit. Son of Car is going to be on that front side, waiting out for a double peek coming out from main, or coming out from spawn, excuse me. This is what he does best, man.
That's Uzi. A long-winded flank watch. Yeah, I don't see a universe in which Pain checks this. And yeah, don't get too greedy yet. 2 rounds deep.
You said yet.
Oh yeah, no.
So at some point you get
We're
greedy.
just getting started, man.
All right, sweet. Big and or greedy.
Do you think you play for Boom here? It looks like Vita wants to.
Last player standing.
I feel like you just play for the spike there.
Yeah, I could sprint in.
Was a nice 1-2. Yep. To start things out from Nightblood. Seeing, you know, that pistol taken pretty conventionally and then just throwing up the 1-4 again. It's been a very consistent way that this tournament for Nightblood to be able to farm up the follow-ups. Very well
and he's
things out. Bonus is really what's going to matter here, and let's see how Nightblood handle it. Let's listen in.
Yep. Should we just like rip it fast right now? Should we just show it
down?
now?
Hit the double.
I'm
The
down.
double.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's show it now. Fuck it.
Okay,
We have it. We do it.
We're running it down.
Hit
Let's
the
get in
dog
there.
Make sure. Remember to slow here for like committing. Actually, we are just committing. Fuck it. Just go.
Tack. Please tack.
Oh my god.
Getting in trouble for the last
What
second
happened?
like
I
that.
don't know.
My game,
Go.
my PC just like.
Soup in and like swap roles for like 2 rounds.
No. Let me keep
Okay.
on color. No,
Alright, you got it.
I need you to play by play for me. I need to hold myself accountable.
Ah, hello.
Wow.
Welcome back.
That is
crazy timing.
unfortunate. So are we gonna start the round at 1 second then?
Yeah,
with the
I
tech
don't
pause?
like that. Are they gonna do some sort of like physical countdown? Somebody's gonna pull up at 3, 2, 1, let it rip. Like, what is the?
Really Beyblade on the brain today.
Yeah, a little bit. Just this weekend in general. I saw on the board outside they have Beyblade tournaments on Fridays, and Friday came and there was no Beyblade tournament.
So disappointing.
So disappointing. What's the point of me even being here, ladies and
What's even the
gentlemen? What's
point?
even the point? What's even the point? I guess there's video games, right, for us to talk about.
That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah. I don't even know how to hypothesize what Nightblood's going to come up with for this bonus because I'm not sure how fast they want to play this map in general. This map is still so not decoded yet, I guess is the way to put it. Like, teams don't fully understand how to approach things just yet. Wow, yeah, we're right back into it. That 1 second flew by, didn't it? And Nightblood trying to act outside of main here, but a lot of early pressure and pain. Once again, right in front of things. Eventually, that'll convince Nightblood to turn heel.
Vita is tempting this. But it comes a little bit late, too. You would like to think they've already got an angle back over in mid. Mid is such a tight area, too. Vita's looking out for it, but here comes Zash. Zash able to TP away, almost taken away, and there goes Son of Car, still hunting him down off the TP. Still planted, still safe, still alive, and now his teammates are starting to roll in. Nightblood Gaming feeling this pressure, and Zash, again, with a single spot all the way back in Shed, is going to see Nightblood away from this site. What is good here, I guess, is the Sky staying around, potentially staying for a bit of a contact, holding these players here more than likely. A little bit of a fake coming out from the Sky, and still the contact coming out from Welly. That's a great contact from Welly. As these players, these defenders should be able to rotate safely back towards their spawn in time to help out Welly, and still leave 2 here over in the B site, just to hold off Nightblood Gaming if they second guess themselves, and that's exactly what's happening. Paint stepping up, taking down Stellar, and in the middle of this take, almost Paint able to do everything, but it's Zash, 1v2, seeing the spike go down in front of him, trying to evade it, even though it started going down at just 4 seconds, it's still able to go down. Welly in a 1v2, stepping up to the plate, Tuzi has the off angle, and has his number. Nightblood Gaming, yet another bonus.
It is just so incredible how this team consistently approaches the worst site and still dominates. That setup there was so clean. This chamber setup is really tough to unlock. That trademark is placed in such a solid position. You're forced to use so much to clear it out and the chamber in tandem. And he's not the only one posted there that round. So much playing in front of it, and yet Nightblood continue on fearless. And yeah, that eco round is going to be tough for Sad to be able to recover with. Nightblood about to go for another 4-round streak to kick off the map.
More than likely, but let's see what happens here. Does Son of Card get punished? Moving around, Vita's still able to take him down from behind. They know Vita's there, and Vita continues to frag. Same thing with Welly. Welly with a couple of no-scopes, but the right click is there from Stunna to shut down the drama a little bit. But Paint still with another frag. Rebuy from Stunna, wall up, and this Zaj, can he find a collab? Can he find a lineup? No, he can't even find one. Son of Car with a wide swing, crouching down to the ground. Nightblood Gaming does indeed get their bonus, or does indeed get their fourth. But at what cost? 3 players going down that round. Their economy just doesn't show a team that is currently up by 4 right now. But here we go once again, Nightblood Gaming with the listening.
Does anyone knows my slow sitting?
Yeah, it is. It's landing over here.
Yo,
Okay.
walk him in, walk him in,
It's
walk him in, walk him in.
good.
Like there's a second one.
I think they're just out earlier.
Actually, I'll go mid. I'll go mid also.
Just flash and then walk away. Let Carson take a fight. They might up here.
I didn't flash anyone. I'm looking at still.
Yo, break that thing already. Break that thing. We just walk into this play right now. Break the fucking rotate thing.
I did.
You did. Sorry, I thought I heard. Here.
They just does.
Backside.
Left side. Walk. People left, I think.
There's 2-8. Only 1B. Only 1B.
That's him. Doggy. He's low. TP next to him. Yeah.
Find us.
Oh,
Player
bro.
standing. Spike down B.
Oh, let Daddy win. Let Daddy win this shit.
80 on Neon.
You will not kill my
What?
ally.
They're actually scared. What?
Close. Yeah, I don't know.
Hawk out. Blinding.
Oh, that blind, bro. Wait.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh, NC. That's so fucking sad.
We move as a unit.
Well, again, I respect the hustle coming from Zeke and also how he worded exactly how he was going to clutch that up. You know, such a way with words.
Let him clutch, man.
But that compression in Gym was, is, you know, not something I think any of us are new to at this point in the game, even this early into the map's tenure. And they're unable to really find anything, especially after that Sage is able to pinch with the help of the slow orbs on top of Vita's slide in. Such a blend of tempos that Nightblood is unable to counter in the moment. And again, in such a tight space, so much easier for him. But Nightblood's right. Once again, a questionable ult brought out by Sad in the midst of that. The res to make it a 4v1. And I mean, look.
Ended up being necessary.
I guess
yeah.
so. You keep only 2 alive after that's all done. Maybe to keep an economy going so you can shuffle into this next round with a decent buy, but
oh,
I mean,
look at
even
Paint.
then, it's yeah.
Look at the passion.
You see how upset they are with how they're like. This is not the best they can be doing, and they 100% know that. This is the kind of reset that they're looking for. These guys are so good at locking back in outside of these timeouts, finding their zone again, finding what makes them tick. But Nightblood have so much in the bank this round, man. It is still going to be a tough ask to be able to break this immediately, especially on the defensive side. It's a good bird. You're really seeing how powerful the guiding light is on this map, too, especially with the neon. Nightblood gonna go for this B-take quickly. Wow, just barrier over the barrier. They don't break it. That really does get the drop on them and the first blood. Nightblood, this is a new way to take the B site for them, and it's working out great.
It's just unadulterated aggression. They do come out with the smokes, however. With the wall up too, completely denying any sort of angle, any sort of information. Yeah, Nightblood Gaming, that was so overwhelming. And again, having both the Fade and the Sky in the same comp, I mean, that has to be inundating if you are able to telegraph that correctly. B site is fairly open, just open in the sense that there is no roof. So at the end of the day, the Haunt can get a little bit more mileage than you would expect.
Yeah.
And that Guiding Light you were mentioning before, Guiding Light is good on this map purely because, again, how short these chokes are. The Guiding Light, it can make it all the way to the other side of the choke without, without it running out, no issues. You can pop it and you can get that information without even needing to step out into main whatsoever while simply pretty much being in your own spawn. That's for both of those sites. But that's at least just for the approach with the Sky. Again, Nightblood Gaming able to take away the end of that round. But again, a lot of fun finally seeing such a comprehensive take on B early.
That works.
Yeah, the counteraction coming through is sublime. Really fun to watch. And now Nightblood with this overdrive and probably Nightfall active for the next round. The individual site take feels even stronger than it was before, so Sad have to pile drive it. How long is Vita going to stick around on this mid presence for, especially if you already have the smokes on it? Because, I mean, Pain has got to watch this until either doors shut, which no one's really available to do right now, or they have the bingo confirm, but you can't really call that until Welly kind of gives his whole body away.
Where are you?
It's a sharp shot, though. Sharp angle from Welly. If he gets it, I mean, it's cool and everything, but he is able to get that information early, but it's not, and nothing is done there. Vita, Welly, Pain, all getting tracked down in the back of sight. Nightblood Gaming, so ruthless when it came to that approach. And look how deep the Neon is right now. Stomping all the way through spawn. And now Paint. Last run remaining. Technically 1v5. Has to back on out, potentially. Could find himself a different gun if he flips around back over towards spawn.
I feel like Sad has got to start dropping that mid wall off rip so that Paint's able to go for a two-pronged approach instead of having to constantly police mid, keep that extra body available. This map is too big to justify it. You're willing to let a fast team like Nightblood take Fountain if it means they drain the well. Because that A-Link threat that Vita's been conditioning is already so good. It's got to be an ace for Paint to save this round, but yeah, the spike's on the other side of the map, so can't exactly do more than get that third.
There's still a lot of Valorant to be played in this half, so you would be able to at least get a little bit of a impact on the eco. I hear you out. 6-1. But it's not going to do anything this round for Sad Esports, that is. Even if they did carry over that rifle, it would have just forced the rest of these Sad Esports players to be in such an awkward position. So it has to be the Stingers, and it has to be potentially a slightly different approach. When we come out of this replay, we're going to see something fairly fast coming out of the defensive side. Here we go. That is Pain all the way up front, but it's Son of Gar instead pushing the situation, pushing the problem, knowing that these pistols potentially can react as well. The SMG able to get there, but the TDK, it is pretty tough to say the least with these SMGs. Vita tries he may, getting to the front line, not able to do much, and that is yet another revive in a round where you think that Nightblood Gaming, or that Nightblood Gaming, excuse me, they have it. But last time it was Sad that ended up using that revive. Nightblood Gaming, they might actually survive with all 4 players here with that same mentality that Sad had.
Yeah, well, he only has time to go for the exit, and Marshall, that worst buy, can't get far with it, knows he's going to die anyway. Knows he should. But in the process, now you hand Stellar that Nightfall, and the economy just keeps on rolling for Nightblood Gaming. This attack half is so strong coming from them so far. Really impressive stuff, I gotta say. Constantly switching it up, constantly adapting, constantly overcoming. That slow orb on top of the Stingers is so strong for Paint and Vita. They do a fantastic job of managing it as long as they can, but still, you just have too much room to go back and re-up, and with the res especially, too much in the way.
This is such a huge round.
Yeah, this buys everything.
Nightblood Gaming wins this round now. Not only do they have 8-1, but again, it's another reset for Sad Esports. Should lead them directly to a 9-1. And what happens from there happens. Sad Esports already lost out completely on the half, and they're going to have to go in to the attack side with so much pressure on their backs. They've already lost it out with the 7-5, but let's see how much more extra credit Can Nightblood Gaming get off this advantage? Son of Car looking to dash away. That is beautiful from Vita, but even prettier there from Welly with the Prowler. There goes Vita, looking to keep his head on a swivel, and Zeke not able to hold on to both of those kills. One player remaining now in a 1v4 with the revive coming in, and a round once again basically confirmed. But Tuzi, he's going to be saying almost exactly what his teammates were saying earlier. Like, oh, do they really need it? Oh, they're scared.
And Daddy's got the round. Don't forget that.
Don't forget that. He did just turn 21.
I think the res there is primarily just to save the gun. At that point, Sad's economy is so dire.
30 seconds left.
But yeah, we'll see how much more Tuzi can get away with. Zeke, last time it was 2 out of the 4. You just have to give up this space. Sad will have a lot of stuff back on cooldown. If Welly Nightfall. Alright, there you go.
No need.
Yeah, just get the Craigs, make sure Nightblood has enough to last them for these last 3 rounds, which they absolutely will. But that's how you take that mid-fight, right? You post someone up early in the insert once Nightblood is going for the neutral, and then when you start losing bodies, you commit even heavier, knowing that Nightblood is going to pursue that confidence, especially when you place the smoke a little farther back. You coax them into stepping a little bit farther in. That's well placed by Pain.
And in that case, it was just punishing off of the aggression, right? Coming in from Son of Car. Very good response at that, though.
And now preparing for that extra mid presence rather than having to fight it out. Putting Vita on mid door now.
Bring them down.
Prowler coming out, and Son of Car choked up by the Prowler. Nobody able to take it away. Tuzi with a kill on to Paint 2 at the exact same time. That is so tragic. Completely on his own. The Sage is going to go down in A main. And Pain now, he would have liked potentially that second prong. Would have liked maybe a Sage wall in front of him. And Stunna now able to take advantage of the mid shift. After Nightblood Gaming put on all of this pressure over towards Aid, Seekers coming in just to try to see if A Site has another victim or not. This is going to be an even 3-on-3. Nightblood Gaming establishing themselves. Tuzi. Wow, what a setup. Double wall comes up with the dash late and the paranoia right before it. And Vita continues to stop. Stellar did get that kill a little bit earlier on, leaving Zeke now in a 1v2. This position, not good enough. It is Sad Esports continuing to frag and cutting off the bleeding. This was 7-1.
Really nicely reset there by Sad to take back the position of power after such a scrappy round from both sides. You can tell this defense wants to keep playing for the fountain, for the fear of someone like Son of Car getting so much free space. And even so, the creeps can come through. That is how strong attack on this side can be. But climbing back in with that overdrive is absolutely the right call from Vita. The perfect way to make sure everything's carved out in such a condensed space, even with so little left to deal with. Well met, well adjusted, well recovered. Now the tour de force available for Sad to sustain into 12.
Awkward approach from Vita that takes on the presence. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Zash getting completely inundated. There goes the Prowler, and there goes the immediate response right after. Well, he's still able to take back the frag, and Stellar on his own all the way over in mid. Might have just created a bit more of a gap. These defenders are still trying to find, again, a little bit more ground on this spike that they ended up picking up. This is Nightblood Gaming still able to take their time, though. 1:03 to try to get back this spike, but they're pushing the situation immediately. Tuzi is so close. Is there trade opportunity? No, there isn't. Zeke does finally get it back. Needed a little bit of a battle, but the team ace is there. Everyone from Nightblood combining for a dub.
It's a trade war to start things out that Nightblood begin to win, but as Sad is able to just retain space because Nightblood just has to move forward in order to get the spike on the objective. Sad are able to back out, but then Nightblood press forward on the wrap, have the double up from Tuzi and Zeke, and as soon as they're recognized, they understand the inevitability of the situation. They have to fight on their terms, or they're going to be leaving and be forced to fight on Sad's terms once they get spiked down. It's honestly more optimized than they would have liked. They're able to just step into that, take a fight as conventional conventionally as they would have normally on any other round, rather than having to play for the setup.
Vita taking all of this pressure. It's just a pistol in the hands of Pain, but again, Sad Esports, they put in so much into this round, and they put so much pressure into A main in Nightblood Gaming. They utilized the Sage on the front lines to get rid of that pressure. Stunna taking away two. Two more players remaining here on the defensive side. Make it only one. 9-3 being lined up here by the attackers, unless Zaj has an absolute miracle ahead of him.
And res up too after he's able to farm that up, so just an extra body to throw at it. Confirm Zaj's position one more time. Impressive third too.
Right.
Nice, dude, Zaj's aim is just so locked, always. But a 9-3 half from Nightblood. 4 rounds away from taking Miss Lan in 2-0 fashion against Sad Esports, a statement piece for sure. And on a 6 pistol win streak, winning here and now means everything. Where does Nightblood post? Where do they stack? How does Sad fight it out? Have the spike looking to be pathing towards that mid-neutral to start, maybe leading into the B pinch if you're able to scope out main, but looks like we'll see a couple one-on-ones to start it out.
Yeah, Sad Esports, they're going to push a situation. They're going to push some pressure all over the map. It's immediately going to start off. Prowler going into B main, the Sage feeling it out and immediately putting up the barrier or back into B main. Neon's going to have a bit of an angle back over towards the mid side, but nobody from the Sad Esports team here are going to attempt top mid for now. Neon, however, is going to feel that damage. Son of Car gonna have to manage a couple of pixels here. Son of Car drifting away. But now this is just pure control for Sad Esports. They can branch out wherever from here. They're heading into A instead. One person in the back line. It's going to be a Sky. Zeke, he can't back away with any sort of flash. He has to continue to fight, and he is fighting. He is able to get 2. And Nightblood Gaming now find themselves in the man advantage in pistol. Can they go perfect on pistols?
You're going to set up on the double. The cross is not very strong, especially with the pinch coming forward with the barrier. Stellar's going to give himself away early on, and then they can break through the barrier and get the kill. Now the reset comes as Nightblood's 2 make it onto site.
Very quickly, they do have line of sight on the bomb, on the spike, and here comes Vita. Can he get one more? 2 bullets! Vita does it again! He's going to keep Sad in this game!
Emptying the clip, but no disrespect. Vita has just enough in the tank to steal the first pistol in 6 against Nightblood. And now, with a moment of respite, with a moment of recovery, there is still so much work to be done. So much to scale out. But Nightblood really feels like they're trying to negate as much to consider as possible. Carson dropped that wall on mid to start things out in Sad. Now they'll smoke that position immediately so that mid is reconsidered. But Nightblood have already shifted their playstyle to try to counteract this on the bonus follow-up.
Son of Car already going to find a bit of a dink right through that wall. And again, Sad Esports, they have a perfect advantage. Just off a little bit of a pick and prod. Nightblood Gaming, they have been held over towards that mid area. Literally a singular contact has given Nightblood the green light to stay over towards that A site. So wait for any sort of approach. They're at least committing to it, that's for sure. Sage in the back, Stunna taking on all of this info. Call for the rotation. But easily somebody could be in that angle. Vita isn't exactly holding onto it like a hawk. This is still even. Somehow, some way, this can happen here for the Sky alongside the rest of this team. There's no flash, however, for Sad Esports traditional one at that. Let's see if potentially the Neon could be able to pull off a stun. But again, this is just so complicated. This is so rough. Unless they're going for exits, which I heavily doubt. This is just going to be a waterfall, a last-second one at that. Well, he somehow gets a kill, and it's just working out. All of these attackers getting corralled into main, and it's working out for now. Sunakar with a defuse. Pain spraying away. Defuse is in! No way! Come on! Nightblood Gaming again and again and again find different ways to break apart the souls of sad esports.
Unbelievable. Coming from Carson, recognizing, still having the time. And all of SAD ducking into main for the post. Leaves that room to throw a smoke up and just throw bodies in front. They have barely enough to make it work. And all of a sudden, that pistol steal doesn't mean a thing against Nightblood.
Mid Vita. He's going to go alongside the rest of SAD Esports. Nightblood Gaming. Needing to dismount a little bit. The wall completely open at the moment. Son of Car. Once his smoke goes down, he's already tempting it. Pain up front. Is he going to show a headshot angle? He's going to try to climb up. Son of Car. He had a gift, and he wasn't able to take advantage. Tuzi does get the kill back anyways, and Paint can't get anything else done. Tuzi drifting in and out. That's yet another kill happening on the Pain, and there's yet another commitment. There's a chamber out in the open. Zaj, he has to fight 2 players on his own. Zaj has broken open the round and has broken open B.
And Tuzi isn't able to finish off the chase down, so it's still a 3v2 for the post plant. With Stellar still so far out, and Tuzi already gone. SAD taking advantage of the fact that they just have the one. So much util here, though, for Stellar. Yeah, he's just going to save it. Hold on to everything. Let SAD take this one. Too dominant of a site takeover. Not wanting to hand over those orbs anymore. It will be 5-10. One successful explosive attack to get them to 5-10. And keeping on those guns so that they can get the ball rolling. But that speed is eventually going to get met by a greater stack. And the hesitation that was taken in top mid meant everything for SAD to have that second opportunity. If the TTK for Nightblood, any member of them, is just a little bit better on those angles, they can focus more attention to someone like Zaj, who was able to pop off on his own accord, dude, and get that door back open.
That was everything. Zaj, again, he just established himself in the link, and it was just the right timing. The 2 players coming up from B came in a buddy system, and they were just trying to choke out that mid side. Ladies and gentlemen, a massive round for SAD. I think we're going to do a listen in this round.
Oh, yeah?
Don't forget the pump fakes, bro. Like, we have to keep pushing, pulling.
I'm soaking caution. I'm soaking caution.
Where's the wall? Where does the wall? Is it like this?
It's through the it's through the hole. It's through the hole. It's through the hole. Very close, right?
Different trap. They have sky flashes, guys. Careful sky flashes.
Let's go through B-split. Let's go through B-split. Come.
They smoked A-Link already, bro.
3, 2, 1.
I think it's they won.
Nice.
That's their Phantom, bro.
Breaking.
Break door.
Who's centered on the left? I'm
Go
holding
B.
him.
Go B. Go B. We're good. Go
Yeah,
B.
just go B, boys. Just stay 3 together. Nice, good wall. You have bomb, Amari.
He's
spawned already.
Yeah, I'm giving. I'm doing God play. I'm doing God play.
B main gap.
Yeah, might be me.
There's 2 spawn. 2 spawn.
House.
I need to reload, Jake. Reloading.
Nothing, man.
I'm gogging, Jake. I'm off you now.
One drop straight.
I think it's all 3. It's 2 or 1. It's 2 or all 3.
We're good.
If you go Jake, we're good. I'm playing anti-flash or playing.
He's out. Chill. There's 2.
Yeah, we're good.
Omen unknown.
Guys, play me main. Leave me outside. Sack me, please. Tell me, just hold that.
Coming out.
Omen's could still flank there.
Main.
Ping him off first.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. Just live, boys. It's all the time. All right, can you exit main, Amari?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave. They're just hitting right now. Nice. Dave, 1 HP.
Everyone live. Just live, Tommy. Live, Tommy.
Good job, boys. Good job. We're good,
boys.
Good job.
We're fucking insane.
Don't worry.
We are playing so good right now, boys. Keep it up.
Yo, listen.
Good shit.
So SAD Esports making it relatively simple going into that B site. A little bit of that pain, though, coming out. Nightblood Gaming surrounding that site, sharking it up a little bit. But again, Sad Esports evading any and all pressure from Nightblood that round. Again, Nightblood, they were playing some unorthodox positions in general, some unorthodox ways, simply because of the fact that they were playing on the eco. Back to the guns this round, ladies and gentlemen. Nightblood Gaming, can they begin to shut down Sad Esports? Can they begin to put their hands on the trophy?
Carson once again going to drop that wall out the gate here. Nightblood Gaming clearly don't want to have to pay that attention to mid, and Sad will gladly take that invitation to go to. And Vita already getting so much intel and the Prowler collapsing onto it. So that prompts the rotation for the 4.
But there's still going to be one sticking around. Tuzi does have the high angle off the Radiant Knight boxes, but you still have Nightblood Gaming holding very firm. 3 players over towards this B site. And Tuzi does end up getting isolated. This A site is beginning to thin down, and you can see a little bit of a reply from Nightblood Gaming. They're second-guessing themselves here whether or not they do want to go back to A, or at least dedicate one of these players here. But Son of Car realizes he's in a super pivotal position, maintains it. Wall goes up, wall goes down. Son of Car ends up getting a single frag. Zeke still fighting it out in the backside. There's still one more long range onto Stunna, but it's all Zeke. Zeke with the Seekers. Can he actually hold on around the angle? It is going to be Paint. Son of Car from out of nowhere, sparking up a comeback in the round. There goes the overdrive. Stellar now in a 1-on-2. He needs one more, and Vita is going to take him down instead. Stellar goes down to the Youngblood.
It's another terrific entry coming from Sad, quickly understanding where they need to path to. And once again, setting up that no-no square with the help of the barrier orb and the smokes from Paint and Pain. Enough time wasted, and Son of Car does a great job of not only resetting his bloom after he burns the barrier, but still getting his kill and opening things up with the overdrive. But even still, you have Vita on his own ulti, and Paint with that extra res that isn't immediately covered back up because Zeke is stuck up on Plant with the cabbages. Means that Nightblood's timer is cut. Now their own res in Nightfall to try to play for the stall, and Saj with the tour de force to again hold that sustain for the long term. No door crunch this time. Nightblood playing 2 at least from top mid, letting fly one of those birds. Maybe trying to coax an early stack with this eco.
Stunna just finds a contact, and you're also finding some contacts over towards mid. Sad Esports, honestly, they just have no idea where this approach is or Sad. And they're trying to push that situation. They're trying to approach. It is good that they break down that door, and they have the readjustment there from the Omen, trying to get another angle. Sky even running into a little bit of a nasty surprise. Now Sad again. They haven't been able to find a confident gap, to say the least, in this map. They're still just trying to throw off Nightblood as much as they can before they dedicate to a site. And they finally find a contact, and they find a kill onto Tuzi. Pain from out of nowhere pops in and takes out Stunna. Beautifully done.
It's a TP on top of triple. That was initially to get sight, but he realized he wasn't being found out, and he gets a kill out of it too. And everybody on Sad getting in on the action this time after managing to pierce that. It's the tough thing about this map is that on attack, you want to find the fast break, but you also want to be able to set your boundaries. To do that at the same time is difficult, but with someone like Vita, who at the drop of a hat can run it down so beautifully,
One enemy remaining.
all Paint and Pain have to do is just lock down the corridors that he wants. Shout out Zaj for recognizing how narrow that spot he tossed that shot on a Tuzi down was. Understanding, again, the lack of risk he has in just lobbing one in hopes that he can find a body through the smoke. And that'll be another save coming from Stellar, no doubt, to give Nightblood a shot at being able to get something going again.
These sites feel so deceptively big sometimes, just because the lines of sights just get shut off all the time. So many, one massive corner that is, just in comparison to, you know, both B and A, they just have this massive pillar in the middle. You have to shift around it. And in a lot of cases, you don't exactly want to hold the exact same angle onto main, and it's not exactly a comfortable one either. Having that Sentinel does facilitate things a little bit, does allow you to play disconnected, does allow you to hide behind that pillar, play a ring around the rosy a little bit. We just can't see that right now from Nightblood Gaming. They have to physically be on site at all times for them to even catch a contact, for them to catch the flow of SAD Esports, and that's the one thing that they're struggling with right now. They just can't figure out the mid-round flow for SAD Esports right now. By the time SAD Esports, they're making it onto these sites, there's realistically only one player on these sites for Nightblood Gaming, maybe one in the transition, but at the end of the day, Nightblood Gaming, they are getting thinned out before SAD Esports even makes it onto a site.
And you would think that they would be able to play for Intel a lot more fluidly with the double initiator. Just toss a Han or a Bird to confirm a couple positions and you're chilling, but with such open spaces, it's an inherent risk to toss all that util out without the extra body available, because then you run the risk of it giving you away instead. And with the hyper-aggression that both these teams are willing to settle on, if you are caught by yourself on the ISO, even if you're just looking for stuff, then SAD have an easy path to go to their site without even having to lift a finger.
Gotta go. Shortcut.
Vita now doing all the heavy lifting, double wall up. He's the one with the red carpet in. He's the only one running in forward. Payne still fragging away, but playing around a Radiant box. All these players are still at the very entrance of A. They're getting denied in. Nightblood Gaming, what a mop-up for them finally. But here comes Welly alongside Zash. These two have equalized the round immediately, and there goes the plant. Zeke's trying to come in from an alternative angle. The plant coming in a little bit late. Welly might be exposed, but he's behind the wall. Zash has to dance a little bit here as he has Tuzi ready for the wide swing, and it works out. Zeke with one and needs a second. Nightblood Gaming, they were on the precipice of an 11, a precipice of finally shutting down this momentum from SAD Esports. But a 4v2 for SAD Esports keeps them once again on a hot streak.
And you see, now it's Nightblood getting nervous. They understand how much space SAD has taken, and yet they still hold themselves up in the back of the courtyard for far too long. And even in that 1v1, Zeke was about to get a bird back in that 1v1 in which he had time to release it. So much consideration allowed for this Nightblood Gaming team, but there's just no time that SAD is allowing them to have to consider their options, just absolutely smothering them with bullets and util. And another eco Nightblood's been relegated to, on the verge of tying us up at 10. SAD continue to trailblaze. No longer primarily through mid, though. It's another B main take.
And again, Nightblood Gaming, no way for them to be on this site. They want to completely go in as a team. Again, Nightblood Gaming, they did so much surging back over towards mid. It is good that they ended up making this early call. Most of these players are already surrounding the site. SAD Esports, it's not like they're holding on to the middle of the site either. They're still playing fairly disconnected. And even a TP going back into main, this is a lot of space for Sunakar to work with. And Sunakar is able to get one. Spray coming in from Payne. There needs to be another smoke. The sprays inundating this spike. This is going to be a one-way smoke coming in. Payne is going to be able to utilize it, and it works out for 2 kills from Payne. Hold on a minute. Nightblood Gaming still has Stellar alive alongside Zeke, but Zeke goes down. Willie's got him. 10-10 from out of nowhere. SAD Esports. They've been building in the second half, and Nightblood Gaming simply have not been able to get comfortable. This is 7 rounds out of the last 8 going to SAD Esports.
That's the way you're able to play from main with such manpower while still not risking someone ninja diffusing the spike in front of you. Tossing that one-way smoke after the defensive one went down, let SAD have their way with the fight reset and still be able to get the clean spray. Despite that, after Tuzi launched that first tap, you heard everyone so desperately make sure that the spike was not being touched. And so SAD, continuing to learn from their mistakes, improve upon what came before. And so, map 3, more on the horizon than ever before. Tuzi now getting run down, and Vita grabbing the pick onto Stellar in the meantime.
Vita's going to keep on going alongside the Prowler. Prowler not able to find anything behind the Radiant Eye boxes, but look at this. Sunakar from right behind. Going to be able to get one. Can he get a little bit more? He's been a hero. He's been the spark plug, but he's not going to be able to get any more. However, the rest of Nightblood Gaming continuing to farm, continuing to stomp forward, and trying to find the spike. They get the spike down. Payne now alongside one other in the bottom of A. This is an interesting spot here for the Omen. He can dance a little bit here. He's trying to isolate Payne or Zaj, and indeed he's got it. Tuzi now, alone, completely alone. Alongside Payne in a one-on-one, and again, the Radiant box war works out for SAD Esports. 8 out of the last 9 going to SAD.
That is an insane adjustment coming from Payne to be able to manage that 1v1 cleanly after having himself ISO'd off from that. Another breakneck take by SAD Esports, but Son of Car following suit really throws a wrench in things, especially when the site wasn't fully cleared. Tuzi hanging out there nearly the entire time, managing to hold himself down. It's just that breakaway factor from the rest of Nightblood that isn't as well met. And the static nature of that defense that Nightblood is still relegated to puts SAD in a good position to still be able to invade at the end of the day, even post-plant. Now ults are back, guns are back, Nightblood's thrown back to the wayside again economically. The snowball is in full force.
And there goes Vita. Finds the open shot. Takes down Stellar. Get Nightblood. They have to continue to push this situation. They have to continue to push forward. And Vita finds himself yet another open shot on 2 players. This time, Son of Car goes down. The rotation does come in, but we'll wait at this point. You still are going to have Stunna with a little bit of an opportunity, but he's gone. 1v5 for the rest of Nightblood Gaming. It's one of them. Gosh, it feels so anticlimactic again and again and again. We have seen this SAD Esports team just easily take over the mid side, branch over to whichever side they want. Nightblood Gaming have not been able to succeed in any one of these retakes whatsoever. Nightblood Gaming struggling on defense again.
Yeah, no springboarding back in any capacity for Nightblood at this stage. It really has to be the read, the hold, and the fight win. So, with so many ultimates on the table this time, for both sides, it's a real question of how Nightblood is going to hold back and then dominate. Stunna, a lot of weight on his shoulders to be able to at least make the call. You'll hear no steps from this, just the one burn. It's 2 confirmed so far, but Nightblood are here for the pack fight.
Again, Nightblood, they've surrounded this site, and again, there's so much presence here from Nightblood. They are committing fully into the back of site for this Son of Car. Can't get anything done. Son of Car, still without an effect, without the same effect that we've seen throughout this entire tournament. But there was 4 players here for Nightblood Gaming. SAD Esports inundating, and they have done it. The perfect second half after a disastrous first half. SAD Esports put up the fight that a grand finals deserves.
Did we want anything else other than this series going the distance above all others? SAD with a massive attack half, such utter dominance, even in the spaces that Nightblood couldn't manage to conquer on their own half, showing a much better proficiency of that map. Very impressive work coming from that squad.
Yeah, again and again and again, the attack side, they just had mid the entire time. Every single time we saw this attacking team approach on that side, we did not have an aggressive look from the defense really at all on that side over towards mid, and it is super hard for you to do so. The barriers are so far away, and you end up dedicating so much utility just for that you might as well just tuck your tail back into sight, tuck your tail back into the choke points, back into the links of both sites, and even then, not able to find any mileage in the close angles, especially Son of Car. Son of Car on the defensive side with all of these cheeky angles, you would imagine that he goes off. You would imagine with the tight spaces that those stuns would cover up so much ground, but still not able to capitalize. This team, Nightblood Gaming, looks so good going into that second half. It still boggles my mind as to what happened there.
Yeah. I mean, seeing this kind of comeback this late in the night, in the weekend, in the tournament, just the resolve that this entire lobby has is absolutely unbelievable. And it's remarkable to see everyone giving it their all, even this deep in. We will have a third map, thanks to this wonderful take. I really love how this sequencing went on the main lines for the sites. Learned a lot of new things about how teams are taking this on. You see a lot of inspiration taken from the film we've already seen and a couple of new ideas to counteract what's already been set up. The counter protocols are starting to form on this map's lifespan. It's very exciting to see.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of new things coming up for Summit. I mean, realistically speaking, we've seen every team pull out basically a completely different comp on this map. So always fun to see the map, period. And ladies and gentlemen, always fun to see more Valorant. We have a map number 3. Again, we have gone through so much Valorant throughout the last 4 days, ladies and gentlemen. And there's still one more map. We'll see you after the break to finish this all off.
Down A. Spike planted. Last player stand. Remove. And the one enemy remain. One enemy remaining. Team Ace. One enemy remaining. Player stand. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last player. One enemy remains.
My ultimate is ready.
One last go, ladies and gentlemen. Last map for us of this long weekend. Let's build up some energy here. I even saw some of the players outside right now. Feeling a little sluggish, feeling a little
Yeah, we gotta wake up, man.
Wake up, ladies and gentlemen. Wake up. The weekend's not even over yet. We're in Miami. We still have a long night, ladies and gentlemen.
Night's young. Come on.
Come on. Let's get excited. Welcome back to Miami. Welcome back to ROK. Welcome back to the Wild West land, brought to you by Mr. Fun Haver. My name is UpMind. Joined here by Tenric once again, ladies and gentlemen. And we have one more map once again here of our best of 3 grand finals. Night Blood Gaming starting off real strong. It was an extremely contested map number 1. Map number 2, you could call it contested if you look at the score, but that second half leads only with confidence for SAD.
Yeah, decisive attack halves to bookend Summit to get us through map 2 here, but SAD definitely showing a lot more in the playbook when it came to that map. Far better understanding of how to fight mid for one. That led them so far, especially that B-Link presence was able to nab them a lot of quick chokes. And Nightblood, unfortunately, not with that proper response time, especially with their composition, wasn't able to get enough proper backstabs to make it worth their while. Ultimately, I think SAD just did a lot better with the space control. But with Haven, that's not a concern. Both these teams have infinite hours on this map. We are going to see both these teams at their best and almost on the mirror, save for, of course, those trademark initiators.
Yes, and of course, this map is going to be so much fun to watch these duelists. Son of Car, again, is having one of the best MFH lands we've ever seen, period. And again, he can certainly bookend that with an incredible Haven again, as he's done before. Here for SAD Esports, again, we've seen great impact on this map from Zaj. We've seen great impact from Pain. Those two players, again, because this map allows for so much individuality, we have to see players like Zaj, like Pain step up to the plate, and this is the map where we have seen it.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely am looking at Zaj more than anybody else at the moment. I think everyone on SAD really is performing at the spot that they need to be, but Zaj has been so good at specifically holding the line, holding those spots, holding his ones, and against the triple site once again, so much responsibility is going to be placed on him to stall, slow, and get his on the way down. SAD starting out on the attack half, though. They're going to be looking at this double duelist comp again with Vita and Paint trying to open up these sites. We're getting it started, y'all. Final map of the weekend. One of these teams will become champion after this is said and done.
Starting real slow here for SAD Esports with a double duelist for the defensive side. Started off over in mid. Didn't find any context. They didn't run up mid or anything like that. But this is still SAD Esports mounting the pressure, spreading out from the wall. Sunakar able to knock on to Zeke. This is all Zeke now, not going to be able to dismount. It's still 3-on-3.
Like that double jump in to net the extra kill onto the sewer. Certainty of that position is all you can grab with that lack of intel and util in general with the pistol. And now they'll double back to check the flank first before fully committing to the site take. And for good reason, Tuzi is watching. Pod shots taken, down to 47, taking the back step, letting SAD make the next decision. They've completely corralled this. It's got to be A, surely. They understand Tuzi's facilitating this, and with the cut noise, they can bluff that they've moved.
With the smoke up in the back, too, this is going to be safe coming in from SAD Esports. And Nightblood Gaming, that's exactly what they wanted. They want all three players together. They want the man advantage to potentially isolate some 1v3, some 1v2s. And there goes one of them. Zaj completely on his own. Going down the one way, not working out. Decent position for Pain to get into an off angle, but it's not going to work out. Son of Car with a first round for Nightblood.
Once again, having the space to zoom in as SAD is entering and able to nab the early frags because of it. Son of Car is, as always, one of the main characters of the pistol round simply due to that neon mobility. That being said, gotta shout out Stellar for that Heaven presence, making sure that they were aware after Tuzi got that flank to be able to catch the front line eventually. And even still, they remain relatively patient after that following frag. They don't try to double down, they don't try to compress, they just wait for the committal onto site, and it's perfect.
Now we got to look out to a tech pause. Technical pause, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be waiting out a little bit more time. Only a single round for us to bring up, but it is interesting, again, that Nightblood won that one out. because that's what their second round that they've won in the last 10, 11, more or less.
When you put it like that,
it's
rough.
it's been rough. It really has. Like they looked drained. Like I'm so serious. I went out there. Nightblood Gaming just did not look like they didn't look human. They didn't look like they had any emotion right now. They were exactly drained. They had a little bit of a conversation before they headed over to the desk, and it looks like that has raised the spirits a little bit. But, yeah, Nightblood Gaming certainly in a position to give themselves some motivation.
Yeah, perfect place to recoup. And they're definitely going to feel a lot more competent and capable on this defense regardless, purely because of their confidence in being able to retake as opposed to something like Summit. I mean, that A site is so hard to take back. We saw it so many times. Nightblood Gaming having people hold up in the water there and still getting door busted, and then Sad has the sustain. Haven doesn't have that safety net when you're an attacking team. You just have to keep driving at least a little bit further until you control the entirety of the space, Link and Heaven included. And then for these compressed B sites that we see these teams every so often locking in on, that comes down to the pure confidence fights in my eye. We've really seen the pivots snake into there only when a team is truly confident that they can take them on in those close quarters duels. You don't see a lot of door position post planting. You see a lot of extensions out into links when they get that spike down.
It's extreme emotions, period, when it comes to B. It's either you're totally confident in yourself or you're not confident at all. You've been hitting A and C, and you've just thrown your hands up in the air, and now you're just going into the most dually site that could possibly exist in this game. So, yeah, it is a little bit of that fail-safe option, too. But, yeah, no, from what we've seen from players like Son of Car, when they have, you know, they just have that leash, you know what I mean? They've been able to kind of utilize B as that spark for their half.
Well, that being said, I don't think Sad is going to shy away from continuing to chip away at the A and C sites, even if they do get stopped pretty consistently, purely because of how much you can extend at a base level on those sites. And obviously on the long range, Sad has been no stranger to being able to go toe-to-toe. It has been a remarkable back and forth between these two teams in purely the duel setting. And so if the stage can be set properly by Sad, wherever that stage may be, they're still going to feel comfortable.
Right. And at least with this map, I am a little bit more interested to see the rotation speed coming in a little bit more. Because, again, before we had the Sova, we had a little bit of that. We had some sort of effect of denying spikes from long range. You also did have the, I mean, you just had so many options from long range to telegraph some sort of stop. But you just could not see it. In this map, it is even tougher. These players, they can't really utilize util at all from the other side of the map to be able to stop any of these takes. It has to be, again, even faster rotations and somehow needing to pick apart a mid. That's something that Sad Esports just did not do. Whenever they did actually exec into either A or B, into either one of these last two maps, they didn't put so much attention over towards the mid side. Here we go once again, the SMGs singing once again, doing their jobs. Sad Esports going down completely with only pistols. It's what you expect.
Yeah, I appreciate the chutzpah from Sad to just give it an old college try, see what kind of stack they're walking into, and it's a big one, but it's one that they're able to deal a couple bits of damage to net some extra creds to guarantee that bonus for them. Hopefully, at least. We'll see how they manage it. Let's listen into the comms.
Okay, you just eye for it. Is it? Yeah. Just do short open and hold, bro. He might re-aggress you.
Okay.
Yep. You should do brick smoke again. You do brick smoke again, KP, and then gog it, and then just hold your flash if they like fight through your brick smoke, and we'll come fight with you, yeah?
Yeah.
Alright, bet.
Go DPM.
Yeah,
Nice,
we're good.
He's on the Phoenix crouch. They smoke
We
window.
stay frozen, bro. No. Listen, let's all walk back mid. Five man walk back mid. Speed.
I agree. Clear window.
3, 2, 1.
One down
Approach
C,
C
one
trip.
down C.
Let's walk back C. Everybody let's walk.
Yeah, we should.
I'm holding
walk back
TP.
C,
Can
bro.
you guys clear everything? Clear.
Make sure our spacing's good. 3,
Yeah,
2, 1. We have better guns than these guys, boys. He's deep cam. Hide it. Come on the left.
He might swing off.
Right. We talked about the right.
My dodge. We're good. Clear.
Bro.
Be down, boys. Go. Let's go.
3,
We go to
Push right. Wait.
stunning plot.
That's right.
Care for trips, boys. Care trips.
I'm holding my blind, boys.
Walk.
The
I'm
cage.
dogging one more. Wait the cages. We can wait the cages.
I'm holding garage.
Nothing's flat. That's dead, boys. I'm blind. Hold the garage.
I'm holding garage. We're good.
Let's spawn Phoenix.
I'm holding flank. Okay, I have flank.
Get a flash. I'm playing up jump out.
Care spawn.
You have nothing garage, nothing garage.
Yo, guys,
You
people
jiggle spawn? You jiggle spawn?
Yes, I spawn, I spawn.
I'm jump spawning the walkout spawn, okay?
Spotted. Not out yet. Phoenix, out wide.
I'm careful,
Or
garage.
Sova.
I'm careful, garage. Go up, go up.
I have spawn, I have first, off me.
Just fighting this shit, bro. I'm sorry.
Come right, I'm alright, come right.
Fighting this. One might work, one might work.
Yeah, that's fine.
Bro, I need your Vandal, bro. Can we swap?
You in garage, show. Wait, chill, please show.
Where's that?
Omen.
He's garage.
Oh, you motherfucker.
On site.
He's
Backside.
Backside. I'm paying.
Peeking. Nice, that's fine. Good.
That's what I wanted. It wasn't gonna show me, it's all good.
It's on. Hey, we got more. Nice.
I'm impressed by Sad's patience there to be able to manage the rifle round well enough. Only losing one on the way down, and that long-winded rotation over to the C site was nice, cool, calm, and collected. But now that the full buy is back, so too is both these teams fully locking in. And on the verge of a couple ultimates, Sad Esports have a couple win cons that they might have to dodge properly. They want to take this. I'm back on the prio to see what Sad can target properly. If they call out the right agent to take down, they call out the right site. It all falls like dominoes. Oh, Sash's body spotted. What does Car gain from that, though, optimally?
Just the positioning.
The fact that he's on the 1, because then you realize the 4 is on A lobby, I feel like that's all you could do.
Oh, there goes the one from Stunna. Now Stunna alongside Son of Gar. They need to move. They're going all the way back towards A now as Vita already on that front side. Oh my goodness. Tuzi getting absolutely cooked, and Vita midair sliding through. What are you doing, Vita? It's mind-boggling what this man is capable of. And Vita once again backing up into the back of sight. It is all gonna be on Vita, but Stunna quickly picking up the pieces. Nightblood Gaming on the back of Stunna, taking up yet another round.
There's just 10 stars of this show, man. Everybody is proving themselves at the same time. Vita taking light years of space with just a couple slides and a lot of crisp shots, but you still have that sustain from Nightblood. You still have that willingness to take back despite dropping the bodies, and crucially, those smokes were still active for just a couple seconds longer for Stunna to get the drop on those last couple. Eventually, the transfer works out for NBG, able to once again barely hold on to the momentum here. The guns are not amazing, but the spirits certainly are high.
Standing ahead.
Sad Esports, they have a direct option here, a direct response from that last round. They are attacking right back in the site that they ended up failing in. Here comes the run it back, trying to help out in the back of site. Still, Paint is going to be able to take it down, and Paint has 2 more. These are some incredible kills coming out from Sad Esports as Nightblood Gaming have no options here on site. Again, inundation pure. You have the paranoia, you got the flashes, you got the stuns, you have the smokes. Sad Esports, so much utility used right in the middle of that site.
Yeah, they know how clean that A take is, and with the run it back, they have it with impunity. Paint's able to do all the heavy lifting without taking any of the risks involved. And with A being so tiny, they do it so quickly. Whatever kills along the way suit him, Paint is perfectly fine getting them all. And Nightblood will have to settle for what they save. No exit frags, they'll get to call their own. Saddle head the other direction, and we go to a 3-2 start with guns abound for both sides. Cycles still in question, but both these teams already working off of completely different springboards despite having such similar compositions and such similar levels of aggression at the end of the day. Stunna and Paint have been twinning on these Phoenixes on this map. But all eyes are on Zeke for me this round, seeing if he can use that Hunter's Fury to a proper extent despite the fact that the buy is left wanting.
It's still going to be an awkward setup here for Nightblood in general. Zeke is going to be posted up with the Outlaw. There's only going to be really one more ultimate that can be reloaded here with Tuzi. That CP still is massive. He is playing in a little bit more of a mid position, to say the very least. So it's not like he can't just run back towards these sites either. And 2 players in the back of A. These tripwires could potentially break up now. Some of these smokes, some of these walls that have been established here on this A site. Try to get some of that information slyly. trying to get some kills through these smokes.
Go, go, go.
Vita spawning one, still looking for potentially another trip, is able to find it. Spy cam and trips, doesn't catch anything. No wall bangs coming in from Nightblood either. They're staying completely disconnected. They are going to go in a completely even strength 5v5 retake. And it's going to be pure chaos if they actually opt to go into it. They should. A couple players going up into heaven. CP coming in from Pain just to get out of sight. Looking for potentially a flank, but no, not going to commit to it. Vita helping out on the front side as Zeke takes down one with the Outlaw. And this is just going to clean things up. Overdrive is just the insurance option in Sad Esports. They maintain 4 alive.
Yeah, holding out for the long term after a round like that. NBG are back to the drawing board and back to a mild economic reset. It's still so dicey at the moment. They don't have everything they could ever want to, but it is bloody close, so they're going to work with what they've got. Just a couple of light armors, and with no Outlaw on the table here, it should not really matter that much because everyone's hitting heads at the moment. But Sad, I mean, this A-take has been so replicable that Nightblood have to start conditioning more resources to try to counteract it. They've put 4 bodies on this to open.
And are they going to realize it fairly quick? Where's the information to grab over towards the top? Finally, there it is. Recon bolt coming out, nothing being spotted, but B is completely empty. And Sad Esports, there's the confidence coming in, kicking in this time. It's not desperation. Pure confidence going into B. Not a single spot, but the Hunter's Fury has such a straight angle in this sight. There you go. Able to get a whole lot of damage. You have the revive coming in from the Phoenix. Zaz is so important. The stun's right on him, and he's able to run away. A little bit better of a position back over towards mid. But Zaz, he cannot lose his life here. He has a very important linchpin. Sad Esports, again, full control of this site. And Zaz is continuing to frag, staying alive at the moment with the Neural Theft. He still has another teammate that desperately needs his help. Pain on the bottom. Zaz on the other side, able to take away Zeke. Down goes Zaz. And now Pain has an easy shot, surely. Stellar going wide. And that is indeed the conversions.
I really respect Zeke's Hunter's Fury there. It's perfectly timed, and even that third veer to get an extra tag onto one was really well placed to throw the members of Sad off when they were trying to reposition. But that neural theft from Zaj is absolutely everything to not only allow Sad to feel more free, but strike fear into the hearts of Nightblood that are currently trying to invade. They had some really solid angles to get the drop on these members. The second those walls are given away, they become some of the most vulnerable ones on the rooms that they were posted up on. From there, the drop smoke is set, the 2-man is there, there's nothing to obfuscate against Sad. And it is trivial, despite the fact that there's only one left over.
They had 4 attackers on site, no more than 10 seconds, 12 seconds right before that interaction too. It was so difficult for Nightblood to try to chip through and even find the information on these players of Sad. By the time they even made it onto the spike, they were basically already at 10 seconds.
Yeah, it was so tough to make the cut in. Like you mentioned, Sad Esports, very boastful takeover of B-site once they realized that they had properly conditioned A lane enough to the point where Nightblood had to throw 4 people at it to start. Such a slow clear sacrifices that B space for the guaranteed clear of what was their most vulnerable position. But now it's anybody's guess where Sad is going to twist the knife. They have a lot of room to choose where to head to, and Nightblood once again has to sort of be okay with not necessarily receiving but just counteracting, and that is a lot of time wasted away from the jump. Another big pick out the gate here for Vita onto Zeke from the lane. No longer babysat. Instead, Carson having to pivot to the sewer, and he's not going to get a thing.
And now they're putting all of this weight now on Stellar. You have somebody backing out all the way over into spawn, and again, Nightblood Gaming suffering this early fade has forced them to make an early decision. It's just the wrong one for now. Again, you do have the tripwire on the front. Spray coming in from Stellar, but nothing hitting. It is the full take from Sad Esports here in the middle of sight. It's looking fairly easy for them for the rest of this round. Is now Nightblood Gaming. 3 players surrounding the extremity of the back of C. And there goes Paint. You still even have a Nightfall here to really make things count, to really drag down the HP of these 2 players that already don't even have the guns to use. It's double sheriffs here for both of these players who now sit in some long ranges. Both of them not able to hit any headshots as now Sad Esports continuing to stop forward 5-3. This is a really big round coming up with Nightblood Gaming finally being able to get back their guns. If they lose this one out, however, Sad Esports, they have a red carpet to winning out the half.
Yeah, it feels so Sisyphusian if they don't make it up here. Sad Esports have had so much freedom to just continue W-keying, and Nightblood forced to play reactively. I like that little relay bolt hot hands combo to field out the block presence. I've never seen that done so well before. It was executed perfectly to field out at least the one, but again, with the anti, you have basically no more legs after that because you've used just about everything you've got. Like you said, huge fulcrum round for Nightblood to be able to get a handle on this half and stay alive in the series.
Stunna. He's going to be able to find a couple of bullets in, but it all has to come down to Stellar. Cage in, trapped in his own cage, trying to come out and trying to burst in. Vita does take away Stellar, and oh my goodness, Nightblood Gaming again has been completely locked out on this C site.
It's a completely different run and back orientation too. It's used to sacrifice himself onto the trap wire so that Vita has easier entry. That is absolutely gorgeous coming from Sad Esports. Another ingenious way to slightly switch things up, and Nightblood are once again not prepped for it to the point where I think they're going for a 3-man save.
And a so necessary one too.
Bye-bye.
Because again, Sad Esports, this is just the breaking point. They win out this round completely. They take away these guns, and it would be Nightblood Gaming going back over to another reset. Sad can just continue to stomp there, and that would be a very unknown look for Nightblood Gaming here. We have not seen bright looks from this Nightblood Gaming team in this series when they've been down. In the first map, they were up purely. They were up the entire time. But now Sad Esports, after that second map dominance, after they started to win a couple of rounds, Nightblood Gaming, they have looked simply shell-shocked.
Yeah, the diff really starting to show at this rate. Sad looking to continue to recycle. Nightblood Gaming looking to continue to bounce back from what is, once again, a not optimized buy, but Son of Kar with this operator hoping to maybe find the right spot. A quick last-minute rotation over to the B door. They're trying to make another early read, but Sad is back to A lobby again. They just managed to evade that recon dart, too.
Speaking of the recon dart, now this Sova is starting to get a little bit active here. The Owl Drone coming in close, and he needs to run. Here comes Vita on the front side again. This time it's Stunna to take him down. Paint! Oh my goodness, he had the opportunity, but instead, Nightblood Gaming knocks them all down. This is probably the driest look we had seen from Sad Esports on this A site, but also probably the strongest hold that we could see from Nightblood Gaming. 3 players in the back of site with a couple of rifles. Not a lot of utility to counteract, but it's still enough with Sad Esports being a little bit off tempo and with a good shot from Stunna at the very beginning. Nightblood Gaming,
my eyes are down.
Able to basically close out this round, but let's not count anyone out just yet. This is a massive position for Zaj. Nightblood Gaming, they seem to be evading this. But if anybody opts to go into market, this should be Zaj starting off a little bit of a run here. Zaj backing up, feeling the pressure off of the spams, steps into the cage to debate, and Sash backs up to go help. Welly in, takes down the Son of Kar, and there you go. There's the effect from the fake. Sash now has made this possible. A one-on-one as he plays his time. Stellar being played with right now. Zaj not peeking, already halfway through. Stellar looking for an angle, looking for a pixel. And look at the explosion of emotion from Sad. That meant everything to them. A 2-on-4.
There's no distraction to start that round out for Sad Esports. Everything else is cut, and Nightblood, with no other prior evidence, assumed correctly that the lean is initially towards A. And like you mentioned, Gus, it is the driest Sad has looked, and that is saying something because they still didn't look dry at all. They managed to escape with 2, bruised and battered, sneaking all the way to C. And then the reset, the patience from Zaj, the step into the cage to slightly slow them down. Every moment is calculated from this attack squad. Another attempt to explode out of the smoke. This time it's much better. The double duelist making it a 3v2 out the gate. But Zeke heavily aggressed by Vita on the fast lane. And it's another 1-for-1 trade, managing to catch Zaj. Vita left alone in mere instants.
Spike planted.
And now Vita planting himself in front of sight with the cage to dance with, picks up the first! But Stellar is there to pick that up. Nightblood Gaming, a little bit of a gift over towards Long. They did end up needing to push out the situation for once. And Sad Esports, still with Son of Car, always a chance.
So how heavily does Nightblood build on the A-hold this time? Because Sad has conditioned both the bluff and lack thereof with the smoke placed deep down A lane. It's a question of how heavily they want to commit to that first fight again, and knowing how much Sad has in the tank after that clutch, and how little Nightblood is working with comparatively, 2 lights, a Spectre in the tank, only that 1 overdrive ready and active for Son of Car, you pick the retake almost every time. And yet, I'm seeing Carson really want this off rip.
Keeps it real slow. It's his teammates that are stepping up. The Omen all the way up in mid.
Such a good encroach early on. Again, to make sure the lack of intel confirms the A-lane presence earlier on. 80 seconds to go. It doesn't matter if Sad pivot from here. What matters is Nightblood know they're here now.
Here we go.
Very interesting from Son of Car. Bursting in with the overdrive. Looking to find at least one. Looking to find a couple more. But there's 4 players. Posted up, and there's no return frag. Oh, this is so difficult for the Sova. Zeke able to get one. There goes an amazing flash. Stunna able to get another one. There goes the paranoia. Pain still trying to hold on. Wow, Nightblood Gaming. Reinvestment after reinvestment after reinvestment into that short area. They wanted to fight it, and they dedicated completely to it. There goes the kill on Zaj. Big round.
Turnabout impatience coming from both ends there. Son of Car gets a little too antsy despite the fact that Nightblood is in a really stable position on the open defense and says, I'm just going to start overdriving and see what I hit. And he eventually lands on the crowd. But then right after, in response, Vito was like, that looks fun, I'm going to do that. And he doesn't check a thing on his way in, immediately gets trounced. After that is all done, though, Nightblood is able to find their get back after they just whittle this down with that crunch. And no way of being able to fully recover after that opener. Just too stuck back. And too anxious to try to make things up, especially after Vita fell. They wanted to follow that loose leash in, but they had to make their own sort of push work instead. They wanted to take that one back. 7-5 half now, Sad on the defense. The final regulation half of the tournament. A slight lead is all that separates these two teams from glory.
That's what I'm saying. Paint on that kind of side, has a little bit of support back over towards Garage. But in this last pistol round, it is going to be Vita pushing out the situation in Stellar alongside Zeke. Respond correctly, and somehow, again, they're still pushing Stellar. Stellar finally going away to the Pistol of Pain. But at what cost? It is a 2-on-4.
Feels like they're really only trying to get Stellar there, but Nightblood do a great job of adapting and sticking a couple other players to just help out in the neutral to start things out, and they connect so well. Everybody from Sad tried to encroach, and most of them got punished. And you see they've already flipped the site for the majority. 3 of them in the back, 2 going to Link. And yeah, there's a reason you don't turn onto that, because Pain's going to kill you.
Now there's 3. Definitely a little possible here. And the paranoia coming in with the smoke in the face of Pain. He doesn't really care. He can just stay right in the smoke. Shock Dart doesn't hit him either. Bandit up close and personal doesn't do anything. And the Sheriff is just a little too slow to get all of that contact. 6-7.
It's only right.
What's only right?
Us getting to that.
Score?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm not. All right.
I'm really. Don't. Please don't. Please.
I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping. I'm not stopping.
I am really curious as to what the intention was. I mean, I have an idea of what it was, but I'm curious what Sad's insight is to that attempt to get on early when they're so ready for that aggression, but they're going to do it again. And yeah, I mean, Son of Car is more than ready and willing to handle this when the stack comes his way if they have more than enough range to deal with it. Now with the cage even set up to allow him more longevity, Son of Car is looking to try to farm up this overdrive.
Give him the kills.
I think he will, yeah, just about. Almost the ace. Well, he's going to at least put a stopper on that, but that's as far as it gets, and it will be 7-7.
He is 2 ult points away from an overdrive. This is now the 3rd round of the half. Incredible for Son of Car. And on the attack side, wow. So pivotal, ladies and gentlemen. This is our final listen-in of the tournament. Nightblood Gaming, can they start this half off with a 3-round streak?
Fuck is a good bonus here. I don't know. I could do the Phoenix play without the Phoenix ult.
I'm down. Let's do it.
I'm gonna jump up and hold B. They went garage peek. Yo, Neon Wall A. I'm pretty sure. And they see. Yo, they just fought A. Like, hello.
After cam C. After cam C.
Flash.
Planning it. 3, 2, 1.
Top B. On left side. Drop. Dead. Yo, take C.
Go C. Yeah.
Yo, Ray. Wait, hold on. We need help.
Live. I'm with you, Ethan, okay? I can peek right. I can peek right.
Go away, maybe. It's living. No. I can fight mid. 3, 2, 1.
Actually, window.
Come garage.
Go.
Window. Someone hold window. Yo, Neon to 80, okay?
I'm in this thing.
Are we Feist one right now?
Yes.
Feist one.
Taking 3, 2, 1.
Facing good,
Neon,
please.
Neon.
Facing good, please.
Yo, up, crash. The other guy's containing, maybe. No, we should triple come back. I'm not planning for you guys at all, bro. Yo, could be out logs. I'm looking logs.
Listen.
Probably long.
No.
Actually, out.
Nice! Fucking go, let's go!
Let's go, man.
I should have.
Let's go.
Good shit, guys. Good shit.
And that is a massive resurgence from Nightblood. Everything from the previous 2 rounds really coming together, recognizing that extra aggression from the group, saying, hey, if we spread everybody out, there might be a chance that we can catch intel on that stack being aggressive again. And immediately Stellar calls out the triple stack fight down A lane, recognizing it's likely C is vulnerable, and it's not just this round, it's completely vacated by the time they get there. So much free space they used to set up to the point where they're not even optimized positionally on top of their post plan, and yet they're able to make it work.
And now they keep tempting C, something that it's been a backup option. C at least until now. But let's see, Son of Car alongside Zeke, collecting the contact of Zaj. And oh my goodness. Disgusting from Zeke. And Sad Esports, just like that, they've just lost out on C.
Another gorgeous takeaway. That trap setup on the beginning there with the owl drone was also just glorious. Die to Spike, I think, here. You don't want to hand him anything, surely. Plus, they might just come your way anyway. They like doing that quite a bit.
They already have Overdrive and Hunter's Fury.
But Stunna doesn't have his ult, and that's a problem. He's licking his lips looking at that smoke, bro. Salivating. 9-7 here for Nightblood. Another 4-round streak.
No.
Started by them from the pistol. Where have I heard this before?
They won the pistol? No way.
I mean, it really shouldn't be surprising at this point. I can't imagine how many pistol kills Son of Car has at this point. He just fills that thing up.
Production.
Timeout called by Sad Esports here after that last round where they just, they already had, you know, a proxy timeout with how much time they had to waste there, but worth it to call it again now that they'll have the proper buy. So, it's so tough to determine what Sad does because they've done nothing but initiate first so far this half, on the defense no less. It really seems like they're trying to get the drop on a member of Nightblood that is searching like they did in that round where they caught the 3-stack getting aggressive, but by nature of Haven, you have such clean chokes you can duck behind if you start on T behind the barriers, and yeah, I mean, it's clear at this point, Nightblood is not going to let any of these do. He lines up the reticle as he's going, like he knows exactly what he's going to do for that too, it's insane.
Yeah, it is. It's just deceptive. We've seen this sort of mentality throughout this tournament. It's only really happened like twice or thrice where just a defensive side, they just continuously get into this mentality of we must do, we must get, we must initiate. And yeah, Sad Esports, they're kind of catching themselves in this loop right now where, again, they don't want to be caught off guard by Nightblood Gaming. They don't want to be caught in a bad rotation or in a bad retake by Nightblood. They want to make the ends of these rounds as difficult as possible, for Nightblood Gaming. They want to whittle down the numbers as much as they can.
Go, go, go.
4 stack for A this time. Early Nightfall once again from Welly. Stunna gonna stick around for it, and with the deafening, it's way easier for Sad to get the swing. 2 down out the gate here as Nightblood is already beginning a majority early rotation. Sunnakar's made it all the way up the lane, and the trap wires don't protect against the initial entry. They protect against the extremities. Son of Car now with both remaining members from Nightblood joining him. Feels comfortable going for that extension, but you shouldn't. Zaj has such a good peek onto the ponytails. And that'll be a 5v2. Sad finding their defensive footing in just the right time. That timeout well called, well watched by Welly. He's not going to get fooled by that.
That was disgusting. Absolutely not. Years of experience coming into account. And there goes Sad Esports again. This game is as close as it gets. 9-8. Last map of Grand Finals. Sad Esports again. Well, at least in this round. Did they push the situation? I guess. Just with where Nightblood ended up going down, just with the fact that they ended up pushing out short a little bit, sure. But at least in terms of the adjustment after that, we ended up seeing Sad Esports still maintain their coverage over on C. And, well, it ends up going perfectly.
This might be parasocial for me, but I find it tough seeing that early Nightfall from Welly work out because I feel like that gives them the idea that they're more attuned to the timing of Nightblood than they actually are. I'm not saying it was a coin flip that he guessed right. I'm saying Nightblood's not going to use the same timing every round, as much as Sad probably thinks they are. But the tools on this defense's disposal can work in a variety of ways to both retake and mount up. Looks like they'll probably do a little more of the former against another C-take from Nightblood. But Carson this time is meant to be the diversion, and even has Zeke to try to sell it harder.
Goes for the raw peek, and there goes Zaj. 3 more players extremely close to this link. Could be able to make some sort of pop, but again, it was just a single player making that approach that ends up breaking things open, and sometimes it really is that simple.
They really did not expect the site to be this open. Now they've had Stellar become the lurk insert in order for Sad to maybe get juked out, but everyone from Sad is already here to take it on top of the immediate run it back from both ends, and Stunnis gets cleared in an instant. A flame on top of the spawn means that Pain is so much more powerful, but as he respawns, Welly is going to be the one to have to get that defusal, and he can just stick it. No one from Nightblood can get even close, and we're tied at 9 at the drop of a hat.
That was ridiculous again. There's the pop-up from Sad Esports with a little bit of a frag there at the very end. Sad Esports, some way, somehow, able to get that defuse without a single bit of damage coming in. I mean, yeah, you did have a bit of that commitment coming in from Son of Car with that, with the overdrive. But still, only 13 HP overall taken away from that man at the very end. It does sting a little as now Nightblood Gaming. This might be the last buy here before a potential reset as they do step out into main, into A main. Prowler finding at least one of them. Plenty of bullets coming out. Vita stomping forward, continuing to frag. Vita, you're nuts. 2 kills coming out from Vita. And now the spread from Nightblood coming in. Tuzi and Stellar continuing to frag. There's still heavy potential for Nightblood here as Stellar from out of nowhere, literally from out of nowhere. Where did Stellar come from?
The Blaze. The Blaze set up in the pocket on the Cubby. How does he manage to find that pocket so quickly?
As an attacker of all things.
Unbelievable stuff. After one of the best haunts I've ever seen coming from Welly to let Vita actually get those kills despite being short-sighted with the overdrive. Ridiculous setup, ridiculous reaction time, and it still might not matter with Zaj on the come-up. Nightblood maintaining 2 in the Cubby for now. Can that Cam catch him without them shooting it?
So much time being chucked off the clock. Can he find one? Can he just find the one? Random shots coming in, random spray coming in, and there goes the crossfire immediately after. Great idea there from Stellar, but it was risky still because of the wall bangs, or because of the shots through the smoke. 10 2-9. Nightblood Gaming once again in the driver's seat, but that's how they started off this half. It was just the 4 in a row, and Sad finally playing to their pace, finally succeeding in a couple of retakes.
I'm always in awe of teams that are able to take the sandlot right outside of A lobby and turn it into its own mini site. Nightblood does an amazing job at using what little cover they have on those areas to dodge most of the overdrive. Stellar with a god spot thanks to that wall setup by Stunna. Just enough to get going and keep whatever momentum you need to make this work. Rifle's still up. B exec is the plan here for Nightblood.
Oh, but here comes the reply immediately here from Sad. All the way in the front is Pain. Pain finally going down, not able to get anything more, but it is Pain. Pain bringing it down. 3 kills for him in the middle of sights. Sad Esports, what a quick and fast response, and what a spread out response at that. 2 players coming in from the A-Link, and both of them immediately double back into the back of sight, into the other side of sight. Nightblood Gaming just getting a little bit inundated, to say the least. Sad Esports, however, in that sort of situation, hit your shots. Sounds a lot easier than it sounds, but oh my goodness. Still able to stay calm and collected as they pop around the corner. Sad Esports keeping this competitive. Back and forth we go again. 3 rounds for either one of these 2 teams gives them a grand finals, but we might be here all night.
Hey, I don't mind.
Really?
Yeah, you guys are great. This whole everybody here is pretty chill.
Awesome, cool. If I take a nap here and you take over for a couple rounds, is that cool?
Please, God, no.
Okay.
Please don't do that to me. I swear.
I mean, we are gonna go all night. I'm gonna need it.
Please.
I promise you. It's not just gonna be a nap. I'm gonna pass out. Here we go. As Nightblood Gaming aren't putting on too much pressure whatsoever. It is a simple default for this team to kick off this round. Sad Esports, they don't exactly feel comfortable. They put out one piece of utility for the pick and prod, but over on C, there's nothing happening right now. And look at this response from Sad Esports. They did not need to go into the back of sight like this. They just did not. Vita, yes, gets the kill onto 1, but there wasn't really a use for that presence into the back of sight, as tight as that was. Again, we know this Nightblood team utilizes that Neon and gets in quick, but there goes Vita, picking up the 1. This is a retake now from Sad Esports. This is when you should have had the full 5, as now Tuzi putting up a smoke to potentially get a wide swing coming out from long. But it's just a little bit early. There's still another smoke right in the face of these opponents. Paint still holding on. 3 people trying to go for the defuse. Now make it only 1. Stellar and Zeke with the last 2 frags. Dancing now is Welly. Welly doesn't have any utility to use either. Barely any bullets left now. Continues to dance with another gun that barely has bullets. Oh, Welly. He just has to pick up the op. He picks up something and backs on out, as Nightblood Gaming now have 11.
And you can really feel the energy beginning to increase here for whichever side ends up taking that round. That post-plant configuration looked really solid. I was very concerned for a moment there on Nightblood's take. Stunna used all of those keep-away tools so early on in the site take that I feared they wouldn't be confident enough to hold on to that ground. And to an extent, I guess I was right. They double back to the C lane and worry about that, rely on that a little heavier. But dang, that spray's really good through the smoke in it, especially with that one way. They have the confidence to know that Sad is likely going to start by purely tapping. And they're absolutely right. They don't even have to look at the guys they're facing off to finish them. And now, just 2 rounds out from taking the series, they have the opportunity to get the momentum all the way to 12 now. Oh, especially if Vita's with it. Chased down by a couple bullets. Just a little bit of chip.
And Stellar's been here the whole time. This is his mission. A is all his for right now. He's stepping up as closely as he can without possibly making any noise, without showing too much of a shoulder. But you do have the cage coming up for Nightblood Gaming. It is an interesting look, to say the least, from Stellar to isolate and to make as much noise as he did. But Sad Esports, they've seen this at least once or twice before in this half, and at this point they've been conditioned that they could still be a very fast and sharp response from Nightblood Gaming on some other point of this map. But again, Nightblood Gaming, they are opting to dedicate to this. They are fully into sight. Pain TPing away, going right into Sunakar, and Nightblood Gaming, they have the round so far. It's going to be a 4-on-4 retake.
Full reset so quick from Sad. They really wanted to pack up to have this, and they wanted to do it because they get this interrupt nice and quick from Heaven and Link. They want to pinch this now.
Vita's not going to find a headshot. He's not going to find too long of an angle either. One player over towards Cubby is going to be able to take him out. Paint needs a headshot here. They have all of this in